Invasion of Aberrant Beasts, a world transformed. When Su acquires the ability to summon his deathly future self, he begins to manipulate various information to interfere with fate. During his first intervention, he uncovers the unsettling truth of a traitor within the upper echelons. In his second intervention, to ascertain the identity of this traitor, he himself masquerades as a spy, actively guiding the aberrant beasts. In the third intervention, to eradicate the high-ranking aberrant beasts lurking within human society, he infiltrates the aberrant beast church, ascending to the role of the king of betrayers, and is affectionately dubbed a confidant by numerous elite aberrant beasts. By the 10th intervention, in his quest to explore the parasitic relationship between the ghostly tribes and Earth, he utilizes high-energy explosives to obliterate the Earth's core. The multitude wonders, what compels him to meddle with the future in such a manner? Chapter 1. The Future Self. Name? Su. Age? 18. Did you come here alone? The doctor in a white coat gently inquired at the psychiatric department of a tertiary hospital. Su hesitated briefly before responding. From a certain perspective, I suppose I did come alone. The doctor raised an eyebrow, pondering the implications of his statement. What do you mean by a certain perspective? It appears this young man may be grappling with some issues. What I meant was, did anyone accompany you for this consultation? No. Su shook his head, affirming that he indeed came alone. In every conceivable sense, he was by himself. The doctor maintained his composure and continued his inquiry. Now, please describe your specific symptoms. Doctor, whenever I close my eyes, a myriad of scenes flashes before me. Su whispered, and just as I am on the brink of slumber, a sharp pain assails my head, accompanied by a torrent of chaotic imagery. The doctor's gaze sharpened. Elaborate on the images in your mind. Just how chaotic are they? Observing Su's silence, the doctor continued. Let me rephrase my question. Do the images that flit through your mind include scenes of a person defecating in public and consuming their own waste? Su was taken aback. That is far too chaotic, is it not? Moreover, does the description I provided not differ slightly from the doctor's interpretation? Doctor, the chaos I refer to is not of that nature. Su quickly clarified. What I mean is, upon closing my eyes, my mind conjures a series of images I have never experienced. Even in those fleeting moments before sleep, when a headache strikes, I perceive an environment ravaged, as if it has endured the devastation of war. The doctor squinted. How long has this condition persisted? For a month. So, you've been unable to sleep properly for a month? Indeed. This prolonged state of severe insomnia has led to a disarray of your neural functions, causing you to conflate dreams with reality. That's not all. Doctor, I have other symptoms. The physician's expression froze instantly. There are more. After each bout of intense headache, when I open my eyes, I behold another version of myself across the room. Su contemplated for a moment, describing a me that appears more weathered, haggard, with an utterly vacant gaze. This other me always utters the same phrase. I died on May 12th, 2027. The doctor inhaled deeply, his expression turning grave, and said, this is a symptom of severe insomnia-induced neurological disorder, leading to manifestations of dissociative identity disorder. After pausing, he inquired, are you able to see the other you now? Su shook his head in denial. No. Are there any other symptoms? None. Good. I have a general understanding of your situation now. Doctor, is my condition serious? Do not be overly anxious. It is likely due to the pressures you've been facing recently. The doctor offered a slight smile. You are still a student, are you not? It is quite normal for students to experience considerable stress due to their demanding coursework. Thus, I will prescribe you some calming and cognitive-enhancing medication. Take it regularly, and if there is no improvement after a week, return to see me. Su, feeling somewhat disheartened, asked, is it just medication? Can I be admitted to a psychiatric hospital for treatment? The doctor responded, why would you want to enter a psychiatric hospital? Do you think it's a pleasant place? Su shook his head. No. I merely wish to observe the mental states of others there, and if possible, converse with fellow patients about our conditions. The doctor pondered for a moment, scrutinizing Su intently, before adding him as a friend and sending over an address. If you have time, you may visit this address. There are a few of my patients there. If fate allows, you might fulfill your desire to discuss your conditions. Upon hearing this, Su eagerly took the note from the doctor's hand. Thank you, doctor. Now go pay for your medication. The doctor waved his hand, signaling Su to leave. However, as Su retrieved his medication and followed the address given by the doctor, he found himself utterly bewildered. Despite following the navigation precisely, How had he arrived at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau? Could it be that the patients with whom he could share his experiences were employed there? Is the mental strain on civil servants truly that significant? As he pondered this, Su pushed open the doors of the bureau and stepped inside. There sat a young man, clad in a blue and white uniform, seemingly out of place among the surrounding staff, idly watching videos and playing games at his desk. A sign in front of the desk read Office of Affairs. "Greetings, may I inquire?" Su approached and asked directly. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by the man. "You can see me?" Su's expression morphed into one of confusion before quickly transforming into surprise. Could it be that this individual before him is the fellow patient the doctor had mentioned? What a coincidence! He had barely arrived when he encountered someone. "My friend, I was referred by Dr. Lee," Su said with a smile. "I suffer from a bit of dissociative identity disorder accompanied by insomnia and headaches. May I ask about your condition?" The man paused for a moment, then responded with a beaming smile. "Ah, so you were introduced by Dr. Lee? Greetings." He continued, "Please take a seat for a moment. I shall fetch you a cup of hot tea." With that, he busied himself with brewing tea in a very familiar manner. "Captain, an extraordinary individual has arrived. He can see me and claims he was referred by Dr. Lee," the man murmured, stroking his ear. "Understood. I shall be there immediately." Shortly after, a figure clad in a colorless mask and a black battle outfit materialized in the Civil Affairs Service Hall. Yet, this abrupt scene failed to raise any alarm among the onlookers. Whether they were couples tying the knot or those seeking divorce, or even the staff, all seemed oblivious to the presence of the black-clad figure, creating an eerie atmosphere. "Greetings, I too am a patient of Dr. Lee." The masked individual approached Su and smiled. "Dr. Lee has already informed me of your purpose here. Coincidentally, I also experience some symptoms of schizophrenia. Since we are all fellow patients, it is only fitting that we exchange insights about our conditions." Su's eyes brightened at this remark. "You too can occasionally see." Mid-sentence, Su's pupils dilated, and his voice fell silent. Within his line of vision, an elderly man with a striking resemblance to him, sporting white hair, suddenly appeared before him. This was the other self that had only manifested during the night after he suffered intense headaches. Yet this time, the elderly version of Su bore no vacant gaze. He stood upright and did not repeat the lifeless phrase of his demise that had marked their previous encounters. Instead, he observed everything with a wary glint in his eyes, seemingly filled with distrust towards this strange yet familiar scene. Chapter 2. You are deceased. Why has there been a change? Su pondered internally. Could it be that my condition has worsened after my visit? Sensing the shift in Su's demeanor, the masked man promptly remarked, "Such matters are not suited for public discussion. Let us retire to a more private space." Based on his years of experience, he deduced that such intense emotional fluctuations likely indicated the emergence of the other's somewhat alarming extraordinary abilities. It is not uncommon for newly awakened extraordinary beings to exhibit instability in their internal energies, resulting in such phenomena. Even during the late hours, self-induced fear leading to mental deterioration is a frequent occurrence due to varying types of extraordinary powers. Very well, Su did not hesitate, recognizing that discussions regarding his condition were best conducted away from prying eyes to avoid alarming others. Upon finishing his words, he followed the figure in black around the eastern side of the Civil Affairs Bureau, eventually arriving at a spacious office. The elderly Su floated nearby, accompanying their footsteps as they entered. "I never expected that the revolving lantern would allow me to relive these moments once more." Upon entering the office, the elderly Su's expression suddenly turned somewhat agitated. In the instant of death, returning to the origin of this dream, if so, death does not seem so terrifying after all. As he spoke, he turned to the figure in black. "Captain Yang, you have been dead for over a decade, yet I can still dream of you. It seems that Team Leader Liu was correct. Your kindness towards me is so immense that even in death, I find it hard to forget. What a pity you were poisoned and betrayed by an insider. Otherwise, under your leadership, our Team 112 would never have met such a tragic fate." At that moment, the figure in black spoke. "Patient, you appeared rather emotional outside. Did you witness something? As a seasoned sufferer of schizophrenia, I often encounter various visions. Come, shall we exchange notes on our conditions here?" Su nodded slightly. "Captain Yang, I just realized that my condition seems to have worsened." Upon hearing this, the figure in black abruptly rose from his seat, his pupils trembling violently. In the next instant, an invisible barrier ascended around them. "I recall. After meeting you, I never introduced myself, did I? How did you know my surname is Yang? Suwon was momentarily taken aback. Wait, is your surname truly Yang? After uttering this, he couldn't help but glance at the elderly Suwon beside him. The elderly Suwon seemed to have regained his senses from the earlier upheaval. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met, filled with astonishment and confusion. You can see me? The elderly Suwon raised his right hand, trembling as he asked. Suwon nodded in response. Yes, I can see you. Everything here has deviated from what I experienced, especially when Captain Yang inquired about matters. I distinctly remember that the other party did not create a barrier to isolate. As the elderly Suwon spoke, it seemed he suddenly recalled something, and he then burst into raucous laughter. As he laughed, murky tears began to flow slowly from the corners of his eyes. After a while, he took a deep breath and ceased his laughter. Even after several decades, I still remember how I joined Team 112. In my youth, the emergence of another version of myself kept me awake at night, and the phrase he repeatedly uttered filled me with dread. I died. I perished on May 12, 2027. Only now do I comprehend the reasons behind all this. I do possess extraordinary abilities. My extraordinary capability is to summon the future. It is just that I belong to that future which is being summoned. Listening to the elderly Suwon, he gradually grasped the situation. The desolate cities and scarred future he had dreamt of during the nights were mere reflections of the inevitable reality to come. The first version of himself was that of an ordinary person destined to navigate a life filled with tribulations. In the future, the invasion of monstrous beasts would erupt into chaos, leading to the disintegration of the nation. As an unawakened individual devoid of extraordinary powers, he would be swept away by the tides of fate, ultimately succumbing amidst the monstrous wave that struck Jiangsheng on May 12, 2027. The second version of himself, the one standing before him now, had been influenced by the first. Consequently, he joined the extraordinary team number 112, forging connections with remarkable individuals such as Captain Yang. Thus, the trajectory of his life and its eventual conclusion underwent a profound transformation. In essence, he had not succumbed to a split psyche, rather. The occurrences before him were manifestations of his burgeoning, extraordinary abilities. As his choices shifted, so too did his future. With the emergence of a new destiny, a new version of himself inevitably came into being. This was the essence of his extraordinary power. Across from him, Captain Yang sensed the intense emotional fluctuations emanating from Suwon. Sipping his tea from a thermos, he refrained from interrupting. From their brief exchange, he had nearly confirmed that Suwon possessed the extraordinary abilities of foresight or divination. After all, how could he know his surname upon their first meeting? However, observing Suwon's demeanor, it was evident that the expression of this extraordinary power had its complications. Symptoms of a split personality. Yang contemplated, should I offer him a couple of calming pills to stabilize his emotions? Before meeting Old Lee, he merely mentioned the date of May 12, 2027. If his predictive abilities are confirmed, something significant is destined to occur on this death-related date. And upon meeting me, he directly revealed my surname. With this thought, Yang paused. Could it be that Suwon's envisioned future bears a close connection to me? Regardless, individuals with the ability to predict the future are exceedingly rare, each possessing immense strategic value. The nation currently had no shortage of combat-oriented extraordinary individuals, and the present situation was manageable. However, those with predictive or divinatory capabilities constituted a scarce resource, vital strategic assets. Hence, he placed great importance on Suwon at this moment. Captain Yang, I have witnessed your fate from the future, Suwon stated gravely, employing the rhetoric imparted by the elderly version of himself. Upon hearing this, Yang's expression shifted with urgency. To predict the future is to invite backlash. Why squander such a precious opportunity to foresee my destiny? Yet, since you have made your prediction, I shall listen intently. Taking a deep breath, Suwon declared, on August 10th, 2030, you will die. Yang responded with a perplexed expression, then sighed moments later. From the day I became an extraordinary being, I have known that my time would come eventually. It is a normal fate. To fall in battle is a natural occurrence. You did not perish on the battlefield, rather, you fell victim to treachery from within. What? Indeed, the traitor first poisoned you, rendering you incapable of fighting, and subsequently incited a rebellion through the portal of the otherworldly beasts, leading to your demise, leaving not a trace of your remains. What? Chapter 3. The battle is an information war. Silence. The atmosphere was thick with stillness as Captain Yang sat in his chair, enveloped in a contemplative mood. From the moment he transcended to become an extraordinary being, aware of the existence of the beastly gate, and took on the mantle of leader of Special Team 112. He had resigned himself to the possibility of dying in battle, his body wrapped in a funeral shroud. He had imagined various scenarios of his demise, perhaps being devoured by the beasts or falling victim to foreign forces at the gate. Yet, never had he envisioned that his end would come at the hands of a traitor. The treachery was evident in the words poison first, then ambush. Such a scheme indicated that the traitor either held a high position or had a close relationship with him. Other extraordinary beings would not have the opportunity to poison him. Regrettably, my status is too lowly. Having only glimpsed Yang's death report, I remain oblivious to the traitor's true identity. Elder Su let out a heavy sigh, contemplating how revealing this matter to Captain Yang could have eliminated a malignant force from our homeland. However, now that Yang was aware, he would likely take precautions. At that moment, Captain Yang raised his head and inquired, "Can you predict the identity of the traitor?" "I cannot," Su replied without hesitation, shaking his head. The entirety of the information he possessed stemmed from the aged version of himself before him. If the other party was unaware, then he too would remain uninformed. After a brief silence, Yang stood and expressed, "Regardless, I am profoundly grateful. Thank you for alerting me. I will be vigilant moving forward." Although he was not one to easily trust others upon first meeting, believing that human hearts are concealed within their bellies, he deemed Su's words to be credible. On one hand, Su was a newly awakened predictive extraordinary being, devoid of any conflicts of interest with him or other extraordinary beings, thus harboring no intentions of slandering others. On the other hand, Su merely conveyed a benign warning about his potential poisoning, devoid of any malicious conjecture. Since Su had extended a gesture of goodwill, Yang resolved to remain cautious. Suddenly recalling an important event coinciding with his induction into Team 112, Yang's demeanor changed. "Elder Su, I must inform you of a significant occurrence. Vice Captain Lu Zhe, who will become Captain Lu in the future, misjudged the strength of the ghostly clan during an exploration of the Ghost Gate due to erroneous intelligence and was subsequently besieged by them. The ghostly clan, being astute, strategically established a spatial barrier to obstruct Lu's call for help. This incident resulted in one member of Team 112 perishing and two sustaining severe injuries. While Lu lost vision in his left eye due to excessive use of his ocular powers, we must urgently seek assistance from the extraordinary Team 115 in the neighboring city, as they possess extraordinary beings capable of dismantling spatial barriers. At this juncture, we may still have time." Su, upon hearing this, did not hesitate to relay the information to Yang. This insight comes from a vision of the future. Everything else remains vague, yet this is crystal clear. Predictive or divinatory extraordinary abilities are paradoxical. Each time they manifest, they recoil upon the user, revealing information contingent upon one's fate. Thus, while this rationale may sound implausible, it is irrefutable. "What?" Yang narrowed his eyes, then without delay, took out a communication talisman to contact Lu Zhe. In matters like these, it is better to believe than to doubt. Most importantly, Lu's mission to the Ghost Gate was classified within the extraordinary sequence. Now, he had unequivocally confirmed that Su was an exceedingly rare predictive or divinatory extraordinary being, and his abilities surpassed any he had previously encountered. After all, he had witnessed divinatory extraordinary beings before, who required extremely rare materials and intricate rituals to perform their arts. Once the divination began, the user would often pallor, their vitality waning, and in severe cases, they would even cough up blood, left speechless. Moreover, the information they provided was notoriously vague, often reduced to cryptic phrases for interpretation. Then came the classic refrain: "The secrets of divination must not be divulged." How unlike Su, who sat before him, effortlessly articulating future insights without showing any signs of backlash. Had he not been aware of the specific circumstances, he would have assumed Su was reminiscing about past experiences rather than predicting future events yet to unfold. Should the veracity of Lu's predicament at the Ghost Gate be confirmed, he would be on high alert against extraordinary beings wielding blades in his vicinity. An extraordinary combat. Information reigns supreme. It is an information war. With such an extraordinary ally, their team would never lack for vital intelligence in the future. Such talent must be secured. As expected, Lu Zhe remained unresponsive for an extended period. The next moment, Yang initiated contact with Team 115 right in front of Su. "Hello, Lao Yang. What brings you to call?" Yang interrupted the opening pleasantries, urgency driving his words. Time was of the essence, and every second counted. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, the voice on the other end fell silent for 2 seconds before responding with instructions to assemble the team and assess the coordinates of the Ghost Gate. Among the extraordinary teams of Huaxia, a tradition of mutual aid was upheld. After all, each possessed unique abilities, and one never knew when another's extraordinary prowess might save a life. Furthermore, reporting such incidents could yield military honors or commendations. Hence, when challenges arose, everyone endeavored to assist. After a short while, the communication talisman on the table began to tremble slightly. Moments later, a weary voice emerged from the talisman. Captain, it is fortunate that you were vigilant and sought help upon sensing something amiss. Otherwise, we might not have escaped the Ghost Gate today. The National Expedition Team's assessment of the Ghost Gate was utterly erroneous. It was grossly misleading, based on the strength and energy levels of the ghosts within. This is no mere lower-tier beast gate. It is at least mid-tier, possibly even high-tier. Upon hearing this, Young replied, as long as you return safely, that is what matters. Rest assured, we will seek appropriate compensation for this oversight from the Expedition Center. Captain, that is not my intent. We can discuss other matters once we return. Very well. After ending the communication, Yang turned his intense gaze upon Su. My friend, do you find yourself in need of financial assistance? Or is there something specific you desire? Join our team and enjoy the benefits of a deputy position with a monthly salary of 50,000. If you find that insufficient, I will personally supplement an additional 100,000 each month. What do you say? Would you like to join Team 112? Our members are amiable, our interactions pleasant, and the team benefits will surely satisfy you. Should you require, I can even assist in introducing you to potential romantic partners. What do you think? Consider it. Chapter 4. Setting the price for the pocket. At that moment, I certainly did not enjoy such privileges. Elder Su, standing nearby, smiled and remarked, that makes sense. A being capable of predicting the future is indeed of great value. He paused briefly before continuing. Captain Yang possesses an array of valuable items, such as blood chi pills and vitality elixirs, which are excellent resources for newly awakened extraordinary beings. Particularly, the 1,150 points of military merit in Captain Yang's possession can be exchanged for numerous extraordinary resources. For ordinary individuals aspiring to become extraordinary, whether to enhance their cultivation or elevate their life levels, an abundance of extraordinary resources is imperative. Were you not just suggesting I make a request? You could simply ask for all of these. No need to feel shy. After all, even if you refuse those military merits, they will eventually be lost due to a bet he will lose in a fortnight. In fact, after compensating over 1,000 military merits, he will still owe 300 more. This situation has caused Captain Yang considerable distress, leaving him restless at night. As I have returned, I can now intervene in the past. Let us assist Captain Yang and erase his regrets. Suwin, are you certain this will alleviate his regrets? If you have any demands, feel free to express them. Opposite him, Captain Yang replied generously, as long as you voice your request, I shall comply without hesitation. Suwin smiled innocently upon hearing this and inquired, truly? Naturally. Captain Yang's confidence was unwavering, for after all, Suwin was merely an ordinary person, a newly awakened extraordinary being. What could he possibly desire? Money, cars, houses, even stocks, gold, and company shares could all be arranged to satisfy him. I require 3 vials of chi blood pills and 2 vials of essence powder. Suwin stated, gazing at Captain Yang. Yang was taken aback, a question mark slowly rising above his head. How did Suwin know about chi blood pills and essence powder? Can this be divined as well? However, it must be noted that he would not be foolish enough to squander such a precious opportunity for divination on trivial matters, would he? Or perhaps he gleaned this information while divining for himself. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Although these vials were valuable, they remained within his capacity to provide. Captain Yang, in addition, I also require 1,150 points of merit. Upon hearing this, Yang was utterly bewildered. You are aware of the merit system, which is unique to extraordinary beings. More importantly, he possessed only 1,152 points of merit himself, and Suwin was requesting 1,150 points. This was akin to stripping oneself bare and presenting the request. A glance at the pocketbook? Indeed. The other party was quite generous, allowing him to retain a couple of merit points. May I ask, how did you come to know this? I saw it in the future. Upon receiving the answer he desired, Captain Yang's hands trembled slightly, his face brimming with excitement. Yet, simultaneously, he could not help but sigh inwardly. Were it not for the presence of a traitor within the headquarters of extraordinary beings, likely among the higher echelons, he would have wanted to report Suwin as a precious talent to the headquarters. After all, Suwin's abilities could only be fully realized there. Yet, it seemed that this was but a fanciful dream. Given that the traitor within the headquarters did not spare even himself, it was unlikely they would target a strategic talent such as a diviner. Sending Suwin there now would be akin to leading a lamb to the slaughter. Contemplating this, He nodded and said, "Very well, I have no objections to these conditions. Since I promised to fulfill your requests, I shall certainly do so." With that, Captain Yang turned and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he held 5 vials of pills. The red vials contained chi blood pills, while the blue vials held essence powder. As Captain Yang introduced them, he suddenly recalled something and chuckled softly. "Indeed, you are already aware of this. What need is there for me to explain?" He felt no discontent with Su Wen's behavior. The conditions were proposed by himself. If the other party could discern these details, it demonstrated their capability. From the perspective of the squad, exchanging a few vials of pills and over 1,000 merit points for a diviner was undoubtedly a substantial gain. Following this incident, he had certainly learned a valuable lesson. How foolish he had been to allow a diviner the liberty to propose conditions, essentially handing over his own resources. However, overall, their Squad 112 was poised to undergo a transformative metamorphosis from within. Subsequently, Captain Yang accompanied Su Wen to complete the onboarding procedures. Frankly, Su Wen was taken aback to find that joining an extraordinary squad necessitated the use of identification for formalities. "All right, from this moment forth, you are a member of Squad 112, Captain Yang declared with a smile. "You have had a long day, rest now, and tomorrow I will impart training methods to you." Su Wen nodded earnestly, as he was indeed quite interested in training. Once inside his quarters, Captain Yang, who had been calm and composed outside, could no longer contain his excitement. Were it not for the concern that other extraordinary squads might attempt to poach talent, he would have eagerly shared this good news with his friends. Nonetheless, at this stage, it was perhaps best to refrain. "I have a question." Sitting on his bed, Su Wen gazed at another version of himself and inquired within, "How did I meet my end in the future?" The elderly Su Wen, unfazed, replied directly, "During the 6th Battle of Jiang City, you perished, trampled by the Tsang beast." As a future self, he was acutely aware of his past thoughts. Outside, with Captain Yang present, some inquiries were deemed inappropriate, so he had restrained himself. But now, within the confines of his room and able to communicate directly in his mind, the manner of his future demise was undoubtedly the most tantalizing curiosity. Not by treachery? Su Wen was taken aback and queried with confusion. The elderly Su Wen retorted, "Why would you think that? Did you not say there was a traitor who plotted against Captain Yang?" Captain Yang, having broken through to a high-ranking extraordinary being at just over 30, had a mission completion rate of 95%, making him a true genius among extraordinary beings. Thus, the traitor would risk exposure to eliminate Captain Yang, for he is significant and worthy of such treachery, while we. The elderly Su Wen did not finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. Captain Yang was a genius, hence the traitor sought to eliminate him. However, as for his future self, being merely an ordinary extraordinary being, he would not warrant such attention. The traitor would not bother to target him, deeming it pointless and unnecessary. "Do you have any suspicions regarding the identity of the traitor?" Su Wen remained silent for a moment before continuing with his inquiry. "Yes," the elderly Su Wen whispered. "But to be honest, I cannot be entirely certain." After Captain Yang's demise, the leaders of Squad 68, Squad 85, and the deputy leader of Squad 96 fell victim one after another. These successive incidents caught the attention of the higher-ups. Not long after, a turmoil erupted at the headquarters of extraordinary beings in Kyoto. At this point, the elderly Su Wen paused before continuing, "To poison and eliminate Captain Yang, the traitor must either hold a high position or be a comrade in arms." However, with the turmoil at the extraordinary headquarters in Kyoto, coupled with these events, the situation has become quite clear. The traitor is within the command center. Furthermore, they hold considerable power within the extraordinary headquarters. Chapter 5. I have an idea. The infiltration of a traitor among the higher-ups, if not eradicated in advance, would inevitably lead to Captain Yang's demise. Su Wen contemplated and spoke. After all, the upper echelons issue orders. As the captain of an extraordinary squad, how could Captain Yang refuse to execute them? If one intends to sabotage, they will invariably find a way. The elderly Su Wen nodded slightly, acknowledging that this indeed appeared to be the case. However, he was of humble status and could only share this much knowledge. It is unfortunate that if Captain Yang had not died, I believe I could have also been promoted to a mid-ranking extraordinary being. Moments later, the elderly Su Wen spoke, yet with Captain Yang gone, our Squad 112 has lost its cornerstone. The allocation of extraordinary resources diminishes annually. While this is understandable as extraordinary resources are limited, it still feels disheartening to sense such targeting or intangible suppression. Ultimately, the entire squad, due to their lack of strength, was dispatched to Jiang City as cannon fodder. The demise of all members became an inevitable outcome in the harsh future of war. Suddenly, Su Wen inquired, "So, in the future, if Captain Yang is absent, we would struggle greatly, correct? Indeed. Thus, Captain Yang must not perish. I do not wish for Captain Yang to die, but did you not just say? Until the traitor is dealt with, Captain Yang will ultimately meet his end. As he spoke, the elderly Su Wen's eyes gleamed, but do not worry too much. While we may not know now, we possess a temporal advantage. I may hold a lowly position, but with the information at my disposal, your status will surely surpass mine. Then, once you have passed away and returned, you shall undoubtedly acquire a wealth of knowledge. One cycle after another, we shall ultimately uncover the identity of that traitor. Su Wen pondered, how could my older self harbor such thoughts? If one were to act according to this line of reasoning, it would be an utter waste of time. Would it not? Most importantly, who can say how many times this ability to summon the future can be utilized? After the elderly version of myself departs, will another self from the future descend, or shall I merely grow along this timeline until death, traversing time and space to return to the past? This is a question worthy of deep contemplation. Thus, he yearned to accomplish more in one go, gather greater information, and attain more formidable power. Given that future beasts would launch a massive invasion, threatening the very existence of our nation, possessing such abilities naturally compelled him to aspire to strength and wield the power to dictate his own fate. Once strength is secured, surely whatever he does in the future will be more comfortable, will it not? Therefore, while this capability remains intact, he must enact the most significant changes possible. Do you not find this approach to be a waste of time? The elderly Su Wen discerned Su Wen's thoughts and replied directly. In fact, aside from the aforementioned method, I have another idea. This idea, however, is somewhat extreme. After pausing for a moment, the elderly Su Wen continued. From our perspective, identifying the traitor is no simple task. Especially when the traitor occupies a high-ranking position, the challenges are manifold. Yet, what if we were to consider the problem from another angle? For instance, becoming the traitor. It must be easier for a traitor to find another traitor than for regular forces to seek one out, would it not? Su Wen fell silent for a moment before gravely inquiring. You propose a clever method, but how can that traitor, who has cunningly risen to a high position, be easily exposed? The more astute the traitor, the more cautious they are. Even when aware that the other party is an ally, why would they choose to reveal themselves? Simply put, in the future, the beasts will infiltrate the group of extraordinary beings, coercing and enticing them to become traitors for the purpose of sabotage or to eliminate talented extraordinary beings. The elderly Su Wen elaborated. To this end, the beast clans have even established a traitorous organization known as the Beast Church. We must emulate the actions of the church. We must also take on tasks that the church has not considered. Moreover, when faced with the pursuit of extraordinary beings, we must intervene to protect the members of the church. Only then can we infiltrate their ranks. Once we have ascended to the position of leader among the traitors, and our actions distinctly sever ties with the extraordinary community, we will be regarded as genuine allies, making everything much easier. They will inevitably need to relay information to the beasts, and there must be contact persons or liaison beasts, right? Following this line of thought, we could certainly approach this matter by taking on the guise of spies, unearthing all the lurking traitors among the extraordinary beings. Upon hearing these words, Su Wen fell into a prolonged silence. Infiltrating the traitorous ranks to perform a spy mission is no small feat regardless of the era. Spies perpetually walk a precarious line. The dangers faced by spies are exceedingly grave. Should this path be taken, not only would enemies seek to eliminate him, but even allies might pursue him. In the end, he could find himself surrounded by foes, unable to discern friend from foe. However, there is an additional benefit to this approach. The elderly Su Wen suddenly remarked, based on the future information you have gleaned from me, you could entirely infiltrate the inner workings of the Beast Church. If we are to engage in espionage, we could leverage the extraordinary resources from both sides to enhance our cultivation. The Beast clans poured substantial resources into establishing the Beast Church. If we could utilize these resources, our progress and cultivation would undoubtedly accelerate. Contemplate this well. The future rests upon your shoulders. Once he finished speaking, the elderly Su Wen refrained from lingering on this topic and began to delve into his memories, recounting his life in detail since joining Team 112. As an extraordinary being, even as a low-tier extraordinary, his memory was remarkably sharp. Thus, he could recount the various experiences he had undergone, focusing on significant events. For instance, the details surrounding the beast tide that erupted in Jiang City on May 1, 2027, or the manifestation of the Kanglan secret realm in Ning City on April 28, 2028, where a batch of life herbs could be found. Extraordinary beings who consumed these herbs would experience an elevation in their life levels. Following this elevation, their combat prowess would surge, enabling them to challenge foes beyond their rank. In summary, life herbs are an exceedingly precious and rare treasure. However, as the elderly Su Wen divulged more information, His form grew increasingly transparent, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Captain, you summoned us back in haste for an urgent matter. What is it? Luce, leading the team, inquired eagerly after their swift return. Based on his understanding of the captain, such a summons via the communication talisman must pertain to a significant issue. Not far away, team leader Young cradled a thermos, exuding an air of serene detachment. This matter is of utmost importance. However, before we discuss it, each of you must transfer 200 battle merits to me. The crowd? What? Why do you want our battle merits for a discussion? Chapter 6 The Splendor Before Blinded Eyes. Captain, are you jesting? Luce's brow twitched. He knew the captain's character well, and this certainly did not sound like something he would say. Shouldn't such words come from him instead? Could it be that the captain was influenced during his last expedition to the Cloud Beast Gate? Does your life not warrant 200 battle merits? After taking a sip of hot water, team leader Young calmly replied. The others paused in surprise, then a glimmer of understanding flickered in their eyes. It seemed the captain's request for battle merits was indeed related to their rescue. As expected, their assumption was correct. Yang had no means of knowing their whereabouts and must have sought assistance from other extraordinary beings. Given this, they ought to contribute the battle merits. Yet, a lingering question remained. Why did the captain refer to it as a good thing? Well, spending 1,000 battle merits to save them could, in a sense, be considered a fortunate event. After the 5 members transferred their battle merits, a subtle smile crept onto Yang's lips. Excellent, I've managed to recoup 1,000. Although I still incurred a loss of 150 battle merits, it is a vast improvement compared to before. Captain, may we know the matter now? Luce inquired eagerly after completing the transaction. Yang's expression remained unchanged as he softly spoke. Before you arrived, I recruited a new member for our Team 112. Nearby? Luce nodded slightly. And then? This is the good news I wanted to share with you all, a tremendous blessing. Just a new member? What makes that a good thing? Don't we recruit new members every year? After a moment of silence, Luce raised his head and said, Captain, refund the money. The others exchanged glances, and the next moment, they chorused, Captain, refund the money. Yang looked at the reaction of his team members and could not help but burst into laughter. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let us return to the matter at hand. Subsequently, Yang selectively briefed all members of Team 112 on Su Wen's situation. After hearing this, Luce and the others gasped in astonishment. An oracle-type extraordinary being. Such individuals are exceedingly rare within the extraordinary community. Moreover, the new members' first act upon arriving here was to save their lives. This is an act of great benevolence. They must acknowledge it. Captain, returning to the topic. Why did you ask us for battle merits when the newcomer saved us? Luce's eyes glimmered as he inquired. Yang smiled awkwardly. Naturally, it was a reward for the newcomers. They saved you, so it is quite reasonable for each of you to contribute 200 battle merits. I assenti it? Luce nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, it is reasonable, but since they saved us, should we not contribute ourselves? Yang took a deep breath and replied, I have already covered this battle merit for you. Upon hearing this, Luce was suddenly enlightened. Captain, tell me honestly, did the conditions proposed by the newcomer deplete your battle merits significantly? Pretty much. How much was consumed? 1,300. Didn't you originally have just over 1,000 battle merits? The newcomer took 1,150 battle merits from me, along with 3 bottles of blood recovery pills and 2 bottles of spirit essence. Luce couldn't help but chuckle. The newcomer is impressive. They completely stripped the captain bare, leaving only a few battle merits for your daily expenses. Truly, a divination-type extraordinary person. They see things clearly. In the future, having such a teammate provides a greater assurance of life safety. As for the captain being taken advantage of, well, that's just how it is. The captain spends battle merits as if they were playing, and who knows when they might gamble them all away. If that's the case, it's better to let the newcomer take advantage. However, on another note, Captain, you must return our battle merits. Luce's expression turned serious as he stated earnestly. What you gave to the newcomer was your promise. But since they saved our lives, we should at least offer something in return. After saying this, Luce paused and continued, Captain, you wouldn't want our team to be in discord in the future, would you? Yang, having retrieved his battle merits, after briefly inquiring about Su Wen's condition, began preparing gifts for him. Newly awakened extraordinary beings often possess unstable souls, thus, nourishing elixirs for the soul make for very appropriate gifts. When Su Wen emerged from his room that evening, Luce and the others were already waiting at the door with gifts in hand. Lu team, I didn't expect you to have such charisma. The elderly Su Wen looked at Luce, whose face was adorned with smiles, and couldn't help but reflect, this is the Lu team I remember. Not the future version who enjoys conversing with trash cans about life. Enjoying a chat with a trash can? Is the future Lu team that wild? On noticing the change in Su-Wen's expression, Lu Zhe felt a jolt in his heart. A divination-type extraordinary being revealing such an expression upon their first meeting was certainly thought-provoking. Would his future not undergo any significant turmoil? Would it be his demise? Or perhaps trouble for his family? Or was it a combination of both? Otherwise, why would Su-Wen display such an expression? With this thought, anxiety tightened within him. However, he hesitated to directly inquire about the future, fearing that his curiosity might inadvertently cause Su-Wen to suffer backlash. That would be too shameful. Hello, Su-Wen. I am Lu Zhe, the vice captain of Team 112. Lu Zhe handed the gift to Su-Wen and said, "This soul-nurturing gem is for you. I hope it proves beneficial." Upon receiving the gift, Su-Wen remarked, "Lu team, this is too precious. The soul gem, as my future self mentioned, is the most suitable treasure for newly awakened extraordinary beings. It is exceedingly valuable in comparison to the life-saving grace you bestowed upon me. What is merely one soul gem worth?" Lu Zhe smiled, clearly pleased that Su-Wen recognized its worth. This also indicated that Su-Wen's divinatory abilities were of a considerable level. In truth, even if I hadn't reminded Yang, you would have returned safely this time. Su-Wen pondered for a moment before replying, "I saw your return in the future." Lu Zhe was taken aback and then responded, "In that situation we encountered in the ghost portal, I could still return alive? Such a perilous scenario, where the space was sealed, without external aid or a breakthrough. Death was inevitable." Upon realizing this, Lu Zhe quickly asked, "In the future you saw, did I break through?" "Yes, but you lost sight in your left eye due to excessive use of your eye technique. Trading your left eye for a breakthrough in cultivation to ensure the team's safe return seems quite worthwhile. Did Yang not inform you?" "What?" "During the Ghost Portal expedition, Team 112 lost one member and had two severely injured, followed by your left eye going blind." Chapter 7. I am content. Yang's decision was indeed correct. After a brief silence, Lu Zhe softly stated, "As a divination-type extraordinary being, you have always been the primary target of beast clans and treacherous assassins. Therefore, not speaking, not asking, and not transmitting information is the greatest protection for you." Following this, other members of Team 112 presented their gifts. Some offered spirit-nourishing pills, others celestial soul crystals, essentially all rare treasures concerning the soul. These were particularly suitable for newly awakened extraordinary beings to absorb and refine. In the words of the elderly Su-Wen, using cultivation methods to absorb and refine these treasures would likely enable them to open the extraordinary portal as well. The elderly Su-Wen took 2 years to open the extraordinary portal. With the accumulation of resources, he could achieve it in just a few days. The significance of resources is evident. However, this time nearly depleted the savings of Team 112 members. To achieve rapid progress again, new avenues would need to be explored. After dinner, Yang and Su-Wen agreed on a time to learn cultivation methods the following morning. Subsequently, everyone returned to their respective tasks. As members of an extraordinary team, they had numerous responsibilities, and everyone was quite busy. "Don't you practice cultivation?" After returning to his room, Su-Wen pondered. The elderly Su-Wen paused slightly before replying. "I do practice cultivation, and even 20 years from now, 5 years before my demise, the headquarters of extraordinary beings introduced a new version of the cultivation method." Su-Wen frowned and asked, "Why didn't you mention this when discussing future information?" "I forgot." "Huh? Don't look at me like that. I genuinely forgot." The elderly Su-Wen maintained his composure and softly said, "Just now, I felt that the more information I shared about the future, the more chaotic my mind became. If you hadn't brought it up, I truly wouldn't have remembered." After saying this, the elderly Su-Wen paused and then said earnestly, "Come. While I still haven't completely forgotten, let us seize the time." With that, the elderly Su-Wen began imparting the new version of the cultivation method. Su-Wen held his breath, attentively listening to the intricacies involved. The old version of the cultivation method employed a 5-heart-to-sky posture, calming the mind and operating a unique breathing frequency to absorb and refine the energy particles traveling through the air. This was the method Yang was set to teach tomorrow, the current mainstream method for extraordinary beings. The new version of the cultivation method emerged 20 years later, having been rigorously tested by the upper echelons of extraordinary beings before being widely promoted due to its priority and epic-making nature. The new breathing technique discarded the specific cultivation posture, focusing instead on breathing techniques. Although the new method's ability to attract energy particles is slightly inferior to the old method, it allows for the absorption of energy particles under any circumstances simply by operating the breathing technique, without the need to maintain a specific posture. It can be utilized during conversations, meals, or even in combat. In essence, the new cultivation method, or this breathing technique, liberates extraordinary beings from the constraints of time, enabling them to maintain 24 hours of cultivation daily. This is of paramount importance to all extraordinary beings. However, after mastering the breathing technique, Suwon had no intention of disseminating it. After all, with so many traitorous beasts around, spreading such knowledge without sufficient awareness would be tantamount to courting death. He decided to wait until the opportune moment arrived, or until he possessed enough self-defense capabilities before sharing it. By doing so, he could directly influence the current progress of martial arts research, thereby enabling his future self to bring more advanced cultivation theories upon arrival. Ultimately, the ability to summon his future self would mean that the cultivation achievements of that era would serve as significant assistance on his path forward. Nevertheless, at this stage, he still needed to learn the old version of the cultivation method. He would practice the old method in the evenings, while using the breathing technique during meals, conversations, or outings. This way, his cultivation speed would significantly increase. Yet, perhaps it was just his imagination, but under the guidance of the elderly Suwon, he felt that he could grasp various difficult issues related to cultivation with remarkable ease. Even when attempting to absorb energy particles into his body, it felt particularly smooth, a sensation that seemed familiar, as if he had cultivated for many years to achieve it, a sense of intimacy emanating from within. Wasn't it said that his future self lacked talent in cultivation? Suwon couldn't help but ponder. What then was this feeling of immediate comprehension and swift learning? Just as he contemplated this, he glanced at the elderly Suwon. "What's the matter?" The elderly Suwon asked with a smile upon noticing Suwon's gaze. "I feel like I'm learning quickly and cultivating smoothly." Suwon exclaimed. "Are we cultivation geniuses?" The elderly Suwon's eyes widened in surprise at this remark. A moment later, he softly replied, "Yes, we are geniuses." The following morning, in the courtyard, Yang, the team leader, observed Suwon and said, "Since you have ample extraordinary resources at hand, take a chi blood pill first. Now, sit down and adopt the 5 hearts to heaven posture. Yes, just like that. Close your eyes and carefully sense the energy particles in the air. Then extend your soul power to capture these energy particles into your body. Yes, just like that." Moments later, Yang entered his room with a look of disbelief. Was it really that smooth capturing energy particles for the first time? Not a single failure? Directly successful? I spent several hours and failed dozens of times before successfully capturing my first energy particle. Back then, I was even regarded as an extraordinary genius by the captain. And yet, capturing an energy particle in under 10 minutes. Now that is true genius. Yang sighed, feeling both pleased for Suwon's extraordinary talent and a twinge of envy. Who wouldn't feel envious? He finally understood the mindset of those who had previously commented on his cultivation speed. As Suwon followed Yang's guidance, equipped with the soul gem and consumed a spirit-nourishing pill, he immersed himself in cultivation. He sensed an extraordinary portal that seemed to block his path, and suddenly, a faint, unnoticed ethereal glow emerged. The elderly Suwon was enveloped in white light, and his eyes began to glaze over. "In the moments before my true demise, let me assist you one last time." He had never anticipated such a temporal adventure after death. Yang had received an early warning. Lu had not lost his left eye, and the members of Team 112 were all safe. Thus, he felt content, with no regrets remaining. As soon as the words left his mouth, the white light surrounding the elderly Suwon intensified. In the next moment, the white light enveloped him and transformed into a stream of light, surging directly into Suwon's third eye. Chapter 8. I have truly returned. Boom. A sound akin to thunder erupted from within Suwon, rapidly reverberating outward. In the next moment, a phantasmal portal appeared behind him. As the portal manifested, the roaring energy seemed to find an outlet, launching in a synchronized charge towards the portal's center. Each surge of energy caused the portal to tremble. Bang, bang, bang. The crashing sounds grew ever more magnificent and soaring. This commotion quickly drew the attention of all members of Team 112. Is this the extraordinary portal? Yang noted the ethereal portal behind Suwon, his pupils widening in astonishment. How long has he been cultivating? Even with extraordinary resources, this is unprecedented. Opening an extraordinary portal in less than a day? Such talent truly exists in this world? However, as he regained his composure, Yang's thoughts swiftly enveloped their surroundings. In the next moment, a barrier rose, shielding them from any prying eyes. Suddenly, a whooshing sound pierced the air. Lu appeared beside Yang, a serious expression on his face. "Captain, should we report such a genius?" Yang hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "Let's keep it under wraps for now." According to Suwon's vision of the future, he was poisoned and assassinated by a traitor. In other words, there may be traitors among the higher-ups at headquarters. Reporting this genius would undoubtedly attract the traitor's assassination attempts. From any perspective, it is best to keep this matter concealed for the time being. I have a differing opinion. Lu pondered for a moment before speaking. Since Suwon is a divination-type extraordinary individual, and it seems that divination doesn't require much effort, why not consider his input? At this point, Lu paused before continuing. Typically, if there is a divination-type extraordinary person in a team, that individual would almost certainly be the strategic core of the team. Although Suwon has just awakened, his talent and abilities warrant our utmost attention. Most importantly, opening an extraordinary portal in a single day indicates that he is no ordinary newcomer. Therefore, we must respect Suwon's thoughts. Yang nodded slightly, acknowledging Lu's reasoning. What should we do until a conclusion is reached? He glanced at the nearby teammates. For now, let's have everyone sign a soul contract, Lu stated earnestly. This contract has only one stipulation. No information regarding Suwon may be leaked in any form without his consent. An extraordinary individual with such remarkable cultivation talent would inevitably draw the attention of traitors. Moreover, as a divination-type extraordinary being, he would be even more targeted. While I believe there are no traitors within Team 112 and that everyone is trustworthy, I do not wish to gamble, even with a 1 in 10,000 chance. All right. I will take the lead in signing. Yang surveyed the group and declared. The others had no objections upon hearing this. Having fought numerous battles against beasts, they fully understood the caution exercised by their captain and vice-captain. The only divination-type extraordinary individual in their midst was indeed their most treasured asset, and it was only right to treat him with the utmost importance. Captain, you should go procure a soul contract, Lu suggested, shifting the conversation. Yang raised an eyebrow. Wait, I recall you mentioning you had an unused soul contract? I used it. When did you use it? During our exploration of the ghost portal, we ambushed a ghost commander. And after swearing not to harm him with the soul contract, we managed to learn many secrets about the ghost portals from him. After a moment of silence, Yang inquired. So, you let that ghost commander go? Lu shook his head. No, I swore not to harm him, but I never said others couldn't harm him. The emergence of the ghost portal has already caused numerous tragedies in nearby cities. For a race of extraordinary beasts that stands fundamentally opposed to the transcendent beings, how could he refrain from slaughter? Furthermore, isn't the binding of soul contracts a common practice? Are you suggesting that I procure a soul contract? Yang took a deep breath, gravely inquiring. Indeed, Lu Zhe nodded. As the captain, this matter concerns the entire team. If you do not spend the money, who will? Have you forgotten that my military merits have been stripped away by Suwon? After pondering for a moment, Lu Zhe proposed, perhaps I could lend you some? Yang replied. Very well. It seems the source of the team's poor conduct lies here. Ha. Lu Zhe, catching the dangerous glint in Yang's eyes, quickly added with a laugh. I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. With that, he vanished in a flash. He still possessed some military merits to exchange for a soul contract. Although the delivery through the teleportation array is efficient, the process of exchanging merits requires approval from the headquarters of the transcendent beings, which can be somewhat troublesome. Nevertheless, since everyone is idle at the moment, they might as well wait in the barrier set up by Yang. Consider it a rest. Meanwhile, in another location, the blood energy surrounding Suwon grew increasingly potent, with a faint white glow drifting at the periphery. With the assistance of this ethereal light, the aggressive potency of the blood energy intensified, and its frequency of attack escalated. Accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, the illusory portal behind Suwon was completely breached. A series of energy fluctuations emanated from within Suwon, quickly drawing in the surrounding energy particles. In the blink of an eye, a vortex of energy formed above Suwon, ravenously consuming the nearby energy particles to replenish the deficiency in his body and soul. However, the energy from the outside world is ultimately finite. As the vortex could no longer absorb external energy, the soul gem unexpectedly released a surge of pure energy. With this infusion, the illusory portal behind Suwon expanded further. Simultaneously, both his body and soul underwent a rapid transformation under this energy influx. At this moment, Suwon's consciousness entered a state of profound clarity and sublime ecstasy, the sensation emanating from the depths of his soul, bringing him immense joy. This was an evolution of life's essence, a pleasure derived from instinct. This feeling, once experienced, could never be forgotten. Many transcendents toil relentlessly in their pursuit of ascension, raiding extraordinary resources, all to relive that exhilarating leap of the soul. At this moment, Suwon suddenly understood this sentiment. Yet, just as he was immersed in this experience, a deep voice abruptly resonated in his mind. Indeed, I was correct. I have truly returned. Chapter 9, Chief Steward of the Beast Cult within Suwon's consciousness. A middle-aged version of himself, clad in white robes adorned with golden patterns and wearing a warm smile, suddenly appeared. Upon his arrival, he expressed great excitement towards his surroundings. His crimson eyes sparkled with fervor, as if his long-sought aspirations were finally being realized, liberating him from the shackles he bore. He could only laugh. A hearty, uninhibited laughter. Meanwhile, Suwon, awakened by this unexpected encounter, gazed in bewilderment at the slightly deranged version of himself before him. This mental state was rather beautiful. Although he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction from being interrupted during his life evolution, he ultimately recognized that he had knocked upon the door of transcendence and achieved ascension. From this day forth, he too would be extraordinary. Though merely a low-tier transcendent, in this perilous world of the extraordinary, this was not insignificant. After all, every beginning is fraught with difficulty, is it not? The previous elderly version of himself had also only reached low-tier transcendence after a lifetime of effort. Standing upon the shoulders of his former self, his journey now commenced as a low-tier transcendent. The future undoubtedly held further opportunities for ascension. As long as he adeptly harnessed the information ahead, his progress would surely snowball exponentially. Speaking of the elderly version of himself, Suwon surveyed his surroundings. A wave of melancholy washing over him. A new future had emerged, yet his former self would not have already. According to his understanding of his extraordinary abilities, the emergence of his new self signified the departure of the previous one, truly a disappearance in every sense. He recalled being in the midst of training when a soft, entirely obedient surge of soul energy flowed in, assisting him in breaching the transcendent threshold. Suwon sighed softly, reflecting on the timeline of the elderly Suwon's departure. He could roughly surmise the fundamental reason for his own ascension. He knew that the other would eventually leave. After all, as they discussed the information regarding the future, the elderly one's form grew increasingly transparent, and his mind began to exhibit signs of rigidity and confusion. Yet, he had not anticipated the departure would occur so swiftly. How little time had passed. Though the elderly Suwon had only existed for a day, his impact had been profound. To leave in such a manner left Suwon feeling momentarily adrift. At that moment, the middle-aged Suwon had completed his ecstatic episode. He then reined in his tumultuous emotions and restored a gentle, spring-like smile to his face. Greetings, past self. This is our first meeting, and you may not know me well. Before you stands the captain of the 112th Transcendent Squad, the chief steward of the Beast Cult. The most wanted criminal by the Transcendent Headquarters, a reformer of the Transcendent Training System, the originator of the breathing technique, and the sole escapee from the death row prison. After hearing this series of titles, Suwon was momentarily stunned. Future me, have you truly become the head of an internal conspiracy? The Beast Cult is but a spy organization established by the beast races, isn't it? To be both chief steward and the most wanted criminal, as well as an escapee from the death row prison. Is this not the very definition of an internal traitor? He never imagined that a suggestion casually offered by the elderly Suwon would lead his future self to such a path. What defines an internal traitor? The spy Suwon waved his hand, saying such harsh words. If we must label it, let us call it the head of operatives. Does that not sound more appealing? Suwon replied, what difference does it make? Are not internal traitors and operatives synonymous? However, it must be conceded that operative does possess a slightly more favorable connotation than traitor. Yet, I cannot claim to be the head of operatives. While I am the chief steward, there are still several deputy leaders and a leader above me. The operative Suwon shifted the topic with a smile, saying, enough of that. There is one matter of keen interest to you. I have an inkling of the identity of the spy hidden within the Transcendent Headquarters. Entering the realm of the greedy beast in 1999, he was corrupted by the essence of greed, transformed into a disciple of the Beast Cult, and meticulously packaged to infiltrate the Transcendent Headquarters. His code name is Shadow. Upon finishing this statement, the operative Suwon paused before continuing. However, Shadow is extremely cautious. Even after I joined the Beast Cult and earned trust by personally eliminating 13 extraordinary talents, as well as ambushing 6 Transcendent squads, I still only managed to relay information to Shadow through a miniature puppet. Based on the information I have gathered over these years, I have pinpointed 3 high-ranking officials within the Transcendent Headquarters. First, the Deputy Commander of the Combat Division, Tangren. Second, the Deputy Commander of the Logistics Division, Lin Xiaohua. Third, the Commander of the Survey Division, Yi Qing. These 3 individuals, having infiltrated the Greed Portal in 1999, seemingly unlocked their potential upon their return, embarking on a fervent quest to establish their merits. Tangren, through the annihilation of 2 beastly portals, gained entry to the War Department. Lin Xiaohua leveraged his precise targeting to meticulously plunder the beastly portals, thus entering the Logistics Division, while Yi Qing, with his accurate mapping of the interiors of 26 beastly portals, secured a position in the Surveying Department. The likelihood of infiltration among these 3 is considerable. Across the table, Suwon suddenly inquired, based on your years of experience as an agent, who do you suspect is the most likely traitor? In the presence of a seasoned operative, he refrained from voicing his own opinion, aware that his perspective would appear trivial in such a professional context. Thus, he chose to attentively listen to the thoughts of his counterpart. Your question is quite amateurish. Agent Suwon chuckled softly. Had you been my student during my tenure as an instructor, Your inquiry alone would warrant a size 42 shoe imprint on your face. Suwon pondered for a moment before responding. Would that be akin to kicking oneself? Agent Suwon remarked. Is that the crux of the matter? Very well. This is a reflection of your former self. Upon contemplation, such a peculiar thought process is indeed your own. Your amateurishness is rather commendable, and I hope you retain that quality. After all, the path of espionage is fraught with difficulties. To me, you serve as a remedy for regret. I wish to advise you that, unless absolutely necessary, you should refrain from entering the beast cult. It is not a place for any human to dwell. Agent Suwon did not linger on this issue but shifted the conversation gravely. I have provided you with 3 names, which implies that I suspect all 3 of them to be traitors. My reasoning has always been to prepare for the worst. Therefore, if I were the leader of the beast cult, I would position Yi Qing and Lin Xiaohua as shadows, should the true shadow reveal its risks. These 2 would immediately step forth to shield the shadow from exposure. It is highly probable that Tang Run, the deputy commander of the War Department, is the actual shadow. After all, the War Department possesses immense authority, far surpassing that of other divisions, with direct jurisdiction over extraordinary beings across various regions. If Tang Ren ascends to the position of commander of the War Department, no matter the cost, it would undoubtedly be worth it. Just imagine, during an invasion of the Beast Clan into Huaxia, having the commander of the War Department as an insider among the beasts, how terrifying that could be. As he spoke, Agent Suwon paused briefly before continuing. Another significant reason I believe Tang Ren is a traitor is that he personally eradicated 2 beastly portals, annihilating those 2 beast clans with brutal methods. To the outside world, Tang Ren appears to be a staunch hawk, someone who could never be a traitor to the beasts. However, based on my understanding of the beast clans, this seems entirely like a fade crafted by them for Tang Ren. Trading 2 beastly portals for a loyal operative in the War Department seems like a highly advantageous bargain, does it not? Chapter 10, The Powerful Young Team Indeed. It is quite a bargain. Suwon nodded slightly. Were he to choose, he would certainly prefer such an arrangement. Of course, if the sacrifice were to be himself, that would be another matter. By the way, there is one more thing. Agent Suwon sighed, expressing a hint of exasperation in the future. If you engage in espionage or any other mentally taxing endeavors, do not bring Yang along. Yang is utterly unsuitable for the espionage profession, or rather, he is ill-suited for any cerebral tasks. Single-minded, on several occasions, he nearly led both me and team leader Liu to our doom. Following this, through Agent Suwon's narration, he began to grasp the situation. It turned out that after Agent Suwon was promoted to the next tier of extraordinary, and upon discovering the disappearance of the elderly Suwon, he diligently continued his training, completing tasks, resting, and dining while waiting for quite some time. Finally, after several days, he confirmed that he had lost the ability to summon the future. In other words, he had become the future that was being summoned. Due to the circumstances surrounding the elderly Suwon, he maintained his trust in Yang and Liu, and to test the reliability of Captain and Vice Captain of Team 112, who were still in the past, he invited them to a room on a dark and stormy night. After a candlelit discussion, he revealed to them his ability to summon the future and the fact that he had become the summoned future. Initially, they were skeptical, finding the notion preposterous. However, recalling the various predictions he had made and the unprecedented backlash he had endured, they could not dismiss the truth of the matter. As a result, they began to cooperate fully with Agent Suwon's endeavors, simultaneously considering the other members of Team 112. They held immense trust in their comrades and wished for them to join this plan as well. Agent Suwon contemplated this and found it reasonable. On one hand, there is strength in numbers. On the other hand, since he intended to test them, he might as well test all of them, should any mishap occur on his end. Returning to the past would allow him to quickly identify any traitors within the team. Subsequently, the plan proceeded smoothly. Agent Suwon's infiltration of the beast cult was orchestrated jointly by Liu Zhe and Luo Yun. To further facilitate their cooperation and attract the attention of the higher echelons of the beast cult, all members of Team 112 were involved, creating quite a stir within the beast cult. This development even alarmed the extraordinary agents within the beast cult. However, due to prior preparations on the part of the beast cult, the identity of this extraordinary agent was exposed, leading to a tragic demise. After undergoing the initiation ceremony and having the seeds of sabotage implanted in their minds, Team 112 ultimately became a group of needles infiltrating the extraordinary realm. Yet, during the process of concealment, Yang's simple-minded nature and limited intellect frequently led to blunders, were it not for Liu Zhe's quick thinking. Combined with Team 112's sabotage of several extraordinary teams, which caused their actions to appear distinctly uncharacteristic of official extraordinary agents. they would have likely perished within the beast cult long ago, as members of the beast cult, while infiltrating the headquarters of the extraordinary agents. Team 112's identity as beast cultists was also exposed due to Yang's indiscretion. Had Agent Su when not unveiled the breathing method in prison, which piqued the interest of the head of the research division of the extraordinary agents, thereby leading to their amnesty and subsequent recruitment into his research team. They would likely be resting beneath 3 feet of earth by now. Ultimately, any organization facing traitors would likely resort to extreme measures. The members of Team 112 are all exceptional. Agent Su inhaled deeply, expressing his gratitude. Fortunately, everyone cooperated. Zhao Feng and Luo Yun even sacrificed their lives to protect me within the cult, allowing me to progress rapidly and acquire significant intelligence. At the headquarters of the extraordinary agents, were it not for Lu Zhe's willingness to risk backlash and provide full support, this new breathing method would likely not have reached the ears of the head of the research division. However reliable everyone is, Yang is equally unreliable. Yet, it cannot be said that Yang is entirely useless. His importance is irreplaceable. Yang possesses remarkable talent for cultivation, especially with the resources provided by the beast cult, allowing him to advance rapidly in strength and reach the threshold of a superior being within just 10 years. Moreover, seizing the opportune moment, they harvested a significant number of life-enhancing herbs. After the ascension of life, Yang's combat prowess skyrocketed, to the point where he could overpower 3 ordinary beings of superior rank and contend with 5 superior beings without faltering. It is precisely due to Yang's support that I am able to secure my position as the chief deacon. Across from him, Su Wen inquired with curiosity, "So what should we do? Should we involve Yang in the beast cult or not?" Yang's single-mindedness makes him unsuitable for espionage. Thus, they remain oblivious to the fact that their little charade is the most fitting for the scenario. However, without team leader Yang, they would be at a significant disadvantage against the beast cult, potentially facing dire consequences. Isn't that contradictory? Agent Su Wen paused for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "Are you suggesting that you still wish to remain covert?" Su Wen was taken aback by the question and replied, "Am I not merely following your line of thought?" Agent Su Wen continued after a brief silence, "The future you choose is not for me to interfere with. My advice is simply that if you find it reasonable, you should heed it. If you believe that the advantages of remaining hidden outweigh the drawbacks, then proceed with your plan." Su Wen raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Are you certain you aren't speaking in riddles?" Agent Su Wen responded with a puzzled expression, "Am I not you? Do you not understand yourself? Furthermore, would I need to speak in riddles to my past self?" Su Wen regarded Agent Su Wen in silence, and that silence spoke volumes. After all, the one who understands oneself best is indeed oneself. Very well. Agent Su Wen sighed, realizing that the source of his frustration was indeed his past self, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Let me be direct. I assure you there will be no ambiguity in my words. I am your future, but merely one of your possible futures. The moment I appeared before you, your future was irrevocably altered. As a past version of a future self, my counsel remains mere advice. The true authority over your decisions lies with you. Do you understand?" With that, Agent Su Wen abruptly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he stated, "Considering the time, your ascension has concluded. Your teammates are waiting outside. You may exit. Later this evening, I shall share with you the improved version of the new breathing technique being implemented for the future. This novel technique boasts nearly a 50% enhancement in the efficiency of energy particle capture compared to the original, significantly augmenting your cultivation efficiency." Su Wen's eyes sparkled at the mention of a reformed breathing method. Has the breathing technique been revised again? How splendid. Truly remarkable. Seizing the opportunity not only saved his life but also facilitated a reasonable advancement in cultivation methods. It was precisely due to Agent Su Wen's promotion that this new breathing technique came into existence. Presently, Su Wen felt as though he stood upon the shoulders of giants, granting him a more expansive view of the future. Outside, Su Wen exhaled a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. Before him stood team leader Yang and the entire squad of Unit 112. "Has the ascension been completed?" Yang inquired with a grave expression. Meanwhile, the others held their breath, eagerly anticipating Su Wen's response. Su Wen nodded, affirming, "Yes, I have accessed the extraordinary portal." The team gasped. Is this the mark of a genius? Although they had witnessed the previous phenomena, the acknowledgement from Su Wen bore a weight of significance that transformed their understanding. Such a remarkable talent in cultivation would allow even a non-divination extraordinary person to join any supernatural team in Huaxia at will. Lu Zhe couldn't help but reflect. I always thought team leader Yang was a genius, yet now I realize how limited my perspective was. When true genius stands before you, it casts even the most esteemed figures into shadow. As per custom, upon ascending to the extraordinary realm, I, as the captain, should bestow upon you a gift of promotion." At that moment, Yang spoke. "But you must know, my pockets are empty. I possess nothing at the moment. Yet this tradition must not be forsaken. Speak your desire. And if it lies within my power, I shall fulfill it to the best of my ability." After a moment of contemplation, Suwon replied, "Team leader Yang. Why not transfer the captaincy to Lu Zhe?" Yang was taken aback. "You wish to become captain?" Yang turned to fix his gaze upon Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe was baffled. "What does this have to do with me? I wish to advance, yet my current cultivation level is insufficient. Striving for progress under such circumstances would be laughable. Besides, I hold great trust in team leader Yang as captain. Despite his lack of cunning, it is precisely his straightforwardness that endears him to us. Why would you propose such a request?" Lu Zhe's eyes flickered as he recalled Su Wen's extraordinary talent, leading him to a slight realization. "Did you witness something dreadful regarding the future during your ascension to the lower extraordinary realm?" Upon uttering these words, Yang's expression shifted. Initially, he had not grasped the implications. But upon reflection, he understood that Su Wen's words were not without foundation. For an extraordinary person, resonating with their own extraordinary talent during ascension was a common occurrence. Did this imply that further calamities awaited? Or was it that his position as captain of Unit 112 rendered him a target for assassination? If he were not captain, would he then remain unscathed? Contemplating this, Yang's gaze grew clearer. Thankfully, this time, the outcome was not as dire. Suwon smiled. "In comparison to the last vision where I saw you poisoned and killed, Lu Zhe losing an eye, Lu Oyan perishing, and Zhao Feng and Shen Hao severely injured, this future is relatively less tragic." The group gasped in disbelief. The weight of this information was staggering. Their previously anticipated futures seemed exceedingly grim. Though Suwon claimed this new vision was less dreadful, it was merely in contrast to the prior bleak foresight. Should the reference point shift, such as to an ordinary person, it would likely yield an even more harrowing scenario. Why then did their futures appear so bleak? In an instant, a flurry of thoughts flashed through their minds. If memory served, there seemed to be a traitor within headquarters. Could it be that this traitor harbored such disdain for Unit 112 that they sought to eliminate them? Damn traitor. They deserve to be torn to shreds. Their bones ground to dust. Even their entire clan should face annihilation. If they uncovered the identity of the traitor among the beasts, they would stop at nothing to eradicate the threat. "Speak," Yang declared solemnly. "I believe I am prepared for what lies ahead." Beside him, Lu Zhe turned to Su Wen, stating, "Hold on. Before we discuss this matter further, I wish to seek your opinion on something." Upon finishing his sentence, Lu Zhe presented the question of whether to report the situation to the headquarters of extraordinary beings. "Do not report it," Su Wen replied without hesitation. "The enemy is within the command center. Should we report this, I will undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Compared to that scrutiny, the prospect of facing assassination will become my new reality." Su Wen paused, then sighed. "In truth, my talent for cultivation is not exceptional. Reporting this may lead to unnecessary complications." The others reacted incredulously. "Your cultivation talent is lacking? You, who have accessed the extraordinary portal within a single day, claim to possess inadequate talent? Most importantly, the extraordinary resources, various elixirs, and soul jewels Su Wen possessed were all gifts bestowed upon him. With such foundational extraordinary resources, he ascended on his first attempt. How could that be considered insufficient? What must one possess to be deemed truly talented?" They were left contemplating their own standings. "We understand your concerns and will refrain from reporting this matter," Lu Zhe eventually replied, regaining his composure. He then flipped his right hand, revealing a soul contract suspended in the air. However, in addition to the original stipulation they had agreed upon, an additional clause was added. Any information they received from Su Wen must not be disclosed. The group had no objections to this addition. It was merely a matter of respecting the taboo associated with divination extraordinary beings. As members of a team, having benefited from Su Wen's foresight, maintaining confidentiality was the most fundamental principle. Soon, the team members completed the signing of the soul contract. The soul contract floated in the air, scattering into countless twinkling lights that entered the foreheads of all team members. Contract established. Unless one possesses transcendent strength, any violation of the soul contract will result in a backlash against the soul. The consequences may range from a regression in cultivation to a fatal outcome. In the future I envisioned, team leader Yang progressed rapidly, standing his ground against 5 transcendent powers at their peak. Su Wen glanced around and spoke softly. The group gasped in disbelief, staring incredulously at team leader Yang. Could it be that he would wield such power in the future? To overpower 5 transcendent beings? This nearly confirmed that he too would be a transcendent powerhouse, and not just an ordinary one. Does this have much to do with my role as captain? Lu Zhe questioned Su Wen, puzzled. Beside them, team leader Yang grinned and remarked, "Little Lu, the facts are clear. The captaincy has merely wasted my time and hindered my cultivation progress. Luze replied, my captain, while I understand your mind may not be the quickest, could you at least engage in some thoughtful reasoning? Did Suwin not say earlier that the future we glimpsed isn't as dire as it seems? The mere mention of dire suggests a general direction of the situation. What are you so excited about? Yang's formidable combat strength is indeed a cause for celebration. Suwin shifted his tone and continued. However, team leader Yang is often unreliable, especially in his role as captain. He has nearly led us to ruin on several occasions. In the future I saw, Lu, you are dependable and measured in your words. Thus, I believe there is no issue with you assuming the captaincy. Hearing this, Yang looked at Suwin, hesitating to speak. Finally, he sighed in silence. He considered himself quite reliable when surveying or undertaking missions in the realm of extraordinary beasts. Most importantly, isn't it combat strength that is paramount when entering the realm of extraordinary beasts? His strength is the highest, and in the future, he would surpass 5 transcendent powers. Wasn't that enough to clarify the matter? Yet, he sensed that Suwin's remarks surely held merit. Indeed, divination-type extraordinary beings have historically been the strategic core of any team. Even as captain, one must heed the counsel of the strategic core. He was not foolish enough to ignore the team's guiding principles or oppose prophetic figures. Such actions would surely lead to disastrous consequences. Luze pondered for a moment before waving his hand in rejection. While I may have touched upon the breakthrough threshold, I'm still not a mid-level extraordinary being. Captains of various extraordinary teams in Huaxia are at least mid-level, and those of the esteemed teams in the capital are even higher. How would it sound for a low-tier extraordinary to lead? Suwin waved his hand dismissively, saying, not to worry, I've already devised a plan. Externally, Yang will still be the captain of Team 112. Internally, however, you will be our captain, and we will all follow your command. Is that acceptable? Luze exclaimed. There's a problem, a significant one. In every team, the strong command the weak, and the weak obey the strong. How can a weak one lead the strong? Wouldn't that be chaos? Chapter 12. He knows nothing of cultivation theory currently. Luze was still quite young, his thoughts not yet fully liberated. At that moment, Agent Suwin's figure manifested around them. If this were the Luze in the period of infiltration, he would not hesitate to take charge of an extraordinary team, even if it meant becoming the overall leader. Agent Suwin paused briefly before continuing. I reflected deeply. If you wish to pursue the path of infiltration, then Yang can embark on another route that complements you. This path would require little cunning. Even if Yang were to remain silent, it would not be detrimental. Suwin's eyes glimmered as he inquired internally, what path? To the research office, to delve into the new breathing techniques. Yang, with his singular focus, researching martial arts? Would he truly understand? First and foremost, Yang's role in the research office would be that of a mere tool. Agent Suwin seemed to perceive his thoughts and elucidated. We will provide various papers and cultivation theories, while Yang will be responsible for dissemination and promotion, preparing for the next future while simultaneously elevating his status within the headquarters of extraordinary beings. Having spent time in the research office and even led the breathing technique research group, I am quite familiar with the emerging theories. Without discussing anything else, the new breathing techniques and their modifications contain sufficient theory and knowledge for Yang to thrive for a lifetime, allowing him to flourish within the research office. The atmosphere there is one where results speak volumes. With Yang's character, as long as he can regularly produce results, he will find others eager to assist him. Moreover, as a reformer and promoter of the cultivation system, Yang will inevitably face assassination attempts from multiple parties. On one hand, Yang is strong enough to deal with all of this, perhaps even turning crises into opportunities. On the other hand, during your future infiltration phase, you may receive assassination missions concerning Yang. Utilizing this task, you could set the stage for Yang to shine, allowing you to reap an abundance of extraordinary resources within the Beast Church. Finally, and most crucially, the reason we are wanted by the authorities and pursued by the headquarters of extraordinary beings is entirely due to the absence of our allies in higher ranks. Given the existence of traitors, I cannot trust the upper echelons of the headquarters. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to elevate our own to positions of power within the headquarters. When we reap the fruits of our labor, Yang, as a high-ranking official, will merely need to vouch for us, facilitating our smooth return. Suwin nodded in agreement. His reasoning was sound. As everyone struggled to digest the previous information, they were taken aback by Suwin's suggestion for Yang to develop within the headquarters research office. Huh? Yang pointed incredulously at his own face, asking me, you want me to research cultivation techniques? While I am indeed a cultivation prodigy. After uttering this, Yang glanced at Suwin ahead, suddenly changing his tune. Although my cultivation aptitude is acceptable, practicing and researching are two entirely different matters. You're truly putting me in a difficult position. Beside him, Luce queried with a puzzled expression, could it be that in the future, Team Leader Yang becomes a master of martial arts research? Suwon would not speak without basis, so this left only one possibility. Yang would suddenly awaken, transforming from a reckless individual into a pioneer of martial arts research. Not at all, Suwon interjected. Yang remains the same Yang we all know. There are no significant changes. The group gasped. Then why would you send Yang to the research office? A combat talent striving on the front lines becoming a researcher in the rear? If he has talent, that's one thing, but forcing someone without it is absurd. Nevertheless, Yang may not understand, but I do, Suwon exclaimed, pivoting his tone. In a short while, I will summarize the content and theories. Then, Yang can present this as a token of loyalty to apply for a position in the research office. Upon hearing this, Yang's expression shifted. How can this be? This is your merit. If I impersonate you, then I. Before he could finish, Luce interrupted him with a wave. I think Suwon has a point. Yang, just charge into the research office. Yang replied, but, brother, have you considered what you are saying? The headquarters of extraordinary beings places immense importance on the research of martial arts. Wouldn't I then become an imposter? Across from him, Luce was vigorously signaling Yang with his eyes. Come on, don't be dazed. What they said is quite evident. A newly awakened extraordinary being knows nothing of cultivation theory. Has he studied it? Researched it? Perhaps you are even his mentor in cultivation. As a newcomer, particularly one who is a divination-type extraordinary being, it is indeed challenging to fathom how he could unveil a groundbreaking theory on cultivation methods the very next day. One that would allow him to shine brilliantly within the research office. The sheer audacity of it is astonishing. Even as a mere conjecture, he hesitates to voice such thoughts. Although Team Leader Yang does not grasp this layer of complexity, he wisely chooses to remain silent, understanding that there must be a rationale behind Luce's words. He resolves to inquire further when the moment is right, yet he harbors some reluctance about joining the research office. Fully aware of his own limitations and questioning his suitability for such a role. Meanwhile, Luo Yun and Zhao Feng stand quietly, feeling their input may be unwelcome. The matters concerning the captain, vice captain, and the strategic core of their divination-type team are beyond their purview, and they are content to listen. Yet, the next statement from Suwon jolts them into attention. Everyone, do you wish to elevate your extraordinary talents? The response is immediate and unanimous. Devoid of hesitation, everyone instinctively expresses their desire. For extraordinary beings, cultivation is foundational, dictating their combat capabilities. Their extraordinary talents represent the pinnacle of their powers. If these talents are harnessed effectively, they can yield remarkable results on the battlefield. Thus, who would not wish to enhance their extraordinary gifts? Such opportunities, however, are rare. Yet, the current circumstances seem to differ. I possess a method that can allow everyone's extraordinary talents to ascend, Suwon proclaims. For instance, Team Leader Lu. Your extraordinary talent is the ability to dispel illusions. Upon elevation, it may grant you certain offensive or hallucinatory capabilities. Luo Yun, your talent is malicious perception. After elevation, you might gain the ability to sense the emotions of those around you. Suwon then turns to Team Leader Yang. Captain, your extraordinary talent is the energy barrier. Upon elevation, you shall be able to create larger energy barriers. Yang, taken aback, wonders, is that all? Nothing more? His feelings are a mix of confusion and excitement. Upon learning that everyone else's extraordinary talents could be elevated, he felt a surge of exhilaration and resolved to heed Suwon's words moving forward, leaving no room for doubt. Even if it meant enduring something unpleasant, he would suspect there might be some hidden treasure in it. The worth of such a boon is known only to those who benefit from it. Yet, he is perplexed as to why others' talents evolve into more versatile and powerful forms while his merely expands in size. Captain, being able to elevate your talent is already commendable. Why do you appear dissatisfied? Luce chuckles, observing Yang's bafflement. If you are truly reluctant, perhaps you should forego this opportunity for elevation? Yang retorts, do I appear foolish to you? Elevating extraordinary talents necessitates a corresponding formula that aligns with one's inherent abilities. Suwon, with a serious demeanor, states, I possess the formula, but we currently lack a primary ingredient. He pauses before continuing. This primary ingredient will appear tonight in the Jiang City district. Shall we pursue it? Zhao Feng, resolute, declares, we must pursue it. Suwon, instruct us on how to proceed. Typically, they refer to their captain as boss, but now, facing the one who saves his life and aids in elevating his extraordinary talent, he adeptly bestows this title upon Suwon. Yang, unconcerned with the shift in address, finds himself similarly inclined to refer to Suwon as boss. Their brief acquaintance has already yielded numerous astonishments. Conversations with Suwon invariably bring forth revelations. Initially, Yang envisioned that achieving the status of a superior extraordinary being would suffice for his life as aspirations. And the notion of becoming an exceptional one was beyond his wildest dreams. However, with Su Wen's assistance, he not only realized his ambitions but found himself capable of contending against 5 exceptional beings simultaneously. The thrill of such power is undeniable, and he is resolutely determined to cling to this fortuitous opportunity for advancement. The collective joy of the 112th Squad is a sight he has not witnessed in ages. Agent Su Wen surveyed the group, taking in each individual's expression for a considerable moment before announcing the primary ingredient for the elevation formula. Specifically, the royal lineage of the Cloud Beasts will descend upon Jiang City's Linshui district tonight at the hour of the rat. Remember, the royal Cloud Beasts possess the ability to transform into human form and possess formidable escape capabilities. Ensure adequate precautions are in place. While Team Leader Yang conceal the surrounding space, it is prudent to carry several spatial scrolls, particularly a high-grade one, to avoid any mishaps. Su Wen muses. It seems that none of you currently possess military merits. High-grade spatial scrolls are not inexpensive, are they? He chuckles softly, acknowledging their costliness yet reassured by Yang's popularity within the extraordinary ranks. Have him borrow 3,000 military merits, then arrange for the spatial scrolls, sealing rings, and illusion-dispersing powders. These 19 measures will ensure that even if the royal Cloud Beast is injured and attempts to flee, it shall not escape. Su Wen nods slightly but cannot help but question, at this hour, have you not yet gone into hiding? How do you know that the royal Cloud Beast will arrive injured? Agent Su Wen chuckles in response, I previously mentioned your inexperience. Thus, your amateur self ought not to question my efficiency. Su Wen retorts, isn't curiosity a natural inclination? Must one refrain from questioning out of curiosity for others and oneself? Ah, let the mockery be. After all, it is merely my own self-amusement, devoid of any embarrassment. As the chief steward of the Beast Church, I am privy to the church's archives. Agent Su Wen elaborates, imagine if you could return to the past after death. Would you not seek to gather all previously transpired events and information? What seems trivial to others may hold great significance for us. It could even alter destinies. In such scenarios, information gathering becomes paramount, pursued relentlessly to gather knowledge. He pauses momentarily, then continues with a light-hearted laugh, of course, to obscure the true motive. I have cultivated the persona of someone who enjoys gossip and amusement. Wherever there is gossip or merriment, there I shall be found. Typically, many concealed truths lie hidden within these tales. For instance, I discovered the information regarding the royal Cloud Beast's previous heir fleeing to Jiang City on the day of the new king's wedding, during which the princess was abducted, a widely known source of entertainment. The royal Cloud Beast's flesh, bones, and energy core are all invaluable. Should you manage to capture this royal Cloud Beast, the overall strength of the 112th Squad will see a significant surge. After a moment of silence, Su Wen contemplates. In that case, could we not tame the royal Cloud Beast, harvest its flesh, bones, and brain matter, and then provide it with healing to restore its vitality? Is it not said that extraordinary beasts possess remarkable vitality? Agent Su Wen reflects, it seems I have somewhat underestimated my past self. This is a formidable individual. The leaders of various extraordinary beast clans often possess life-preserving abilities, some of which are deeply rooted in their bloodlines and souls. He waves his hand dismissively, stating, moreover, these high-level extraordinary beasts tend to be proud. They would rather perish than submit. If you attempt to raise one as livestock, be wary of unexpected consequences. At that moment, one could truly say that he would suffer a double loss. Su Wen contemplated for a moment and decided to let it go. After all, his future self was aware of numerous opportunities, and there was no need to stubbornly persist in this matter. Subsequently, he informed Team Leader Yang about borrowing military achievements. Yang displayed remarkable execution in the matter of enhancing the team's talents, and within 2 minutes, he had successfully borrowed all 3,000 military achievements. There was no room for hesitation. The ability to elevate one's extraordinary talents warranted even 5 or 10,000 military achievements without a second thought. Well then, let us proceed. Su Wen inhaled deeply and spoke. On the opposite side, Lu Zhe softly inquired, Su Wen, do you have a general idea of the main drug's arrival range? If you do, we could adjust our combat strength accordingly for better planning. I do. The location is Dongsan Alley, Taiping Street, Linshui District. A question mark slowly rose in Lu Zhe's mind. He initially thought it would be fortunate to pinpoint a certain district or county, but now they had directly identified a narrow alleyway. What was there to hesitate about? In this world, could there be an easier battle than this? Chapter 14, Rare Goods in Jiang City, Linshui District. Buzz. A barely perceptible spatial rift appeared in Dongsan Alley, and then a small beast, adorned with cloud patterns and a king character manifesting atop its head, tumbled out from the rift. Finally escaping the encirclement, it had successfully arrived in the human realm. With the abundance of blood and nourishment available here, I shall soon enter adulthood, and perhaps even surpass my father in the future. The small beast extended its claws to wipe away the blood trickling from its mouth. Then, its eyes gleamed with a spark, as if it could see the scenes within the houses directly, evoking a sense of profound insight. In the next moment, a black and white glow enveloped its body. Following this, its form began to shift toward a human appearance, to blend into the human realm swiftly and facilitate future hunting endeavors. It was best not to present an unfamiliar visage. The man on the second floor seemed to fit the replacement criteria perfectly. As the small beast pondered, it had already devised a strategy. However, just as it was about to put it into action, its expression suddenly changed. Swish, swish, swish. Multicolored glimmers flickered around, swiftly enveloping the kilometer radius surrounding the small beast. First, a barrier of separation surged, followed by the emergence of a spatial shield. Then, layer upon layer of defenses and restrictions appeared. All of this transpired too quickly, leaving the small beast no time to react. After all, it had concealed its aura using its racial talents and had traversed dimensions using a treasured artifact, randomly arriving in the human realm. Unless a powerful human transcendent happened to be nearby, there was no risk of exposure. Analyzing its circumstances, the small beast swiftly assessed the current situation. If all went as expected, it seemed it had been somewhat unfortunate, randomly landing in an area on the brink of an impending war while crossing the spatial barrier. Surely, the transcendent beings of the human realm could not have anticipated its arrival. It was utterly impossible. On one hand, the internal rebellion within its kin had erupted too suddenly, catching it off guard. On the other hand, it was equipped with a treasured artifact that obscured its presence. Even the most adept diviners among transcendent beings would not be able to ascertain its location, not to mention the absurdity of laying in wait here ahead of time. With that thought, the small beast exerted all its effort to activate the artifact's concealment powers and stealthily approach the nearby shadows, completely hiding within them. Meanwhile, on the other side, all members of Team 112, having completed the arrangement of their pre-discussed sealing techniques, found no trace of the exotic beast. However, the alley was quite small, and searching it multiple times wouldn't take long. Yet, out of respect for the advanced exotic beasts, the team remained highly cautious. Gathering together without any intention of splitting up, the cloud beast belonged to one of the larger tribes within the exotic beast community. Agent Suwon observed his surroundings while stating, "Thus, for the cloud beast royal family, especially one of the former young masters, it is certain that they possess numerous treasures. Therefore, search diligently and ensure that no one escapes. After all, the cloud beast's ability to disguise itself is exceptional, should it choose to conceal its true form. You might not even recognize it standing right in front of you." Nearby, Agent Suwon pondered, if the opponent is hiding, how do we draw them out? After a moment of contemplation, he voiced his solution. It's simple. Since they have chosen to hide, we shall utilize this time to modify the battlefield. For instance, after donning protective gear, we can disperse the illusion powder. Following that, we will employ spirit-clearing water to eliminate all surrounding energy particles, without external energy replenishment. As he spoke, Agent Suwon suddenly paused. His gaze flickered as he turned towards the gradually forming white mist not far ahead. In the night, the appearance of white mist was quite normal. Thus, he instructed Team Leader Yang to unleash firepower covering the misty area. No sooner had Suwon finished speaking than Team Leader Yang's assault was already underway. Since realizing Suwon's formidable and astonishing predictive abilities regarding the future, he had resolved to set aside his own reasoning whenever he was with Suwon. Why bother thinking when his own intellect paled in comparison to Suwon's? And his information was less comprehensive? Just charge ahead. Roar. A fierce beastly roar echoed from beyond the white mist, imbued with unparalleled wrath and a hint of incredulity. The instant Team 112 heard this roar, they began to gather their energy. Search, locate, then strike with full force. For novice transcendent beings, this might be daunting. Yet, Team 112 had been engaged in battles with exotic beasts for years, making them a seasoned elite squad in dealing with such creatures, coupled with their prearranged strategies. The battle commenced and concluded the moment Team Leader Yang charged in. However, as the white mist dissipated, an uncanny scene emerged before their eyes. Team Leader Yang, wielding a long spear, pointed it at another Yang, who lay injured on the ground. TSK, TSK. The spear-wielding Yang observed his counterpart with a curious expression. This is the first time I've encountered such a thing, quite a rarity. Everyone stand back. Since it dares to disguise itself as me, I shall not rest until I beat it into submission. Without a moment's delay, Team Leader Yang brandished his spear and charged forward. I am the real one. The injured Yang, filled with desperation, shouted, quickly intervene. Stop this abominable creature. Lu Zhe, visibly impatient, retorted, you two fight it out, for us. The one who gets defeated is the false one. The Cloud Beast's young master pondered, what is wrong with these humans? Their reactions are quite different from what I learned within my clan. The onlookers stood at a distance, intrigued by the battle between the two Yangs. Based on their understanding of team leader Yang, discerning who was genuine and who was false should be quite evident. Moreover, even if Yang were injured, he would not simply discard his weapon, would he? Most importantly, the enemy was right before them. How could Yang possibly lie motionless on the ground? Was this a performance? The future Cloud Beast ruler was still too young. Agent Su Wen couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation, making random remarks without understanding the enemy's character. If it were him, he would mimic the opponent's behavior to confuse the onlookers before revealing the truth. When all else fails, one might resort to detonating the treasures they possess, hoping to take at least one adversary down with them. In a desperate situation, how can one hope to survive? As he spoke, Agent Su Wen suddenly recalled Team Leader Yang's character. However, he believed that if the opponent truly resorted to such measures, given Yang's nature, it was likely he would expend his essence and might even choose to fight to the death, to enable everyone to act and seize the opportunity for extraordinary talent enhancement. Thereby defying fate, Su Wen thought that even if he were to perish, it would be a worthwhile sacrifice. Su Wen mused that fortunately, the future Cloud Beast monarch was still quite young. Otherwise, this situation could indeed become troublesome. If this matter were to lead to the demise of the formidable team leader Yang, it would be a tremendous loss. Chapter 15, Guarantor, Lu Zhe bang. 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 After an intense skirmish, team leader Yang, overwhelmed and pinned to the ground, could no longer endure and reverted to his original form. I surrender. I am the young master of the Cloud Beast clan, the future leader. You have great use for me. The small beast, unable to resist, hastily defended itself in human speech. In the next moment, the royal symbol on its forehead began to emit a radiant glow. Simultaneously, a purple-golden token appeared before it. Buzz. The token quivered slightly, and a strand of divine consciousness rippled around it. This divine consciousness posed no harm. It merely underscored the importance and prestige of the token. The exclusive token of the Cloud Beast Young Master. Only the young master of the Cloud Beast clan possesses this token. To behold the token is akin to meeting the clan leader. Yang disregarded the various tricks employed by the opponent and focused solely on Su Wen. He cared not for anything else. He would heed Su Wen's commands without hesitation. If Su Wen instructed him to eliminate the adversary, he would not hesitate for even a second. Indeed, the young master of the Cloud Beast was a significant figure within the clan. Su Wen, maintaining his composure, declared loudly, capturing the young master of the Cloud Beast clan may allow us to negotiate with them for a vast amount of extraordinary resources. Beside him, Lu Zhe immediately grasped Su Wen's intent and began to cooperate. Haha, who would have thought that this mission would yield such unexpected gains? Given the scale of the Cloud Beast clan, this acquisition of extraordinary resources should enable us to advance at least one rank. Su Wen nodded in agreement and remarked, one rank? You underestimate the Cloud Beast clan. As soon as he said this, Su Wen seemed to recall something and quickly added, Team leader, you should seal the opponent to prevent any escape amid the chaos. If this plump target were to flee, it would be a tremendous loss for us. Not far away, the small beast, overhearing Su Wen's conversation, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. It silently retracted the soul energy it had been harnessing. In a desperate state, it could indeed activate its clan's treasures once more. However, frequent activation in a short span would undoubtedly damage its foundations and affect future development. Since these human beings were solely motivated by greed, there was no need for it to fight desperately. After a period of recovery, it could activate the treasures to eradicate these human scum. Alright, Team Leader Yang responded to Su Wen and began to apply sealing techniques on the small beast. Team Leader, let me assist you, Lu Zhe said, producing a soul restraint, sealing rings, and magic suppression stones from his person. Is all this necessary? I have already ceased resistance. Must you go to such lengths? The young master of the Cloud Beast questioned. Typically, sealing the body and soul would suffice. However, upon reflection, it recognized the necessity of caution. Given its noble status, it was only natural for these lowly humans to be wary, seeking to exchange its life for resources. But as it was confined within a cage crafted from sealing stones, it began to feel something was amiss. What is this? It isn't over yet? Before it could ponder further, a spear suddenly sliced through the air, piercing its head and nailing it to the sealing cage. In the final moments of its life, the young master of the Cloud Beast never imagined it would meet such an end. After all, this was illogical. Wasn't a living cloud beast young master more valuable than a dead one? What could be gained from slaying the young master of the cloud beast? Aside from inciting vengeance and retaliation from the clan, as for an internal rebellion within the clan, the alliance of exotic beast tribes likely had not received any news. So how could these humans possibly know? Thus, it was baffled as to why these humans were not following the expected course of action. Even if they were intent on killing it, wouldn't a discussion be warranted? What manner of madness was this, to seal the beast in every conceivable way? Prepare for a transaction, and yet execute it without a word? Were they not even curious about its arrival here? Dead, Suin remarked. Observing the lifeless body of the cloud beast within the sealing cage, a faint smile gracing his lips. With this high-level exotic beast's corpse, the entire Team 112 would undergo a transformation in power, a fortuitous beginning. After a moment of contemplation, Agent Suin spoke, "Due to your interference, the future has undergone a significant alteration. At the very least, the theft of the future Cloud Beast Queen will no longer occur. And the future top combat power of the exotic beast tribes has been preemptively dealt with. A boon indeed." Then, Agent Suin paused briefly before continuing. "We have successfully eliminated one of the high-level exotic beasts infiltrating our China. Should this become public knowledge, Team 112 will be etched into history." Nearby, Suin keenly captured the crucial information in Agent Suin's statement. "Wait, you just mentioned high-level exotic beasts infiltrating our China. What does that imply? Could there be many high-level exotic beasts lurking here?" Agent Suin remained composed, nodding in affirmation. "Did you think the infiltration efforts of the exotic beast tribes were merely about establishing a beast cult in China?" Suin replied, "Isn't that so? Just one beast cult has planted so many traitors here, even infiltrating the upper echelons of the extraordinary headquarters. Now you tell me there are still numerous high-level exotic beasts lurking here? And judging by what you said, these high-level beasts are particularly difficult to kill. Slaying one is a cause for national celebration. What kind of game is this? Is China not already riddled with infiltrators? Let us not overthink it. The number of high-level exotic beasts hidden in China is still relatively few," Agent Suin reassured. "The environment here is far better in comparison. The regions of America and Britain are the real disaster zones for high-level exotic beast infiltration." Suin exclaimed, "Is that how you comfort people? You truly excel at it. Never mind, let us not dwell on that for now." He cast aside his inner turmoil, recognizing that he was still a mere novice, and Team 112, a team considering the future, remained inexperienced. The strongest among them was merely a mid-tier extraordinary being. There was no need for excessive contemplation. The priority was to enhance his own strength and that of his companions. Once their power was elevated, many of the current predicaments would naturally resolve themselves. Team Leader Yang. "Here is a list of materials. Please gather these as soon as possible." Suin presented a list of various materials he had obtained from Agent Suin to Team Leader Yang. Yang accepted the list, nodding slightly. Yet, upon glancing at its contents, he could not help but rub his eyes. So many precious medicinal materials? Nearly a third of these names are unfamiliar to me. But they certainly appear to be of considerable value. Is this a medicinal materials list? This is blatantly a list of war merit consumption. Most importantly, why were these quantities measured in half a pound or a pound? While he was well-liked, borrowing such a massive amount of war merit all at once was unfeasible. "Luze, come here for a moment." After a moment of contemplation, Yang devised a bold idea for a loan. "How about we apply for a loan of 10,000 war merits from headquarters, with you as my guarantor?" Luze responded, "You said how much? 10,000 war merits? That is an astonishing sum." Chapter 16. Preparing to submit the cultivation article. Let me see the materials on this list. After carefully reviewing the list, Luze fell into a contemplative silence. "The worth of these materials is quite substantial. What do you think?" Team Leader Yang inquired. "Is it going to cost around 10,000 battle merits?" Luze shook his head in response. "I believe that borrowing 10,000 battle merits is not ideal. Are you worried about not being able to secure the loan? Rest assured, I have a friend who works in logistics. I'll take a bottle of spirit wine to him, and I'm confident we can make it happen. That's not my concern. I'm worried about other matters." "What matters? Is 10,000 battle merits truly sufficient?" A question mark slowly emerged above Yang's head. He had just calculated that the total value of the various precious medicinal herbs was approximately 9,800 battle merits. Rounding it up, it amounted to exactly 10,000 battle merits. What is lacking? There are even a few hundred battle merits to spare. Have you considered the possibility of failure when it comes to enhancing extraordinary talents? After a moment of silence, Luze responded, "Since we are borrowing to enhance our talents, we must account for the potential for failure or any losses incurred during the enhancement process." He paused before continuing. "My point is, since we're borrowing anyway, why not aim higher? When you speak to your friend, Request a loan of 30,000 battle merits and let him think of a solution. 30,000 battle merits? How long will it take to repay? As the captain of the extraordinary squad, Yang had accumulated only around 1,000 battle merits over a long period. With the added interest on the loan, the entire squad 112 would likely be burdened with debt for a decade. A loan of 30,000 battle merits may not even be approved given our current extraordinary levels and battle merit earnings. Liu Ze seemed to sense Yang's thoughts and said directly, "You should leverage your connections to facilitate this. If 30,000 is unattainable, securing 20,000 would still be beneficial. What do you think?" Yang remained silent, instead casting a glance at Su-Wan. His implication was clear. With your ability to foresee the future, should we take on debt for cultivation? Absolutely. Agent Su-Wan replied with a smile. Let Yang leverage his connections. Whatever amount he can secure, take it. Battle merits are meant for cultivation, after all. Whether we can repay is secondary. The most crucial aspect is enhancing our strength. Once our power is sufficient, the headquarters of extraordinary beings will not hold it against us. Maintain a relaxed mindset. The money is already spent. Do you think the headquarters will resort to violent collection methods? Pausing for a moment, Agent Su-Wan continued. I remember their SA loan program for promotion within the headquarters. Have Yang and Liu apply through this program. Forget about 2 or 3,000. Let us aim for a flat 5,000. With the battle merits in place, and after equipping everyone with better gear. I know of a hidden realm under the aegis of the beast cult. I am well acquainted with the sources of various resources. When the time comes, I will inform you. And you can lead the team in a raid. I estimate everyone's strength will significantly increase as a result. Su-Wan's eyes sparkled at this realization. Viewed from this perspective, it indeed formed a virtuous cycle. With Agent Su-Wan's involvement, as long as operations are conducted properly, the beast cult would essentially serve as their personal ATM. In the next moment, Su-Wan spoke, I've calculated it. Let us go for 5,000. Yang and Liu Ze were left in utter disbelief, even more so when they learned that Su-Wan intended for them to pursue the promotion program. Particularly, Liu Ze was filled with many thoughts. Would Su-Wan have no intention of repaying such a substantial loan through the promotion program? Of course, he merely speculated. It was said that enhancing extraordinary talents also served as a prime opportunity for cultivation advancement. If this endeavor could elevate him to the mid-tier extraordinary level, then incurring debt would be justified. Should Su-Wan facilitate his ascension to the high-tier extraordinary level, he would not fear being the debt king among extraordinary beings. Even if it meant bearing various debts, I will certainly give it a try. After a moment of contemplation, Yang stood up. Liu Ze, I'm going to fetch a few bottles of spirit wine. Tonight, we will set off for the imperial capital, and I will bring my friend out. It is imperative that he does not return until thoroughly intoxicated. Liu Ze nodded earnestly. Although he was not fond of alcohol, the matter of talent enhancement warranted a gamble. Moreover, Yang's spirit wine possessed the added benefit of storing energy. A few sips would be equivalent to several days of his own cultivation efforts. While the two were occupied, Su-Wan returned to his own room. Following the guidance of Agent Su-Wan, he began to study the reformed breathing techniques of the future. Despite his average cultivation talent, he believed that under his future leadership, his cultivation would surely advance rapidly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Upon Yang and Liu Ze's return from the imperial capital, Su-Wan had already organized the first version of the breathing technique along with various theoretical articles under the tutelage of Agent Su-Wan. Each piece, when considered individually, was sufficient to astonish the entire extraordinary realm. Su-Wan possessed hundreds of such articles. After all, these represented decades of national research and reform concerning the cultivation system. Compared to the entire national machinery, they were not particularly significant. Fortunately, he had become extraordinary. Otherwise, merely replicating these cultivation theories would have been a monumental task. Su-Wan casually stretched his body and emerged with an article titled Cultivation and Transformation, exploring the potential of breathing-centric practices. This article would not be published until 5 years later by the current head of the RD office, Xiao Luo. He planned for Yang to use this article as an entry point to attract Xiao Luo's attention. Should the loan process falter, he could leverage the influence of the RD office. Unfortunately, this loan did not go smoothly. Liu Ze said quietly upon seeing Su-Wan. We applied for 50,000. But in the end, we were only approved for 32,000. Though they had gone through the promotion program, the interest was still relatively high compared to the prevailing rates. Su-Wan waved his hand dismissively. That's fine. Over 30,000 battle merits is acceptable for now. He then began to exchange those battle merits for various medicinal materials. Yang and Liu Ze watched as their hard-won battle merits dwindled rapidly. Their emotions were quite complicated. On one hand, they had never witnessed such a substantial expenditure of battle merits and felt a pang of regret. On the other hand, The impending enhancement of their talents stirred a wave of excitement within them. By the way, Yang, here is this article for you to review, Suwon said while continuing to exchange materials. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me here. After all, once you submit this article, those in the RD office will undoubtedly have inquiries for you. Yang took the article with a serious expression. After a moment, he looked up with a face full of incredulity. He recognized every word in this article, yet he could not comprehend how they fit together. Chapter 17. Falling into the same pit twice, what don't you understand? Suwon asked after completing all the material exchanges and turning to Yang. Yang replied, can I say I understand nothing? Or rather, I barely grasp anything. Especially with the specialized terminology in each paragraph and the theories, it's making my head spin. I understand nothing. Yang took a deep breath and admitted candidly. Suwon's expression remained unchanged as he had anticipated this outcome. After all, he himself was not entirely clear on the article he had created. It's all right. If you don't understand, there are plenty of others who do. I'm beginning to wonder if my idea of having Yang enter the RD office was a mistake. Agent Suwon regarded Yang's naive, innocent expression, his lips twitching slightly. On the other hand, Lu Zhe, having taken the article, was reading with great interest, occasionally nodding in understanding. This is wonderful. After a while, Lu Zhe, his face flushed, remarked, if the aspirations articulated in this article come to fruition, it would indeed be a tremendous boon for all extraordinary beings. The notion of cultivating while dining, engaging in conversation, or even during slumber is simply astounding. Should we manage to simplify cultivation to such an extent, I dare say my rate of advancement could potentially double. Suwon, upon hearing this, turned his gaze towards Lu Zhe. Do you comprehend it? Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback, then responded, isn't your writing quite clear? The cultivation theories and terminologies employed are well known to everyone, are they not? Yang, interjecting, said, your insults are quite crude. I'll leave the matter of instructing Yang to you. Suwon shifted the conversation, chuckling, Yang. Should the researchers from the development office approach you with inquiries, feel free to speak boldly. After all, they regard you as the author of this article. Your word is final. Just then, the seemingly distracted agent Suwon abruptly interrupted, you want Yang to speak boldly? My goodness. Do you even realize what you're suggesting? Yang possesses the ability to articulate the essence of excrement as a vessel of energy particles. Be cautious with your whims. Suwon replied, is Yang truly that outrageous? Taking the agent's caution into account, Suwon proceeded to elucidate the core concepts of the subsequent article to Lu Zhe. While Yang might speak freely, it was imperative that he does not speak recklessly. Nevertheless, observing Lu Zhe's engrossed engagement with the theoretical texts made Suwon contemplate having Lu Zhe assume Yang's role in the development office. Yet, due to Lu Zhe's reliability, he had more significant matters to attend to. With the foundation of future theories at hand, it sufficed to assign the less cerebral tasks to Yang upon entering the development office. Yang, once you join the development office, you may adopt a more aloof demeanor, Suwon suggested. As a researcher, it is only natural to possess a few eccentric traits, provided your research yields accurate results and sound theories. Even if you were to physically confront the team leader or the deputy commander, it would merely earn you praise for your robust physique. Yang's eyes brightened at this notion. Is that truly permissible? Suwon clarified, I was merely illustrating a point regarding the situation in the development office. However, I do wonder how Yang perceives his circumstances. Does he genuinely aspire to do so? Within the headquarters of the extraordinary beings, while I have many friends, I also have my fair share of adversaries, Yang suddenly remarked. Especially those from the combat and survey departments, who have previously wronged me. According to your vision, will I be able to kick them around freely in the future? Suwon pondered and nodded. As long as you refrain from taking their lives, I believe that should be acceptable. Lu Zhe interjected. Were we not just discussing grand matters such as leading the future and reforming the cultivation system? How did we suddenly veer off onto this topic? Nevertheless, he was aware of Yang's grievances against that group and thought that if given the opportunity for retribution, it would indeed be ideal. Thus, as Suwon prepared the formula for the sublimation potion, Yang, akin to a student, sat beside Lu Zhe, receiving his guidance and admonishment. Yang, it seemed, was utterly unfamiliar with the theoretical aspects of cultivation. Despite possessing commendable talents for cultivation and a high-energy particle absorption ratio, he was not particularly adept at learning. After a day and night of meticulous preparation, the sublimation potions for Team 112 were finally completed. What, then, is my sublimation formula? Suwon mused internally. Gazing at the 6 vials of shimmering potions before him, why does everyone else possess it while I do not? The agent Suwon remarked, brother, are you just now realizing this? A moment later, he continued, our extraordinary talent is the summoning of the future. In a sense, I, as the summoned future, lack extraordinary talent. were it not for your advancement to a lower extraordinary level, laying a solid foundation for me. I would likely take an extended period to even begin my cultivation journey. After all, without extraordinary talent to guide me, an ordinary person, regardless of their soul strength, can only rely on the extension of their mental power. At this juncture, Agent Su shifted the conversation gently, but fret not. Do you see that core from the Yun Beast Clan's young master? That is my gift to you. I would forget anyone but you. Shortly, I shall teach you a unique refining method. After you refine it, you may acquire the ability to transform into the young master of the Yun Beast Clan. Su Wen's eyes brightened. Will my strength be enhanced? Upon complete refinement, your soul's strength should indeed see an improvement. Is that all? What further enhancements do you desire? Perhaps to elevate to a mid-tier extraordinary level? Are you dreaming? Ascending to extraordinary levels is not so simplistic. If it were, my position as the chief steward of the beast cult would not be merely a mid-tier extraordinary cultivation, although the life grass has elevated my life level, granting me the combat prowess of a high-tier extraordinary being. If I were a high-tier extraordinary, could I not directly confront the superlative? If so, my fate might have been entirely different. By the way, you previously refrained from disclosing how you met your demise. Su Wen, observing Agent Su Wen, lost in reminiscent thought, akin to the dazed expression of the elder Su Wan, hastily inquired, if you do not share, how can I avoid such a fate? Do you wish for us to stumble into the same pitfall twice? After a moment of silence, Agent Su Wen replied, no. From the moment you killed the young master of the Yun Beast Clan, your future underwent a seismic transformation. Then please share, so I may preemptively avoid it. Su Wen urged. Trust me, that manner of death shall not befall you again. Su Wen, noticing the other party's persistent deflection, suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. In the next instant, he inquired with a somber tone, you wouldn't have died in a hasty, disgraceful manner, would you? Thus, you are reluctant to divulge. Perhaps you were poisoned, leading to your untimely demise? The agent retorted, is there nothing else occupying your mind? Chapter 18. I see it clearly my manner of death is not as peculiar as you surmise. After a brief silence, Agent Su Wen spoke. With Yang's experience of being poisoned and subsequently killed, how could I take this lightly? I have refrained from sharing because it seemed unnecessary. However, since you are so eager to know, I shall oblige. The reason for my demise was due to internal factional strife within the beast cult. The deputy leader I supported lost in the power struggle, or rather, was abandoned by the higher echelons of the beast cult. Consequently, as his supporter, I was naturally purged. Su Wen was taken aback, unable to fathom that the future of someone who had infiltrated the beast cult as chief steward would ultimately become a political casualty. Did the beast cult, a breeding ground for traitors, also engage in such practices? Even with Yang's extraordinary prowess, could he still be purged? Su Wen pondered and could not help but ask. Agent Su Wen sighed softly. While we can consume life grass to elevate our life levels, do not presume that the beast clans lack such means. Do not forget whose domain houses the secret realms that cultivate life grass. Su Wen responded, so? You're implying that the beast clans possess ample life grass capable of enhancing life levels and bestowing cross-dire combat abilities? In such a comparison, Yang's strength seems rather ordinary. Does it not? After all, within the beast clans, there are numerous superlative warriors, and such precious life grass would naturally be prioritized for their use. From this perspective, it seemed that exterminating Yang would be a relatively simple task for the beast clans. From the viewpoint of us human extraordinary beings, Yang's current strength is indeed formidable. Agent Su Wen stated gravely. However, within the ranks of the beast clans, Yang's power merely ranks as an ordinary high-tier strength. If it were not for the time required for the opening of the gate to the otherworldly beasts and the top-tier warriors of the beast tribes being suppressed by our world, it is feared that human society would have already devolved into a mere breeding ground for these creatures. Su Wen's eyes flickered at the implication. So, the plight of humanity remains dire, does it not? Indeed, the future, merely listening to it, feels immensely arduous. In truth, however, life is not excessively difficult. How so? Have you forgotten? On my side, I do not stand with the extraordinary. Rather, I am a notorious traitor wanted nationwide. Su Wen's lips twitched slightly. For the information from the future indicated a vast disparity in strength between the extraordinary and the beast tribes. Were it not for the constraints of world rules, China would have long fallen into despair. Yet, as a grand trader, the stronger the beast tribes become, the more prosperous I thrive. Do you think I am akin to a spy on a mission, lurking within the beast church to gather intelligence? At that moment, Agent Su Wen suddenly remarked. Under normal circumstances, I should not express such sentiments. After contemplating, Su Wen nodded. If you can summon my future self to descend upon the present and open it through your perspective, I would naturally stand with humanity as a clandestine hero. Agent Su Wen chuckled softly, but from my standpoint, or from the perspective of the extraordinary in my world, I am merely a blatant human traitor. After all, the extraordinary talents who perished at my hands are not few. Through my guidance, the beast tribes have breached multiple strongholds of the extraordinary, advancing deep into our territory and seizing vast lands. Owing to my route, several hidden bases of the extraordinary have been obliterated within the realm ruled by the beasts. I even ascended to a higher level of existence, furthering my cultivation to the mid-tier extraordinary, aided by the rewards from the beast church. In the entirety of human society, I am a figure of infamy, anti-human, antisocial, anti-order, a traitor whose sins are too grievous to be forgiven. The titles that hang upon me are sufficient to illustrate the public's loathing, especially those extraordinary individuals whose loved ones perished by my hand. They would relish in devouring my flesh and drinking my blood. Thus, from the perspective of my time and space, do you still perceive me as a hero? My actions undeniably substantiate that I am a traitor, a madman who will stop at nothing in pursuit of cultivation. As he spoke, Agent Su-Win's emotions surged, pointing to his chest. Can you claim that I am not a traitor? Who can assert that I am not a betrayer? Even I dare not proclaim myself innocent. In the stillness of the night, I too question, what if I am not that summoned future? What if my conjectures are erroneous? As the war progressed, with the beast church's actions growing increasingly frenzied, they began to slaughter cities and annihilate towns. Even Lu Zhe began to harbor self-doubt, although he did not voice it. I could discern it. With each task completed for the beast church, the anguish in Lu Zhe's eyes deepened. In the end, he became somewhat neurotic. Had it not been for the saving faith I initially fostered sustaining Lu Zhe, he would have likely succumbed to madness out of guilt long ago. Suddenly, Su-Wen inquired, what about Team Leader Yang? Upon hearing this, Agent Su-Wen froze momentarily, his earlier excitement dissipating. After a moment, he softly replied, Team Leader Yang is a simpleton. His belief in my words has left him with little psychological burden. At times, both Lu Zhe and I genuinely envy Yang's reckless nature. Lacking overthought, he is carefree and, consequently, not tormented. Su-Wen remarked, indeed, the psychological torment brought by covert operations is something Yang's disposition can bypass. However, due to the stringent demands on intellect in such work, Yang finds himself ensnared by overwhelming circumstances. In summary, Yang's situation is fraught with contradictions. You have worked hard, Su-Wen stated gravely after a lengthy pause. Upon hearing this, Agent Su-Wen's body stiffened. The next moment, he waved his hand with a smile. There is no hardship to speak of. During these years of infiltration, I may have long since transformed into a true traitor. Your ability to summon me back and allow me to atone across time with knowledge of the future fills me with a sense of fulfillment. Ultimately, I have not deceived Team Leader Yang or Lu Zhe. Our decisions, our futures, the future of Team 112, and even the future of all of China have irrevocably changed. Yet, my abilities are ultimately limited. Therefore, you must learn from my lessons, take me as a warning, and carefully consider your own future. Su-Wen pondered and nodded. I understand. What have you understood? In my future, I must learn from your experiences and strive to infiltrate the highest echelons of the Beast Church. Is that truly the sentiment I conveyed? Chapter 19, Eliminate him. After all I have just shared with you, was it all in vain? Agent Su-Wen laughed in fury, his teeth gritting with irritation. While he had no intention of interfering with his past self's thoughts from the outset, reflecting on his various encounters compelled him to voice suggestions and ideas. After all, who could bear to watch their past self tread the path to tragedy while remaining oblivious? Perhaps others could, but he was not yet capable of such detachment. Covert work is excruciating. I wish to pose a question to you. Su-Wen did not respond directly to Agent Su-Wen's inquiry, but instead shifted the conversation. Are you beginning to feel a bit muddled, struggling to maintain control over yourself? Agent Su-Wen retorted, do you take me for a senile old fool? I am not like the elderly version of us you previously encountered. Agent Su-Wen responded with exasperation. The elderly us were merely ordinary lower-tier extraordinary beings, so I suspect that his death significantly impacted his ability to cross time. I have consumed the grass of life. My cultivation is at mid-tier extraordinary, and my soul's strength far surpasses his. Thus, even after several days have passed, and I have imparted to you many crucial future insights, I still do not feel the impending sense of demise. Su-Wen, perplexed, asked, then why do your statements seem contradictory? Where is the contradiction? I have always spoken this way, all right? Previously, you told me not to interfere with my choices, even offering strategic advice for my continued infiltration, suggesting that Team Leader Yang present techniques to integrate into the higher echelons of the extraordinary headquarters. Why then this shift? After a moment of silence, Agent Su-Wen hesitated to respond. Then, he sighed heavily. I once believed that upon my arrival here, I could calmly accept my dark life. Agent Su-Wen softly confessed, beginning to open up to his past self, analyzing his innermost thoughts. As a spy, the gravest taboo is trusting others and exposing oneself. Yet, if the listener is oneself, it matters not. Most importantly, I have already perished in the future. Returning to the past to review my life is not objectionable. Subsequently, through Agent Su-Wen's narrative, Su-Wen gradually grasped his thoughts. Initially, Agent Su-Wen had no intention of excessive interference. After all, his past self could summon the future repeatedly, possessing the ability to influence and alter what was to come. Hence, he had ample room for error. If a wrong choice was made, it was no matter. One could simply start anew. However, during their interactions over the past 2 days, he began to contemplate a crucial matter. Each time the main self employed the future for a trial or attempt, it would create a future equally fraught with suffering. The anguish of infiltration is a burden that need only be borne once. The myriad of intrigues, the mental gymnastics capable of interpreting a single phrase in countless ways. The perilous tightrope of deception, experiences that both my past self and team leader Yang and Lu Zhe from my time have already endured. Even if he does not feel pity for himself, he cannot help but feel sorrow for the comrades who have accompanied him. Particularly the vivid memories of his companions being discarded like pawns after the failed struggle, hunted down by hostile forces, and tortured linger in his mind. Once he embarked on this path, it was almost predetermined that he would meet an unfortunate end. Thus, he contemplated persuading his main self to abandon the notion of lurking in the shadows. Instead, he could engage in earnest cultivation and exploration, relying on repeated summons from the future to secure a promising outlook. What of the formidable beast clans? If one attempt fails, then try twice. If 10 attempts fail, then attempt 100. Moreover, the breathing techniques have undergone reforms and innovations over centuries, even millennia. Surely they can still yield a multitude of extraordinary beings? With an increased number of exceptional individuals, there will inevitably be opportunities to confront the beast clans, will there not? Most importantly, with the assistance of abundant future insights and the accumulation of countless extraordinary resources, he is destined to achieve a transcendental state. At that time, when the members of Team 112 gather, they will be able to withstand the onslaught of 1,000 troops. In other words, he could live a joyful life without having to retreat to the dark corners, becoming a worm forever hidden in his own world. Such a fate would be far too unjust for both himself and his loyal comrades. It was then that Su-Wen, having listened to these thoughts, spoke up. The last time, you merely gleaned various insights about the future from our elders' words. This time, after absorbing and refining the core of the Cloud Beast clan's young master, I have acquired the ability to transform into him. Possessing the identity of a high-level beast will make lurking much simpler. Not to mention, becoming the leader of a beast cult should not pose a problem, right? Agent Su-Wen interjected, indeed. The beast cult is merely a pseudo-military organization in the eyes of the beast clans. The cult's followers are nothing more than traitors who submit to the beasts. Even the leader of the cult cannot hold their head high in the presence of high-level beasts. High-level beasts, in fact, look down upon all members within the beast cult. Although this organization was established by the beast clans, no group respects traitors. Should a high-level beast aspire to become the leader of the cult, the likelihood of success is substantial. As for the possibility of failure, most likely, it would be because the high-level beasts behind the cult deem it too embarrassing. Su-Wen continued, furthermore, with all members of Team 112 experiencing an enhancement in their talents, lurking will undoubtedly become much easier. At the very least, we will no longer face death due to political purges. Agent Su-Wen responded, wait, I'm discussing serious matters. And you're just joking around? If I had your opportunities, I certainly wouldn't encounter such troubles. Of course, if we truly had the guise of a high-level beast. Who knows who would purge whom? He then presented Su-Wen with a list. Su-Wen's eyes lit up as he spoke. This list contains all my adversaries within the beast cult. If you have the chance, eliminate them. Especially Deputy Leader Lu Bin, who, relying on the support of the Boneflower clan, has been actively recruiting subordinates within the cult. Because I did not align myself with him, he has repeatedly targeted me in various meetings, complicating my previously advantageous situation. Otherwise, I could have gathered more critical information. Su-Wen's expression remained unchanged as he committed the name Lu Bin to memory. This individual had secured a place on his list of must-eliminate foes. In the future, even if he neglected other matters, this person must be dealt with. Allowing him to live would only obstruct his path. Then, Su-Wen suddenly inquired, what about the deputy leader you allied with? Agent Su-Wen paused in surprise before asking, what? Do you wish to recruit him? Not at all. What do you intend? To eliminate him. A superior who cannot even protect his own subordinates, who throws them under the bus at the first sign of trouble. What purpose does such a leader serve? That is a valid point. Agent Su-Wen nodded slightly. However, I have an even better suggestion. Su-Wen extended his right hand, inviting him to share his thoughts. You could recruit him as a subordinate, and when problems arise, cast him aside to take the blame, allowing him to experience the pain I endured. Isn't that too lenient? Lenient? I do not wish to grant him any opportunities. Find a time to flay him alive and grind his bones to dust. Is this truly the past version of yourself? Why does it seem even more ruthless? Chapter 20. Fanning the flames. Your future is yours to arrange. Agent Suwon said with a slight smile. Suwon raised an eyebrow, indicating his agreement with the suggestion. Otherwise, the other party would have offered some advice, of course. They would subtly provide feedback in other ways. Very well, then, it is settled. Upon finishing this statement, Suwon took out all the enhancement potions laid before him. The members of Team 112 stood outside, each filled with anticipation and anxiety. Who could remain calm in the face of such imminent enhancement of their extraordinary talents? This is the enhancement potion? Team leader Yang marveled as he took the expensive potion from Suwon's hands, unable to suppress his admiration. The glimmering light within is simply mesmerizing. Beside him, Luze twitched slightly at the corners of his mouth. Is that your first reaction upon seeing the enhancement potion? Normally, Shunti extraordinary beings instinctively feel excitement, sensing an intangible force within the potion that compels them to eagerly consume and refine it, thus becoming stronger? Your thought process is rather different from everyone else's. However, considering Yang's straightforward nature, Luze found it unsurprising that he would have such a perspective. Soon after, all members of Team 112 began to absorb the enhancement potions under Suwon's guidance. Given the significance of their extraordinary talents, everyone regarded this matter with utmost seriousness. No one wished for their journey of advancement to encounter instability. Before long, waves of energy began to erupt around them. The energy fluctuations emanating from team leader Yang were the most intense, creating ripples in the surroundings. If not for the fact that everyone else was extraordinary, this energy alone could have knocked them aside. The energy fluctuations around Yang surged quickly, only to dissipate just as swiftly. While Luze and the others were enveloped in various manifestations of their extraordinary talents, Yang's eyes suddenly opened. Is it over? Suwon inquired, looking at Yang with curiosity. Yang closed his eyes to sense carefully and nodded, saying, Yes, it is. And how do you feel? Quite good. I can sense that, with this enhancement of my talent. Both my physical body and soul have received a certain degree of augmentation, making me stronger. What about the changes in your talent? After a moment of silence, Yang replied in a languid tone, Aren't you already aware? Suwon directly asked, Aside from growing larger, are there any other changes? Yang replied, Why ask if you already know? How annoying. However, I sense that due to the augmentation of my physical body and soul, my combat power has increased by at least 20%. Yang clenched his fists, his face flushing with excitement. With such results, he felt thoroughly satisfied. Although his talent had not changed significantly, its broader scope was quite commendable in its own right. Most importantly, the enhancement in combat power brought him immense joy. Had he not encountered this opportunity, how long would it have taken him to achieve such results? This was indeed a fortunate turn of events. Suwon smiled, remarking, As the strongest combatant, this time team leader Yang has truly leveled up. Indeed, I do not ask for much. I am already very content with this progress. Yang moved his body slightly, a broad smile adorning his face. At that moment, a formidable aura erupted from Luze. Boom. A crimson beam of light shot into the sky, and within this red pillar, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly opened wide. Shortly thereafter, the blood-red eyes fell from the pillar, merging into Luze's body at a visibly rapid pace. Simultaneously, it felt as though an invisible shackle within Luze shattered. In the next instant, his aura surged to an unprecedented level, radiating outward with an unparalleled intensity. Did he truly break through? Team leader Yang observed Luze with a sense of astonishment. When he ascended to mid-tier extraordinary, he had consumed a considerable amount of extraordinary resources. Not to mention the energy stones containing energy particles, which he had depleted in abundance, along with many other precious extraordinary resources. Yet now, Luze had not only elevated his talent, but also made a significant leap in his cultivation during this enhancement. How enviable. He too wished for a similar elevation in his cultivation. How do you feel? Suwon asked softly as Luze opened his eyes. I feel exceptional, Luze replied, rising to his feet. It is a sensation I have never experienced before. The dual augmentation from the elevation of my cultivation and the enhancement of my talent has, in a mystical way, allowed me to grasp a new method of soul attack. Team leader Yang remarked, the elevation of talent leads to the advancement of cultivation. The enhancements generated during this advancement compound with the elevation of talent, resulting in an innate understanding of a soul attack method. To gain such a multitude of benefits at once? In comparison, my own progress seems rather meager. Captain, how about you? Luze shifted his focus to Yang, asking, With my considerable gains, your talent surpasses mine. Surely your rewards are even greater? Yang replied, it's about the same. What more is there to say? While the excitement of his own success was undeniable, witnessing his teammates' greater achievements was bittersweet. How could one be so cruel? To inflict both physical and emotional wounds. I am contemplating a matter, Yang said solemnly, gazing at Lu Zhe. What is it? Lu Zhe inquired. Should I give you a good thrashing? You seem unable to contend with me at this moment, do you not? There is no need for that. He casually asked, after all. It is only natural to inquire about the achievements of others when one has gained so much. Tonight's moon is particularly round, Lu Zhe remarked. Gazing out of the window at the sky, Yang shot him a glance, replying, it's a cloudy night. Where is the moon? Upon hearing this, a glint of crimson flashed in Lu Zhe's eyes, and soon a bright moon rose overhead, illuminating the area surrounding Team 112's base. Yang exclaimed, impressive. It is evident that you are eager for a beating. Are you deliberately adding salt to my wounds? Nearby, Agent Su Wen observed the playful banter between Yang and Lu Zhe, his face breaking into a genuine smile. Stealing a couple of glances, he decided to stoke the flames a bit more. Lu Zhe, has your combat prowess significantly increased? Su Wen asked, picking up some sunflower seeds. Or rather, how many of your past selves could you defeat now? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhe confidently replied, defeating 10 would be no problem. Su Wen nodded slightly, then turned to Yang. And you, team leader? Yang's left eyebrow twitched. Then he said, at most, I could take on 2. Su Wen clicked his tongue. It seems that Lu Zhe's progress is indeed more substantial, especially with the evolution of his extraordinary talent, which will greatly enhance his combat capabilities in the future. Meanwhile, your improvement appears less impressive, Yang. Lu Zhe couldn't shake the feeling that Su Wen's remarks were a bit off. Was he trying to incite trouble? Did he fear I might not get beaten today? Although he was eager to test his newfound strength after his elevation, he would prefer not to engage in combat with a seasoned mid-tier extraordinary like Yang. Team leader, shall we have a spar? Lu Zhe turned, a hint of provocation in his voice. Since Su Wen seemed intent on stirring up competition, he would gladly showcase his abilities. As the core of the team, it was only natural for the others to want to gauge his current strength. However, he felt a nagging suspicion that Su Wen was secretly hoping for him to take a beating. But he believed that Su Wen wouldn't go that far, it simply wasn't necessary. Most importantly, he hadn't offended him in any way. All right, Yang replied without hesitation, grabbing his weapon and heading outside. Everyone else is still training. Let's go outside. Initially, he thought his own gains were satisfactory, yet in comparison to Lu Zhe, his accomplishments felt rather insignificant. The words Lu Zhe had uttered only deepened his sense of inadequacy. I was joking about using Lu Zhe to practice. But if Lu Zhe genuinely wishes to spar, then so be it. Let us go. Today, I must restore the authority of Team 112's captain. Lu Zhe observed Yang's furious expression, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Could he really not have picked up on Su Wen's insinuations? Very well. It seems today will involve a good beating. With all the benefits he had acquired, perhaps enduring a bit of punishment would provide some peace of mind. Otherwise, it would feel akin to a dream. Su Wen followed them outside, and upon arrival, he witnessed Yang establishing a vast energy barrier. It was evident that he was eager for the impending confrontation. In truth, Yang's talent remained formidable after attaining extraordinary power. Agent Su Wen floated leisurely, observing. It appears that the only change is an increased coverage of the barrier. Beyond that, there seems to be no other alteration. However, once Yang achieves extraordinary levels of soul energy, this enhanced talent will unleash an absolute dominance in combat, whether for assisting in battle or vexing enemies. This extraordinary talent is quite useful. Moreover, if the energy barrier is utilized effectively, it can compress space, allowing for a surprise attack during critical moments. At this point, Agent Su Wen paused, lamenting that Yang's honorable approach to combat was somewhat limiting. His extraordinary talent was better suited for more cunning tactics. As Su Wen conversed with Agent Su Wen, the battle within the barrier commenced. At the outset, Lu Zhe's newly acquired ocular abilities did indeed affect Yang. However, as Yang adapted, he began to unleash a relentless barrage upon Lu Zhe. On one hand, Lu Zhe had just completed his elevation and lacked complete mastery over his newfound capabilities, unable to form intricate combinations from them. On the other hand, Yang's extensive combat experience and understanding of Lu Zhe's fighting style allowed him to engage in close combat, rendering Lu Zhe no match for Yang in physical confrontations. Most importantly, in this sparring scenario, Lu Zhe's devastating soul attacks were not applicable. Moments later, a bruised and battered Lu Zhe appeared before Su Wen. Su Wen, how did I perform? Lu Zhe asked, rubbing his swollen right cheek. Su Wen smiled, giving a thumbs up. As a punching bag, you are undoubtedly competent. A question mark slowly rose above Lu Zhe's head. Yet before he could collect his thoughts, Su Wen produced a small booklet from his pocket. This was a compilation of insights regarding Liu Ze's mastery of his ocular techniques, dictated by Agent Su Wen and transcribed for future reference. Once Liu Ze understood that Agent Su Wen would be summoned by the past, he resolved to share any new insights immediately. To aid in memory retention, he composed them into catchy rhymes. After harnessing the power of the to complete his talent enhancement, he placed immense importance on this matter. Thus, among all his comrades, Agent Su Wen had the deepest understanding of Liu Ze's cultivation insights. As Liu Ze opened the booklet, he was immediately captivated by the systematic introduction and explanations of the eye techniques contained within. His eyes widened in astonishment, and he neglected to brush off the dirt from the beating he had just received, disregarding the injuries adorning his face. He settled into a cross-legged position and began to study the text with great diligence. Each sentence resonated with timeless wisdom. Every word had the power to profoundly move him. The creator of this booklet was reminiscent of the legendary sage, possessing an acute awareness of his every flaw and a comprehensive understanding of his challenges. The searing pain that emanated from 3 inches below his left eye while employing the eye techniques was documented within, accompanied by solutions. At that moment, he felt the beating was worth every ounce of suffering. If given the choice, he would gladly endure such beatings daily. Su Wen had referred to himself as a competent punching bag, and it seemed he would need to strive toward this goal. A worthy punching bag should certainly embrace daily beatings, for enlightenment may come through battle. Suddenly, he grasped the meaning of that phrase in a most visceral way. Why is he so suddenly agitated? Team leader Yang inquired, having released the energy barrier and approached with a puzzled expression. Just a trivial matter, Su Wen replied. Turning his back to Yang, I caught a glimpse of some of Liu's insights from the future, so I recorded them for his reference. Trivial? Yang's brow furrowed. You can foresee the future and discern its information, and yet you can also directly witness Liu Ze's cultivation insights from the future. Observing Liu Ze's demeanor, Yang felt an overwhelming urge to treat the booklet as a family heirloom to venerate. Clearly, Liu had derived immense benefits from it. Ahem. Yang cleared his throat. Regaining his composure, I would like to ask, did you see any insights of mine from the future? He rubbed his hands together like a fly, his eyes gleaming with unparalleled anticipation. Yes, Su Wen replied with an unchanging countenance, his tone calm. Upon hearing this, Yang's face lit up with excitement at a visible pace. Really? Then it seems I too can enter a state of sudden enlightenment, though I may not match Liu Ze in terms of talent. When it comes to understanding future insights, who knows? It was well known that his cultivation talent was the strongest among Team 112. When he ascended to the mid-level extraordinary rank, Liu Ze had only recently elevated to the lower extraordinary rank. Thus, he was determined to surpass Liu Ze this time. The insights of your future are rather limited, Su Wen stated gravely as he regarded Yang. Yang grinned. No problem. Concentration is the essence. Look at Liu Ze. His future insights have been compiled into a booklet. Even though Yang had only glanced at it, the content was densely packed. True insights from the future are seldom so abundant. He had heard from supreme beings at headquarters that genuine insights can often be encapsulated in a single phrase. The depth of a single sentence can sometimes eclipse the knowledge contained within a hefty tome. From this perspective, it suggested that his own future was still promising. I only saw one sentence regarding your future cultivation insights, Su Wen softly remarked. Through battle, true knowledge emerges. Yang was perplexed. What does that mean? Is that all? Is there nothing more? This seems too scant. He knew there was little, but this was exceedingly minimal. Furthermore, the meaning of this phrase was straightforward, devoid of any hidden implications. Su Wen regarded Yang, who appeared utterly bewildered, feeling a twinge of helplessness. He did not wish to say more. Yet according to Agent Su Wen's account, the future version of Yang had left behind only this one phrase. What could he possibly say? Should he fabricate something on the spot? Is that all? Yang persisted, unwilling to relent. Although he anticipated that concentration equated to essence, this was perhaps a bit too concentrated. A single sentence felt rather inadequate, especially one so easily comprehensible, lacking any layers of meaning or ambiguity. That's it, Su Wen affirmed, shaking his head. While somewhat surprised, he reflected that it was reasonable for future Yang to arrive at such a conclusion. Why? Yang scratched his head and quickly clarified. Of course, I'm not questioning you. I simply find it difficult to understand. Liu Ze and I are on the same team, and my talent exceeds his. How is it that he has so many insights while I am left with only one? After a moment of silence, Su Wen softly replied. The future I glimpsed is one you all personally pinned. Yang was taken aback. This meant that future Liu Ze had numerous insights, while he had only garnered that single phrase due to his own circumstances. Through battle, true knowledge emerges. It implied that his future lay in the realm of combat. Didn't it? Regardless, it seemed simple enough to embrace the notion of fighting. Agent Su Wen, observing Yang's state of confusion, had foreseen this predicament alongside Liu Ze. Thus, I have advised Team Leader Yang more than once to articulate his insights. If he is reluctant to write, I would be willing to do so myself. Any insights derived from personal experience are valuable. However, Yang believes it unnecessary, asserting from his experience that the more one battles, the more insights will naturally arise. Insights from others ultimately belong to others. Only those born from one's own battles are truly one's own. Others? Suwon mused. Did the future Yang refer to his past self in such a manner? The delineation was remarkably stark, wasn't it? Was his past self no longer considered part of him? Future Luze had extracted all his insights to pave the way for his past self, intending to guide him toward strength. Wasn't that a natural response? Both the Elder Suwon and Agent Suwon would categorize and summarize the various challenges they encountered while instructing him in cultivation, subsequently providing detailed explanations. Since it was the future version of himself addressing his queries, the insights shared were acutely attuned to his points of confusion. Even the nuances of partial understanding were deftly navigated. One might not fully comprehend others, but one certainly knows oneself. Yang's situation was indeed rather uncommon. After some time, when Luo Yun, Zhao Feng, and others completed their talent ascensions, they emerged one by one. Based on their self-reports, Suwon gleaned a general overview of Team 112's current combat capabilities. Overall, the enhancements in strength within Team 112 could be categorized into 3 tiers. The first tier included individuals like Luze, who not only underwent a transformation of their talents, but also broke through to a higher extraordinary rank, independently comprehending a new offensive technique while strengthening both body and soul. The second tier comprised individuals such as Luo Yun and Zhao Feng, whose talent enhancements led to new manifestations of their extraordinary abilities while simultaneously fortifying their physical and spiritual prowess. The third tier consisted of individuals like Team Leader Yang, who, aside from an increase in physical and spiritual strength, experienced minimal changes. After all, the expansion of the energy barrier's coverage held little significance for Yang in his current state. Team Leader, please accept my condolences. Zhao Feng approached Yang with a tone of somber sympathy. Yang's expression darkened upon hearing this, as though he had just suffered a personal loss. Yet, after delivering a few light punches to Zhao Feng, he found solace in the smiles of his comrades. The future of Team 112 was fraught with challenges, poisoned, blinded, devoured by beasts, gravely injured, and yet, with their extraordinary talents undergoing a remarkable transformation. Their fates would surely alter for the better. Despite feeling a tinge of sourness at his own unique circumstances in comparison, he was nonetheless elated by the promising overall picture. Boss, what about you? Zhao Feng shifted the topic, inquiring. Our talents have all been enhanced. Are you not about to begin your own ascension? Suwon maintained his composure, lamenting his inability to elevate his extraordinary talent. The moment these words escaped his lips, the expressions of those around him shifted dramatically. Particularly, Team Leader Yang stood frozen, stunned by the revelation. Suwon, who had never witnessed their ascension formula, had concocted the elixir to assist them in their transcendence. Yet, he found himself incapable of enhancing his own talent. Was this what they referred to as the healer unable to heal himself? In contrast to Suwon, what grievances could he possibly have? Perhaps I could accompany you? Yang pondered for a moment before inquiring. Feeling a twinge of disappointment due to his own talent not matching that of his comrades, he worried about Suwon's emotional state. Accompany me for what? Suwon chuckled, responding, if it's for drinking, it is entirely unnecessary. Yang shook his head. Regardless, my talent enhancement is minimal. I could oscillate my extraordinary essence, reverting my talent to its original state. If your extraordinary talent remains unrefined, I too shall remain unrefined, and accompany you. How does that sound? Suwon retorted. Are you unwell? The information passed down from the future is meant to empower everyone here, to alter the grim fate that awaits us, is it not? If you revert to your initial state after enhancing your talent, what purpose does that serve? Fear not, while I may lack the ability to refine my talent, I possess other means to augment my combat prowess. Suwon surveyed his surroundings, speaking with a smile. Yang inhaled deeply. You need not console us. As the sole individual in our team whose talent has not ascended, it is we who should be comforting you. You have not grown stronger. Yet you still offer us solace. That would render us ungrateful beings. Suwon found himself speechless at this line of reasoning. From this perspective, Yang's mind was quite agile. Why not consider the situation from a more rational standpoint? Yes, Captain, if you feel discomfort, why not take a few swipes at me to lighten your mood? Zhao Feng remarked seriously, gazing at Suwon. Are there more experts? Suwon mused, realizing that the peculiar thought processes within Team 112 were not solely Yang's domain. Zhao Feng exhibited a similarly unique mindset. He began to suspect that this unusual way of thinking had originated from Yang. By the way, I noticed you appeared quite pleased when you struck Luze earlier. Yang shifted the conversation, suggesting, how about after Luze finishes reading your pamphlet? I give him another thrashing? The others nodded in agreement, seeing the logic in his words. If Yang's beating of Lu Zhe could bring Su-Wen joy, then such an act would be well worth it. At that moment, Lu Zhe exhaled deeply, closing the pamphlet as he rose from the ground. I have gained invaluable insights from this reading. Thank you immensely. Such a great favor. Feel free to summon me whenever necessary. As his words rang out, the atmosphere around them grew oddly tense. Members of Team 112 exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of intrigue and disbelief. Chapter 23. Targeted strikes. What's the matter? Lu Zhe noticed the peculiar gazes directed at him and instinctively touched his face. There should be anything on my face, right? Yang approached him with a serious demeanor, saying, your face may be clean now, but soon it will not be. Lu Zhe, puzzled, wondered what had transpired during his immersive reading session. Why did he feel that everyone was looking at him strangely? You needn't resort to beating Lu Zhe to lift my spirits. I am in a rather good mood. Without any grievances, Su-Wen waved his hand dismissively. Lu Zhe's eyes widened in realization. Through this simple statement, he gleaned much information. The next moment, he looked at Yang and said, come, I felt a surge of inspiration. Let us practice together again. Since Su-Wen was in good spirits, he felt it was his duty to ensure that Su-Wen remained so. Most importantly, having just finished the pamphlet, he had gained deeper insights into his various combos. Especially against Yang, a close combat expert, he felt he had 9 methods to suppress him. Rest assured, I will take it easy this time. Yang assured him with a knowing smile. No need. Lu Zhe laughed. If you can win against me this time, I will concede that you are formidable. Yang's mind was engulfed by a question mark. Are you trying to provoke me? Did my previous beating not convince you? Or was it that he intended to make things more authentic for Su-Wen's sake? Thus, under the watchful eyes of their comrades, Yang and Lu Zhe commenced yet another bout. However, this time, the outcome surprised Yang. Lu Zhe's application of his ocular techniques had evidently reached new heights. His combination of binding, illusion, and attack left Yang bewildered. It appeared Lu Zhe's intuition had proven correct. The enhancement in combat prowess brought by insights from the future was astonishing. Su-Wen, observing their combat, felt a smile tug at his lips. Internally, he mused. Who do you think will emerge victorious in this clash? It seemed he still underestimated Yang. Su-Wen's implication suggested Yang would win. Yet the current battlefield clearly showed Lu Zhe in the ascendancy. The preemptive planning and positioning of a ranged extraordinary seemed to effectively suppress close combat abilities. Yet, unexpectedly, a twist occurred. Yang charged forward with explosive momentum, closing the distance to Lu Zhe. Upon realizing his defenses were crumbling, Lu Zhe opted to forsake his surroundings and launched a full-scale assault on Yang's face. Yang, known for targeting the visage of his opponents, had already endured sufficient punishment. How much worse could it possibly get? He could only go from a piglet to a full-grown hog. His situation could not deteriorate further. Yet Yang's face remained intact, allowing Lu Zhe's fists to unleash their potential. As a fellow mid-tier extraordinary, if Lu Zhe failed to bruise Yang's face after 2 matches, he would lose all semblance of dignity. With this thought, Lu Zhe shifted his strategy, launching an unguarded barrage aimed squarely at Yang's face. Su-Wen chuckled, finding this approach perfectly aligned with Lu Zhe's fighting style. Nearby, Su-Wen soon began to absorb and refine the crystal cores of the Cloud Beast Clan's young lord. As the group's strength had progressed significantly, and it was time for his own enhancement, a wave of energy pulsated around him, and a cloud formation suddenly enveloped Su-Wen. As this phenomenon emerged, Zhao Feng and the others diverted their attention from the fight, focusing intently on Su-Wen's breakthrough. Though they had known Su-Wen for only a short time, the events of recent days had been overwhelming. Particularly, the looming specter of their grim future had alarmed them, and the revelation of a traitor within their ranks sent shockwaves through their hearts. While they were not yet suspicious of their comrades, they understood Su-Wen's significance. Thus, exercising caution and vigilance was only prudent. Lu Zhe furrowed his brow as he sensed an anomaly below. Captain, before he could finish, Yang's fist collided with his face. The next moment, Lu Zhe found himself crashing against the energy barrier. What were you saying? Yang halted, querying. Pardon me, I just realized. Lu Zhe responded, I believe I was sending a thought message. How could you claim not to have heard it? During our battle, I utilized my ocular illusion techniques to execute a small combo that made your prized spear and your backside have a close encounter, did I not? Is it necessary to settle this personal score publicly? Cough, cough. Team leader Yang, aware of his own shortcomings, deftly shifted the conversation, inquiring, what transpired next? Let us investigate. No sooner had he spoken than he stepped forward, leaving the battlefield enveloped by the energy barrier. Lu Zhe observed the lingering energy shield around him, a slight twitch of his brow revealing his understanding. Yang did not appreciate his previous combat style. Should Yang provoke him again in the future, he would surely continue to embody that combative spirit. With a swift motion, a crimson beam erupted from Liu Zei's eyes, condensing into a needle-like point just before it struck the energy barrier. Moments later, as the barrier shattered, he boldly exited through the breach. What happened? Liu Zei inquired, noticing Yang standing there, somewhat bewildered. Yang pointed towards Su Wan, shrouded in mist, and asked, "Is this a manifestation of talent elevation?" After observing for a moment, Liu Zei shook his head and replied, "I cannot say for certain. Each individual's manifestation during talent elevation is unique. For instance, his is the blood pupil, while yours appears to be nothing at all." Nearby, Zhao Feng interjected, unable to contain himself. "This surely is not an elevation." Liu Zei, puzzled, asked, "What makes you so confident?" "Because the boss just stated he cannot elevate his talent, and the captain is aware of this." Liu Zei turned to Yang. "Did Suwen mention this?" Yang nodded, affirming he did. Liu Zei continued, "If he has already stated this, why do you still inquire about trivial matters?" Just then, an outrageous thought flashed through Liu Zei's mind. "When I concluded my studies earlier, you all suggested I should be beaten to make Suwen happy. At that moment, I was somewhat dazed, unaware of the circumstances, but I agreed, thinking it might bring him joy. Now that things have settled, could someone explain this situation to me?" The group exchanged glances, descending into an uncanny silence. "How should we address this? Yang, can you provide an explanation?" Liu Zei fixed his gaze on Yang, his brow twitching. He was all too familiar with the atmosphere among the team. "Tonight's moon is indeed round," Yang remarked, lifting a cup of tea and gazing up at the overcast sky. Chapter 24. The natural scout. Liu Zei retorted, "Could you refrain from mimicking my speech?" He pointed at the pitch-black sky outside. "I can conjure an image of the moon in the sky, can you?" Yang pondered for a moment, then picked up a piece of paper from the table, boldly inscribing the characters for moon. He then constructed a three-dimensional energy barrier outside, suspending the paper with the word moon in midair. "Look." Yang turned to Liu Zei, grinning. "Isn't this moon just perfect?" Liu Zei responded with skepticism. "Your interpretation of the moon is rather abstract, don't you think?" Noticing the look in Liu Zei's eyes, Yang responded directly, "There's no need for that kind of expression. Just tell me if this is a moon or not." Liu Zei replied, "A moon of your own making? That is a holographic projection, capable of deceiving ordinary people into believing it is a genuine moon. What you have created is simply the two characters for moon. Who are you trying to fool?" Taking a deep breath, Liu Zei suppressed his frustration and chose not to engage further with Yang. Regardless, today was a day of joy. Thus, the two beatings taken today could be seen as a way to entertain everyone. After all, hearing about a tragic future initially brought a sense of oppression. A little joy and laughter might help alleviate some of that internal weight. After a while, as the mist surrounding Suwen began to dissipate, the eyes of everyone brightened with anticipation. They all knew Suwen had concluded his process. Yet, when the mist cleared completely, the highly anticipated Suwen did not appear. Instead, a strikingly handsome cloud beast emerged before them. A pulse of energy rippled through the air, and a sturdy energy barrier enveloped the suddenly appearing cloud beast. "What are you doing?" Liu Zei exclaimed, panic evident on his face. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and sent Yang flying with a slap. The phenomenon vanished. Suwen was gone, but a cloud beast had appeared. Coupled with the beast they had just vanquished, the situation was unmistakable. This was clearly Suwen's transformation. Yet, upon his emergence, Yang had immediately encased him within an energy barrier. What was the intent behind this? To eliminate the opponent? "Why are you attacking me?" Yang, clutching his face as he rose from the ground, retorted, "Did you really think I was going to harm Suwen?" This statement left Liu Zei momentarily stunned. If you didn't intend to harm Suwen, then why ensnare him within an energy barrier? Yang, displaying a resigned expression, replied, "I was merely concerned you might mistake Suwen for a cloud beast and attack him." The others chimed in, "Your concern is completely unwarranted. As long as you don't attack, the rest of us are unlikely to take such an action." Liu Zei remarked, "I knew something unusual would occur once you emerged." As the agent Suwen swayed, he effortlessly floated out of the energy barrier. Indeed, when it came to unexpected events, Yang never failed to astonish. Suwen, upon realizing he had just refined the core of the Cloud Beast Prince and transformed into a Cloud Beast form, found himself trapped by Yang's energy barrier the moment he opened his eyes. Not only Liu Zei, but even he felt a twinge of anxiety. His future self had been correct. Given Yang's peculiar maneuvers, he was indeed ill-suited for infiltration within the otherworldly beast sect. By the way, how are you unaffected by the barrier? Suwen suddenly shifted the topic in his mind. The agent Suwen, after traversing the spatial barrier a few times, quietly remarked, "Perhaps it is because I do not belong to your timeline. I hail from a future that is intertwined with your existence. Without you, I would not exist at all. Naturally, given our peculiarities, I might exist, But as no one can see or converse with me, to this world, I am effectively non-existent. Since I am non-existent, everything here cannot influence me. After pondering for a moment, Suwon suddenly stated, "Then you are essentially my natural scout?" The agent Suwon responded with a puzzled expression. "Do you really intend to utilize me, a being that has perished and exists only as a remnant of a soul? Come on," he thought, recognizing the merit in this perspective. Fully leveraging available resources. This mindset already displayed the qualities of a competent leader. In future expeditions to the realm of otherworldly beasts or secret explorations, Suwon contemplated, "Since we are in sync, I now have an excellent ally for various endeavors." The agent Suwon replied, "Then when you encounter an insurmountable foe, should I attempt to utilize the remnants of my soul to create a distraction? It is worth a try. While I cannot guarantee other methods, self-detonation should create at least a slight ripple across time and space. Thus, this could serve as one of our trump cards." The agent Suwon chuckled softly, gazing at the younger version of himself, an indescribable emotion flickering in his eyes. If sacrificing his life for others was one thing, he would not be as willing. Yet, if it were for his own self, there would be nothing more to say. After all, having transcended death, being able to traverse time and assist his past self in delivering the final blow to his enemies was something beyond what most could ever dream. "Are you all right?" At that moment, Luze approached and inquired softly. "It's nothing," Suwon replied. "Aside from being a bit frightening at first, everything else is manageable." Hearing this, Captain Yang scratched his head and suggested, "Why don't you give me a beating?" Suwon waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I think not. If you truly wish to be hit, let Lu team take care of you." Luze exclaimed, "This is a splendid idea. Fortune turns in cycles." With that thought, Luze grinned widely at Captain Yang, his smile radiant. Captain Yang, upon witnessing Luze's expression, inexplicably felt a twinge of discomfort. Why was this fellow's combat style so insidious? Prodding with a spear to one's backside, and with his own spear, no less. Was that even conceivable? "Boss, I sensed that Lu team might not find this task particularly convenient. I could lend a hand," Zhao Feng enthusiastically volunteered, raising his right hand. Upon hearing this, the other members of Team 112 eagerly expressed their desire to participate. Throughout their time in the squad, they had all undergone training under Captain Yang to enhance their combat prowess. Now, with an opportunity to strike their captain under orders, it would be a shame not to seize it, wouldn't it? Captain Yang observed his subordinates, realizing they all harbored a desire to hit him. "Excellent. It appears I must find an opportunity to conduct more thorough training in the future." Chapter 25. A Sudden Epiphany? Amidst the chaotic commotion, a joyful atmosphere permeated the air. Subsequently, Suwon began utilizing the remaining battle merits from Captain Yang's loan to craft personalized growth plans for each member of Team 112. As an operative, Suwon had fought alongside them for many years and possessed a profound understanding of their capabilities. Particularly, once they learned that Suwon could traverse time and space to intervene in the past, they all eagerly cooperated. Naturally, Captain Yang was the exception. As the strongest member of Team 112, he currently lacked any glaring weaknesses that required addressing. The rare resources he desperately needed were still beyond their financial reach. Thus, they would have to wait until they harvested rewards from the secret realm of the beast cult before tailoring high-quality weapons for him. So, as the main guarantor, while your equipment has been updated, I remain unchanged. Captain Yang surveyed his surroundings, bemused. This situation felt rather skewed. That cannot be the case. "I have indeed equipped you with new gear," Suwon replied with a smile. "I procured 10 stacks of the latest developed indestructible talismans from the headquarters." "Indestructible talismans? Aren't those just the talismans for taking hits?" Captain Yang queried. "Rest assured, I have a modest understanding of talismanic arts, with a slight modification. The efficacy of these indestructible talismans will increase exponentially," Suwon replied, maintaining his composure. "So do not fret. You are not lacking in any respect compared to the others." Captain Yang paused, taken aback by the notion of divining future information, even being able to foresee changes in talismans. Good heavens! Is it possible to enhance talismans like the Divine Wind Talisman or the Teleportation Talisman as well? This thought remained unvoiced in his mind. After all, he possessed a modicum of understanding. If Suwon had the expertise, he would certainly articulate it. If not, suggesting it would be futile. "Captain, you are thinking too small," Zhao Feng remarked, grinning as he admired his new spirit boots. "Though I am unaware of what the boss has in mind. It is clear that he intends to procure a loan for upgraded equipment, indicating he is about to undertake something perilous. As the saying goes, danger and opportunity coexist. If we return alive, our rewards will undoubtedly be bountiful. But if we perish, does it matter whether we owe a debt?" He pondered aloud. "Will the headquarters send a powerful being to resurrect you, allowing you to continue repaying your debts?" After a moment, Zhao Feng continued, "Oh, how did I not think of this sooner? What a brilliant strategy. Captain, if we owe the headquarters a substantial amount of battle merits, will they prioritize our revival if such means exist? Captain Yang, upon hearing this, lowered his head in contemplation. There was indeed some merit to this idea. He had heard rumors that the headquarters housed some mysterious extraordinary beings who might genuinely possess the ability to resurrect others. Meanwhile, Luze observed the duo deep in thought, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What were these two thinking? Setting aside their current strength, how could they possibly accrue battle merits that would make the headquarters flinch, even if such resurrection abilities existed? The headquarters would likely prioritize fallen top-tier warriors or heroic figures who had made significant contributions to the nation. Furthermore, it was conceivable that they might resurrect current authorities. In any case, it would certainly not extend to a heavily indebted individual like themselves, who wouldn't even get a chance. Nevertheless, he remained silent. After all, dreams are meant to be had. If Captain Yang could indeed borrow several million, or even tens of millions, in battle merits from the headquarters, he would not mind in the least. For him, carrying a debt of 50,000 battle merits or 5 million was hardly different. After all, repayment was impossible. Captain, during this time, everyone will fulfill their respective duties. Some will train while others will patrol. Suwon shifted the conversation, stating, your task is to publish a new article every 5 days until it captures the RD office's attention. Captain Yang nodded earnestly and asked, what kind of attention is deemed sufficient? Suwon pondered for a moment before replying, it should at least attract the notice of the RD office leader. What if someone from the RD office calls for me to go to the capital? You are the captain of an extraordinary squad, with the responsibility to guard your territory. As long as no formal orders arrive, you need not concern yourself. Understood. Captain Yang gestured affirmatively and promptly began contacting his comrades. After acquiring the private email of the RD office leader, Xiao Luo, he utilized the internal network of extraordinary beings to send forth the first article assigned by Suwon. Though he did not fully comprehend the situation, it mattered not. He would simply follow orders. Suwon, a remarkable entity capable of indiscriminately divining the future, who could even foresee the modifications needed for upcoming articles and talismans, was someone whose guidance he could trust without question. Meanwhile, in the RD office, Xiao Luo sat in his office, his brow furrowed. Recently, several mainstream cultivation research teams under his purview had encountered stagnation in their progress. The direction of research into contemporary cultivation methods had become a significant dilemma for him. In any research endeavor, the importance of choice far outweighs effort. If the chosen direction is erroneous, then years of research, along with national investments, would be rendered futile. Thus, each direction of mainstream cultivation research must be approached with utmost caution. Sir, someone has submitted a theoretical article on cultivation to your private email. Just then, a voice echoed in Xiao Luo's mind. This prompted him to frown, but he was aware that his assistant had been meticulously selected through rigorous processes, and thus would not disturb him without reason. If the article were subpar, the assistant would not have deemed it necessary to interrupt him. Consequently, he pulled up the article and began to peruse it. Upon seeing the title, a flicker of interest sparked in his eyes. As he read through the initial paragraphs, his expression grew increasingly solemn. For reasons unknown, he felt an uncanny familiarity with the content, as if a mysterious presence had insightfully addressed his current challenges, elucidating matters to provide clarity. The article was extensive, yet each sentence illuminated his understanding. Not a word was superfluous. After a brief moment, Xiao Luo rose abruptly from his seat after meticulously studying the document multiple times. He promptly dialed the red phone on his desk. Now, immediately, retrieve the information of the recent submitter. Also, arrange for me to visit their residence. This matter concerns the future development of the nation and cannot afford any delay. Before long, all information regarding Captain 112 appeared in Xiao Luo's office. As he scrutinized Yang's life story and the various evaluations from the extraordinary headquarters, a frown creased his brow, plunging him into deep contemplation. How could someone who could not fully grasp the cultivation theories compose such a meticulously crafted article? Was it possible that the individual had suddenly gained enlightenment after consuming some extraordinary treasure? Chapter 26. The Legacy of the RD Department Regardless. Xiao Luo felt a surge of urgency. He yearned to meet this scientific prodigy in person. After all, every line of the article resonated with him, as if it had been penned by his own hand, providing answers to his inner doubts. Most crucially, the hypothesis and future trends posited at the end of the article left him hanging, creating an uncomfortable tension within him, based on his years of research experience. When an author leaves a mystery in such a manner, it signifies that they already possess the answer within. Commander, you have 9 meetings to attend this morning. His secretary quietly reminded him. These meetings pertain to the conquest and survey departments and carry significant weight. It would be difficult to cancel. You could issue a directive for them to come to the capital to meet you, the secretary suggested. Xiao Luo shot a glance at his secretary, a look of disapproval in his eyes. Upon hearing his words, the secretary's expression stiffened. Ignoring his soon-to-be reassigned secretary, Xiao Luo reflected upon his extensive reading of numerous articles. His extraordinary talent deeply intertwined with research. While he could not comment on other matters, he could certainly deduce the essence of the author through the arrangement of words in the article. Having perused the article, he had already formed a rough outline of its creator in his mind. That was the edge of the world, another version of himself, a true kindred spirit. If he were to submit such an article, he would undoubtedly hope to capture the attention of the higher-ups. Thus, his personal visit would serve as the finest explanation. When Xiao Luo utilized the teleportation array to journey directly from the capital to Jiangqing, arriving at the residence of Team 112, he astonished everyone present. They had not anticipated his personal arrival. Agent Suwen floated before Xiao Luo, exclaiming, "It seems I underestimated the appeal of this article." In the background, Suwen pondered. "Was this not within your expectations?" Agent Suwen was taken aback. Otherwise, he would not have had Yang submit articles every few days to attract attention. You truly lack foresight. With all that future information at your disposal, you failed to foresee this? After all, the individual was the commander of the RD department, one of the absolute upper echelons of Huaxia. Although he would have interactions with this person in the future, he did not know them particularly well. Furthermore, considering the issues from the perspective of the coming decades, it was natural for him not to regard Xiao Luo's article as particularly significant. After all, he had hundreds of similar articles in his mind. If he truly put his heart into it, producing over 1,000 articles would not be a challenge. He intended to use this article to draw attention from the RD department, but he never imagined it would directly attract the head of the department. "You must be the captain of Team 112, Yang Chun, am I correct?" Xiao Luo approached, warmly shaking the other's hand and introducing himself. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, he began to inquire about the various concepts presented in the article. Each question he posed was met with faultless answers from Yang, who had clearly prepared in advance. While the answers were impeccable, this very situation aroused suspicion within Xiao Luo. To be frank, Yang did not give the impression of being the article's author. Rather, he resembled a seasoned researcher who had dedicated many years to studying the work. The brilliance and flashes of inspiration that accompany research could not simply be manufactured through a conventional demeanor. Suddenly, Xiao Luo asked, "Yangchen, I am quite curious. Previously, you had limited understanding of cultivation theories. How did you manage to write such a sophisticated and insightful article this time?" Without hesitation, Yang replied, "I dreamt it." Xiao Luo raised an eyebrow, a question mark slowly forming in his mind. What sort of answer was this? The response was utterly unexpected. Prior to this dream, did you encounter any extraordinary events or consume any rare treasures? Xiao Luo inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, Yang said, "Actually, there was one incident." Xiao Luo's eyes brightened at this statement. If a single event could lead to the creation of such an exceptional article, he would immediately order everyone in the RD department to replicate that event. If it were due to the influence of some exotic treasure from a portal of extraordinary beasts, he would submit a request to the commander to mobilize the conquest department. Even if it meant heavy casualties, to seize that portal. "Please, tell me," Xiao Luo urged, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. He employed a soul technique capable of discerning truth from deception. He could not shake the instinct that the creator of the article was not this muscular brute before him. However, should he determine that Yang was truthful and correct, he would commit every subsequent word he uttered to memory. "I was poked in the backside by my teammate wielding a long gun," Yang stated. Xiao Luo lifted his gaze, staring blankly at Yang Chun. That statement had completely short-circuited his brain. He could not fathom the connection between this extraordinary article and the act of being poked in the backside. It defied all logic. Nearby, Agent Suwen observed the scene and could not help but burst into laughter. Truly, this is Yang Chun. His abstract thinking never ceases to amaze, leaving the RD commander utterly bewildered. If this honor could be publicized, it would surely go down in history. Suddenly, Suwen asked, "I wonder if the RD commander would believe Yang's absurd tale?" After a moment of thought, Agent Suwen nodded. There is a significant chance he will believe it. And what comes next? What else? The entire RD department might just find a time to poke each other in the backside. Imagining that scene was utterly ludicrous. Yang's ability to spin such tales had once again reshaped his worldview. If the researchers learned of this incident, they would likely tear Yang apart. However, upon further reflection, with their assistance in producing articles, that peculiar act might indeed become a tradition within the RD department. After a brief silence, Agent Suwen remarked, "Despite everyone finding this activity absurd and devoid of logic, Yang Chun continues to produce astonishing articles every few days. That will surely drive those researchers to madness. At this point, Agent Suwon paused, then continued, but it matters not. There is but a thin line separating genius from madness. From the researcher's perspective, Yang's actions might seem quite insane. As long as he can consistently produce articles, the researchers will only believe they have not poked correctly. Reflecting on this, he found the imagery rather grim. Indeed, Suwon concurred, it feels quite perverse when you think about it. This is a level of absurdity that even the most twisted minds would find disturbing. Chapter 27. The Shock from the Future. Yang Chun. I now extend an invitation to you in my capacity as the head of the RD department to join us. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Luo rose and declared, as long as you agree to join, I can promise you that upon your arrival here, you will lead a national-level research project. With funding unrestricted, any necessary facilities you require, just name them, and I shall ensure they are provided. After making this statement, Xiao Luo paused briefly and then added earnestly, I can further assure you that if you manage to produce 2 more articles of this caliber within the next 3 years, I will guarantee your appointment as the deputy head of the RD department. This promise shall remain valid for life, as long as I hold this position. Having assessed the truth of Yang Chen's words through his soul's secret technique, Xiao Luo was convinced. The previous dreams must have been mere fabrications. Regardless of how the other party managed it, as long as they could generate groundbreaking articles that would significantly impact the contemporary cultivation system, he was willing to accept and nurture them. Should their brilliance shine brightly enough, he would even consider stepping aside to give them the lead. Of course, regarding Yang Chen's earlier mention of using a firearm inappropriately, he felt the need to ponder that for a while. If such a method truly could enhance research efficiency and usher in a revolutionary advancement for the cultivation system of Huaxia, then despite its embarrassment and unseemliness, he would promote it to the fullest extent. He intended not only to advocate it within the RD department, but also across all divisions of the extraordinary headquarters, even extending to the Department of Extraordinary Technology. He was confident that once the commander learned of this matter, he would undoubtedly support his side. The recent frequency of the manifestation of beast gates had been increasing alarmingly, particularly the large beast gates that had been erupting one after another, putting immense pressure on the extraordinary headquarters. Hence, they were willing to explore any means, no matter how peculiar they might sound or how difficult they might be to articulate. As long as it proved effective, it adhered to the objective laws of existence, which required no further elaboration. Is that so? Yang asked, gazing at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo smiled slightly. Naturally, I would not deceive you regarding such matters. Upon hearing this, Yang exclaimed, so if I produce 2 articles of the same level now, I would directly become the deputy head of the RD department? Xiao Luo replied, not quite. Do you truly believe that such groundbreaking articles, the classics of the cultivation system, can be written at will? He had witnessed many research prodigies who gained fame at a young age and felt they could advance rapidly. Yet as time passed, they found themselves unable to surpass their younger selves. Upon reflection, it was understandable. After all, to possess such an understanding of the cultivation system at around 30 years of age was a source of pride that was only natural. After all, how could a genius lack a sense of pride? Could you please excuse yourself? Yang Chen took a deep breath and asked directly. The crowd responded, brother, what are you doing? The head of the RD department is here to speak with you, and you want him to leave? Are you aware of what you're doing? All right, you and your team should discuss this thoroughly. Xiao Luo said with a smile, regardless of your choice, the RD department will always be your staunch support. After saying this, Xiao Luo cast a sweeping glance over all members of Team 112. In the next moment, he turned and vanished from sight. Agent Suwon, witnessing this scene, could not help but cover his face with his hands. It's over. Yang's comment had shifted Xiao Luo's focus from him to the entire team. Quick! At that moment, Agent Suwon's expression changed, and he hurriedly exclaimed, Yang, you're about to cast an energy barrier. Interrupt him quickly. From Yang's habitual behavior and his precasting gestures, it was clear what he intended to do next. Hearing this, Suwon strode forward and slapped Yang on the forehead. Simultaneously, the energy barrier that was about to rise quickly retracted. Why did you hit me? Yang touched the back of his head, bewildered. Suwon replied, what were you about to do? Yang looked around and said, just in case, I thought I'd set up an energy shield. Suwon retorted, under normal circumstances, the head of the RD department wouldn't eavesdrop on us. However, if you conceal the surroundings with an energy barrier, then even if they don't intend to look, they will surely take a second glance, right? This isn't just a case of hiding something in plain sight. Now, let us set that aside. Suwon shifted topics. What were you hoping to achieve by asking Xiao Luo to leave? Upon hearing this, Yang rubbed his hands together and grinned. Didn't the head say that if we produce 2 more articles, I could become the deputy head? What do you all think about this? Should we? Yang did not finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. Suwen's mouth twitched slightly. Could you not first agree to the other party's conditions and then inquire after they leave? Just take the plunge. Agent Suwen interjected. I am quite acquainted with Xiao Luo's character. My initial suggestion for Yang to publish articles was to attract Xiao Luo's attention. For instance, when I joined the Beast Cult, orchestrated numerous notorious events, and was labeled a traitor in Huaxia. Xiao Luo still rescued me from death row upon realizing my exceptional research on the cultivation system and appointed me as the leader of a research team. Furthermore, after I presented various research findings, Xiao Luo went to great lengths to fulfill my conditions and help me out. Even the hawkish faction of the expedition department, upon hearing I was here, had their attempts to confront me thwarted by Xiao Luo. I recall that to protect me, Xiao Luo even enlisted the commander's assistance. Thus, as long as Yang captures Xiao Luo's focused attention, our plan can unfold smoothly, and perhaps even bring Xiao Luo into our ranks in the future. Initially, I thought we could take our time with this. There was no rush. Let Yang enter first, elevate his status with forward-thinking theoretical articles, and acquire cultivation resources to enhance his abilities. At this point, Agent Suwen paused. But I did not expect the illustrious head of the RD department to personally come forth and propose such conditions. If we are to act, we must do so decisively to impress Xiao Luo. Let us not settle for just 2 articles. Instead, let us present all the numerous articles hinting at the embryonic form of the reform in the cultivation system related to the breath technique. We shall show him what it means to experience a shock from the future. After discussing the relevant details and the ensuing dialogue with meticulous care, Suwen organized the articles. His actions drew the attention of everyone present. Upon learning Suwen's intentions, the group felt there was no issue. As long as Suwen could predict the future and ascertain that Xiao Luo was trustworthy, this would not pose any harm. Yang was, after all, a rather unreliable character, full of flaws. Of course, he had managed to impress Xiao Luo initially. How does that saying go? As long as one is riddled with flaws, they cannot be deemed flawed. Thus, when they had prepared sufficiently, Yang went to invite Xiao Luo back in. It seems you have. Xiao Luo entered the room, looking at Yang with a smile. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly halted, for he noticed dozens of fresh articles laid out on the table before him. Just a glance at the titles made his mind feel as though it might explode. The theories on the future of the cultivation system, they were still under research. And even amidst the indecisiveness of choices, he had already found answers in those titles. Chapter 28. Too eye-catching. Xiao Luo's attention was completely captivated by the article before him. In that moment, he disregarded everyone and everything around him. His face flushed, filled with excitement, as he eagerly flipped through the pages, with his eyes shining. His pace quickened with each article he perused. With every completed piece, his smile broadened, and the brilliance in his gaze intensified. What lay in his hands was not merely theoretical discourse, it was the future of Huaxia. Upon the publication of these articles, he could assure that the research on the cultivation system in contemporary Huaxia would be propelled forward by over a decade. Before long, Xiao Luo had reviewed all the articles. He then silently turned around, casting his gaze over the entire Team 112. In the next moment, he raised his right hand. A hum resonated as a radiant barrier enveloped the vicinity in an instant. If there had been mere conjecture at first, he now comprehended your concerns. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Luo spoke. You need not accompany me to the research office. The working environment here is quite satisfactory. Everything is understood without the need for words or explanations. After a brief pause, he continued, regarding your choices, as I stated earlier, regardless of the outcome, I will support you. The publication of the articles and subsequent reward issues will be managed by me. You need not worry. Having grasped the various theoretical insights conveyed by those groundbreaking articles, he harbored suspicions. Undoubtedly, the captain of Team 112, Yang Chun, was merely a shield, a figure placed prominently to draw attention away from the true genius behind these works, who remained concealed within this team or in the shadows. He understood the rationale behind this concealment. The infiltration of the beast clans was pervasive, and numerous spies and traitors lurked within the headquarters of the extraordinary beings. Thus, he fully comprehended their tactic of hiding. Moreover, he felt that such a brilliant researcher, possessing this level of vigilance, had not allowed his innate talents to cloud his judgment upon realizing the significance and value of these articles, maintaining a steady demeanor. This was indeed a colossal stroke of fortune. In light of this, what harm was there in cooperating? What will you do upon your return? At that moment, Lu Zhe suddenly inquired. Xiao Luo looked at Lu Zhe, smiling as he replied, the first task upon my return will be to implement the initiative of prodding the backside with a spear, establishing it as a mandatory annual creative course for all personnel in the research office. The second task will be to begin generating momentum for Yang Chun's future role as deputy leader of the research office. What do you think? Lu Zhe's eyes flickered at his words, and he softly responded, "You are the leader of the research office. This matter is not for an outsider like me to comment on." Xiao Luo chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Yang, observing their exchange, was left in confusion. What were these two discussing? If his previous words had indeed intimidated Xiao Luo, was it not entirely reasonable to promote the initiative of prodding the backside? And was not the position of deputy leader something Su Wen had fought for on his behalf? Was there a need to reiterate? "I find the overall atmosphere of your Team 112 quite agreeable," Xiao Luo remarked, glancing around. "In this case, I have a nephew who has yet to join an extraordinary team. How about having him join your Team 112? Lu Zhe stepped forward, raising an eyebrow and giving a knowing glance before saying, "This is not for me to decide. You must consult Captain Yang." It was evident that Commander Xiao was a discerning individual. Upon realizing the importance of these forthcoming articles, his first thought was to arrange for a trusted bodyguard to join. The involvement of such a significant figure could only be beneficial from any perspective. On one hand, Su Wen could foresee the future. Since Su Wen had presented these articles before Xiao Luo, it indicated that Xiao Luo himself posed no threat, even if a stranger were introduced. Were they not also strangers to Su Wen just days prior? In the presence of an extraordinary being capable of foreseeing the future, discerning friend from foe was a straightforward endeavor. On the other hand, with Commander Zhao's protection, their futures would undergo a profound transformation. At the very least, the internal traitors within the headquarters of the extraordinary beings could no longer wield their power to intimidate. If unable to refuse, one could always seek Commander Zhao's assistance to resolve the matter. As the esteemed leader of the research office, it would be a simple task for him to safeguard their extraordinary team. Thus, Lu Zhe felt this individual was fit to join. "No," Yang abruptly interjected, leaving everyone astonished. "Our Team 112 is currently at full capacity. We have no additional positions available. With so many extraordinary teams in Huaxia, perhaps you could consider another option?" Lu Zhe replied, "Brother, the look I gave you is meant to convey agreement, not rejection. Furthermore, your reasoning for refusal is somewhat absurd. Isn't it? Full capacity? Do you truly believe that before a commander, the matter of capacity would go unaddressed? Trust me, by tonight, the headquarters of the extraordinary beings will issue a document regarding the reform of team capacities." Noticing the glint in Lu Zhe's eyes, Yang raised an eyebrow. "What? Did you not just suggest that I refuse?" Lu Zhe responded. "It seems Su Wen was right. This captain must take charge himself in the future. Yang can simply serve as the combat force, taking the front in battles. As for the issue of capacity, I shall handle that." Xiao Luo chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "Very well, it is settled then. Shortly, my nephew will arrive to report for duty." With that, Xiao Luo turned and departed. He had discerned Yang's character and did not wish to waste further time here. This individual certainly had a unique way of thinking that was somewhat amusing. Naturally, he was broad-minded enough not to be vexed by such trivial matters. However, in the future, once Yangchen assumed the role of deputy leader, he would need to mentor him thoroughly to enrich his life experiences within the headquarters of the extraordinary beings. The situation within Team 112 had made it abundantly clear who the true prodigy was. In the air, as Xiao Luo sifted through the information of everyone in the team, he felt a tinge of helplessness. Almost instantly, his gaze zeroed in on Su Wen. As long as this detailed information was laid bare, any reasonable person could draw the same conclusion. There was no escaping it. It was simply too glaring. Before Su Wen's arrival, Team 112 had been rather ordinary within the broader context of Huaxia's extraordinary ranks. Although Yang Chun had decent cultivation talent, with the vast number of extraordinary beings in Huaxia, such qualifications could only be deemed commonplace. However, after Su Wen's arrival, Team 112 had accomplished many extraordinary feats, such as pursuing a promotion plan loan, and Yang Chen's publication of classic theoretical articles had caught his attention. Chapter 29. Xiao Luo is innocent regardless. Such a prodigy warrants my attention. If you wish to remain concealed, then I shall assist you. With an unwavering countenance, Xiao Luo began to mobilize the exclusive powers of the research office leader to help Su Wen achieve comprehensive concealment. An ordinary team comprised of ordinary personnel. Even during this process of concealment, Xiao Luo ensured that the tens of thousands of military merits owed by Team 112 to the headquarters of the extraordinary beings were also settled. For other extraordinary beings, tens of thousands of military merits represented a substantial sum. Yet, to him, it was merely trivial. Not to mention, the articles produced were more than sufficient to exchange for tens of millions, if not billions, of military merits. Shortly after Xiao Luo's departure, a directive from the headquarters of the extraordinary beings was dispatched to Team 112. Transfer of Xiao Tian from Team 042 to join Team 112 as deputy captain. The new recruit, Xiao Tian, arrived almost simultaneously with this official notice. However, When everyone laid eyes on Xiao Tian's appearance, they were momentarily taken aback. "You are the leader, Xiao?" Lu Zhe inquired uncertainly. Xiao Luo waved his hand. "I am not. I am a junior member of the Xiao family." Lu Zhe remarked, "Brother, if you wish to disguise your identity, at least you should change your appearance. Coming here without altering your face or height, merely changing your attire, is treating us as fools." "Hello, Su Wen," Xiao Luo said as he approached, producing a gift box from his robe. "Before my departure, my elders asked me to bring you this modest token. I hope you do not find it lacking." From a distance, the agent Su Wen interjected, "Stop overthinking it. Just accept it. The exposure is already evident. For Leader Xiao, our unmasked backgrounds are easily traceable. There is no need for concern. You are not me. As a newly awakened extraordinary being, one of exceptional talent capable of influencing a nation's destiny, you are deserving of such treatment." At this juncture, Agent Su Wen paused. Then self-deprecatingly continued, "Consider this. If a notorious traitor like myself receives such treatment, is it not entirely reasonable for you to be regarded with equal importance?" Su Wen noted. "Why must you casually invoke the term traitor? It seems you are genuinely concerned about your own traitor's status." Subsequently, Su Wen discreetly accepted the gift and expressed his gratitude to the giver. "You are quite astute," Xiao Luo remarked, a smile gracing his lips. "Conversing with intelligent individuals is always uplifting." With that, he cast a glance at Team Leader Yang. "What do you mean by that? Why are you looking at me after saying that? Am I not clever? If I were not, could I have so easily impressed your esteemed ancestors?" However, he felt that his last remark was inappropriate to voice in front of the younger member of the Xiao family. This gift is a teleportation talisman capable of bypassing spatial constraints. Xiao Luo shifted the conversation. "In the future, should you find yourself in peril, do not hesitate to activate this talisman. It possesses the power to transport you to a precise location." Su Wen gazed at the purple talisman in his hand, softly inquiring, "Teleportation?" Xiao Luo smiled gently. "Indeed, it will transport you to a well-known destination. To the headquarters of the extraordinary beings?" "Yes, and yet not quite." "Where then?" "To the central office." Su Wen's countenance shifted in surprise. "Directly to the central office? That is indeed a well-known location." Nearby, Agent Su Wen's expression was equally remarkable. "Who is he?" "A notorious internal traitor. The leader of the traitors being pursued relentlessly by the headquarters of extraordinary beings. Yet now, his past has gifted him such a high-end talisman that allows direct transport to the central office. This location is undeniably secure. Even if the enemy is formidable and possesses the ability to track teleportations, would they dare to come here and commit murder? If one could be eliminated upon arrival here, the headquarters of extraordinary beings would likely be rendered obsolete. In short, this honor is truly reserved for those of genuine merit." "Does he also share a past as a grand traitor?" Contemplating this, his heart was filled with complexity. Asked Xiao Luo, "Does the commander-in-chief know about our situation?" Agent Su Wen suddenly posed the question after a brief silence. In response to Su Wen's inquiry, Xiao Luo shook his head slightly. "The commander-in-chief is so busy. He is unaware of this matter." After a moment, Xiao Luo added, "When you have made up your mind, feel free to speak with him yourself." Agent Su Wen nodded slightly, reassured that the commander-in-chief was unaware of the situation. Hearing this, Su Wen's heart sank, and he quickly questioned internally, "What does this imply? Has the commander-in-chief been infiltrated as well?" If the commander-in-chief has indeed been compromised and has allied with the alien beasts, it would spell catastrophic beginnings. How can we proceed? How can we fight? Our commands would be known to the enemy even before they are issued, leading to an increasingly dire situation. The reality may be even worse than I currently perceive. "No," Agent Su Wen interjected, "I never stated that. Do not make wild assumptions." Su Wen replied, "Did you not imply that?" "My skepticism towards the commander-in-chief stems from the overwhelming number of infiltrators among the alien beasts. Until I can ascertain the truth, I will not trust anyone," Agent Su Wen asserted, "and I have no direct contact with the commander-in-chief. However, the existence of traitors within the headquarters is an undeniable fact. Thus, until the situation is clarified, I will remain suspicious of all potential threats." Su Wen pondered, then inquired, "Have you never suspected Xiao Luo?" Agent Su Wen's demeanor remained unchanged. "Of course, I have harbored suspicions, especially when Xiao Luo rescued me. Initially, he was my prime suspect. Had I not dispelled my doubts about him, I would not have allowed you to expose yourself so recklessly. Given the presence of infiltrators at the headquarters, every move they make must adhere to their own behavioral logic. As the head of the research office, Xiao Luo holds significant power and influence. Yet his true intentions remain uncertain. In other words, from the moment Xiao Luo saved me, I harbored profound doubts about his motives. Could he be the internal traitor planted by the alien beasts within the headquarters? If so, his actions would be entirely justified. What led you to dismiss your suspicions of Xiao Luo? It was the assassination attempt against him by the alien beasts and the subsequent counter-assault that resulted in 7 high-ranking alien beasts and 1 king beast perishing during the operation. Agent Su Wen gazed skyward, speaking softly. As someone truly aligned with the alien beast organization, I possess a deep understanding of their fundamental principles. Within the operational logic and brainwashing methods of the alien beast cult, high-ranking alien beasts are deemed supreme, exalted, and transcendent above all human extraordinary beings, let alone the rarer king beasts. Perhaps to enhance the credibility of the headquarters, the alien beast factions might orchestrate the destruction of several alien beast gates as a pretext. However, high-ranking alien beasts would never sacrifice themselves to cultivate traitors, much less the more prestigious and scarce king beasts. The assassination of Xiao Luo by the king beast in conjunction with high-ranking alien beasts stems purely from their fear of his capabilities in developing the cultivation system. This fundamentally elucidates Xiao Luo's stance. Chapter 30. A sense of imminent calamity. There remains one crucial point. Agent Su Wen's eyes flickered as he continued. As the head of the research office, Xiao Luo is also the foremost extraordinary being in Huaxiao regarding the understanding and innovation of the cultivation system. If such a superlative talent were nurtured by the alien beast cult or their factions, they would never send him here as an infiltrator. It would be far more advantageous to retain him within their ranks for the development of their own techniques and secrets. Why would they send talent to Huaxia? If the intention were to mislead the cultivation path of Huaxia's extraordinary beings, why propose the development of breathing techniques and pertinent theories? They could simply introduce the various malevolent arts of the alien beast cult under a different guise to the headquarters of extraordinary beings. Of course, with the multitude of talents at the headquarters, this may not remain concealed. At this point, Agent Su Wen paused before shifting gears. In truth, the alien beast cult possesses numerous nefarious methods that involve sacrificing one's future potential, burning one's essence, and trading the integrity of one's soul for accelerated cultivation speed. Some even involve altering one's gender or creating specific organs of the opposite gender while retaining their original gender. Su Wen, he did not find anything amiss with the earlier notion of sacrificing oneself to accelerate cultivation. After all, cultivation is about exchanging one's soul for gains. In a certain sense, it merely deviates from conventional methods and cannot be deemed as malevolent. However, what followed truly seemed a bit sinister. What does it mean to retain one's gender while allowing the physical form to manifest another? A duality of male and female? Being both a man and a woman? The crux of the matter lies in whether there are any benefits to such a transformation. When the cultivation technique reaches an advanced stage and one encounters a bottleneck, one may seek alternatives from other avenues. Agent Su Wen appeared to perceive Su Wen's thoughts and began to elucidate. In the pursuit of new paths, one would resort to any means necessary, as long as it proves beneficial, whether it is a change in personality or an amalgamation of traits. Even if one were to transform into a dog, it would still earn a melodious title. For instance, structural changes in the physical body that arise after attaining profound levels of cultivation could lay a more expansive and robust foundation for future cultivation directions, enhancing the specific tension presented by the cultivation system. Su Wen smirked, as if he were engaged in a comprehension exercise. Agent Su Wen maintained an impassive expression, asserting that every researcher of cultivation techniques must be a master of comprehension. Su Wen, brother, we are aware of our own matters. We stand on the shoulders of the future era, continually reaping the fruits of tomorrow to nourish the present. Researching cultivation techniques is not merely someone else's business, is it? At most, we are but porters of the cultivation system. Do you consider yourself a researcher of techniques? Su Wen lifted a cup of water beside him, pondering. When one finds oneself in a research environment, armed with cultivation theories more advanced than those of the surrounding individuals, one is indeed the most accomplished researcher of techniques. Agent Su Wen chuckled. You provide answers and guidance to others daily, influencing their research. Even if you do not consider yourself one, you will gradually become a researcher of techniques. Speaking of which, my eventual escape, becoming the first person in Chinese history to break free from a death row prison, was largely thanks to the efforts of the Beast Church. He chuckled, recalling how, with my involvement, various studies within the research office quickly flourished. This pace astonished the Beast Church. Even the leader of the Beast Church had not anticipated my research capabilities. Had they known in advance, they would certainly not have sent me for undercover work. Of course, the most critical point is that if they do not bring me back soon, the cultivation system at the headquarters of the extraordinary beings may evolve into something unrecognizable. Thus, they activated several agents from the headquarters to rescue me. Opposite, Su Wen furrowed his brow and inquired, Wait a minute, I have a question. You mentioned that the Beast Church is aware of your research talents. How can you still face political reckoning? Wouldn't confining you for research or even forcibly brainwashing you to reshape your soul maximize their benefits? Brother, have you forgotten that we are the same person? Are you so ruthless towards yourself? The Beast Church fundamentally serves the interests of the Beast tribes. Agent Su-Wen quietly stated, "My mind is filled with the cultivation theories from the headquarters, which are of little consequence to the Beast tribes. So what purpose do we serve for them?" Su-Wen, that makes sense. Originally, it might not have ended in death, but with this particular trait, survival becomes impossible. Not far away, Xiao Luo observed Su-Wen's various expressions closely. His demeanor and dazed appearance were thankfully not too eccentric. Otherwise, the characteristics of a divination-type extraordinary being would have been too evident. When a divination-type extraordinary being can effortlessly produce dozens of contemporary theoretical articles on cultivation, the implications are abundantly clear. The potential beauty of that prospect excites him, hence he refrains from dwelling on it. Most importantly, he finds the situation somewhat absurd. How could such an extraordinary talent exist in this world? Yet, due to his professional integrity, he refrains from asking. If his intuition proves correct, in the future, once Su-Wen undergoes various predictions and tests, and confirms from the depths of his heart that he is indeed fine, he will naturally come to explain everything to him. "Hey, newcomer." At that moment, Team Leader Yang approached and said, "I am heading out for patrol. You should accompany me." The newcomer still had not grasped the other's motives. According to certain tropes in novels, isn't this merely a high-ranking individual coming to monitor their team? For the safety of the precious Su-Wen, he must take this observer away. In any case, he felt this person was not a good one. Otherwise, upon their arrival, he would not have felt an ominous premonition about his future. This feeling was quite intense. Xiao Luo, a question mark slowly rose in his mind. No, his current appearance, attire, and manner of speaking were hardly concealed. What does this mean? Can he see through it? Or does he recognize his identity, but chooses to act as if he doesn't until it is acknowledged? I am an honorary envoy sent by the headquarters of extraordinary beings. In principle, I am not bound by the tasks of Team 112. Xiao Luo said expressionlessly. Team Leader Yang scoffed. I am still the deputy leader of the research office. ISN, team my position higher than yours as an honorary envoy. Xiao Luo, setting aside the fact that the deputy leader's appointment letter has yet to arrive. What are you doing here anyway? Is the deputy leader commanding the leader, or is it a reversal of roles? Chapter 31. I believe he is a hero. Let me join you on the patrol. Lu Zhe, noticing the situation, hurriedly interjected. Earlier, he had suspected that Team Leader Yang had not recognized this was Commander Xiao. Now he was almost certain. The individual merely changed attire and slightly altered their hairstyle, and such a crude disguise managed to fool Team Leader Yang? Impressive. Team Leader Yang sighed, then picked up his weapon, casting one last deep glance at Xiao Luo before departing. After exiting the base of Team 112, Lu Zhe could not resist asking, did you not notice how similar Xiao Tian and Commander Xiao look? Team Leader Yang nodded. I did notice, they truly resemble each other. Being from the same family. Lu Zhe, so, you never suspected that Xiao Tian is actually Xiao Luo? Team Leader Yang was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. No way. Why not? It's quite normal for family members to share similar appearances, isn't it? Lu Zhe said incredulously. What about looking exactly alike? Team Leader Yang scratched his head. My uncle and I look remarkably similar. Sometimes people mistake us for each other when we stand together. So, I thought it was the same case with the newcomer and Commander Xiao. Lu Zhe, genius logic. However, you are about to become the deputy leader of the research office, which means you will be working under Commander Xiao. Lu Zhe shifted the topic. Your actions today may not have outright displeased them, but they might still give you a hard time. So, be prepared mentally. Team Leader Yang was stunned. Huh? Lu Zhe patted Team Leader Yang on the shoulder. Since the deed is done, don't overthink it. Just help Su-Wen, and I believe that under his guidance, I will still flourish and grow stronger in the future. Team Leader Yang nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I will be a loyal supporter of Su-Wen. If he directs me east, I want to go west. Lu Zhe, your words are correct, but could you refrain from saying it so crudely? What do you mean by loyal supporter? That sounds rather unpleasant. Meanwhile, on another side, after conversing with Agent Su-Wen, Su-Wen shifted his stool and sat beside Xiao Luo. Though the future self did not explicitly state it, the attitude reflected in the repeated references to betrayal and treachery reveals a deep concern for the spy's identity. In truth, he is capable of comprehending such a conflicting mindset. If Agent Su-Wen were merely a traitor, motivated solely by self-interest, it might be more palatable. However, his intentions are rooted in the pursuit of uncovering high-ranking traitors hidden within the headquarters of the extraordinary. Yet, paradoxically, his actions inflict the deepest wounds upon his own comrades. In the midst of this extreme internal conflict and hesitance, he professes indifference, while his heart is, in fact, profoundly affected. It is precisely because of this concern that he yearns for validation. "Hello," Xiao Luo greeted Suwen with a slight smile, his heart stirring with excitement. At last, the target he had sought out initiated a conversation. After a swift perusal of the numerous articles, he quickly discerned that they comprised a series of classic works. The distinctive style and choice of words indicated that these writings could not have been produced by a single author. Consequently, he felt a surge of ideas regarding the discussion of innovative theories of cultivation with Suwen. Were it not for the overwhelming rationality suppressing his impulsiveness, he would have approached Suwen the moment he arrived to engage in theoretical discourse. "Hello," Suwen replied with a smile, then added, "I have a question I would like to ask you." A flicker of excitement illuminated Xiao Luo's eyes. "Please, go ahead." As the words left his lips, a brilliant light sparkled in his gaze, and his spiritual energy surged in anticipation. He was prepared to absorb classic quotations, unravel unknown enigmas, and revel in the enlightenment of innovative theories. "Imagine," Suwen began solemnly, "if someone discovers a traitor within the organization, a traitor of high rank and significant influence. To expose this traitor, they become a traitor themselves. What would your perspective be on such an action?" Xiao Luo's face was awash with a flurry of question marks. "Huh? I was ready for anything. And you suddenly pose a question like this? While I possess some understanding of the selection and eradication of traitors, I fail to see how this relates to you. If you uncover a traitor, do not resort to such measures," Xiao Luo advised directly. "With your talents, you should not dwell in the shadows. A brighter future awaits you." After a moment's pause, he continued, "If you share this with me, I will communicate with the Traitor Eradication Office. Rest assured, under my supervision. If we ascertain the individual's treachery, even if they are the leader of the battle department, I will report them to the commander and ensure justice is served." Suwen shook his head. "No, I was speaking hypothetically. Suppose there is someone. Are you trying to deceive me?" Xiao Luo interjected. "You might as well say a friend of yours discovered this matter. At least you could deflect the blame onto them, right? I am also speaking hypothetically. If this were to happen to you, you must not act impulsively," Xiao Luo replied gravely. Realizing the implications of Su Wen's concealment and the necessity of shielding the naive Yangchen, if his intuition served him correctly, Suwen had identified a high-ranking traitor hidden within the extraordinary headquarters. Fortuitously, he had personally come to meet Suwen upon receiving his submission. Otherwise, this young man might still be mired in despair. For others, the high-ranking identity of the traitor might pose a dilemma, but for Xiao Luo, it was hardly an issue. How high could that rank be? Higher than his own? "I understand. I will not act recklessly," Suwen said softly. "I am merely contemplating this debate. If one were to become an undercover hero to expose a traitor, and in doing so, harm their own comrades or cause significant casualties, how would you assess their actions if this occurred in your vicinity?" Xiao Luo regarded Suwen thoughtfully before responding. "I believe they are a hero deserving of the state's protection, who should be honored as a martyr after death and revered by the people, even immortalized in history." Upon hearing this, Suwen's body stiffened, and a radiant blue light erupted from him. Chapter 32. The possibility of transformation. "Twice there must be a battle between us and the extraordinary beasts." Xiao Luo sighed, then spoke earnestly. "For any group, the threat posed by a traitor far exceeds that of external enemies. While we may defend against attacks from adversaries, as long as we stand united, the disparity between our forces is manageable. The difference lies in whether the war is fought smoothly or with great difficulty. However, if there exists a traitor within the ranks, particularly one who has infiltrated the upper echelons, the danger escalates significantly." At this point, Xiao Luo paused, then solemnly continued. "Though I oppose your path, I do not deny the validity of infiltration. At any time or place, combating the schemes of spies and employing one's intelligence to infiltrate enemy lines is an essential countermeasure before a major war erupts. Therefore, the act of inadvertently harming one's own in the pursuit of uncovering spies within our ranks, whether viewed from a national or individual perspective, is understandable. After all, the brutal struggle of the infiltration front is far more harrowing than we can imagine." Subsequently, Xiao Luo reiterated his steadfast beliefs through various arguments, evidence, and reasoning. Under Xiao Luo's authoritative endorsement, the blue light enveloping Agent Suwen grew increasingly radiant. Finally, as the light neared the threshold of becoming tangible, Suwen concluded the discussion, citing mild hunger as his reason. It seemed the circumstances regarding his future self were as he had surmised. Yet, to grasp the specifics, he would need to inquire further. As Suwen departed with satisfaction, Xiao Luo remained momentarily dazed. "Huh? That's it? You approached me merely to ask these questions? No inquiries about cultivation theories or advanced concepts? Nothing?" Sitting at his desk, Xiao Luo felt quite disoriented. However, as he regained his composure, his mind began to race. The first question Suwon posed, combined with the potential for his extraordinary foresight, evoked thoughts of the terrifying and extreme psychology inherent in infiltration warfare. A multitude of ideas flitted through his mind, and the most probable notion left him hesitant. What had this child seen in the future? Meanwhile, on the other side, upon hearing Xiao Luo's acknowledgement, Suwon silently pondered. Are you feeling relieved? Agent Suwon shook his head. No, really? Since I chose this path, the concept of relief has long since vanished from my vocabulary. Then why were you radiating blue light just now? After a moment of silence, Agent Suwon replied, why ask what you already know? Do you not understand yourself? Suwon chuckled. Of course I understand myself, which is precisely why I inquired. Agent Suwon mused. Was my past self so morbidly curious? Very well. At times. Upon perceiving the shameful emotions of team leader Yang, I would deliberately push for deeper inquiry, relishing the sight of their vexation upon being questioned thoroughly. Little did I anticipate that the tides would turn, and the roles would reverse after my demise. Speaking of which, there is something to mention. Suwon suddenly shifted the conversation, stating, I have noticed considerable enhancements in various aspects of my being since transforming into the Cloud Beast. As soon as the words left his lips, a radiant white glow enveloped Suwon, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a majestic Cloud Beast. With remarkable agility, Suwon bounded around his room, his keen speed and formidable strength slicing through the air and producing sonic booms. The innate control techniques derived from the Cloud Beast's nature allowed Suwon to masterfully balance power and velocity. Indeed, your strength has significantly increased since your transformation into a Cloud Beast, remarked Agent Suwon after observing for a moment. Although you have only just crossed the threshold of the extraordinary, your Cloud Beast form imparts an impression of being a mid-tier extraordinary. Contemplating further, Agent Suwon cited a fitting analogy. Consider Liu Ze before his ascension. Had he not transcended his innate talents to become a mid-tier extraordinary, he might not have triumphed over the current Yu. After reverting to his human form, Suwon chuckled. If Liu Ze were present, he would surely fall silent upon hearing this. Agent Suwon, hearing this, smirked. What of it? As the chief deacon of the Beast Academy, having once received a gift from the future, I have consumed numerous extraordinary resources and undergone 3 transformations of soul strength. Yet, I remain stuck at the mid-tier extraordinary level. If you exert yourself further, leveraging your Cloud Beast form and refining the life herb. At this juncture, Agent Suwon paused, suddenly realizing the implications. As the scion of the Cloud Beast clan, your elevated status implies you have absorbed and refined the life herb. Thus, your form, acquired through a unique secret method by harnessing the essence of the opponent's core, is naturally a manifestation of a post-transcendence level. Suddenly, Suwon interjected, so, does this mean my Cloud Beast form qualifies as mid-tier extraordinary? Agent Suwon nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Can I still consume the life herb in the future to enhance myself? Suwon inquired. That should be feasible, given that your original form has yet to consume the life herb. If you refine it, will your Cloud Beast form's combat capabilities be further augmented? Agent Suwon fell silent, as this was territory he had never traversed himself, leaving him uncertain. Could one truly ascend twice using the life herb? If so, wouldn't advanced beasts become exceedingly coveted? Reflecting on this, he replied, I lack knowledge in this regard. However, as Commander Xiao heads the research department, once the life herb, a rare treasure, is procured by state forces, it will undoubtedly be promptly delivered to high-ranking officials. Research on it will be conducted by the research department, so Commander Xiao likely possesses profound insights into the life herb. When the opportunity arises, you should inquire with him. With that, Suwon exited the room. As Su Luo observed Suwon approaching once more, he swiftly composed himself, his gaze beginning to shimmer with energy. Extraordinary talent. Activate. If his assumptions were correct, the other party had likely sensed his presence. He had come here both to provide close protection and to receive a thorough education in the latest knowledge. Nonetheless, as long as he could engage in scholarly discussions that would significantly enhance his training, he would be satisfied. I wish to inquire if you possess knowledge regarding the life herb? Suwon asked, fixing his gaze on Xiao Luo. First, there were traitors lurking. And now it's about the life herb. What relevance does this hold in the study of cultivation systems? Chapter 33. This is a complete waste of resources. The life herb is a precious treasure. After a moment of silence, Xiao Luo softly responded, once refined, it can elevate an individual's life level. It is exceedingly rare and attracts contention from various factions upon its emergence. Suwon nodded slightly. I am aware of this. What follows? Is this not common knowledge? That is all I know, Xiao Luo replied, gazing at Suwon. Suwon was taken aback. That's it? What more do you wish to know? I wish to understand if a living entity can consume the life herb twice to elevate its life level twice. Xiao Luo gazed at Suwon in silence, and for a moment, the atmosphere grew tense between their unblinking stares. Then, he reluctantly remarked, the life herb is exceedingly rare. I have encountered a dispute over it only once in over a decade. It is well known that the life herb can only facilitate a single life-level transformation. If it were possible to achieve 2 transformations, the competition for the life herb would be even more frenzied. Even the weaker beast clans would shy away from such conflicts. Contemplating this, Su Wen briefly recounted his intricate relationship with the cloud beast scion. Xiao Luo sat in place, his expression growing increasingly complex as he listened. Are you stating that your team, Squad 112, accurately located a solitary and injured advanced beast and eliminated it while it was off guard? Yes. And your squad just happened to possess various formulas for talent elevation specifically suited to this advanced beast? Indeed. All right. It seems I have somewhat misjudged my expectations regarding your talent. Moving forward, I must approach this matter with greater boldness. Such an opportunity was unforeseen. After a moment of silence, Xiao Luo suddenly inquired, would you be willing to share the secret method of refining advanced beast cores into beast forms? Of course. I shan't take it for free. I can exchange military merit for it. Or if you desire any rare treasures or profound techniques available at the headquarters of the Extraordinary, I am willing to provide them. Agent Su Wen waved his hand. Just speak plainly. After all, this is a refining technique that will eventually be developed by Xiao Luo. Had it not been disclosed by the other party, I would remain unaware. Upon hearing this, Su Wen wasted no time and directly shared the refining technique with Xiao Luo. Thank you, Xiao Luo expressed, bowing in gratitude. I never imagined that such an effective technique could be achieved simply by altering 5 refining sequences. Regardless, I am truly grateful. Saying this, Xiao Luo flipped his right hand, revealing a glimmering pendant. This was a rare artifact nurtured by the forces of nature, capable of concealing one's presence. I am giving this to you. May this extraordinary item prove beneficial to you in the future. With those words, Xiao Luo closed his eyes and began to meditate. Su Wen, upon receiving the pendant, pondered, what is he doing? Agent Su Wen fixated on the pendant in his hand, contemplating its practical application for the refining technique, considering whether any improvements could be made. All right, let us not disturb him in his important endeavors. Su Wen could not help but question. Isn't this technique developed by Xiao Luo? Can he innovate it further? He likely cannot, Xiao Luo replied. Then why ask me not to disturb him? It was merely a matter of courtesy. Time passed swiftly, and after Xiao Luo joined Squad 112, the entire team's atmosphere underwent a notable change. The most affected was team leader Yang, who, upon discovering the true identity of Xiao Luo, ceased to maintain his usual carefree demeanor. However, this newfound seriousness lasted only 3 days. After all, Xiao Luo repeatedly expressed his indifference, even urging team leader Yang to reclaim his previous audacious attitude. This docile demeanor was indeed an adjustment for him. Once team leader Yang regained his composure, Squad 112 returned to its previous jovial atmosphere. During this period, Su Wen frequently sought out Xiao Luo to discuss various matters. Every time discussions commenced, Xiao Luo was filled with anticipation, only to be met with disappointment at the conclusion. The reason was simple. Su Wen's inquiries consistently revolved around various aspects and instances of his covert life. Such vividly authentic examples made Xiao Luo's inner suspicions increasingly palpable. However, since Su Wen remained silent on certain matters, Xiao Luo refrained from probing further. Under the acknowledgement and endorsement of the official leader Xiao Luo, the agent Su Wen's aura became increasingly pronounced, and his form began to take on an ethereal quality, as if sensing the impending return to his rightful place. Agent Su Wen would seize the nights to impart a wealth of future knowledge and events to Xiao Luo. Sleep, it seemed, had become a luxury. Nevertheless, Su Wen comprehended the situation, or rather, understood himself. Thus, during the day, he engaged in discussions on various topics, while at night, he committed the insights of the future to memory. To compensate Xiao Luo for being his attentive listener, Su Wen took the time to present a comprehensive outline of the initial breathing technique. In that moment, Xiao Luo's face flushed with excitement, nearly compelling him to bow in reverence to Su Wen. Others might not perceive the groundbreaking nature and potency of this breathing technique, but as the head of the Research and Development Office, Xiao Luo was acutely aware of the progress in the study of cultivation theories. It could be said that the outline Su Wen provided directly addressed all the challenges plaguing the cultivation department of the Research and Development Office. In other words, Su Wen had propelled the cultivation system of Huaxiao forward by more than 2 decades. What monumental merit was this? Su Wen, this matter is of great significance. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Xiao Luo spoke. I must report to the Commander-in-Chief. Once the breathing technique is verified to be sound, we shall commence preparations for its promotion. The sooner this cultivation method is implemented, the better. Su Wen waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for promotion. That would merely squander human resources, material, and financial assets. Xiao Luo paused, momentarily taken aback. Did Su not wish for this pioneering breathing technique to be disseminated nationwide? Or was he aiming to restrict its circulation temporarily to maintain a gap in cultivation levels with external extraordinary individuals? Perhaps he sought to collect royalties? If it were the latter, it would be acceptable. If the former, he would have to respect Su Wen's opinion. After all, he was the creator of the breathing technique, and the future reform and advancement of Huaxia's cultivation theories would depend on him. As myriad thoughts flashed through his mind, Su Wen's subsequent words left him momentarily speechless. There are several articles detailing the flaws and inconsistencies present in this breathing technique. Once you have addressed your recent matters, I will provide you with those articles for thorough study. After reading them, you will understand why I deem it a waste of human resources, material, and finances. Xiao Luo interjected. I have time now. In fact, I have ample time. Let us not wait for later. Let us do it now. His eagerness to uncover the numerous flaws in such a seemingly remarkable breathing technique was palpable. Was this demand too stringent? Chapter 34. Absorbing the future self very well. I shall expedite the completion of my current tasks. Upon uttering this, Xiao Luo began to urgently address various matters. Since his avatar's arrival here, the entire research and development office had become exceedingly busy. The most occupied among them was the cultivation experimental department. For every article articulating a cultivation theory and its resulting insights required validation by this department. Su Wen, I feel that my time here is drawing to a close. At that moment, Agent Su Wen abruptly declared. Su Wen's expression shifted. So soon? Agent Su Wen shook his head slightly, clarifying that this was not particularly swift. Upon reflection, he realized he had been present for nearly a month. Compared to the last time he arrived, his stay had exceeded his expectations. Continuing, Agent Su Wen hesitated before revealing. 2 days ago, I began to experience moments of mental vacuity, rendering me unable to respond to your inquiries in real time. This is quite normal. All feasts must come to an end. The ability to return from the future, to be present here, to share my experiences and insights with you, and to alter your fate is already a tremendous gift, especially with the alleviation of my obsession regarding my identity, facilitated by your understanding and the acknowledgement from Commander Xiao. I feel remarkably liberated. Truly, we are among the luckiest individuals in existence. While others may disperse upon death, we have returned to the past, greeted by a new beginning. All the adversaries, all those I could not contend with, are destined to be vanquished by you in the future. Just contemplating this fills me with joy. After much reflection, I find that I harbor no regrets. As his words concluded, Agent Su Wen's form, suspended in the air, began to tremble slightly, reminiscent of a faltering virtual projection, evoking a sense of imminent disconnection. I had hoped to have the chance to once more burn my life to assist you. However, it appears that opportunity has eluded me. Thus, allow me this moment before I vanish entirely. In the final moments of his speech, Agent Su Wen's azure aura intensified dramatically. In the blink of an eye, his form shrank down to a single blue speck drifting through the air. With a swift motion, the speck oscillated before plunging directly into Su Wen's brow. Boom! A colossal beam of energy erupted from within Su Wen, instantly attracting the attention of those nearby. Is this enlightenment? Xiao Luo's eyes flickered as he erected barriers around them, isolating all external distractions. Extraordinary individuals may go their entire lives without experiencing a moment of enlightenment due to the whims of fate. Although he could not ascertain the specific nature of Su Wen's insight, he remained resolute in ensuring the protection of Su Wen's surroundings, shielding him from any subjective influences. As Lu Zhe, Team Yang, and others arrived, they silently stood guard, refraining from uttering a word. Despite Team Yang's typically unreliable demeanor, he understood the gravity of significant matters. Simultaneously, within the Cloud Beast Gate, buzz, buzz, buzz. At the heart of the Cloud Beast realm, the bloodline gem capable of sensing the external royal bloodline began to tremble. This unusual phenomenon swiftly captured the attention of the newly crowned king of the Cloud Beast clan. This wave of bloodline fluctuation, does our Cloud Beast clan have royal bloodline lingering in the outside world? The new king of the Cloud Beast furrowed his brow. Having seized power through a coup, he had only recently ascended to the throne. The only surviving former heir had perished not long ago when the soul tablet shattered. Nevertheless, he was aware that the former heir had been protected by a treasured artifact, making it highly probable that this was merely a ruse. According to the clan's divination master's readings, the former heir's essence still lingered in the world. This implied that he was still alive. Therefore, he placed great significance on the indications provided by the bloodline gem. Perhaps he could leverage the gem to locate the former heir. My king, perhaps this is fortuitous, murmured an elder beast nearby. This bloodline fluctuation, judging by the ripples, appears to be the legacy of the late king. Though you have achieved a measure of success as a bastard, Your rise to power has ignited considerable debate within the clan. At this point, the elder beast's eyes gleamed with insight. The usurper and the lost illegitimate child could, in a certain sense, form a political alliance. If he could locate the individual and confirm that they were not born of the late queen, they would share a mutual interest. After all, within our clan, illegitimate offspring hold no claim to inheritance. You need not worry too much, correct? Across from him, the new king of the Cloud Beast clan scrutinized the old beast with meticulous attention before speaking. I hope this all unfolds as you have said. In the next moment, he commanded his subordinates to carry the accompanying beings from the bloodline gem and began the search for the royal bloodline left behind in the outside world, guided by an unseen force. Regardless of the circumstances, the priority was to retrieve the remnants of the royal bloodline. Should they fail to accomplish this, refining the bloodline to enhance their own power would still prove beneficial. If the Cloud Beast clan's young master was merely a facade, that would be even better. As the new king's orders echoed, factions previously loyal to the old king of the Cloud Beast clan, or those who still harbored hopes for the former young master, began to mobilize. If they could locate the royal bloodline before the new king, it would serve their interests significantly. Amidst the turmoil within the Cloud Beast clan, the energy column surrounding Suwin gradually began to contract and vanish. All the gifts from his past life, under the guidance of the Agent Suwin's consciousness, completely merged into his soul. Although Agent Suwin was merely a remnant of a soul, he was still vastly more powerful than the current Suwin. With the infusion of this pure energy, Suwin's soul level underwent a remarkable transformation, reaching mid-level extraordinary strength in a remarkably short time. Now, he merely required an opportunity to break through the shackles of his cultivation and ascend to mid-level extraordinary. The cultivation progress required for this ascension typically demands years, even decades, of accumulation for ordinary extraordinary beings. Both he and his former self had fused their remaining soul energy together. Suwin exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. With these two experiences, he felt as though he was absorbing the essence of his future self's soul. However, before he could ponder further, a flash of dark light suddenly appeared before him. In the next moment, a figure clad in black, radiating an enchanting blood-red glow, materialized before him. Chapter 35, Master Suwin. Strange. Evil. Upon seeing this new future for the first time, these two sensations involuntarily surged into his mind. Instinctively, Suwin sensed that this was yet another tragic future. Compared to the misfortunes of Agent Suwin, this new future seemed even more desolate. There was no alternative. Agent Suwin bore a gentle sunlight on his face to disguise himself, while this new future made no attempt to conceal his plight. The demeanor, the aura, practically shouted to Suwin that he was leading a miserable and unhappy existence. Hello. The new Suwin turned his gaze towards Suwin, a smile gracing his lips. Though I understand that I will meet my past self after my demise, this feeling is truly peculiar. To avoid any uncertainty about my identity, allow me to introduce myself. I am the master of the Beast Church, the one who stands shoulder to shoulder with the Cloud Beast clan, and one of the executive directors of the Beast Alliance. I also hold the title of the top of the Chinese kill list. These are just a few of my most prominent titles. There are many more, but I shall spare you the exhaustive list. Suwin, goodness. This new future is yet another unexpected turn of betrayal. Of course, it could not entirely be labeled betrayal. After all, having risen to the position of Master of the Beast Church and attained a high status within the Beast Alliance was no small feat. If he were still in a lowly position, it would indeed be betrayal. However, now that he had become a decision-maker, it transcended the ordinary betrayal. What was your cultivation level before you died? After a moment of silence, Suwin directly inquired. The Master Suwin smiled slightly. As for my cultivation, I am at a high-level extraordinary, but in terms of overall combat ability, I can easily defeat those at a higher level. So formidable? Suwin exclaimed. Given your elevated status, the extraordinary resources you can directly access far exceed one's imagination, making a high-level promotion quite reasonable. Yet, why haven't you ascended to a higher level? The Master Suwin's lips twitched slightly. To ascend to a higher level, extraordinary beings must meet two stringent conditions. First, they must comprehend a rule of power. Second, their extraordinary origin must reach the standard of the Earth level. Regrettably, we do not fulfill either of these criteria. Suwin, not meeting the criteria is one thing. But what do you mean by not fulfilling? Do not regard me with such bewilderment. You possess the potential to ascend to a higher level, while I do not. The Master Suwin explained softly. Beside him, Suwin expressed his confusion. What do you mean? For extraordinary beings, the extraordinary origin represents their innate talent. Have you forgotten that as a summoned future, I lack extraordinary talent? Moreover, only when the extraordinary origin reaches the profound grade can one comprehend the rule of power. Without an extraordinary origin, we lack even the opportunity to grasp the rule of power. After a brief silence, Suwon spoke. So, does this mean that all summoned futures can only remain at high-level extraordinary for their entire lives? The Master Suwon shook his head. Not necessarily. It is still possible to ascend to a higher level. With that, he began to smile at Suwon. This smile sent a chill down Suwon's spine. You are me, and I am you. Feel free to speak your mind, Suwon said, gazing at him. The Master Suwon chuckled silently. You can't even maintain your composure in the face of my smile. You ought to practice more. Otherwise, once you enter the Beast Alliance, those high-level beasts and royal beasts will drive you mad. As he spoke, the Master Suwon shifted the topic. In truth, for future selves like us to ascend to a higher level is relatively straightforward. It's simply a matter of you, the primary self, ascending to a higher level. As long as you reach that level, all futures branching from you would, at the very least, be at a higher level. Suwon, a higher level? I am still at a low-level extraordinary, am I not? Despite his confidence, he knew that with the cooperation of his future selves, he would eventually ascend to a higher level. However, in the short term, that was certainly unattainable. Looking at it from another perspective, remaining unable to ascend to a higher level could also be seen as a blessing. The Master Suwon waved his right hand, and under the oscillation of his soul power, a complete tea set appeared before him. From teapots to teacups, from tea chairs to tea pets, everything was present. He sat cross-legged in the void, exuding an air of elegance and tea art. On the opposite side, Suwon observed the tricks the Master Suwon conjured, his left brow twitching slightly. How could he produce such a plethora of wonders in the blink of an eye? Even in death, he could conjure a tea set to enjoy tea. From this, one could discern the disparity between high-level and mid-level extraordinary beings. As a mid-level extraordinary, Agent Suwon possessed almost no supernatural abilities beyond slightly enhanced mobility. Yet, with the arrival of the Master Suwon, not only did he don a blood-red aura, but he also brought along a complete tea set. Indeed, he was a figure of elegance befitting a master. To be honest, I enjoy quite a good reputation among the Beast Alliance, the Master Suwon remarked after savoring a sip of tea. Suwon, puzzled, responded. What does that have to do with your inability to ascend to a higher level? Normally, wouldn't high-level beings associate with high-level ones, and extraordinary beings with extraordinary ones? Differences in cultivation levels and income would inevitably lead to a gradual loss of contact, even among former friends. Of course, it is relevant. The Master Suwon replied with a smile. Because I cannot ascend to a higher level, I pose no threat to the new king of the Cloud Beast clan. To demonstrate generosity, he has conferred upon me the title of one who stands shoulder to shoulder. This serves to placate the old factions of the Cloud Beast clan while showcasing his benevolence. After all, I am merely a high-level being. Should I become a threat in the future, he could simply eliminate me. However, if I were at a higher level, that would be a different matter altogether. After finishing his statement, the Master Suwon took another sip of tea and continued discussing the dynamics within the Beast Alliance. Noting that due to the title of one who stands shoulder to shoulder, his status was high, yet his actual power was considerably lower. Thus, those extraordinary beasts were willing to befriend me, as I posed no threat to them. They had no reason to fear that I might suddenly strike while indulging in food and drink, unguarded. Additionally, my adept handling of interspecies relations allowed me to navigate the alliance with relative ease. Suwon furrowed his brow and inquired, Then how did you meet your demise? At this, the leader Suwon's lips twitched slightly. Let us not dwell on that matter for now. Is it a death that is rather unsightly? Political purge? The leader Suwon's expression remained unchanged. Who could possibly purge me? Within the Beast Church, I am the supreme authority. In the Cloud Beast clan, the new king is indifferent to affairs, making me the clandestine power behind the throne. Within the alliance of extraordinary beasts, due to my numerous friendships with high-ranking beasts, my words carry considerable weight as long as they do not infringe upon the interests of various clans. Who dares to purge me? Beside him, Suwon gazed at him with a somber tone. Enough of this. There is no need for such words in my presence. I simply wish to know. How did you die? Was it from illness, or was it suicide? Chapter 36. Died from overwork. My manner of death is rather ironic. The leader Suwon sighed, expressing a hint of melancholy as he recounted. I was assassinated by 3 elite teams from Huaxia while representing the Cloud Beast clan in negotiations with the Luo Beast clan regarding trade agreements for the next decade. 3 elite teams from Huaxia, comprising 9 extraordinary beings and 15 upper-tier extraordinary beings, were, in truth, my own kind. However, in their quest to eliminate me, they did not hesitate to traverse the chaotic currents of space. To breach the Luo Beast clan's defensive array, they employed suicidal tactics, piercing through the defenses of the clan's elite guards. Ultimately, I was slain on the spot at the heart of the Luo realm. Suwon remarked. That manner of death truly is unexpected. He had anticipated perishing in the political strife among extraordinary beasts or falling victim to a vendetta, yet never considered being killed by his own kin. Did you not possess any means of self-preservation? Su-wen asked, bewildered after a moment of silence. The leader Su-wen quietly turned away, his tone forlorn. Indeed, I did. However, the individuals orchestrating my assassination were quite ingenious, having accounted for everything. The 3 treasures of the Cloud Beast clan I carried were all effectively neutralized. Pausing for a moment, the leader Su-wen continued, yet there remains one protective talisman that the 3 elite teams failed to anticipate. Alas, I dared not use it until my end. Su-wen raised an eyebrow, a question mark slowly forming above his head. Brother, what are you doing? You possess a life-saving talisman, yet refuse to use it? Are you not in your right mind? To speak plainly, even if that talisman was a parting gift from a former lover who felt wronged, you must utilize it. Survival must come first. Su-wen scratched his head, his face a mask of confusion. I cannot use it. Is there a deeper reason? That talisman is also in your possession, Su-wen noted, his eyes flickering. You mean the one Xiao Luo sent to the chief's office? The leader Su-wen nodded. Indeed. Su-wen exclaimed, that truly cannot be used. As the leader of the Beast Church, a sovereign of the Cloud Beast clan, and a key figure in the alliance of extraordinary beasts, being transported to the chief's office in Huaxia? That would be a self-imposed trap. Wait. Su-wen's brow furrowed. If Xiao Luo were still alive, you could have used it without issue. With their testimony, your identity as an insider among the enemy would require no further explanation. The leader Su-wen remained silent, merely gazing at Su-wen. After a lengthy pause, Su-wen tentatively asked, Xiao Luo is dead? Under normal circumstances, had Xiao Luo still been alive, the talisman in his possession would have been a substantial safeguard. Regardless of the dangers faced within the alliance of extraordinary beasts or the threat of betrayal from his own kind, he could have invoked the talisman in dire straits. It was evident that a talisman capable of directly teleporting to the chief's office was no ordinary item. Those who possessed it were either true geniuses or loyal allies. However, if the one who could validate his identity, Xiao Luo, was indeed dead, the talisman would lose its significance. Without a witness, venturing into the enemy's upper echelons would likely lead to his demise. The leader Su-wen's previous actions could very well result in him being torn apart or his soul being tormented as retribution. This was a matter he needed not inquire about, given that the operative Su-wen had engaged in well-documented atrocities to gain the trust of the Beast Church's upper echelons, let alone the leader Su-wen, who had undoubtedly surpassed those deeds. Armed with memories from 2 timelines and the ability to transform into a cloud beast, he had dared to infiltrate the alliance of extraordinary beasts, skillfully navigating its treacherous intrigues to achieve such a high status and forge excellent relations. Such success would have been impossible without some form of proof of loyalty or demonstrable capability. Yes, he is dead, the leader Su-wen replied helplessly. When I received the news, I was utterly bewildered. It contradicted what the operative Su-wen had said. Did he not claim Xiao Luo would live to 100? How could he have died at 76? Su-wen replied directly, if he died 24 years earlier, it must be due to your influence. The leader Su-wen retorted. This is self-evident. Do you need me to point it out? After all, aside from my presence as a temporal butterfly gently flapping its wings, nothing else has changed. Do you know how he died? Su-wen shifted the conversation, his tone serious. The message released by the headquarters of extraordinary beings stated that he had died from overwork. This explanation seemed rather flimsy, did it not? A prestigious upper-tier extraordinary being succumbing to exhaustion? Who would believe such a tale? When I first heard the news, my reaction mirrored yours, the leader Su-wen lamented, spreading his hands. However, based on the information from the headquarters and other sources, this is indeed the case. Xiao Luo's extraordinary talent was extreme computational ability. Grounded in his own soul force, he could compute and refine techniques as well as anticipate various eventualities. Therefore, it is entirely plausible that prolonged sleepless nights in research could lead to the depletion of his soul force and subsequent death from overexertion. Su-wen shook his head. Even so, I find it rather absurd. After a brief pause, he suddenly inquired, did you reveal the truth about the summons from the future to Xiao Luo? The leader Su-wen nodded. I did. The day after the operative Su-wen's disappearance, I, unable to detect the extraordinary essence within me, realized my belonging to the summoned future and conveyed the essence of their world. Su-wen's eyes flickered. Is there a possibility that Xiao Luo, striving to yield greater results in our cultivation, pushed himself to the brink, ultimately exhausting his soul force to death? The leader Su-wen retorted. Should I call you naive or foolish? How could your past self possess such simplistic thoughts? Reflecting on it, I had only recently attained extraordinary status a little over a month ago. Thus, a certain naivety is to be expected. Do you not see the importance of my role as a liaison and proof of existence for this grand undercover operation? My significance far outweighs the validation of any cultivated theory he might verify over a few months, do you not think? The leader Suwon continued. With the information and resources at my disposal, should the opportunity for rebellion arise, I could undoubtedly disrupt the alliance of extraordinary beasts at a crucial juncture. Moreover, there are always signs preceding the depletion of soul force. To sense one's soul force waning, yet continue calculations, one would be courting disaster. Chapter 37. The comfortable Liuza. Do you know how Xiao Luo met his demise? Suwon inquired once he regained his composure. The leader, Suwon, maintained a stoic expression and replied softly, I have my speculations, and this possibility seems the most plausible. Then why did you tell me so much? Only to leave me guessing? To exercise your cognitive abilities and assess the current state of your psychological development, he responded. We are one and the same. Do you not know me? Apologies. After several decades, the world has transformed immensely, and I have undergone significant changes myself. So I must admit, I do not truly understand who you are now. Fair enough. Decades indeed represent a considerable stretch of time. Based on the information I have gathered, Xiao Luo likely fell victim to political strife. After savoring a sip of tea, the leader, Suwon, continued, he failed in a political struggle, and thus his demise was rendered somewhat dignified. Suwon remarked, such a death is indeed quite dignified. However, how does dying from political conflict resemble Agent Suwon? In this instance, New Future did not perish from political strife, yet Xiao Luo did. Isn't it more valuable for an exceptional research talent like Xiao Tongling to be alive rather than dead? Suwon sighed, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. With the timeline stretched, how can anything be deemed impossible? The head of the research office and the commander of the expedition office held equivalent ranks, apart from the chief. They represented the highest echelons. It is truly lamentable that such an extraordinary individual, dedicated to the pursuit of research and cultivation, met his end through human conflict. Your past self needs to recalibrate your mindset, the leader Suwon declared, waving his right hand to gather the tea set before him. Positions within the Beast Alliance are filled by high IQ talents from various clans. Therefore, the political machinations within the Beast Alliance are no less intense than those among humans. Political strife is merely the most fundamental expression of conflict. I have lived through experiences that, if chronicled for their brutality, could fill 10 volumes. Wherever there are sentient beings, there exists struggle. Thus, you must maintain a balanced mindset. True peace is a myth, even if you are a superlative powerhouse capable of suppressing high-ranking individuals beneath you. The human heart remains inscrutable. You cannot fathom their thoughts. Those you perceive as loyal may harbor thoughts of betrayal, while those you deem rebellious may be pledging their allegiance in their own manner. I can foresee that your future experiences will be far more brutal and dark than mine. Upon completing this statement, the leader Suwon inhaled deeply and solemnly declared, such matters are unavoidable. My years of experience have taught me that one must employ struggle to achieve peace. Only then can peace be genuine. In essence, when struggle is truly necessary, the value of the opposing party becomes secondary. Even if they are a rare genius, if they seek to kill you or stand in opposition. Can you really afford to spare them simply because they may advance the world? To spare them would be to invite your own demise. Of course, there are those who seek not a fleeting legacy but a timeless one, yet I can assure you, you are not among them. Suwon fell into silence as he absorbed the leader Suwon's words. The elder Suwon imparted his wisdom, addressing the fundamentals of cultivation and the various opportunities presented by future trends. Conversely, Agent Suwon, due to his covert circumstances, began to propose strategies for his own betterment, all while intertwining his experiences of stealth and danger into a series of warnings for himself. The leader Suwon, elevated by his position and enriched by diverse experiences, offered analyses and insights from a broader perspective. These shared nuggets of survival wisdom stemmed from their distinct futures, with the hope that Suwon might absorb, comprehend, and enhance his own survival capabilities. He understood, yet when inundated by such a vast array of information, he occasionally encountered discrepancies in his acceptance. Did you eliminate that vice leader of the Beast Church? Suwon suddenly questioned after a prolonged silence. The leader Suwon was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that his past self would need time to ponder, yet this inquiry arose swiftly. In a certain sense, this was a positive development. Absolutely must be dealt with. The leader Suwon replied with a smile. How could I not seek vengeance against someone who dared to politically purge another version of myself from a parallel universe? However, upon entering the Beast Church, I discovered there were no fewer than 9 vice leaders. With such a complex hierarchy, alongside various protectors and staff, I decided to eliminate them all to avoid any potential threats hiding in the shadows. After all, anyone who manages to reach a high rank within the Beast Church deserves to be taken down, one by one, and I would never mistakenly harm an innocent. At this juncture, the leader Su Wen paused, recalling an amusing incident. By the way, did you know? When I first entered, the original leader of the Beast Church attempted to leverage powerful beasts from behind the scenes to intimidate me. The high-ranking beast he summoned was, in fact, one of my good brothers within the Beast Alliance. You should have seen the scene. It was a classic case of playing the fool to eat the tiger, reaching the zenith of dramatic irony. I wish you could have witnessed the spectacle. His expression was utterly priceless. Su Wen interjected, so, did you kill him? The leader Su Wen smiled subtly. Naturally, I did. How could I let the mastermind escape unscathed? Subsequently, the two engaged in direct communication about various pieces of future information, including the eventual fates of the members of Team 112, which Su Wen came to learn. As the deputy leader of the research office, Yang, under Xiao Luo's direction, was temporarily assigned to the expedition office as an honorary deputy leader to leverage his combat prowess and to draw out internal traitors, thereby increasing his influence. However, as a staunch supporter of Xiao Luo, Yang met with misfortune shortly after Xiao Luo's downfall, ultimately suffering 13 stab wounds to the back, officially ruled a suicide. Liuza, following the leader Su Wen, served as the deputy leader responsible for logistics within the Beast Church. During his tenure, he brazenly engaged in smuggling with the headquarters of the extraordinary individuals in China, transporting vast quantities of precious resources that had been sealed off into Chinese territory via the routes of the Beast Alliance. Due to the blatant nature of his actions, several investigative teams trailed him to gather evidence, which was eventually presented to their superiors. One vice leader even overstepped authority to escalate the matter to the Beast Alliance. When a squad from the Beast Alliance was dispatched to investigate, Liuza offered several bottles of fine wine, summoned a few beastly companions, and after drinking 3 cups as a form of self-punishment, the issue was swiftly forgotten. Subsequently, this vice leader mysteriously vanished, while the investigative teams allegedly defected during their missions and disappeared without a trace. In other words, under my protection, Liuza has been enjoying the most comfortable existence. The leader Su Wen stated with a smile, the entire Beast Church is aware that Liuza is a traitor, but what does it matter? The lower-tier followers benefit from the extraordinary resources Liuza provides, while the mid-tier enjoy dividends from his smuggling operations. Other vice leaders and protectors have also taken their share. At the highest level, I reap the most from these illicit gains, particularly the Yun Beast clan. Thus, this smuggling operation is executed with precision. The council members of the Beast Alliance are fully aware, yet refrain from investigation. After all, isn't the purpose of warfare to acquire extraordinary resources? Chapter 38. The Struggle of the Extraordinary, as always. Does this imply that Liuza has ingratiated himself with all levels? Su Wen pondered aloud. For the lower ranks, Liuza can indeed be seen as their benefactor, the god of wealth dispensing salaries. Even if one is aware of his treachery, who would dare to report a traitor who pays their salary? For the mid-level and upper echelons, that individual is a partner. Who would resent having an abundance of resources? It is quite the opposite. The leader, Su Wen, nodded slightly, acknowledging that as the leader, he is afforded such privileges. Had it been anyone else, Liuza would have likely faced execution long ago. After all, the lucrative transactions Liuza engaged in involved contraband goods from the Beast Alliance. Pausing momentarily, Su Wen smiled and remarked that this time, under his leadership, everyone felt rather pleased. The situation regarding team leader Yang is well known. Initially, there were plans for him to leverage the RD office as a platform to ascend to the upper echelons and later host a welcoming event for them. However, with Xiao Luo, the legitimate commander, there was no longer a need for him to undertake such tasks. Instead, he was assigned to the Conquest Office, a position more suited to his strengths. Had Xiao Luo not fallen from grace, team leader Yang would have navigated the Conquest Office with ease. Liuza, responsible for smuggling, provided significant advantages to Huaxia during the war. Thus, even when required to make some unsavory decisions, he didn't struggle internally due to the immense profits from smuggling. After all, infiltration comes with both gains and losses, which is entirely normal. Under my direction, Luo Yun and Zhao Feng were appointed as the ministers of the Beast Church as Supervision Department and Trade Department, respectively. Overall, compared to the experiences of the agent Su Wen in the previous timeline, we are in a far better position. As his words fell, a subtle smile graced Su Wen's lips, revealing an air of elegance. Exquisite, truly exquisite, Su Wen exclaimed, reflecting on his past self and the meticulousness with which he managed his exterior. Not to mention, in terms of promotions and political maneuvering, Su Wen has likely ascended to the pinnacle of the world. By the way, what is your situation? Su Wen shifted the topic, pointing at the captivating crimson aura surrounding the agent Su Wen, inquiring with curiosity, Why do you appear akin to a villain in the throes of darkness? Su-1. The leader chuckled softly, explaining that this attire is a specific standard within the Beast Alliance. Is there an issue? Su-1 asked. The attire of the Beast Alliance reflects this trend? Without a doubt, it mirrors the descriptions found in human literature, depicting gallant young nobles in flowing white garments, adorned with long swords. The leader Su-1 elaborated. Those in the upper echelons of the Beast Alliance, after transforming into human form, generally prefer styles that embrace magical and nefarious aesthetics. Their sense of beauty starkly contrasts with ours. They favor abstract designs, vibrant patterns, and bold color clashes, rather than monochromatic ensembles. For instance, an outfit solely in white or black is deemed exceedingly unattractive by their standards. Su-1 remarked, I have gained much insight. In matters of attire, demeanor, and the energy effects surrounding one, there exists a labyrinth of intricacies. Subsequently, the two engaged in a dialogue regarding fundamental aspects of the Beast Alliance. For instance, the leader Su-1's human identity is easily traceable within such a colossal entity. However, he mentioned this only casually during drinks with his beastly companions, stating that he had adopted a mundane identity for the sake of concealment. Under normal circumstances, while transforming into his cloud beast form grants him greater strength, it also leads to a continuous drain of energy. Yet, under his guise, his beastly friends misconstrued this as Su-1, having resided among humans for many years and becoming accustomed to maintaining a human form for communication. Nevertheless, during battles, he still fought in his original form. My infiltration into the Beast Alliance and the cultivation of good relations with those high-ranking beasts and even the royal beasts serves a dual purpose: to gather crucial intelligence and to compile various information about high-level beasts in preparation for your advancement. The leader Su-1 stated solemnly. My beastly friends have a particular fondness for alcohol. In our inebriation, we have had heartfelt conversations about the past, the future, beastly existence, and aspirations. Hence, I am aware of their activities at this time. Among my closest friends, one of my dearest companions, the 9th elder son of the Spirit Deer clan, a high-level beast named Lu Jiojio, will arrive in Huaxia in 3 days to participate in the life and death trials of the Spirit Deer clan. On the other side, Su-1 inquired, your dearest companion? Are you suggesting I should meet him in advance? The leader Su-1 shook his head, stating, Team Leader Yang excels in combat and possesses remarkable explosive power, yet his current flaw lies in insufficient endurance. The heart of the Spirit Deer clan harbors life energy that can enhance Team Leader Yang's combat sustainability. Moreover, the Spirit Deer's eyes can effectively mitigate the drawbacks associated with Lu Zhe's blood pupils when used for extended periods. The Spirit Deer's 3 souls, heaven, earth, and humanity, can enhance Luo Yun's perception of the outside world. After perfectly segmenting the Spirit Deer clan as an individual, the leader Su-1 inhaled deeply and solemnly declared, most importantly, Lu Jiojio possesses the divine healing innate talent. This innate ability can effectively eliminate all negative influences during the healing process. Furthermore, I learned from Lu Jiojio that with the Spirit Deer's guiding technique, it is possible to channel the Spirit Deer's innate talent to oneself just before the other party faces death. And I possess this guiding technique. Therefore, you must find him promptly and eliminate him. Su-1, upon hearing this, couldn't help but inquire, although I know this question is somewhat redundant, were you not dear friends? The leader Su-1 chuckled, indeed. We once swore brotherhood, vowing to refer to each other as brothers. We do not seek to be born on the same day of the same month in the same year, but rather to die on the same day of the same month in the same year. If I am to perish, is it not entirely reasonable for you to send him down to accompany me? Brotherhood is eternal. Su-1 responded, your words evoke an undeniable sense of irrefutability in him, tinged with a darkly ironic reality. How sinister your heart is. Who would pledge brotherhood with you? That would be a misfortune of the 16th generation. As brothers, one must be open-hearted, and you reciprocate in kind. Yes, in the most literal sense, open-hearted, even to the extent of exposing one's soul. Were this anyone else, they would undoubtedly distance themselves, considering you insidious and cunning, unworthy of deep association. Upon meeting, if one could kill, then one would kill. If not, they would flee. However, if this person were to be a future version of oneself, and all actions taken are for the benefit of the present self, then it is a different matter altogether. To endure hardships, to be wise and valiant, to possess a resilient mind, those destined for greatness do not concern themselves with trifles, such as the nature of extraordinary conflict. As for the predetermined fate of Lu Jiojio, he is, after all, a stranger. If one were to consider it, one could only unreservedly declare that the future Lu Jiojio has indeed led the present Lu Jiojio into a predicament. Chapter 39, The Vegetarian Next. I shall prepare a timeline for you. Make sure to take note. The leader Su, maintaining his composure, continued, "In 6 months. The third daughter of the vice commander of the Holy Sheep clan will arrive in the southern district of Liqing, Huaxia. The blood of the Holy Sheep clan possesses immense cultivation value. Should you absorb and refine it, your cultivation speed will increase at least 3-fold. On May 17th of the following year, the son of the leader of the Hunting Tiger clan will stealthily venture into Huaxia County for leisure. I have conducted experiments, and the soul of the Hunting Tiger clan is highly compatible with Team Leader Yang. If Team Leader Yang absorbs and refines it through secret methods, combined with that troublesome spatial barrier talent, he will indeed achieve invincibility among peers. On April 9th of the third year, the princess of the Purple Beast clan will pass through the East China Sea. I have conducted experiments, and if Lu Zhe's blood pupils clash with the Spirit Deer clan's eyes, followed by purification through the essence of the Purple Beast clan's internal organs, there is a significant probability that he will ascend once more, potentially gaining the ability to foresee the future. The Master Su meticulously recounted the anticipated arrival times of each advanced exotic beast he had come to understand, detailing their strengths, fatal flaws, and critical vulnerabilities. He elaborated on the internal conflicts and political dynamics within their species at those crucial moments, ultimately formulating a plan for their capture. Concurrently, he disclosed the various survival techniques possessed by these advanced beasts and royal bloodlines, the treasures hidden within their souls, and the conditions necessary to counteract these treasures. Each advanced beast he mentioned held immense cultivation value, whether for enhancing one's innate talents, siphoning the soul energy of others to bolster combat strength, or compensating for one's extraordinary deficiencies. In summary, any piece of information shared would be enough to astonish the entire realm of the extraordinary. Having conveyed all this, Master Su stretched leisurely, a barely perceptible weariness flashing in his gaze. Beside him, Su inquired with curiosity, "Are they all your brethren?" Master Su simply moved his arms and replied, "Indeed. How else would I possess such detailed knowledge? Do you feel any discomfort in your heart?" After a moment of silence, Master Su spoke softly, "After decades of companionship, we have developed some semblance of affection. Therefore, when the time comes to act, it would be best to prepare a special paralyzing powder, allowing them to pass without suffering." Suwen's lips twitched slightly at this, realizing he had overthought the matter. Compared to the future standing of a high-ranking member of a species, his current sentiments seemed rather naive. Those who survived in such ruthless political struggles would not be ensnared by basic emotions. The future self was acutely aware of his goals and desires. "There are some matters I would rather not disclose to you," Master Suwen remarked after scrutinizing Suwen for a moment, letting out a sigh. "Because I know you are the subject. You are the one summoning the future, and the darkness and suffering we endure in that future need not be experienced by you. Perhaps during your cultivation, in a state of slumber, or in the fleeting moment when my soul merges with yours, you might glimpse the scenes I have encountered. Yet, witnessing is not the same as experiencing firsthand." At this juncture, Master Suwen paused before continuing, "I shall keep my words brief, sharing only the darkness I have faced that you might find most palatable. In the future, a true war between humans and beasts will erupt, and the various factions of the Exotic Beast Alliance will establish human-eating establishments in their occupied territories, commonly referred to as the Lost Zones. The beasts will rear humans for sustenance. While it is natural for humans to consume exotic beasts and vice versa, for someone like me, who masquerades as a member of the Cloud Beast royalty to infiltrate the Exotic Beast Alliance, it means having to consume humans almost routinely. Particularly, the upper echelons of the Exotic Beast Alliance have a penchant for infants." After uttering this grim revelation, Master Su fell silent, standing with his back to his past self, gazing into the void as if reminiscing about his own life. Su observed his future self, words caught in his throat. Eating humans. Though he had witnessed it in dreams, hearing his future self articulate it and vividly describe such scenes sent chills down his spine. What was most disconcerting was that Master Su deemed this the most easily digestible truth. What, then, were the horrors he could not accept? What lamentable existence must ordinary people endure in the territories ruled by the beasts? Can't you simply declare yourself a vegetarian? Suwen's eyes flickered as he posed the question. Master Su turned to face him, inquiring, "Do you consider yourself particularly clever? Do you think those advanced beasts and royal beasts are fools? With our experience in human society, they can easily discern our human forms and various identities. At such a time, to publicly declare yourself a vegetarian would merely broadcast your humanity, wouldn't it? Moreover, the concept of vegetarianism has never appeared in the histories of advanced beasts and royal beasts. This term exists solely within human society." With a wistful tone, Master Suwen added, "Furthermore, if you exclusively consume plants, are you not concerned that those plant-based beastly cultivators might overpower you? Suwon pondered aloud. I hadn't truly considered the notion of plant-based beastly cultivators. Upon reflection, plants seem to require a simpler environment for growth compared to animals. If that's the case, within the Exotic Beast Alliance, wouldn't the number of plant-based cultivators far exceed those of animal-based ones? Shouldn't those plant-based cultivators be referred to as exotic flora? After a brief silence, Suwon queried. Master Suwon replied, why do you dwell on such peculiar points? The Exotic Beast Alliance is simply named as such. Must one inquire further about those plant-based cultivators? I share all this not for any other reason. He shifted his tone, speaking solemnly. I merely wish to convey that you should not be deceived by the superficial affections of those exotic beasts. The fondness my beastly companions in the Exotic Beast Alliance hold for me is predicated solely on my status as a member of the Cloud Beast royalty. Had I been human, they would have devoured me without hesitation. There would be no other outcome. As he spoke, Master Suwon drifted closer to Suwon, gently patting his shoulder. Yet, to be frank, I find joy in your deep-rooted and genuine emotional ties to living beings. It signifies that your life has been bright and beautiful, untouched by the shadows of despair. This is precisely the cherished past I endeavored to protect while enduring hardship in the Exotic Beast Alliance. Chapter 40. You are not mistaken, are you subtly insulting me? Suwon pondered for a moment before asking aloud. Master Suwon chuckled. You picked up on that? Suwon replied, indeed. I was right. My future self is indeed berating my foolishness, masking it as a simple appreciation of emotional ties. After a brief exchange, Suwon gradually retracted the energy enveloping him and slowly opened his eyes. How is it? Team Leader Yang inquired eagerly upon seeing Suwon awaken. Did you achieve a breakthrough in your cultivation? Suwon did not respond to this query. Instead, he scrutinized Team Leader Yang intently, unable to suppress a sigh. Team Leader Yang asked, what now? Is your future still bleak? In a different way? Nearby, Lu Zhe and the others adopted serious expressions. For who wouldn't feel apprehensive when an extraordinary being capable of perceiving myriad future phenomena was sighing incessantly before them? A spatial barrier rose in Xiao Luo's hands, swiftly enveloping the area in an additional layer of protection. He then turned to Team Leader Yang, instructing, activate your energy shield and stack several layers around us to prevent eavesdropping. Team Leader Yang, snapping back to focus, promptly began to weave an energy barrier. Given the explosive nature of what Suwon was about to reveal, he constructed 10 layers of energy shields, deeming 3 or 5 layers insufficiently secure. Suwon, I can handle it. Just speak plainly. Team Leader Yang declared after completing his preparations, swallowing hard. Am I destined for yet another tragic demise? Suwon nodded. You will perish due to political purges. Team Leader Yang's expression morphed into a question mark as confusion washed over him. Political purges? Internal strife? Wait. In the face of the beast invasion, I die at the hands of my own kind? Why does that sound so infuriating? Beside him, Xiao Luo gently patted Team Leader Yang on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. In fact, this situation can be viewed from a positive perspective. Your future position will undoubtedly be significant. After all, those in lower ranks are not afforded the opportunity of political purges. Team Leader Yang retorted, if such an opportunity were offered to you, would you accept it? Given the choice, he would rather perish at the hands of a beast than meet such a fate. Indeed, you will be the Vice Commander of the Research Department and the Honorary Vice Commander of the Conquest Department, wielding considerable power, Suwon interjected. At this moment, Xiao Luo's breath caught in his throat, and even his comforting hand halted. This fellow will still be the Vice Commander of the Research Department before the purge? In other words, if the Vice Commander is purged, then I, as the Commander, will certainly be implicated. The mention of the Honorary Vice Commander position was dismissed, as it typically signified a nominal role with little actual authority. Pondering this, Xiao Luo turned his gaze towards Suwon. Yes, you are correct. As the Commander of the Research Department, you too will face purging. After a moment of silence, Xiao Luo inquired, between us, who affects whom? Suwon replied candidly, you affect Team Leader Yang. You are purged first, and as he belongs to your faction, he will naturally be uprooted as well. Upon hearing this, Team Leader Yang could not help but look towards Xiao Luo, realizing he too was caught in the crossfire. However, considering that Xiao Luo, the primary target of the political purge, had just consoled him, he sighed and patted Xiao Luo's shoulder. Looking at it from a different angle, our positions are still elevated. After all, those in lower ranks do not face purging either. Xiao Luo responded, could you refrain from mimicking my words? Using my own words to console me? All right. Given our shared plight, I shall not mention this brilliant insight again. Ultimately, in the grand scheme, I still affected you. Across from them, Lu Zhe spoke up. What about me? How do I meet my demise? With the commander of the research department and team leader Yang both dead, It was highly probable that he too would perish. You do not die. Suwon waved his hand dismissively. In the future, you can be considered the one who lives most freely. Lu Zhe questioned. Team leader Yang is dead, and I live freely? That sounds rather peculiar. Subsequently, Suwon recounted Lu Zhe's smuggling activities within the Beast Church, with Luo Yun and Zhao Feng serving as shields in mutual cooperation. After hearing this, the group fell into silence. To be honest, this future was undeniably an improvement over the previous one, regardless of perspective. Although team leader Yang was still dead, the others remained alive and well. From this viewpoint, it signified progress. At least it subtly confirmed that the future is indeed malleable. Suddenly, Lu Zhe turned to Suwon and asked, in the future you witnessed, although we are alive and thriving, were you not assassinated by several squads of Huasha's named teams? If you die, then Wuden Tiwi. He left the statement hanging, but the implication was clear. Their ability to live freely in the future was contingent upon the protection of a powerful figure. With that figure now dead, the Beast Alliance would undoubtedly send someone to take over the Beast Church. Once a new leader arrived, what fate awaited them for their smuggling operations? In essence, they were all likely facing dire consequences. Team leader Yang summarized, one by one, the deaths are rather unseemly. Of course, with the exception of Commander Xiao, as dying from overwork does sound somewhat dignified. After this statement, team leader Yang paused before continuing. It suddenly occurs to me, following Commander Zhao's manner of death, will there be a state funeral? Xiao Luo, suppressing the urge to curse, wondered why the focus of this unfortunate matter was so peculiar. He had already met his demise. Why concern himself with such trivialities? He had no descendants, nor a so-called family. Was dignity truly paramount? Perhaps it was not his dignity that mattered, but rather the need for those who orchestrated his death to maintain an appearance of respectability. Suwon, did you see who orchestrated my death in the future? Xiao Luo inhaled deeply, asking with a serious tone. If he could ascertain the political adversaries that would lead to his demise, he might prepare accordingly. With decades of foresight, and given his current circumstances, as long as the highest-ranking official did not strike against him, there was a possibility for a comeback. I'm not sure. Suwon replied after consulting the leader Suwon. I only know that after your death, the newly appointed leader of the research department is Yu Sun. The first action upon taking office is to initiate a thorough cleansing of the research department. Many of your former subordinates resign, commit suicide, or hang themselves. None meet a favorable end. Upon hearing this, a glint of coldness flickered in Xiao Luo's eyes. Yu Sun, I know him all too well. You know this person? Team leader Yang interjected. If you know him now, let me know so I can set a trap in advance. Setting aside everything else, it shouldn't be an issue to give him a good beating. Xiao Luo replied, if you've already bagged him, why merely beat him? Wouldn't it be better to send a warning? Chapter 41. Existing in another form, this matter will be arranged by me. Xiao Luo waved his hand and spoke. Although Suwon did not directly see the enemy in the future, he had gleaned ample information from his findings. Firstly, there was the disciple he mentored, Yi Sun. Using him as a foundation, Xiao Luo would meticulously calculate based on the higher-ups from other departments who regularly interacted with Yi Sun. Secondly, given the manner of his death, the Conquest Department could almost be ruled out. While there were indeed intelligent individuals within, the majority were brutes. If he were to lose in a struggle against the Conquest Department, it was unlikely he would meet such a dignified end. He would probably be discovered dead outside, with 18 stab wounds on his back deemed as suicide. Thus, he needed to locate enemies from other departments. Lastly, there was the leader of the extraordinary headquarters, whom he held in high esteem. If this matter did not have the leader's consent, he found it implausible. Either the leader had approved, or the future situation had become chaotic, leaving the leader as a puppet after being sidelined. Regardless of which scenario played out, he must prepare for contingencies. Suwon, have I been promoted to a higher position in the future? Team leader Yang approached Suwon and quietly inquired. Suwon nodded, saying yes. You have been promoted and have consumed the life grass, making you an evolved extraordinary being at the level of life. Then how could you still face purging? This indicates there must be several others of your caliber targeting you. Did I manage to kill any of them? I'm not sure. But as long as you do not surrender, you should manage to take down a few. That's acceptable. Team leader Yang felt satisfied with this response, a slight smile appearing on his lips. To him, death in the future was inconsequential, initially hard to accept, but now it seemed rather trivial. Becoming a formidable, extraordinary being, capable of wreaking havoc, was ultimately preferable to being poisoned and killed. As for whether his resistance would deplete the number of powerful beings among humanity, he could not care less. If those individuals did not come to kill him, then such matters would not arise. If they came for him, how could he not resist? One kill would break even, two would yield profit. If others made his life difficult, he would ensure their entire family suffered as well. Rest assured, This time I've acquired several crucial pieces of information that will enhance your combat capabilities, Suwon said softly, looking at Team Leader Yang. Team Leader Yang rubbed his hands together and asked, "Are we going to hunt high-level extraordinary beasts again?" "Yes." "Then can you also grant me the ability to transform?" Suwon's lips twitched slightly. "What use do you have for the ability to transform into a high-level extraordinary beast, especially since you are not one to hide? Let us first consider whether the crystalline core of the other party can support another transformation after absorbing the primordial talent of the deer, Geo. Even if it can, surely Luze would be the most suitable candidate? This way, I could develop my influence within the cloud beasts, while Luze could advance within the deer spirit clan. In the future, together, they might wield greater influence within the alliance of exotic beasts. As for the future purple beast and the holy sheep, upon acquisition, they could be entrusted to Luo Yun and Zhao Feng. This is a commendable idea, yet its implementation necessitates a meticulous plan. After all, the intelligence capabilities of the Exotic Beasts Alliance are formidable. The hidden cloud beast within Team 112 is quite extraordinary, yet, with all members of Team 112 being advanced exotic beasts, who would believe it? If they were to return, unless one possesses formidable strength, they would undoubtedly face interrogation. Thus, your companions are not entirely lost. Suwon's eyes flickered, and he mused that, in a certain sense, they exist in a different form. Master Suwon remarked, "Your thoughts may border on self-deception. If we follow this reasoning, then truly no living being in this world meets a definitive death. After all, even livestock, when killed for meat, transfer their nutritional essence to others. Does this not signify a form of continued existence? The other party's soul has departed. You are merely an extraordinary being capable of transforming into their likeness, possessing a significant portion of their bloodline concentration. How can you be compared to a genuine advanced exotic beast? Perhaps, with future occurrences of temporal achievements, the strength of our side will steadily increase. But at this stage, it's best to refrain. Now, you may step aside." After Suwon addressed Yang, he turned to the others. "Now, let us deliberate on an upcoming grand plan. An advanced exotic beast, beneficial to us all, is set to arrive in 3 days at our homeland, Huaxia. Nearby, Xiao Luo inquired softly. Will it enhance my strength as well? As a researcher not skilled in combat and an upper-tier extraordinary being, could such an advanced exotic beast truly elevate him? Should he advance further, would he not transcend his current state? The requirements and rituals for an upper tier to transcend are not something a single advanced exotic beast can fulfill. It possesses the capability to augment your soul's power and mend the spiritual wounds inflicted by your cultivation techniques," Suwon replied. Xiao Luo's pupils widened, and he solemnly stated, "Then please, elaborate on this plan. I shall see if there is anything worth supplementing. If there exists anything that can counter the opponent, do not hesitate to speak. As the head of the research office, while I may not possess much, my military achievements are considerable." Across from him, Luze inquired, "How many military achievements do you possess?" Xiao Luo maintained his composure. "Should I wish to utilize them all, the National Treasury would owe me a considerable amount of resources." Luze responded, "Surely, the number of military achievements you claim is exaggerated?" He understood that the research office could mobilize numerous military achievements, yet this seemed absurd. 3 days later, within Huaxia's Cloud City, a spatial rift abruptly appeared high above, and shortly thereafter, a diminutive, rainbow-hued spirit deer manifested in this otherwise unattainable realm. Ordinarily, given the current cultivation level of the 7-colored spirit deer, it would be unable to remain suspended at such altitudes for an extended period. However, as a descendant of a royal beast, Deer Jiao bore the hopes of her elders and possessed numerous spiritual treasures. The elders had spoken of a secret realm, which should be located here. Utilizing the power of her spiritual treasures, Deer Jiao soared momentarily before murmuring, "I never anticipated that the trial secret realm of my deer spirit clan would be established in the human realm's east continent. Fortunately, I have arrived at this opportune moment. If all goes well, the royal beast bloodline coursing through me may awaken entirely." As she spoke, Deer Jiao assumed a human-like posture and swiftly formed seals with her front hooves. Under the illumination of this seal, a mysterious gateway appeared amidst the previously empty clouds. Why did the secret realm entrance manifest so swiftly? Hadn't the elders mentioned that the entrance would remain dormant for a period? It seemed as though it had been reactivated by someone. Never mind. I am perhaps overthinking this. The hidden sanctum of my spirit deer clan is surely beyond the knowledge of others. With that thought, Deer Jiao transformed into a streak of light and dove into the gateway. Chapter 42. Understood by the opponent the moment Deer Jiao entered the trial's secret realm. The spatial passage behind her closed automatically. What came into view was an imposing blue and gold portal. Before the portal stood 2 humanoid puppets clad in golden armor. their faces etched with emerald green patterns and exuding a powerful aura. "Halt, intruder!" Su Wan, articulating the language of the spirit deer clan fluently, spoke with a somewhat dazed expression. This was Master Su Wan's plan. The patterns on their faces were composed of a life essence liquid mixed with lotus flower powder, harmonized in specific proportions and times to create this unique material. Such materials are only utilized by the upper echelons of the deer spirit clan when crafting puppets. The golden armor and long spears they wield are also long-standing traditions in the crafting of puppets by the clan's formidable members. The details surrounding this practice are closely guarded, and outsiders have no means of knowing them. However, the future top-tier powerhouse of the clan, Deer Jiojio, who possessed the royal beast bloodline, was naturally well acquainted with these matters, particularly after losing to Master Su when in a drinking challenge regarding her past experiences. She thoroughly examined the trial secret realm she had navigated in her youth. She sought to clarify various details. Ultimately, after her victory, she received a commendation from Master Su Wan, acknowledging her prowess. Out of caution, both he and Lu Zhe needed to masquerade as the two guardians stationed within the secret realm, allowing them to coax the defensive treasures from the other party. Dear Jiojio scrutinized her surroundings. Everything was as the elders had described. The next moment, a green token floated from her brow. Upon receiving this token, Lu Zhe's eyes lit up as he began scanning. Verification successful. With the utterance of this spirit deer clan language, Lu Zhe returned the token. As Deer Jiojio accepted the token and prepared to enter the blue and gold portal, a white beam suddenly shot forth from Lu Zhe's eyes. Perceiving no danger from this beam, Deer Jiojio allowed it to scan her. Moments later, the scan concluded. Lu Zhe, with a vacant expression, mechanically stated, "The trial participant is found to possess the following 7 treasures: Soul Summoning Bell, Azure Dragon Scissors, Spirit Gathering Pearl, Flame Cage, Water Cloud Fan, 5 Elements Spear, and Emerald Cloud Armor." According to the trial regulations, participants are prohibited from bringing treasures into the trial. Upon hearing this, Deer Jiojio's expression shifted. This procedure had not been mentioned by the elders. However, given that the trial secret realm had been sealed off from the human realm for millennia, it seemed normal for there to be discrepancies between clan records and the realities within the trial secret realm. Most importantly, the fact that this puppet could discern the names of treasures hidden within her, even those deeply embedded within her soul, was undeniable evidence of its capabilities. Yet, reflecting on the peculiar circumstances surrounding the portal's activation, she felt a need to probe further. Thus, she spoke, "In that case, I shall refrain from participating in this trial." With that declaration, she turned to leave. Concurrently, Master Su Wan, who had been sipping tea in the void, smiled knowingly. "See, my predictions were not amiss. This sudden addition to the trial regulations will surely sow doubt in Dear Jiojio's mind. But fear not, this is merely a test of her resolve." Just as Dear Jiojio was about to exit the secret realm, she suddenly turned and asked, "How many regulations govern the trial? Could you disclose this information?" Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the air. In the trial space, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. As a puppet left behind from millennia ago, it would only utter a sound when it violated the trial rules. At all other times, it was expected to maintain its mechanical, mindless facade. Indeed, I was overthinking it. Lu Jiojio gently shook his head, forcefully suppressing the flicker of unease that stirred within him. There was no alternative. The elders of his clan had expended considerable resources to forcibly activate the spatial teleportation array to send him here, counteracting the suppression from the mortal realm. If he were to return merely due to a hint of anxiety, the elders would undoubtedly be furious. As for the notion of a whimsical warning, participating in the life and death trial within the clan, how could one expect it to be devoid of peril? Danger and opportunity have always been inextricably linked. With this thought in mind, Lu Jiojio stepped forward, retrieving the 7 treasures from his person one by one. Subsequently, he leaped into the Azure Golden Portal. Buzz. The Azure Golden Portal trembled slightly, its form swiftly morphing. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from the Azure Golden Portal into a cage constructed from advanced anti-magic stones and high-grade spatial stones. Simultaneously, layers upon layers of seals, illusions, and bewilderment techniques began to unfold within this spatial cage. Once Lu Jiojio regained his composure, he wasted no time in employing his innate talents to dispel the negative influences cast upon him. However, at that very moment, the nearby anti-magic stones erupted with a brilliant light. Suddenly, a proud spirit deer apparition manifested in the air, and with a resonant call. Lu Jiojio realized that his original innate talent had been utterly suppressed. "How could you possess the suppression inscriptions of my clan?" Upon discovering Su Wan and his companions, Lu Jiojio's pupils dilated in shock. He couldn't comprehend it. This was clearly the trial space of the spirit deer clan. How could a group of despicable humans be lurking here? Furthermore, this despicable group wielded the suppression inscriptions unique to their clan. These were high-quality inscriptions known only to the elders and the clan leader, capable of directly suppressing the innate talents of rebellious clan members, a closely guarded secret of the Spirit Deer clan. Why were these humans, who should belong on the dining table, able to wield such power? Damn it! Lu Jiujio roared, his eyes turning crimson, just as he prepared to burn his soul and essence for a desperate struggle. A ceiling formation materialized above him. The ceiling formation of my clan? No. Who are you? You are not human. Lu Jiujio was on the brink of collapse. Every method he wished to deploy, every means of resistance he could conceive, seemed anticipated by his foes, who had laid intricate countermeasures in advance. Even the treasures he could have summoned in this dire moment were preemptively neutralized by these individuals. It was as if they had meticulously studied him, rendering him utterly powerless to retaliate. He couldn't even discern who his adversaries were, yet he was certain they were traitorous scum from his own clan. Humans? Impossible. The current humans could not possibly possess such knowledge. Just tossing a single treasure would likely cause an uproar among their ranks. If you wish for my demise, then do not expect to fare well yourselves. Lu Jiujio bellowed, and at that moment, a blood-red rune erupted with formidable energy from his forehead. This power surged skyward, carrying Lu Jiujio's suspicions of his clan's enemies and tearing through space until it vanished into the depths of this secret realm. After the residual waves of this power dissipated, the panic-stricken expression Lu Jiujio had anticipated did not manifest. Instead, Su Wan, adorned as a humanoid puppet, waved his hand, declaring that Lu Jiujio's final strike had been nullified. Now was the perfect moment to eliminate him. Chapter 43. The Fury of the Spirit Deer Clan. You truly deserve to die. Lu Jiujio glared fiercely at Su Wan before he could complete his sentence. A vial containing a potent paralysis powder, which numbed the soul and spared beings from the pain of death, was thrust into his face. A vial for 1,000 battle merits. I suppose I have fulfilled your request. Su Wan mused inwardly after expending the entirety of the paralysis powder. Looking at Lu Jiujio's condition, Su Wan sighed deeply. Even though I have slain many, witnessing the tragic end of a sworn brother still stirs something within me. What can be done? Thus, I choose to close my eyes. With that, Su Wan turned away, shutting his eyes tightly. Ah, the art of self-deception is truly profound. He reflected. Yet, this paralysis powder had been a demand from his future self. The instinct to shield his brother from suffering and subsequently close his eyes seemed almost preordained. Suddenly, Lu Zhe interjected, Su Wan, the environment in this secret realm is truly splendid, especially the soil beneath my feet. The rich spiritual energy suggests that any crops planted here could transform into spiritually imbued grains. Xia Luo, squatting on the ground, nodded after a moment of observation. Indeed, if we could bring this spiritual soil back, I would have confidence in cultivating a batch of food suitable for transcendent beings within 2 years. Hearing this, Team Leader Yang remarked, if the soil outside is so exceptional, then the treasures within must be even more remarkable. After making this proclamation, Yang pointed toward the distant true portal and inquired, may I enter to take a look? A premonition stirred within him, assuring that extraordinary treasures lay within. Do not enter. Su Wan's lips twitched. He warned Yang against approaching. This secret realm is the trial ground of the Spirit Deer clan, and the entrance is fortified with lethal prohibitions by the clan's powerful members. Should they detect a trial participant lacking the Spirit Deer bloodline, they would be immediately exterminated. Without Su Wan needing to elaborate, Lu Zhe began to berate Yang. Can you not engage your brain? If we were allowed to utilize this secret realm or participate in the trials, would Su Wan have imposed such strict time constraints? If we knew the entrance to the secret realm and the means to navigate it, we would have arrived much earlier to take part in the trials. Pausing for a moment, Lu Zhe suddenly added, oh right, you excel in combat, but not in intellect. I forgot, my apologies. Yang retorted, is that an apology? Are you mocking me? If this weren't the outside, I would have challenged you to a duel. Subsequently, the group divided their responsibilities. Su Wan, along with several individuals, began to impose various prohibitions within the spatial cage. To be cautious. He also instructed Team Leader Yang to utilize the energy barriers to create 10 layers inside and 10 layers outside, effectively sealing the area. During this process, Team Leader Yang seemed to discover a sense of belonging to his transcendent talent, growing increasingly enthusiastic as he worked. According to Su Wan's plan, packaging dozens of layers and compressing them would suffice. However, Yang deemed it insufficiently secure and ultimately insisted on packaging 100 layers. The only reason he refrained from going deeper was the concern that further packing would exceed his control over the energy barriers. A catastrophic explosion would render their plans futile. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe and Xia Luo teamed up to collect all usable resources around them, including but not limited to spiritual soil, spiritual water, spiritual trees, and spiritual herbs. Anything they could see and fit into their spatial equipment was taken. The abundant spiritual soil resources transformed Lu Zhe and Xia Luo into excavators, digging fervently. They dug everything in sight. As transcendent beings, they possessed both strength and means. Thus, in a mere moment, the periphery of this trial secret realm was excavated to great depths. At the same time, within the Spirit Deer clan, a blood-red rune, imbued with the power to pierce the void, collided with the central clan bell. Dong, dong, dong. The ancient bell of the Spirit Deer clan reverberated, producing a series of heavy, ethereal sounds. At the very moment the bell tolled, formidable figures materialized from thin air, their expressions dark as they gazed at the blood-red rune beside the bell. "My child." Suddenly, a voice filled with grief and fury echoed around them. Before them stood a magnificent spirit deer, radiating brilliance as it descended upon clouds. Upon receiving the ominous information carried by the blood-red rune bell, it let out a piercing roar towards the heavens. In the next moment, it turned, glaring fiercely at its surroundings. "If you wish to confront me, do so directly. What is the point of targeting the innocent children? I must know who it was. Otherwise, I shall do everything in my power to sever their bloodline." After uttering these words, the 9th elder of the Spirit Deer clan departed, leaving behind a group of solemn clan members. From the elder's tone, it was clear that the death of the child Jiujia was a result of internal strife within the clan. After a brief pause, an elder deer stepped forward, expressionless. "If anyone has a hand in this act, step forward now. I can assure you, your lineage will not be implicated. But should I uncover the culprit, there will be no mercy." The elder paused, his voice laced with menace. Jiujia possessed remarkable talent, and should any clan member harbor covetous intentions to usurp this gift for their own offspring, they must face dire consequences. Our clan may engage in internal conflict, but we shall never allow such means to be employed against the heirs of our royal beast bloodline. This cannot be permitted. Otherwise, our clan will plunge into the darkest era in history. The surrounding Spirit Deer warriors exchanged glances, no one daring to speak at that moment. They pondered the gravity of the situation. Who could have committed such a heinous act? Was this not a betrayal of the tacit understanding they had maintained all along? Their clan rules had been violated. If one dared to assassinate the 9th elder's offspring today, what would prevent them from targeting the rest of their children in the future? At that moment, even the former political adversaries of the 9th elder felt a surge of indignation. They were even more incensed than the neutral faction, fearing that the elder might suspect them of involvement. Thus, a storm brewed within the Spirit Deer clan. Meanwhile, on the other side, when the members of Team 112 returned to their base, it was already the following day. Despite the arduous tasks they had undertaken, fatigue was overshadowed by an exhilarating sense of accomplishment. After all, they had captured a high-level beast possessing royal bloodline. Who would not be elated? Moreover, as Suwon had mentioned, this beast was even more precious than the previous cloud beast. How could they not feel anticipation? "Lu Zhe, would you care to transform into a spirit deer?" Suwon inquired, observing Lu Zhe. After utilizing the Spirit Deer clan's guidance technique to transfer the innate talent of the deer Jiujia, he discovered that Jiujia's core had remained intact. If Lu Zhe were to absorb it, he would gain a formidable ally within the Beast Alliance in the future. "Huh." Lu Zhe was taken aback. "Me? Shouldn't this be the responsibility of Captain Xiao?" Xiao Luo replied, "As a leader of the research office, what need do I have for such transformation abilities? Am I to infiltrate the enemy in disguise?" "This role is better suited for you," Xiao Luo stated. "Perhaps when we have surplus high-level beasts, I might consider it. But for now, I shall pass." Nodding in agreement, Lu Zhe began to quietly absorb Jiujia's energy core, following Su Wen's instructions. Moments later, amidst a radiant burst of life energy, Lu Zhe transformed into the form of a spirit deer. However, his deer form bore strikingly red eyes, a remarkable gift that remained conspicuous even in this new guise. While it seemed unusual, it was indeed a positive development. Within the Spirit Deer clan, internal strife is strictly forbidden, especially against the high bloodline descendants like Jiujia, who are held in utmost regard. If my predictions are correct, the clan should be in turmoil now due to Jiujia's transmission. Thus, after a thorough cleansing, Lu Zhe's transformed Spirit Deer could take advantage of the chaos to infiltrate the Spirit Deer clan. In his mind, Suwon pondered, will Lu Zhe be changing his name this time? Of course, how about Deer Zhe? That won't do. Deer is a surname exclusive to the royal bloodline of the Spirit Deer clan. Unless Lu Zhe marries into a royal bloodline, he lacks the right to bear that name. Is it true that within the Spirit Deer clan, surnames determine status? The Spirit Deer clan bears the surname Deer, much like how humans have human as a surname. One might argue that if we had not gained the favor of the new king of the cloud beasts and been accepted into their royal family, perhaps we wouldn't even be able to call ourselves Yuan. Suwon looked at Suwon, saying, "Are you suggesting we have also changed our surname? Yuan? Is that our new name for infiltration? Why didn't you mention this before?" Suwon raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Is this really such a significant matter? The leader remained unfazed. As the main entity, you need not concern yourself with these details. The surname change will only manifest in the future identity that is summoned, such as my own. Suwon felt a hint of melancholy in his last thought, as a future summoned being, from the moment he learned of his identity. The course of his existence in this time had essentially been predetermined. His mission was to explore useful information and ascend as far as possible to obtain greater insights. From this perspective, it was entirely normal for the summoned future self to feel some turmoil within. At that moment, having acclimated to his new form, Luze playfully leaped about as a spirit deer before reverting to his human form. "Why did you change back?" Yang, looking somewhat disappointed, asked Luze. "What do you want?" Luze replied, suddenly wary. "I find this beast form fascinating. I had discussed it with Suwon before, but he turned me down," Yang explained. "I acknowledge that you are more suited for it, but may I at least experience the transformation? Surely, it wouldn't hurt to let me ride it a little?" Luze remarked, "That sounds rather odd. Why would you want to ride me?" "Hey, if Yang gets to ride it, I want to turn too." Zhao Feng interjected quickly. Luze shot a glance at Zhao Feng. "I've noticed your combat abilities seem to be declining lately. Once this matter is settled, let us head to the training ground. I have some insights that might inspire your fighting style." Zhao Feng retorted, "Are you implying that you want to teach me how to fight? It sounds more like you're looking for an excuse to beat me up." "Don't be afraid, Zhao Feng. The antlers of the spirit deer can compensate for your extraordinary talent deficiencies," Suwon interjected. "Seize this opportunity, and you might even advance to mid-level extraordinary. At that point, you both will be mid-level extraordinary. Will you still worry about defeating him?" Zhao Feng's eyes lit up. "Really, boss?" Suwon nodded. "Of course, would I deceive you?" Nearby, Luze remarked, "Zhao Feng, I trust that Suwon isn't misleading you. But remember, you are still at the lower level. I could take on 3 of you with one hand." Yang interjected, "You can't intimidate the team members with brute strength. I'm still the captain here." Afterward, Yang turned to Zhao Feng. "Don't worry, if Luze dares to hit you in front of me, I will retaliate against his team." Zhao Feng raised a perplexed eyebrow. "Wait, who are you planning to hit on Luze's team?" Yang's expression remained unchanged. Who else could it be? Distant yet close. Zhao Feng, indeed. The captain is still the familiar captain, as dogged as ever. Amidst the laughter and joy, the room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. However, it wasn't long before everyone returned to the matter at hand. Viewing the present from the perspective of the future, Master Suwon recognized that Team 112 had significant shortcomings and glaring gaps in their future planning. With a trusted ally leading the RD office, there was no need to push anyone into the upper echelons of that department. It was unnecessary. All forthcoming theories, articles, new training methods, and systematic approaches could be directly relayed through Xiao Luo to the entirety of Huaxia. Consequently, by extending the timeline, the nation's collective strength could be harnessed to research and reform the known training systems. This would save a considerable amount of time. Within the headquarters of the Extraordinary, aside from the military directly overseen by the chief and the chief's office, the authority of the Conquest Office was paramount. Therefore, allowing Yang to enter the Conquest Office to leverage his abilities was the optimal choice. In the future, when the advanced alien beast from the Hu Tiger clan made its entrance, if Yang could indeed achieve invincibility at his level, he might contend for the position of leader of the Conquest Office. After all, the individuals in the Conquest Office spoke with their fists. As long as Yang's fists were strong enough, coupled with Xiao Luo's support, there was a significant probability of success in ascending to that position. If both the Conquest and RD offices were filled with their people, the situation in Huaxia would truly open up. To put it bluntly, considering the worst-case scenario, even if issues arose with the chief, the alliance of Yang and Xiao Luo would still have some means of counteraction. "Are you suggesting I run for the leader of the Conquest Office?" Yang looked at Suwon, pointing to his own chest, his face a canvas of questions. His instructor was one of them. Thus, he had some understanding of the fierce individuals within the Conquest Office. With his current strength, to contend for the top position there? Wasn't that tantamount to courting disaster? Chapter 45. Arrangements for the future. What? Is there a problem? Suwon raised an eyebrow. Yang replied, "It's not about whether there's a problem. It's just that this sounds too incredible." Although he believed his training talent was commendable and considered himself a minor genius in battles of the same realm, anyone plucked from the Conquest Office was a genius in their own right. They say gold will shine eventually, yet the capital was resplendent and paved with gold. "Captain, are you being timid?" Nearby, Luo Yun teased. At this, Yang's expression shifted. Who says I'm timid? I just never considered this future, and it surprised me. Across from him, Lu Zhe spoke up. So you agree with Su Wen's assertion, right? Yang responded. Now he's being cornered. Yet, as he gazed into Su Wen's calm eyes and heard his resolute tone, and recalled the latter's extraordinary talent for foresight, a surge of passion welled within him. Could his new future be as the leader of the Conquest Office? If his future self could achieve this, why should his current self be apprehensive? In any case, he would not concede. I have said it before. In my heart, Su Wen's word is law. Yang's tone shifted. Since Su Wen believes I should run for the leader of the Conquest Office, I trust that the future leader of the Conquest Office will be me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo nodded slightly and began to applaud. Excellent. One must not be timid in their youth. I will remember your words today. If you do not run for the leader of the Conquest Office, I will reveal your words to those in the office. Yang responded with a smile, while Su Wen surveyed the room and gently patted Yang's shoulder. With my support, what is there to fear? This phrase acted as a tonic, igniting a spark in Yang's eyes. Indeed, with Su Wen as his constant support, why should he worry? He could charge ahead. Others might possess superior training talents or comprehension abilities, but could they surpass someone with a cheat? Though he acted recklessly, his mind functioned uniquely, and his character was genuine. Su Wen paused, then looked at Yang with a smile. Were you expecting a but after that? Hearing this, Yang scratched his head. Typically, such a statement would imply a build-up before a compliment, right? Your future will be anything but ordinary, Su Wen declared with a smile, then began discussing with Xiao Luo the matter of transferring Yang to the extraordinary headquarters. According to Master Su Wen, Yang was best suited for the military. In the military, there was no need for intricate thought. One simply needed to follow orders and charge forward with determination. However, such a national force of violence typically did not engage in the power struggles between the various units of the extraordinary headquarters. To support Xiao Luo, or to explore the possibility of elevating Xiao Luo to the position of chief, the role of leader of the Conquest Office was exceedingly critical. After all, summoning the future and infiltrating the Alien Beast Alliance at high levels would best be coordinated under the Chief's guidance. Yet, no one understood the infiltration of the Alien Beast Alliance into Huaxiao and the human nations better than Master Su Wen at this moment. The infiltration and encroachment of advanced alien beasts had commenced from the very moment the first portal to the alien world appeared. Coupled with the impending political upheaval at the extraordinary headquarters, Master Su Wen was increasingly inclined to cultivate a new chief from among his ranks rather than place trust in the current one. After all, judging by his experience with infiltration, if one could not be absolutely trusted, that person was undoubtedly untrustworthy. Let me share my thoughts, Xiao Luo began, contemplating. Just as he prepared to speak, Su Wen interjected. Are you planning to promote Yang to the vice leader of the RD office, then later transfer him to the Conquest Office as a vice leader, and subsequently have him ascend from there? Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo's eyes shifted, and he nodded slightly. Su Wen's foresight had seen through his plan, indicating that this idea might not succeed. Is there a drawback? Yes. Su Wen replied gravely. Yang can be transferred, and everything aligns with protocol. However, the position he will occupy is that of honorary vice leader. The addition of the word honorary should convey its implications. Xiao Luo narrowed his eyes, fully aware of its significance. The power associated with an honorary vice leader could vary greatly. If the leader respected or acknowledged this honorary vice leader, then their authority would be vast. Conversely, if they did not, the honorary vice leader could, in some respects, be reduced to a mere figurehead. What is your plan? Xiao Luo shifted the conversation, his tone serious. Reach out to your contacts in the Conquest Office and have them facilitate Yang's entry there. After conferring with the leader Su Wen, he spoke softly. The rest shall be left to the future. He believed that, with both his and Lu Zhe's deliberate support, Yang would swiftly ascend within the Conquest Office. Su Wen paused, then continued, you only need to ensure that Yang receives fair treatment there, without being undermined or having his achievements appropriated. Xiao Luo smiled upon hearing this. You needn't worry about that. While I cannot overly meddle in the internal affairs of the Conquest Office, ensuring this much is well within my capabilities, especially since the leader still owes me several favors. Subsequently, Su Wen began arranging the future for Luo Yun and Zhao Feng. In the timeline of Agent Su Wen, Team 112 lacked any external assistance, let alone intelligence on advanced alien beasts. Thus, all Agent Su Wen could rely on was the strength of the small team known as Team 112. Accompanied by his identity as a member of the Cloud Beast royal family, Lu Zhe's lineage as a descendant of the Spirit Deer King gradually unfolded. The moment they stepped into the Beast Alliance, it would be a decisive blow. All the leaders and deputies would have to step aside. The myriad affairs within the Beast Alliance would be their true challenges ahead. At this juncture, Luo Yun and Zhao Feng were of little assistance. Therefore, Developing their capabilities within Huaxiao was the most prudent choice. Luo Yun's extraordinary talent for discerning good from evil was well suited for the subversion office after its elevation. Coupled with the lists of traitors provided by him and Lu Zhe, he was confident that Luo Yun would experience rapid advancement. As for Zhao Feng, the leader Su Wen believed he could explore various roles, whether in the logistics office or the development office, if he struggled to adapt. Serving under Xiao Luo would also be a commendable option. Moreover, working as a deputy commander in the research office could lead to future opportunities, perhaps even as an honorary mascot in other departments. While a mascot may wield little power, it could yield significant intelligence at crucial moments. Boss. Isn't this a bit too casual? Not far away, Zhao Feng listened to his future arrangements with a bewildered expression. Others had clear objectives, yet he was left to chance? Chapter 46. The ironic outcome. Is there a department you wish to join? Su Wen inquired directly, observing Zhao Feng. I desire to join the development office, Zhao Feng contemplated before responding resolutely. Boss, with you and team leader Lu assisting in the Beast Alliance, I am certain I can thrive within the development office. For instance, those unexplored beast gates in Huaxia. I will venture into your territory first. With a map or detailed information in hand, my ascent in the development office would surely be assured. Given that there are insiders among the enemy ranks, why not utilize such advantageous resources? Choosing the logistics office with such an advantage would be tantamount to rejecting progress. While it was true that with Xiao Luo leading the research office and team leader Yang potentially becoming the commander of the conquest office, he would undoubtedly rise swiftly under their mentorship if he could ascend alongside team leader Yang, or even surpass him. Wouldn't that be even better? Of course. There was also a minor reason. Upon arriving at the headquarters of the Extraordinary Ones, he yearned to be promoted faster than team leader Yang. Just imagine, when they next met at the headquarters, wouldn't team leader Yang have to address him as commander? The very thought delighted him. Very well. Since you have your own aspirations, that is commendable. Su Wen nodded slightly, then cautioned. However, you must be aware that the extraordinary individuals in the development office, being among the first to engage with the beast gates, are the most susceptible to corruption and infiltration. Exercise caution in your dealings. After this warning, Su Wen paused and continued. Thus, I will provide you with a list. Pay attention and memorize it. Nearby, Zhao Feng's pupils constricted as he focused intently. Among the 27 mid-level and 4 high-level members of the development office, each had leaked confidential information from the Huaxia Extraordinary Alliance to the Beast Alliance. Su Wen's revelation left everyone stunned. What? How many management levels are there in the development office? Are over 30 of them compromised? While mid-level members may not wield decisive power, the fact that 4 high-level individuals were implicated was alarming. How few high-level officials were there to begin with? Was the development office becoming a sieve? Or had it ceased to be the development office of Huaxia's Extraordinary Ones? Do not rush to eliminate these traitors, Su Wen said softly after listing the infiltrators. Once you and Luo Yun establish your footholds in the development and subversion offices respectively, you can use these individuals' lives as stepping stones for your advancement. Zhao Feng furrowed his brow and asked, Boss, won't neglecting these traitors lead to an increase in leaked confidential information? Su Wen maintained his composure, stating, what could be leaked has already been disclosed. The more critical information will not be divulged merely because you have entered so recently. In fact, your joining the development office will not raise any eyebrows. After all, you are but a small fry. Who would pay special attention to you? Do you think you are the main character, with calamities erupting wherever you go? Zhao Feng nodded in agreement, recalling that aside from the brief period when he first awakened his extraordinary talent and thought himself a potential protagonist, the increasing exposure to various matters had led him to accept his own mediocrity, especially when others could open extraordinary doors on their first attempt. While he took 2 years to do so, there is no need for despondency. If your life experiences were pinned into a novel, they would possess their own merits. Su Wen remarked with a subtle smile, recognizing that reality-based novels centered around ordinary individuals do have their audiences. Beside them, Lu Zhe chuckled. Indeed, do not underestimate the young, nor the middle-aged, nor the elderly, nor the deceased. Zhao Feng replied, why does that sound so piercing? Enough of the jokes, remember. Your initial work in the development office should prioritize caution, Su Wen said, shifting to a serious tone. Zhao Feng solemnly nodded in response, rest assured, boss, after all, I am not the team captain. Team leader Yang interjected. How did this suddenly turn into a conversation about me? Fine, just wait. In the next moment, team leader Yang looked at Lu Zhe and stated, I believe Xiao Feng's combat skills have severely declined recently. I will accompany you to the training ground and ensure he receives high-quality, close-range guidance on his combat abilities. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng's expression changed, and he hastily diverted the topic. Had it been just team leader Yang, he might have successfully redirected the conversation. however, with Lu Zhe's support. Their discussion fervently revolved around Zhao Feng's close combat abilities and fighting techniques, resulting in a comprehensive training plan that Zhao Feng perceived not as a training regimen, but as a plan for punishment. He realized he needed to correct his habit of speaking carelessly, at least until he could surpass team leader Yang in combat. By the way, I just remembered. At that moment, Leader Su suddenly interjected, within the headquarters of the Extraordinary Ones, there exists a group of individuals in whom you can have complete faith. They are deeply patriotic and have not been infiltrated by the Beast Alliance. This need not be tested, they have already proven it with their lives. Su squinted slightly, sensing that if he was not mistaken, the next words would likely pertain to the heroic martyrs who had fallen while fighting against the beasts. As expected, an unexpected revelation followed. Did you not foresee this? Leader Su addressed Su, articulating each word. Yes, you are correct. It is indeed those three who sacrificed their lives, traversing the void, using their souls as fuel, boldly breaking into the inner sanctum of the Beast clan, solely to assassinate me, a high-ranking member of the Beast Alliance. Su reflected on how, at that time, he had been preoccupied with contemplating his own inevitable demise. After all the effort to ascend to the heights of the Beast Alliance, to ultimately perish at the hands of his true comrades, how tragic. Now, recalling the three teams that had given their lives to infiltrate the Beast clan, it was clear they had never intended to return. Such loyal and valiant individuals were indeed trustworthy allies. Isn't it ironic? Leader Su smiled faintly. When I was nearly assassinated, my feelings were more complex than yours. My fellow comrades were willing to sacrifice their lives, even burning their souls to eliminate me, while the formidable beasts I sought to betray were risking everything to protect me. To ensure my survival, several Cloud Beast warriors even self-destructed. After uttering these words, the Master Su paused for a moment, then softly continued. In such circumstances, do you truly harbor hatred for those who sought to assassinate us? Should you not express gratitude to the cloud beasts that protect us? Fortunately, you shall no longer endure this purgatorial existence that resembles both man and ghost. Chapter 47. Just mention my name. Suwen's eyes flickered as he fell into a prolonged silence. Such matters are indeed difficult to reconcile. Although Master Su did not articulate it explicitly, he could distinctly perceive the envy in the other's tone directed towards himself. Envy for the bright path that lay ahead for this master self. Envy for the absence of the tormenting journey through the purgatory of the soul. Simultaneously, there was envy for the well-paved road that awaited him. Beneath this smooth path, however, lay buried the corpses of countless future selves. Yet, who would not wish to pave the way for their past selves with their own life? The three teams bearing titles were known as the Red Dragon, Cloud Sky, and Celestial Star. Master Su seemed oblivious to the changes in Suwen's expression. Continuing, at the cost of my life, I have ultimately tested these three teams that represent high-end combat prowess. From my perspective, it was worth it. Should you ever wish to abandon the life of concealment and seek a different path, these teams will become your strong allies. After this assertion, Master Su paused again. Then added, I have thoroughly investigated the identities, backgrounds, and temperaments of each member in these teams. Even the Beast Church has attempted to infiltrate and recruit every upper-tier extraordinary being on that side. This infiltration plan was personally orchestrated by me. The outcome is clear. They were willing to sacrifice their lives to assassinate me, and I was completely unaware of it, which reflects their inner boundaries and principles. Across from him, Su silently acknowledged this in his heart. Understood. Master Su glanced at Su, smiling as he remarked, do not feel troubled, regardless of how others perceive it. From my viewpoint, I deem my death to be a worthwhile affair. Su shook his head, responding, I am not troubled. I am merely contemplating another matter. What matter? If in the future, these three teams are under my command, rest assured, I will ensure they receive their due retribution for you. Master Suwen's lips twitched slightly. His line of thinking was indeed somewhat excessively lively. Was he the type to hold grudges? Well, it could be said he was not particularly vindictive. Although he fully understood and had long prepared for his own demise, the manner of his death was undeniably somewhat unseemly. If, one day, those who sought his life truly became subordinates of his past self, then seeking retribution seemed quite reasonable. After all, he had been killed by them, in a manner that left his soul in tatters. The final blow aimed at him was one that was simply beyond comprehension. Not to mention, as merely an upper-tier extraordinary being, even a superlative being would likely only meet a bitter end in such a scenario. How about it? Suwen inquired within himself. Is my proposal not commendable? Master Suwen nodded slightly, asserting, principally, I do not endorse this action, but if you must proceed, I can only concede to this point. Who knows each other better than us? What pretense is this? Do not speak to me in those official terms. To express disapproval while tacitly agreeing is the same as approval. Master Su-Wen picked up a cup of hot tea, flicked his sleeve, and turned his back to Su-Wen. Such matters are best kept within. What need is there to vocalize them? It is too crude. A leader of merit should possess the foundational ability to convey thoughts without overt expression. For others, such matters would merit thorough discussion. Yet when faced with one's past self, there is little left to say. By the way, regarding the traitor within the greedy beast domain, known by the codename Shadow, you have yet to mention who they are. Su-Wen suddenly remembered this matter and directly inquired. Master Su-Wen pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I have investigated this matter, but Shadow was developed as an infiltrator by the greedy beast clan themselves. They have not cooperated. Thus I am unaware of the specifics. Is Deputy Commander Tang Ren of the Conquest Office the traitor? There is no evidence. Tang Ren is diligent in the future. Were it not for our investigative attitude towards traitors, one might genuinely believe him to be a solid individual. So, he is not? Not quite. Based on my years of experience as an undercover agent, the likelihood is high. What can you assert without evidence? Agent Su-Wen even harbored doubts about Tang Ren. And there were some vague clues. Yet, after a passage of time, certainty still eluded them. Without conclusive evidence, what if an innocent is wrongfully killed? Do not concern yourself with Tang Ren. In the future, he does not ascend to the position of commander of the Conquest Office. Master Su-Wen waved his hand dismissively. A deputy commander responsible for the composition of extraordinary teams may appear significant to an ordinary person. Yet, in the grand scheme of the future, he plays no pivotal role. If Tang Ren is indeed a traitor, he has not been activated until my death. After such a long time, he is likely no more than a useless piece on the board. If he is not, then there is nothing more to discuss. As he spoke, Master Su-Wen smiled slightly, then added, rest assured, once Team Yang assumes command of the Conquest Office, there will soon be a revitalization within its ranks. After all, Team Yang has consistently proven reliable in terms of innovative thinking and unorthodox methods. Su-Wen nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Given Team Yang's line of reasoning, should they suspect Tang Ren of being a traitor, they would undoubtedly probe further. Typical undercover agents cannot withstand the scrutiny of Team Yang's investigations. Meanwhile, in the RD office, Xiao Luo's true form remained stationed there. Upon receiving information relayed from his avatar, he initiated actions without delay. For him, it was imperative to address personnel adjustments swiftly, allowing him to focus intently on researching the latest theoretical knowledge transmitted from his avatar. It must be said that this Team 112, or rather, Su-Wen, this extraordinary being who probes the future, was an inexhaustible treasure trove. The articles and achievements concerning various theories and practices he possessed were akin to chives in a field, harvested in abundance. Yet they grew back even faster than they could be cut. After harvesting for quite some time, one would glance back to find the newly sprouted chives not only thicker and sturdier, but even more delectable and refreshing than the initial crop. How could this not evoke excitement? Thus, he held Su-Wen's instructions in the highest regard. Were it not for Su-Wen's personal plans and his reluctance to join the RD office, he would have willingly relinquished his position to Su-Wen and served as a subordinate under him. Hello, Personnel Center? This is Xiao Luo, the head of the RD office. Please assist me in contacting the Conquest Office, the Traitor Office, and the Exploration Office. I wish to transfer the following individuals to these departments. You say I lack the authority to initiate such transfers? Just connect me directly with the heads of these departments. And when making the transfers, simply report my name. Chapter 48. The manifestation of the Great Beast Gate. Not long after Xiao Luo concluded this call, the phones of the heads of the Conquest Office, Exploration Office, and Traitor Office began to ring in succession. Regarding the head of the Conquest Office, he provided no explanations. To someone whose mind was predominantly muscle, he merely stated that the individual being transferred was a promising combat talent, particularly fitting the Conquest Office's established style. If the transfer ultimately did not pass the Conquest Office's review, they could always remove the individual from the team. However, when addressing the heads of the Exploration Office and Traitor Office, Xiao Luo's responses were far more formal and official. He explained that Zhao Feng and Luo Yun were involved in a secret plan initiated by the RD office, necessitating the collection of relevant data from them to prepare for a comprehensive research outcome in the future. This response did not particularly concern the head of the Exploration Office. At the critical moment, the leader of the Development Office expressed that a younger relative at home had a particular interest in the study of cultivation and hoped to join the national-level research project under Xiao Luo's command. Out of respect for Xiao Luo, the leader of the Anti-Treachery Office engaged in casual conversation without further objections. After all, the Development Office and the Anti-Treachery Office were closely linked, often requiring cooperative efforts on numerous matters. Thus, in the case of personnel adjustments, Unless the individual was personally arranged by Xiao Luo, it is unlikely that he would have even made this call, as Xiao Luo dealt with the personnel matters. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for his desire to uncover the hidden collaboration between Yi Sun and one of his peers, he would have expelled his former disciple from the development office without hesitation. While some actions were beyond his reach, others remained within his power. Regarding the old subordinates who might perish during the cleansing campaign in the development office, he was also prepared to make adjustments to their positions. Based on Su Wen's observations of future events, he would proceed with gradual modifications. In his contemplation, Xiao Luo had completed this round of calculations. Truth be told, had he not been concerned about Su Wen's overthinking, he would have relished the idea of bringing his old subordinates into Team 112 to familiarize Su Wen with them. After all, associating with a super genius capable of perceiving future events would undoubtedly lead to monumental changes. At best, it could reverse fate. At worst, it could transform them into transcendent beings, drastically elevating their life levels. However, he understood that such matters could only be proposed by Su Wen himself. Su Wen's ability to foresee future occurrences suggested he had likely endured numerous trials unbeknownst to him. Unfortunately, such secrets were too astonishing. The more individuals who were aware, the greater the risk of exposure. Despite having signed soul contracts and ancient pacts for further advancement, with countermeasures embedded within the souls of Team 112 members, one must always consider the worst-case scenario. Thus, should the most dire circumstances arise, they would not be left in a state of confusion. I hope that the situation I anticipate does not materialize. Seated in a recliner, Xiao Luo closed his eyes in contemplation, pondering, otherwise, I shall have no choice but to obliterate all elements that could potentially expose us. As the commander overseeing the theoretical study of cultivation and national research affairs, he understood all too well the immense value represented by Su Wen's extraordinary talent. If forced to choose, he would unhesitatingly sacrifice everything around him for Su Wen. For without Su Wen, regardless of the current crisis facing China, there would be no glimmer of hope. Should Su Wen perish, the future of China would indeed be bleak and desolate. Having finally discovered a sliver of light amidst the despairing darkness, he would never allow that light to be extinguished. Suddenly, an urgent alarm blared from the headquarters of the extraordinary beings. Xiao Luo frowned, promptly utilizing his authority to access the emergency situation. A large portal for beast manifestation had appeared in Jiang City. Upon seeing the location of the portal, Xiao Luo's expression shifted, as they had recently hunted a descendant of the spirit deer royal beast in that vicinity. If all went as expected, this incident would likely have triggered the portal's upheaval. With this thought in mind, he made his way to the commander's office. Based on the intelligence gathered regarding the various beast factions in China, the spirit deer tribe undoubtedly ranked as a formidable group. Moreover, the future intelligence relayed from Su Wen indicated that the spirit deer tribe's capabilities were far more terrifying than what was perceived in China. Therefore, if this were indeed a retaliation from the spirit deer tribe, it would be far more than a mere large portal for beasts. Meanwhile, on the other side, the atmosphere was tense. Everyone, a large portal for beasts is about to manifest in Jiang City. For the sake of your safety, we should evacuate immediately. Xiao Luo surveyed the surroundings and continued. There is no need for undue concern. I have already informed the commander. The Threat Assessment Office has raised the alert to the highest level, and extraordinary teams from the capital and its surroundings are en route, with various extraordinary combat groups from the military also heading this way. However, your futures have already been meticulously planned, and we must not squander Su Wen's predictive abilities. The best course of action is to retreat. We will leave Jiang City and head to the capital, where safety is assured. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell momentarily silent. In such a critical moment, how can I, as the captain of Team 112, flee? Yang, the team leader, furrowed his brow and spoke solemnly. In response, Xiao Luo asserted, I can tell you unequivocally that you are no longer the captain of Team 112. I, in my capacity as the leader of the development office, command you to evacuate immediately. Yang shook his head defiantly, stating, I will not leave until I receive a formal order. Xiao Luo thought to himself, how stubborn can this person be? What can a mid-level extraordinary being do in the face of an impending large beast portal's upheaval? Nearby, Luze interjected, Commander Xiao, our families reside here, and that is why we remain. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Luo replied, I possess spatial teleportation talismans. Provide me with the locations of your families, and I will help you retrieve them. After uttering those words, he glanced around and urged, what are you waiting for? Time is of the essence. Soon, when the Threat Assessment Office activates the spatial lockdown array, we will no longer be able to utilize the teleportation devices. At that moment, Yang suddenly bowed to Xiao Luo. Commander Xiao, could I ask you to assist in retrieving my parents? I have been stationed here for quite some time, and as this city faces an impending beast onslaught, I wish to stay. I cannot leave as a coward. Frowning, Xiao Luo retorted, what cowardice? Leaving without authorization and abandoning your post is what constitutes a coward. You are executing a strategic retreat under my command, and afterward, the Threat Assessment Office and the military will not hold you accountable. Not far away, Zhao Feng whispered. Isn't that still cowardice? At most, it's cowardice with an identity exempt from the responsibilities of a deserter. Chapter 49, The Life Grass Planting Zone Commander Xiao. Which beast faction is manifesting at the portal? Suwen inquired at that moment. Xiao Luo shook his head. I am unsure. Based solely on the surrounding energy fluctuations. The capital has pinpointed the location and coverage of the beast portal's manifestation, but details remain unclear. Suwen responded softly, given the current timing. The Spirit Deer tribe would not take action themselves, nor would they disrupt the meticulously laid plans of the Beast Alliance over the death of a royal beast descendant. Therefore, it is highly likely that an affiliated tribe of the Spirit Deer will be involved. Since we can confirm it is a large beast portal, we can further refine the range. With that, Suwen waved his right hand, causing a relatively detailed map to materialize before everyone. The map and information were relayed from the leader, Suwen. At this stage, Suwen could be likened to a conduit, transmitting the words of the leader through his medium to Xiao Luo. Currently, the only factions capable of sustaining a large beast portal and affiliated with the Spirit Deer tribe were three: the Spirit Kite tribe, the Spirit Pigeon tribe, and the Spirit Leopard tribe. Among these, the Spirit Leopard tribe excelled in frontal assaults and was directly under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Deer tribe's Elder Council. The deer we hunted, Jiao, was a descendant of the ninth elder of the Spirit Deer tribe. Thus, it was highly probable that the Spirit Leopard tribe would be involved. At this point, Suwen paused, then looked at Xiao Luo with a faint smile, saying, You might not feel much about this, but what if I tell you that within the Spirit Leopard realm, enhanced by the Spirit Deer tribe, there exists a specialized small area for cultivating life grass? Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo's pupils dilated, and his expression changed dramatically. Life grass, a small cultivation area. When these two words converged, the resultant impact was sufficient to stir tumultuous waves within his heart. Are you aware of the prowess of the Spirit Leopard clan? Xiao Luo shifted the conversation, posing a direct inquiry. Suwen replied softly, Within the Spirit Leopard clan, there exist two extraordinary powerhouses. However, this battle is for avenging the Spirit Deer clan. Therefore, the ninth elder of the Spirit Deer clan may also resort to burning their soul to intervene, which must be taken into account. Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo nodded slightly, and then closed his eyes. The extraordinary beings of Huaxia all have their own tasks to attend to. Over at the East Sea defense line, the assault of sea beasts is raging, and the manifestation frequency of the internal beast gates has yet to yield a definitive count. Meanwhile, at the west border defense line, besides guarding against the enormous beasts manifested by the mountainous wolf clan, they must also be wary of the interference and ambushes from the Inha kingdom. Thus, under non-critical circumstances, the stationed extraordinary beings will not take action. Although Jiang City is significant, as long as the military department prioritizes it and sends troops, supplemented by certain treasured seals, it would not lead to substantial losses. Therefore, there is no need for extraordinary beings to intervene. However, the situation has changed. If there exists a small cultivation area of the life grass within the Spirit Leopard clan, then the extraordinary beings in Huaxia may indeed take action. Perhaps this seems cruel to the citizens of Jiang City, but all they can do is expedite the evacuation of the populace. To put it bluntly, if the East Sea and West border defense lines fall or become turbulent, the calamities faced by Huaxia would extend far beyond just Jiang City. Others may be able to flee, but Team 112 could not. The leader Suwen remarked, or rather, it cannot evacuate in the short term. The regulations of the headquarters for extraordinary beings state that local extraordinary teams are prioritized for city defense. At this point, Leader Suwen commented, This policy is rather sound. After all, the appointments of extraordinary teams differ from those of officials. Official appointments must avoid local selections and cannot allow overly strong local figures. However, the appointments for extraordinary teams require an opposite approach, as the manifestations of beast gates are erratic and unpredictable. If local extraordinary beings are not chosen for defense, they would have less psychological burden when retreating. Yet local extraordinary beings are different. They can escape, their parents and siblings can too, but what about other relatives? With the invasion of beasts, fleeing without a fight leads to their homeland becoming a wasteland, with everything from the past utterly vanished, aside from Team Yang. Perhaps everyone else is quite rational, but after this incident, it is likely that his path of extraordinary power would be nearly severed. Suwen sighed upon hearing this. The strength of the Beast Alliance remains overwhelmingly formidable. It is only due to the suppression from the human realm that the Beast Alliance cannot descend on a grand scale. Otherwise, the flames of war would already engulf all of Huaxia. Thank you. Team Yang approached and spoke sincerely. Nearby, Lu Zhe Zhaofeng and Luo Yin also cast their gazes over. Thank you for what? Su Wen waved his hand, saying, have you forgotten that this situation was initiated by us? Thus, Team Yang, do you have the confidence to seize the opportunity during this war to shatter and rise anew, risking everything to ascend to a higher level? Team Yang was taken aback upon hearing this. He had only been at the mid-tier for 4 years. To be frank, the enhancement he received from the last elevation of talent had already surpassed his expectations. According to his predictions, with another 2 years, he could likely ascend to a higher tier. Yet now, only a few days after the elevation of talent, he is being asked to consider ascending to a higher tier? Lacking confidence? Su Wen observed Team Yang, frowning slightly. Team Yang pondered for a moment and replied, as long as you express it, I still have confidence. I just feel it a bit unrealistic. Su Wen raised an eyebrow, asking, did you ever contemplate your talent elevating before encountering me? Team Yang, you are right. Back then, he was counting his achievements, agonizing over the extraordinary resources purchased with hundreds of battle merits. However, since meeting Su Wen, he had initially borrowed tens of thousands of battle merits, and later, upon encountering Xiao Luo, the head of the research department, he engaged in significant transactions. The previously unaffordable ceiling items and special paralysis powders became accessible. Life had indeed exceeded his imagination. Just think, if you ascend to a higher tier in this battle, and then refine a piece of life grass, your combat power would leap directly to the extraordinary level. Su Wen said with a smile, from mid-tier, directly leaping to extraordinary. What do you think? Are you tempted? Team Yang, upon hearing Su Wen's enticing vision, felt his breath quicken. Extraordinary. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to dream. Now, not only has Su Wen envisioned this for him, but he also perceives a high likelihood of its realization. Just then, Zhao Feng suddenly interjected. Boss, if I ascend to mid-tier on the battlefield, could you procure a piece of life grass for me to sample? Su Wen shot Zhao Feng a glance. You, a mid-tier extraordinary, wish to consume life grass? While it is possible, you would need to wait in line. Once the life secret realm emerges, I will arrange a piece for you. After all, given the Spirit Leopard clan's invasion, the main forces of the military department are engaged. It would be fortunate for us to secure a single piece of life grass. Nearby, Xiao Luo, who had just opened his eyes, quickly added, do not think that way. I can assure you. Regardless of how many pieces of life grass exist within the Spirit Leopard clan, I will strive to acquire at least 3 for you. Including my share, that totals 4. At this point, Xiao Luo looked at Zhao Feng. However, your strength is indeed too weak. Even if you temporarily ascend in battle, you would only be at mid-tier. Therefore, you should not harbor any illusions. Zhao Feng, Chapter 50, Professionally Painting Grand Visions. Zhao Feng forced a sheepish smile and refrained from further comment. After all, he understood the preciousness of life grass, a super treasure capable of elevating one's life level and enabling combat beyond one's tier. The stronger the extraordinary being, the better the effects. The optimal scenario would be for an extraordinary being to consume and refine it, unleashing power beyond the extraordinary to safeguard the nation. If extraordinary beings have already utilized it, then it would be the turn of those at higher tiers. Perhaps the number of extraordinary beings in Huaxia is not vast, but there are still many at higher tiers. In any case, it certainly would not be a chance for a lower-tier extraordinary being who has not yet reached mid-tier. Nonetheless, he merely inquired, one must take a shot, right? What if a piece of life grass were allocated to him, allowing his combat power to soar to an entirely new level? Do not feel distressed. You are currently just a lower-tier extraordinary being. And even if there were plenty of life grass, it would primarily be reserved for higher-tier extraordinary beings. Team Yang spoke. After all, higher-tier extraordinary beings, upon elevating their lives, possess extraordinary combat power. Each one stands as a pillar for the nation. Nearby, Zhao Feng's mouth twitched. Captain, have you forgotten that you are also just mid-tier and not yet at a higher tier? Upon hearing this, Team Yang's expression remained unchanged. Su Wen can foresee the future. He stated that I would ascend to a higher tier this time, and I will certainly achieve it. Zhao Feng. Normally, he would criticize the captain's subjective blindness. However, if this inevitable promise of elevation comes from their leader Su Wen, it becomes a matter beyond mere blind faith. If it were him, he would also have to believe. Yet he felt a pang of bitterness and envy. He too longed to hear from his leader's lips that he was bound to ascend in this battle. Being a mid-tier extraordinary being has always been his goal for progress. Lu Zhe, you are considered our second combat power in the team. Just then, Team Yang shifted the conversation and stated, After this battle, I will await you at the higher extraordinary tier. After saying this, Team Yang patted Lu Ze's shoulder, advising him not to think about life grass for now, as being a mid-tier extraordinary being is still too weak. Even if he consumed life grass, at most, he would only have the combat power of a higher-tier extraordinary being. Lu Ze, why does this guy speak in such an irritating manner? Fine. Currently, I am no match for him. However, once my cultivation surpasses his, or my combat prowess exceeds his, I shall undoubtedly deliver a resounding defeat. Opposite him, Xiao Luo suddenly remarked, "Who informed you that Lu Ze lacks the life grass?" Yang, taken aback, pondered. A question mark slowly ascended from his head. Lu Ze is merely a mid-tier extraordinary being, yet he is entitled to life grass? Does that not imply that if Zhao Feng were to ascend on the battlefield, his status would be akin to Lu Ze's? I previously stated that, including my life grass, there are at least 4 to be accounted for. Xiao Luo, seeming to read Yang's thoughts, gently replied, "It is quite reasonable for Su Wan, as the principal contributor to this matter and the absolute core of our team, to possess one. Lu Ze, endowed with the spirit deer form, is poised to play an exceedingly significant role within the Beast Alliance according to Su Wan's future plans. Thus, allocating 1 life grass to enhance his survival capability seems quite normal, does it not?" Pausing for a moment, Xiao Luo continued, "Should you ascend to a higher rank on the battlefield, it would undoubtedly illustrate your remarkable combat potential. In that case, it would be fair to allocate a life grass to you." Yang felt a peculiar discomfort at the last statement, sensing a hint of reluctance. "Captain Xiao, I have a query," he finally voiced after a brief silence. Xiao Luo maintained his composure and gestured, "Speak. Had Su Wan not mentioned my ascension on the battlefield, would the allocation of life grass have ever been considered for me?" This matter, though evident, did not necessitate such clarity. Life grass is exceedingly rare and precious. Its significance is monumental for any extraordinary being. To forego mentioning that, even with the years of warfare yielding a few life grasses, numerous superlative beings have yet to utilize them. Even if this time we acquired ample quantities sufficient for all, the remaining life grass would likely remain in the national treasury, priced exorbitantly for future exchanges. A newly promoted extraordinary being, absent any other superscale abilities or special missions, is hardly ever considered for life grass allocation. Yang, do not underestimate yourself. You are far from an ordinary extraordinary being, Su Wan consoled. Your performance after the enhancement of your talent is notably distinct from others. While others exhibit functional expansions and variations, your talent merely showcases an increased range without any other alterations. What does this imply, if not a higher caliber of extraordinary talent? Yang interjected, "Does that mean my extraordinary talent is rather lackluster?" Su Wan replied, "What I mean to convey is that your uniqueness should be celebrated. While others' extraordinary talents are maturing, yours remains steadfast. Is that not indicative of its high standards and strength? Why perceive it otherwise?" Yang seemed to harbor a hint of self-doubt. In the air, the esteemed Su Wan set down his teacup, proclaiming, "Yang's extraordinary talent, when combined with the spatial rules he will comprehend upon his future ascensions, will be utterly invincible. Otherwise, I would not describe it as a talent of deceitful prowess. However, presently, Yang's talent does indeed elicit some perplexity." Su Wan envisioned the future, where Yang would harmonize spatial rules with his innate talents, crafting a formidable force. He was adept at painting a grand vision. After all, given his ability to foresee the future, his words would be believed, whether one wished to or not. Thus, no one possessed a greater advantage in crafting a magnificent vision than he did. As Yang listened to Su Wan's grand design, his eyes sparkled with hope and anticipation. Could his future truly be that formidable? Invincible in single combat, unafraid of being outnumbered. Except for treasures capable of breaking spatial confinements, he seemingly bore no weaknesses. "You must have faith in me. Under my guidance, the new future you carve out will undoubtedly surpass what I have described." Su Wan continued to weave his grand vision. "I have already encouraged you to vie for the position of the leader of the Conquest Office. Do you think such an opportunity is available to just anyone? Let us set a modest goal to become the foremost force in Huaxia." Yang's eyes brightened at this proclamation. The foremost in Huaxia. Such a title was undeniably enchanting. If he were to truly become that paramount figure, how proud would his ancestors be? Would lightning strike and ignite the ancestral grave? Or would the flames consume the entire area surrounding it? No. Being born in modern times, superstitions are unwise. Ultimately, the crux remains that he was fortunate to have encountered Su Wan. Without Su Wan's assistance, his future might have been rife with treachery and peril, leading to a fate without a resting place. Chapter 51. You even hesitate to call me father. Is Yang Chen's combat potential truly that vast? Xiao Luo mused internally. If harnessed correctly, Perhaps Huaxia's future could yield a powerhouse capable of single-handedly protecting a clan. Should anyone else utter such a statement, he might have dismissed it as mere exaggeration. Was there a hint of fabrication? Was the speaker simply attempting to draw his attention? However, when such words emerged from Su Wen, a seer of the future, the context shifted entirely. To put it bluntly, even if this were merely a fanciful vision, he would wholeheartedly embrace it, for he trusted Su Wen's capacity to manifest dreams into reality. Once a vision is cast, it would inevitably be realized. A being capable of discerning the myriad pathways of the future, he could not fathom any reason for failure. With this in mind, he resolved to discuss this matter with the leader of the Conquest Office following the completion of current affairs. Without delving into specifics, he hoped Yang would undergo more combat training. Previously, during a conversation about Yang, Su Wen had alluded to the notion that Yang's future was marked by the wisdom of battle. In essence, they might have all underestimated Yang's innate combat instincts. How many superlative beings will be present? Su Wen inquired, shifting the topic. Xiao Luo replied softly, 6. Including the Minister of the Army and the leader of the Conquest Office, both of whom have consumed life grass. They will personally oversee the situation to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances. Su Wen nodded slightly. Such combat strength could ensure significant gains, even when penetrating the territory of the Spirit Leopard clan. Most crucially, with his future self continuously providing various insights, Huaxia would be poised to respond promptly to any unexpected developments. Suddenly, a streak of light pierced the space above the 112th Team's encampment. Moments later, a silhouette emerged from the luminescence, adorned in a blue robe, with a sword at his waist, his flowing hair accentuating his handsome demeanor. According to the latest orders from the Conquest Office, the 112th Team is summoned to assemble at a designated location within 5 minutes. As he spoke, the blue-robed man abruptly halted mid-sentence upon spotting Xiao Luo, recognizing him as one of the leaders at the pinnacle of Huaxia's extraordinary realm. Swiftly, the blue-robed man descended, shedding any prior aloof demeanor. I have encountered Captain Xiao. Xiao Luo regarded him and stated directly, the 112th Team is currently engaged in my department's confidential experimental program. I have discussed this matter with your leader. Upon hearing this, the blue-robed man respectfully bowed and promptly departed, refraining from uttering a single additional inquiry. Concerning matters of national secrecy, not a single word shall he inquire further. After all, even if Commander Xiao divulges information, he must subsequently seek out the personnel from the Memory Erasure Department to expunge any superfluous knowledge from his mind. Shall we proceed to the site where the gate to the alien beasts is about to manifest? Xiao Luo inquired, gazing at Su Wen. Su Wen nodded. This conflict between human extraordinary beings and the alien beast tribes was something he had only witnessed in his dreams and spoken of in the future. Witnessing such a visceral war unfold before him was a first. Hence, whether for the effective transmission of information or to broaden his horizons and acclimatize himself to the atmosphere of warfare between extraordinary beings and alien beasts, he felt compelled to observe it. Will you be all right staying by my side? Xiao Luo pondered for a moment, a serious expression gracing his features. Su Wen chuckled in response, I will certainly remain by your side. After all, I fear for my life too. Hearing this, Xiao Luo felt a sudden wave of relief wash over him. Truth be told, he was genuinely worried that Su Wen might disregard his orders and recklessly wander the battlefield. Should an unexpected event occur, such as the aftermath of battle crashing near Su Wen, he would undoubtedly regret it. Thus, his resolute aim for the impending conflict was to stay close to Su Wen. His own avatar could perish, but Su Wen must not come to harm. When Team 112 arrived at the front line enveloped by the gate of alien beasts, dozens of extraordinary squads had already descended upon the area. The extraordinary teams from surrounding cities, under a directive from the Conquest Office, had directly utilized spatial teleportation arrays to arrive. Several elite squads affiliated with the Conquest Office had also hastened their approach. A multitude of extraordinary beings from the military were busy constructing defensive fortifications in anticipation of the alien beast onslaught. Confronted with the assault of the alien tribes, extraordinary beings did not charge forward armed merely with weapons, particularly upon learning that the primary tribe within this gate of alien beasts was the Spirit Leopards. The military's defenses became even more targeted and oppressive. Everything was predicated on augmenting their own extraordinary beings and suppressing the enemy's firepower. Oh, isn't your Team 112 stationed in Jiang City? Why the delay in your arrival? A discordant voice suddenly echoed from a distance. Yangchen, are you afraid? If so, plead with me. Perhaps I can save your life on the battlefield later. A well-organized extraordinary squad stood not far away, with one member mocking them. Despite the taunts, they were diligently checking their gear and various combat apparatus. At this moment, regardless of their relationship, they would only engage in playful banter. After all, with war imminent, neither side would squander their strength and energy in a brawl. I hope your combat prowess is as formidable as your tongue, team leader Yang scoffed. Don't end up a disarrayed mess after the battle, with nothing left but a tough exterior. I certainly want to be bringing your ashes back home. After this remark, Yang paused before continuing. Regardless of how inappropriate my methods of saving you may have been, I did save your life. And yet, you still refuse to call me father. How disheartening. Upon hearing this, the other person narrowed his eyes, preparing to retaliate, only to observe the elite squads from the Conquest office swiftly approaching. Elite squads transcended the ordinary extraordinary teams. Their members were all upper-tier extraordinary beings. Such teams typically had little interaction with regular squads. Most importantly, the simultaneous approach of these elite squads indicated that significant matters were afoot or that a prominent figure was arriving. Perceptive to the shift in circumstances, the individual wisely chose to remain silent. Simultaneously, he scrutinized the unfamiliar faces in Team 112, contemplating whether they had substantial backgrounds or were perhaps descendants of formidable beings. Chapter 52. An unusual encounter. What others noted, Xiao Luo was also aware of. Considering safety and wishing to keep his identity within Team 112 discreet, he directly communicated with the elite squads, halting their advance. Within the front line established by extraordinary beings of Huaxia, the dangers were not yet overwhelming. Of course, he was equipped with defensive treasures, ever activated. Should an attack exceed his defensive limits arise, he would promptly utilize a displacement talisman to escape. Presently, he intended to depart with Su Wen. After all, neither he nor Su Wen were combat-oriented personnel. Their survival was essential to realizing greater value in the future. This deviates slightly from my expectations, Su Wen remarked softly as he surveyed the surroundings. Next to him, Xiao Luo inquired, what did you envision? That they would provoke us, and then the elite squad would arrive to pay their respects, thus allowing you to showcase your prowess? Su Wen nodded slightly. Based on the typical narrative logic, isn't that how it would unfold? Have you read too many novels? Xiao Luo chuckled in response. While art is derived from life, there are times when reality is indeed more exaggerated and illogical than fiction. However, until events reach a certain critical point, one must adhere to the logic of reality. For instance, had conflict erupted as you suggested, the repercussions would have led to military tribunals. At the very least, the most lenient outcome would entail being tried in a military court. More severely, they could be executed on the spot by the surrounding military extraordinary beings. At this point, Xiao Luo paused, then gravely continued, as the gate of alien beasts is about to manifest and war is imminent. Internal strife at such a juncture would only sow chaos among the troops. Not to mention, the instigator would certainly face execution. In other words, if a real fight breaks out, Yang Chun is doomed. As the leader of an extraordinary squad, Yang understood the military regulations governing warfare. Thus, regardless of their personal grievances, they could only exchange barbs at this moment. By the way, what enmity lies between you two? Su Wen shifted the conversation, asking, did I hear correctly that you once saved his life? Yang's expression remained unchanged. It's nothing much. We were once comrades in the same extraordinary team. When I was still a lower-tier extraordinary being, we explored the general situation of a gate to alien beasts together. After an incident occurred, I had to save myself and him. Thus, I concealed myself in the mouth of a swamp beast and pushed him into the creature's exposed orifice. Xiao Luo raised an eyebrow, incredulous. Is that it? He has held a grudge against you all this time? Though the incident sounded rather unrefined and could indeed leave psychological scars, in the face of life and death, the moralities instilled during peaceful times could be cast aside. He was aware that a vice commander from the Conquest office had once resorted to unspeakable acts to survive, even becoming a consort to the queen of the evil insects, which ultimately granted him a high status within that realm and facilitated his escape. There were other factors as well, Yang said, somewhat bashfully. At that moment, I was solely focused on saving him. I hadn't realized that the swamp beast's opening was for mating. In fact, several male swamp beasts were simultaneously mating with a female swamp beast. Yang hesitated, leaving the remainder unspoken. However, the vivid imagery instantly flooded the minds of those present, making it indeed a challenging scenario to accept. While the actions of the other party, who oscillated between gratitude and disdain, raised some concerns. One could somewhat understand the situation if they were indeed afflicted with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Opposite him, Xiao Luo observed Captain Yang in silence. Perceiving that the events unfolding around him bore a striking resemblance to the plight of the vice commander of the development office, who had been ensnared by parasitic insects. Perhaps even more tragically so. After all, the queen of the insects would morph to present a selection of heads based on the species of her breeding targets during her reproductive endeavors. As for the swamp beast, Xiao had previously conducted research on it. Its external environment was foul and filthy, compounded by the presence of various parasitic organisms writhing within. The creature's reproductive process also relied on a long, white symbiotic worm to facilitate it. The imagery was rather grotesque. When one is subjected to ridicule, why retaliate? Lu Zhe pondered before speaking. After such incidents, who among us is free from lingering shadows? Captain Yang muttered, if he cursed me occasionally, that would suffice. But his relentless taunts during every encounter became unbearable. Initially, I could tolerate it, but eventually, my patience waned. Fundamentally, I sought to save him. Ultimately, it proved that I did indeed save his life. So, from the perspective of outcomes, did I err? In fact, I even shielded his vulnerable areas with the remnants of my energy barrier. The crowd concurred, you were undeniably in the right, perhaps even commendable. Yet, such matters are contingent upon relationships. Naturally, if the rapport were still amicable, there would be no divergence in paths. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the group adjusted their gear and engaged in conversation, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air above. In the next moment, 6 formidable figures emerged into view. The various extraordinary teams gazed upward at the powerful beings radiating an overwhelming presence, their pupils dilating in astonishment. 6 superlative entities had descended. This was a spectacle they had never witnessed before. While there had been instances of large-scale beast portals manifesting in the past, they had typically only seen one superlative being at a time. More often than not, reinforcements were absent, and numerous specialized teams relied on the power of rare artifacts to intercept and combat the threats. Clearly, today's large beast portal was no ordinary occurrence. The soldiers, drawing from intel from the Imperial capital, estimated that this beast portal would materialize in 35 minutes. A middle-aged man clad in military attire, with a piercing gaze, proclaimed, I hereby issue the highest command for this battle. All extraordinary teams must prioritize this highest order. As the military officer assigned tasks, the leaders of the extraordinary teams received combat orders from the expedition office. Soon, they made their way to their designated battle locations. In the vast expanse of the battlefield, only Team 112 and the specialized teams lingered in place. The oddity of the scene immediately caught the attention of the superlative beings above. However, upon spotting Xiao Luo concealed within the ranks, their eyes flickered momentarily, and after leaving a trace of divine consciousness to monitor the area, they resumed their own affairs. The strength of the research office leader was arguably the weakest among the various departments of the headquarters for extraordinary beings. Yet, in terms of individual significance, who could rival him? Thus, even if it were merely a fragment of his being, it must not perish under his watch. Buzz, a phantom abruptly materialized ahead, revealing the bearded leader of the expedition office striding forward. Xiao Luo, which of these is slated for transfer to my expedition office? Let me be clear. If they arrive at the battlefield but do not engage in combat, we have no need for such cowards. Here, let me introduce you to an excellent candidate. Xiao Luo indicated towards Captain Yang. The leader of the expedition office turned his attention to Yang, his dark eyes glimmering with an almost penetrating insight, capable of discerning the depths of one's character. This soul force and physical strength are commendable for a mid-tier extraordinary being. But nearing 30, why have you yet to ascend to a higher tier? After posing this question, the leader inquired further, tell me, what is your current status? Yang responded, I have reached the brink of ascending to a higher level, mere steps away from elevation. The leader of the expedition office was taken aback. You, the combat genius recommended by Xiao Luo, still face a bottleneck in moving from mid-tier to higher? Yang countered, ISNT, there always a bottleneck in the elevation of realms? If there weren't, I would have broken through years ago. Old Xiao, what is going on? The leader of the expedition office transmitted telepathically, let me inform you that those who can bypass selection to directly enter the headquarters are exceptional talents. In the realm of mid-tier extraordinary beings, they seldom encounter bottlenecks. Xiao Luo maintained his composure, replying telepathically, I can only assure you that he is indeed a combat genius. The leader of the expedition office questioned, how exceptional, unrivaled among peers. If you were to face him on equal footing, you would surely falter. If nurtured properly, he could become a formidable force capable of subduing an entire clan. The leader's expression was filled with incredulity. Had he not known Xiao Luo's character, he would have suspected him of boasting. Moments ago, he had utilized his abilities to thoroughly assess Yang. Perhaps he was a commendable extraordinary talent, capable of standing out even in the renowned expedition office. Yet to claim he was unmatched among equals seemed exaggerated. Most importantly, how could he, a seasoned warrior, be outmatched by someone of the same caliber? Fine, I shall trust your judgment, the leader of the expedition office said with a slight smile, turning towards Yang. Young man, I hope you do not disappoint me in the future. After uttering those words, the leader cast a glance at the other members of Team 112. Just as he prepared to depart, Xiao Luo interjected, "I suggest you leave this incarnation here for us to facilitate the exchange of intelligence regarding the Spirit Leopard Gate." Upon hearing this, the leader of the expedition office paused momentarily and tentatively asked, "Old Xiao, be honest with me, has your research office uncovered something significant again?" Xiao Luo shook his head. "There is nothing of great significance, merely a modest success in an experiment." The leader of the expedition office replied, "It's been a few days since we last met, and you've become rather pretentious in your speech. To be able to gather relevant intelligence without entering the Spirit Leopard Gate is merely a small success? Very well." He held a deep respect for these researchers. For the weaponry and cultivation methods he wielded were all provided by the research office. Since they claimed it was merely a small success, he would accept that a greater achievement awaited in the future. Boom. Moments later, accompanied by a tremendous rumble, a colossal and magnificent portal suddenly manifested in the heart of Jiang City. Roar, roar, roar. Powerful and ferocious roars erupted from within the portal, followed by an enraged deer cry as the spirit leopards surged forth into the outside world. The extraordinary beings of China had long since prepared for this war with exceptional execution. Thus, the battle commenced. Initially, the spirit leopard tribe that emerged was relatively weak, predominantly lower-tier extraordinary beings, with only a few mid-tier among them. Under the overwhelming firepower from China, their fate was sealed. However, the situation outside the portal seemed to catch those within by surprise, as a more formidable force of higher-tier extraordinary beings began to join the fray, prompted by a more ferocious deer cry. This sound did not resemble that of the ninth elder of the spirit deer tribe. At that moment, the leader Su furrowed his brow. Moreover, the first and second deer cries differ. This sound is eerily familiar. It resembles that of the sixth elder of the spirit deer tribe. Beside him, Su looked utterly astonished. You can discern that? In the midst of the deer's call, is there any distinction? To him, it all conveys the same meaning. He even suspects that the Lingbao tribe has not achieved any significant war results, which has incited the anger of the Linglu tribe's spokesperson. The sixth elder of the Linglu tribe, an extraordinary being, possesses an origin talent whose specifics are unclear to me. Yet I am aware that this talent can heal soul injuries and their side effects. The leader, Su remarked, this origin talent aligns remarkably well with Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo's extraordinary talent relies on computation to derive results, consuming his own soul power. However, should Xiao Luo acquire this talent, not only could he heal others' soul wounds, but he could also restore his own soul capabilities, thereby completely compensating for the temporary limitations of his extraordinary computational abilities. Upon uttering this, Su couldn't help but exclaim, I can scarcely imagine the heights to which Xiao Luo could elevate his cultivation theories without the burden of soul depletion. Should he utilize extraordinary computation over an extended period? Su mused internally, do not be overly excited. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the sixth elder of the Linglu tribe is an extraordinary being who has consumed the life herb. Given the current combat capabilities in Huaxia, can we truly prevail? The leader, Su smiled slightly. Of course we can. How shall we engage? I am aware of the sixth elder's vital point. Once it is breached, his power will plummet in a short span. You know of this secret? Naturally. For by the time I learned of it, the sixth elder had already perished. Upon receiving this news, Su hastily summoned his soul power to transmit to Xiao Luo the circumstances concerning the Lingao tribe. It was unavoidable, after all. As the commander of the expedition was present, certain matters could only be conveyed in this manner. Noticing the surrounding fluctuations in soul energy, the commander of the expedition cast a fleeting glance at Su. This child, covertly communicating under the watchful gaze of an extraordinary being. What is he up to? Yet, he dismissed the child's transmission as inconsequential. Currently, the individual he regarded with the utmost importance within this team was Yang Chun, whom Xiao Luo hailed as the future invincible at the same level. This was undoubtedly a promising talent. In the light of this exceptional individual, everyone else appeared dim by comparison. After all, no matter how much potential others possessed, could they compete with an extraordinary being of invincible potential at the same realm? He wondered what they could possibly be discussing. The commander of the expedition chuckled to himself. A young child of lower extraordinary rank communicating with the chief of the research department. He would not have believed it had it not unfolded before his eyes. To prevent him? At this thought, he could not suppress a laugh. The disparity between them was vast. Could what the other possessed even catch his eye? While it is beneficial for the younger generation to maintain vigilance, is this caution perhaps misplaced? And as for old Xiao, how could he engage in such folly with a child? Observing his reaction after receiving the transmission, he seemed quite agitated. His hands began to tremble. After all, he was a key figure, on equal footing with the chief of the research department. one should at least maintain a calm demeanor, if not a heart of stone. Especially in the face of such grave matters. Those who achieve great things must harbor thunderous hearts yet with tranquil expressions. What is this? To put it bluntly, what excitement could there be in the words of a child? Chapter 54, A Revolutionary Proxy Strike. Suwen, thank you. Xiao Luo endeavored to suppress his inner excitement as he replied through the transmission. He was acutely aware of the strength of his extraordinary talent. However, due to the limitations of his soul's intensity, he could not fully unleash it. Yet now, Suwen had presented him with an opportunity. If he could seize this chance, he believed his various studies would flourish significantly. Not to mention, by learning the latest cultivation theories from Suwen, if he fully activated his extraordinary talent, he could thoroughly grasp them in a remarkably short time. Furthermore, the more mundane yet time-consuming steps in the research process could be directly derived through extraordinary computation. This moment represented a tremendous transformation for both him and the entire research department. The opportunity had been granted. It was now up to Xiao Luo to seize it. The leader, Suwen, spoke softly. To be honest, I had contemplated this matter, but due to the elusive nature of the sixth elder of the Linglu tribe, who perished while exploring perilous secrets, I hesitated to assure you that his talent could be transferred to Xiao Luo. Yet, it seems fortune favors us today. Suwen was momentarily taken aback. The elderly Suwen had described them as geniuses. And now, the agent Suwen had elevated his soul power to a new level. Was the leader now bestowing upon him mere luck? Or had he integrated 3 different futures, thereby amplifying his own fortune manifold? There was no need to overthink it. The leader Suwen seemed to perceive Suwen's thoughts and remarked, being able to assist my past self even after death, to serve as nourishment for my growth. I find that quite gratifying. Regardless of how others perceive it, I have always maintained the belief that if one does not aid oneself, how can one expect assistance from others? Relying on mountains may lead to their collapse. Relying on people may lead to their departure. Ultimately, the only true reliance is oneself. After uttering this, the leader Suwen paused, then shifted the conversation. I once perused an ancient tome in the Beast Alliance's library, which spoke of ancient beings capable of reversing the flow of time to resurrect those around them. Although I belong to your parallel timeline, one of your myriad futures, you are still a person in my vicinity. Should you truly reach that threshold in the future, I hope you would allow me to return. I harbor no ulterior motives. After a lifetime of scheming and enduring before those high-level beasts and royal beasts, my greatest dream is to witness you suppressing all foes with your true might, to obliterate every enemy without reservation. Any schemes or tricks before you would be as inconsequential as dust. If one day I can see you single-handedly subduing countless beast tribes, I would have no regrets. Suwen thought to himself, I cannot predict if the future will unfold as you envision, but I assure you, should that day come, you shall witness it. Upon hearing this, the leader Suwen's lips curled into a slight smile. Then, a flicker of crimson light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Not far away, Xiao Luo, upon receiving this significant news from Suwen, conveyed it to the commander of the expedition using alternative phrasing. Are you saying that the latest experimental results from your research department can indeed bypass the barriers of the Beast Gate and accurately pinpoint the extraordinary beings within? The commander of the expedition's eyes widened in disbelief. Can you also identify their vital points? Xiao Luo, maintaining his composure, replied, It's merely luck. You know such things are generally unstable. The commander of the expedition retorted, Do I appear foolish to you? Even a treasure that derives results cannot strip an extraordinary being down to mere undergarments. However, the vital point, this critical weakness, is far more sensitive for any extraordinary being than what lies beneath their garments. Yet, since the other party claims this, I shall reluctantly accept it. He then briefly communicated with the military minister, devised a straightforward battle strategy, and, alongside all present extraordinary beings, surged into the Lingao Gate just as a new wave of Lingao assaults erupted. Boom! Within the Lingao Gate, surges of violent energy rippled through the surroundings. Even separated by the vast expanse of the Beast Gate, the terrifying fluctuations still stirred the fighting crowd outside. The battles of extraordinary beings. At this level, it far exceeded their comprehension. Your positioning is accurate. There are indeed 2 extraordinary Linglu lying in ambush inside. Just then, the commander of the expedition suddenly remarked, All 3 extraordinary beings within the Lingao tribe have also consumed the life herb and completed a life ascension. Fortunately, you had forewarned us about everything, allowing us to take appropriate measures. Otherwise, Jiang City might have faced annihilation. Subsequently, under the guidance of the commander of the Conquest Office, Suwen and his companions gained a profound understanding of the war situation between the superordinate realms. The master, Suwen, was quite familiar with the various abilities and talents of these familiar beasts. Therefore, he acted as a temporal medium, relaying detailed information to the commander through Xiao Luo, such as how to exploit the flaws in the Spirit Leopard clan's formations for counterattacks, and how striking certain critical spatial barrier symbols could induce spatial collapses. Initially, the commander of the Conquest Office was somewhat dismissive. After all, he considered himself the true master of combat. While he conceded to Xiao Luo in the realm of research, he would not allow anyone to direct him in battle. He held a firm confidence in his expertise. However, after witnessing unexpected battle successes from his compliance, he promptly cast aside his antiquated notions. Facts speak louder than words. To facilitate Xiao Luo's remote command, the commander utilized his soul power to project a vivid image of the internal battle within the Spirit Leopard Gate. Textual descriptions paled in comparison to the impact of visual projection. Most importantly, he discovered that Xiao Luo possessed extensive knowledge of the Spirit Leopard realm and was well acquainted with two superordinate members of the Spirit Deer clan. Thus, he harbored concerns about details he might have overlooked. Thus unfolded a scene where a future temporal commander orchestrated the battle while a past temporal superordinate warrior engaged in covert support. Despite the presence of 5 ascended superordinate beings within the Spirit Leopard Gate, they struggled to subdue the commander of the Conquest Office alone. As the battle progressed, an absurd thought emerged in the minds of the superordinates from both the Spirit Deer and Spirit Leopard clans. This human seemed to understand their combat styles better than they did themselves. How ludicrous! Were it not for their awareness of the situation outside, they might have suspected that a genuine ally was orchestrating the fight from the outside. Just then, as the commander of the Conquest Office struck the Spirit Deer's 9th elder, sending him flying, he approached the 6th elder. The master, Su Wan, felt a shift in the atmosphere. Now was the time. Strike. Aimed at his vital point. One punch to send him to the afterlife. Chapter 55, Swift Retreat. Meanwhile, in the Spirit Leopard realm, as the commander of the Conquest Office received Xiao Luo's transmission, he activated the rules of his right fist. In the next moment, a terrifying force curved around and precisely struck the vital point behind the 6th elder of the Spirit Deer clan. This point was indeed the 6th elder's vital gateway. With a resounding crack, the moment the vital gateway was breached, the 6th elder's formidable aura began to dissipate, akin to a punctured inflatable doll. How could you know my vital point? The 6th elder's expression changed dramatically, and he howled while hastily activating his life-preserving measures. Yet the commander of the Conquest Office had already prepared for annihilation. Faced with such a ruthless superordinate warrior, the 6th elder, having fallen from his peak, stood no chance. In that moment, the commander ensured that the 6th elder experienced the stark disparity between the upper and superordinate levels. In the presence of a superordinate, there was no time to escape, let alone activate his life-saving techniques. With a swift motion, the commander's hand, imbued with sealing effects, rendered the weakened 6th elder as immobile as a dead dog in his grasp. Had it not been for Xiao Luo's specific instruction to preserve the 6th elder's corpse, he would not have relented. After all, numerous superordinate enemies still surrounded them, and he would never gamble on the enemy's goodwill. Damn it! The 9th elder of the Spirit Deer clan was taken aback by the scene before him, a surge of panic rising within. Just moments ago, they had been evenly matched. How could the enemy suddenly breach a vital point? The superordinate vital point was the greatest secret of each superordinate. Even among allies, one must remain wary. Unless a superordinate fell, no creature would dare to probe into their vital points. Anyone who dared to investigate would become a mortal enemy. Yet now, this human knew the 6th elder's vital point? When did humanity become so formidable? Boom. A wave of brutal and terrifying energy surged around the 9th elder. In this moment, if he did not fight desperately, he would truly have no opportunity left to do so. The surrounding forces of nature began to coalesce between the antlers of the 9th elder, drawn by a terrifying gravitational pull. This dreadful power altered the very colors of the heavens. Just as the commander of the Conquest Office prepared to leverage the 6th elder as a bargaining chip. Hoping to gain a decisive advantage, the 9th elder seized the moment when the energy reached its critical threshold and vanished in an instant. The superordinates of the Spirit Leopard clan, witnessing this scene, changed their expressions dramatically. Ultimately, with the sound of tearing air, they each fled at the fastest speed, carrying their bloodline descendants, vanishing into the depths of the Spirit Leopard realm. What? They just ran away? The commander of the Conquest Office raised an eyebrow in surprise. Not only he, but the surrounding superordinates from Huaxia also found themselves in a state of bewilderment. Just moments ago, they had been locked in fierce combat, exchanging various secret techniques. Some Huaxia warriors had even contemplated burning their soul essence to secure a favorable outcome for their comrades. Fortunately, they did not ignite their essence. Otherwise, just as they erupted, the enemies would have fled. The situation was truly disconcerting. Hurry! The Minister of Defense reacted the fastest. We must split up. 2 would gather life grass. 1 would empty the cultivation garden of life grass, while the others would explore the treasures and resources of the Spirit Leopard clan. No matter what happens, as long as we obtain the treasures and resources, this battle will be worth it. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone delineated their roles and set off. Meanwhile, the commander of the Conquest Office descended, blocking the exit of the Spirit Leopard Gate, unleashing a massacre upon the surging Spirit Leopard clan. A typical superordinate against an upper-level being was akin to a dimensional strike. Moreover, the commander was a top-tier superordinate, having transcended life stages, capable of single-handedly overpowering ordinary superordinates. Before long, under this blockade and slaughter, the pressure of the external conflict significantly diminished. Team leader Yang, wielding a spear, had just entered the battlefield when he noticed the surrounding spirit leopards, once with crimson eyes, were regaining clarity and no longer viciously tearing at their surroundings. Roar! Outside the spirit leopard gate, accompanied by a heart-wrenching wail, the spirit leopard army began to retreat back to their defenses. However, this time, the spirit leopard clan was destined to suffer heavy losses. Remaining outside, they would face the combined onslaught of Huaxia's superordinates. Returning to their clan, they would contend with a top-tier superordinate unleashed and hell-bent on their annihilation. Under the commander's directive, each elite task force began to methodically enter the spirit leopard gate. After the victory in battle, it would be time to reap the fruits of their conquest. A race capable of specifically planning and cultivating life grass would surely possess abundant extraordinary resources. This time, a bountiful harvest from their war efforts was inevitable. Why did these superordinate beasts flee so directly? Zhao Feng pondered, puzzled. According to the instincts of beasts, shouldn't the death of their companions incite them to unleash their primal rage and fight desperately? Nearby, the commander of the Conquest Office smiled and remarked, under normal circumstances, it should indeed unfold as you described. I had also prepared for an all-out battle. I did not anticipate this outcome, to be honest. This was the most effortless battle I've fought since ascending to the superordinate level. Upon concluding this statement, the commander of the expedition turned to Xiao Luo and winked, saying, Old Xiao, with such remarkable advancements from your research department, you simply cannot hoard them for yourself. Once your technology reaches maturity, do not forget about our expedition team. The exhilaration of commanding from a higher vantage point, devoid of mental strain, was truly delightful, particularly when exploiting the flaws in the Spirit Leopard clan's formations. The expressions on the faces of those superior beasts were nothing short of splendid. If, in the future, every one of our extraordinary personnel in Huaxia were to possess a product from the research department, the threat posed by these beasts would be significantly diminished. Xiao Luo replied, You need not worry, I too yearn for such achievements. Unfortunately, such accomplishments exist only in my imagination. Nonetheless, the silver lining is that time is on their side. Indeed. Upon encountering such turmoil, the 9th elder of the Spirit Deer clan promptly fled. The leader, Su Wan, offered a subtle smile, acknowledging that their assertions were quite accurate. When engaging in combat with these beasts, one must first consider their animalistic instincts. However, this applies primarily to lower-tier beasts. For higher beasts and the progeny of royal beasts, their rationality suffices to suppress their primal urges. The 9th elder of the Spirit Deer clan, fearing for his life, chose to escape, which was a perfectly reasonable course of action. Observing the 9th elder's retreat, the superior beings of the Spirit Leopard clan naturally had little desire to continue the battle. As he spoke, Suwen raised his teacup, gesturing triumphantly, Congratulations. We have emerged victorious. Soon, you shall partake of the life herb and undergo a transformation of your life level. Typically, upon ascending in life level, an extraordinary individual's innate gifts would undergo a refinement. However, as a summoned future self, devoid of extraordinary talents, my ascent in life level would result solely in the enhancement of my physical and spiritual essence, with no other transformations. Yet, I am but a future version of you, not you yourself. You possess extraordinary talents, so one may wonder what alterations our innate gifts might undergo. Chapter 56, A vast treasure vault. Can our kind of talent even evolve? Suwen pondered, momentarily taken aback. He mused, in what direction could it potentially evolve? Could I summon two futures simultaneously? Or perhaps, could I request a future self to embody me in battle? Or maybe even unleash the pinnacle of my future self's combat prowess? In an instant, Su Wen's imagination ran wild with various possibilities. If the super talent of summoning a death future, transcending time and space, could evolve, the directions for such evolution would be innumerable. Are you perhaps overthinking this? Su Wen, the leader, inquired after a brief silence. Su Wen raised an eyebrow. Did you not encourage me to anticipate? The leader replied, I invited your curiosity, but not your wild speculations. The elevation of life level merely leads to the enhancement of innate gifts at his point in time. He had already arranged for those around him to ascend in life level, to accumulate experience for his past self. He had even conducted research on the transformative effects of life level ascension on extraordinary talents. The remarks made earlier were, on one hand, a reflection of his eagerness to witness the evolution of the main body's talents, and on the other, an attempt to amuse the main body. Unsurprisingly, the youthful mind of his past self was brimming with audacious ideas. Some of the thoughts were so outlandish that they provoked incredulity. Have you not witnessed the transformations of talent elevation? The leader spoke softly. The vast majority of extraordinary individuals, upon elevating their talents, merely expand their capabilities. Only a rare few, like Team Leader Yang, experience a unilateral increase in power. Suwon replied with a smile, I understand, yet regardless of the type, it is undoubtedly something to look forward to, is it not? After a brief pause, he added, by the way, after Team Leader Yang's elevation in life level, did his talents also undergo a transformation? The leader nodded. Indeed. What changes occurred? Suwon inquired. Is it even necessary to ask? The coverage of the energy barrier has expanded, and both its defensive and isolating capabilities have significantly strengthened. Indeed, Team Leader Yang's talents were distinctly exceptional. While others' talents sought refinement in various directions, Yang's talents solely aimed at an unyielding charge. However, in certain respects, greater magnitude equates to greater strength. Should a day arise when Yang could create an energy barrier vast enough to envelop an entire world, it would surely be a formidable weapon. Suddenly, a sound of air being sliced through interrupted the moment. In the next instant, a figure clad in black combat attire, noticeably different from his own doppelganger, emerged before them. Here is the deer you requested. With that, the sixth elder of the spirit deer clan, bound and helpless, was unceremoniously tossed before Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo glanced briefly and then communicated telepathically, how many life herbs did you discover in the spirit leopard realm? 9. Quite impressive. Indeed. The spoils of this war far surpassed the total of the previous year. Excellent. Please send over the 4 life herbs I require. A question mark slowly arose above the commander of the expedition's head. For life herbs? What do you need so many for? As the head of the research department and the actual instigator and commander of this war, Xiao Luo's achievements would undoubtedly secure him at least 1 life herb. Even if he required more for research purposes, obtaining an additional one would pose no issue. However, the crux of the matter was his sudden request for 4. Was that not excessive? It should be noted that, aside from other departments, there were 6 superiors in their expedition team waiting in line. This matter was approved by the commander-in-chief, Xiao Luo stated directly, sensing the commander's hesitations. The commander furrowed his brow. This is something I must personally report to the commander-in-chief. Before he could finish, Xiao Luo interrupted. The necessity for life herbs is part of that experimental plan. After uttering this, he turned to the commander. My apologies for interrupting your point. What were you intending to report to the commander-in-chief? The commander inhaled deeply, adopting a serious demeanor. I need to report to the commander-in-chief that all costs related to that experimental plan will henceforth be borne entirely by my expedition team. Xiao Luo smiled slightly. Very well. You said it yourself. I shall seek you out if the need arises. The commander chuckled. Brother, I was merely being courteous. Such a large-scale experimental plan. One can only imagine the terrifying resource consumption. It is beyond the capacity of any single department. Perhaps only the national treasury could sustain the various demands of this plan. But worry not. I was only jesting. I did not mean to put you on edge. Xiao Luo laughed, then accepted the life herbs from the commander and began preparing to return. Before departing, he requested the commander to keep an eye on Team Leader Yang, as long as there was no immediate danger to his life. Let Team Leader Yang relish the thrill of battle amidst the Spirit Leopard clan's desperate counterattack. Rest assured, I will handle everything. The commander cast a glance at Team Leader Yang, who was being overwhelmed by a superior Spirit Leopard, and chuckled, by the way. If he is merely here to indulge, then indeed, this indulgence is quite substantial. Xiao Luo chuckled softly, then activated the spatial transmission device. Returning directly to the base of Team 112. The moment he arrived, he began to set up various barriers around him. Once all procedures were complete, he turned to Suwon and asked, which step should I undertake first? Should I absorb the innate talent of the Spirit Deer clan? Or should I consume the life herb first? Nearby, Suwon, the leader, responded, naturally, you should absorb the innate talent first. When you ascend in life level, we shall see if both talents can be refined together. After a pause, Suwon added, however, capturing the 6th elder of the Spirit Deer clan alive was an unexpected turn of events. However, the living 6th elder is far more valuable than his deceased counterpart. To speak of nothing else, the vibrant blood coursing through his veins, teeming with life, can be utilized for an extended period as long as the healing procedures keep pace. An extraordinary spirit deer, its very body is akin to a vast treasure trove. For you all, losing even a single drop of its blood would constitute a grave mistake. Subsequently, the Master Shuan began to elucidate the various extraordinary treasures that could be crafted from the body parts of the superior spirit deer. The essence of the superior deer's blood serves as a primary ingredient for concocting exquisite rejuvenation elixirs. One dose, and as long as one is not dead, it can sustain life. The flesh of the superior deer can be transformed into the supreme nirvana elixir. With a sufficient supply of this elixir, losing a limb or even having one's internal organs extracted could merely be considered trivial injuries. Listening intently to the erudite Master Shuan, Shuan's eyes gradually sparkled with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he ordered the preparation of various instruments and materials for bloodletting and flesh extraction. Nearby, the sixth elder of the spirit deer clan, bound and restrained, felt an ominous chill wash over him, an unsettling premonition that struck him with a sense of dread, leaving him in a state of turmoil. Chapter 57. Bloodletting, Flesh Extraction, and Healing Services. Could something more unbearable than death be about to unfold? The sixth elder, sensing the madness escalating within him, pondered. From the moment he was imprisoned and old Joe recklessly fled, he realized his fate was sealed. Particularly, being taken from the spirit leopard realm by a human transcendent and handed over to another individual. At this juncture, he had long surrendered, relinquishing any struggle, completely resigning himself to his fate. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that he had already forsaken his life. So why did he still feel unsettled? Surely, these humans could not wish to torment him for no reason? Was it necessary? The Spirit Deer clan had not yet fully engaged with humanity, nor had they reached the temporal threshold to enter the human realm. It could be said that they harbored no deep-seated hatred towards the present-day humans. Why then? Would they wish to torment him? However, this notion crumbled when he felt the blade of Shuan slice his skin, drawing forth a half-bucket of blood, followed by the forced ingestion of a healing elixir. His mindset shattered. He was no fool. Given the circumstances, he had surmised the inhumane ordeal that awaited him. Grant me a swift end, and I shall divulge a significant secret, the sixth elder declared, gazing at Shuan. It was evident that this young man was the true authority in this situation. Speak, and upon the value of your information, I shall consider the terms of this transaction. Shuan responded, his expression unwavering. The sixth elder retorted, is this not merely a case of empty-handedly snatching a wolf? Yet, given the current circumstances, he found himself at the mercy of the other party, rendering a forceful refusal unnecessary. Such an action would only serve to provoke them further without yielding any favorable outcome. If you doubt me, we may formalize a soul contract, interjected Xiao Luo. The sixth elder smirked enigmatically. What difference did signing a soul contract make? It appeared to him a mere scrap of paper. What I am about to reveal may shatter your preconceived notions. I trust that upon recognizing its value, you will honor your promise and grant me a swift release. After a brief pause, he continued. The societal structure within beast clans is entirely different from what you might imagine. The insights you glean from those lower-tier beasts regarding beast clans are of little utility. The Beast Alliance you are familiar with is a loose and largely unbinding organization. However, the powerful beast clans have, over millennia, amalgamated to form a formidable and cohesive entity known as the Beast Alliance Council. With that, the sixth elder fell silent. Is that all? Shuan inquired. Confusion etched across his face. The sixth elder nodded slightly, as if the revelation was not sufficiently weighty. For others, this revelation may indeed be significant. Yet for me, it pales in comparison to the triviality of a neighbor's child wetting their bed today. After all, standing beside me is a council member of the Beast Alliance, someone of considerable influence. If this is the extent of your discourse, you may as well lie there and play dead. As Shuan spoke, he gestured for everyone to resume their bloodletting and flesh extraction. Xiao Luo, as a researcher, exhibited a steady hand, making him exceptionally suited for such tasks. Should the headquarters' transcendent beings witness this scene, they would likely be taken aback. The esteemed head of the RD office, engaged in such labor? Unbelievable. The sixth elder, infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood, realized that even if he did bleed, it would surely be collected by these wretched humans using their instruments. Nevertheless, their demeanor suggested they were already aware of the existence of the Beast Alliance Council. At present, no advanced beast clans had yet stepped into the human realm. How could these individuals possess knowledge of the council? Had those high-ranking beasts who had infiltrated exposed themselves? No, that could not be. Through the various clans' human pools, they had entirely shed their beast forms, assuming a human guise from flesh to soul. Even when the human realm first opened and transcendent beings emerged, Their kin had already arrived. In other words, apart from retaining memories of their respective clans, they were entirely human in essence. How could this be exposed? Shiwen remained silent, solely focused on orchestrating the bloodletting, flesh extraction, and healing processes. Meanwhile, Luze stood nearby, engaging the Sixth Elder in continuous dialogue. From the matter of the Beast Alliance Council, he discerned the Sixth Elder's underlying disdain for humanity. Under Shiwen's leadership, they had transformed significantly, acquiring intelligence that exceeded expectations. But what if? What if the other party revealed something useful? Thus, he solemnly promised to the Sixth Elder that he would refrain from discussing the organizational structure and clan composition, which were of no consequence. Provided the Sixth Elder could provide valuable information, he might consider offering him a special-grade paralysis powder. A single vial administered would render even a superior beast unconscious for a brief period. Unfortunately, the Sixth Elder remained tight-lipped regarding the Spirit Deer clan, and his knowledge of other beast clans was superficial at best. Thus, after enduring numerous rounds of bloodletting, flesh extraction, and healing procedures, Shiwen began, under Master Shiwen's guidance, to concoct a supreme nirvana elixir, not for any other reason, but rather to allow Xiao Luo to absorb the Sixth Elder's innate powers before returning the energy core to him, believing that with the supreme nirvana elixir sustaining him, coupled with the Sixth Elder's inherent restoration capabilities, he would not perish. After all, it was merely a matter of a hole opened in his head, with the energy core temporarily removed from his body. A mere trifling injury, hardly worth mentioning. You are using my blood and flesh as materials to concoct elixirs, and now you wish to feed them back to me? The Sixth Elder's complexion turned ashen. Hailing from a noble lineage, he had never anticipated such a day. Was this not akin to consuming one's own flesh? Fear not. I have infused this nirvana elixir with the essence of the spirit herbs from the spirit leopard realm, ensuring it aligns perfectly with your palate. Shiwen replied with an affable smile. Is not the spirit leopard realm your clan's nurturing sanctuary? Consume it, and relish the taste of your homeland's spirit herbs. The Sixth Elder thought, this human, though so young, possesses a smile that induces an unsettling sensation. A demon. He is even more terrifying than the rumors of the Devil Clan, renowned for their mastery of torment. All right, Suwen, you have conveyed what you needed to, and I shall take care of the remaining matters. At this moment, Xiao Luo spoke up. You should also begin to attend to your own affairs, for instance, by consuming the life herb to elevate your life level. With that, Xiao Luo flipped his right hand, revealing a life herb in his grasp. Suwen pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly before taking the herb from his companion's hand. Not far away, the leader Suwen observed this scene, his gaze shifting slightly. The next moment, he softly remarked, Suwen, before you refine the life herb and enhance your life level, I hope you do not forget the promise you once made to me. Upon hearing this, Suwen's expression changed. Chapter 59, Out with the Old. In with the new, what is wrong? Suwen inhaled deeply. Are you dying? The leader Suwen's brow twitched sharply. One cannot expect elegance from a dog's mouth. Could you not speak more pleasantly? Suwen remained unfazed. If I am a dog, then what are you? The leader Suwen responded. This poignant manner of speaking is indeed reminiscent of the past. If you are a dog, then I must be a dog too. The leader Suwen chuckled. If that is the case, let us engage in a conversation between dogs. Go ahead, bark twice. Suwen replied. Your self-deprecating wit is truly profound. In comparison, I find myself lacking. Now, back to the main topic. The leader Suwen smiled wryly and continued. According to my research on life elevation, the enhancements brought by the life level and the elevation of innate talents are positively correlated with the strength of the soul. While perusing various materials from the Beast Alliance, I discovered a fragmented booklet. Within it was a phrase, talent arises from the soul, and the soul cultivates life. Furthermore, the booklet mentioned a concept known as the soul coefficient. The higher the individual's soul coefficient prior to life elevation, the more substantial the enhancements and talent elevation they will experience. At this juncture, the leader Suwen paused briefly, then stated, the soul coefficient is the maximum soul strength an individual can attain at the same realm. Aside from increasing during life level elevations, it will not improve without extraordinary opportunities. In extraordinary combat, even the slightest difference in power can lead to the downfall of an extraordinary being, especially since you are currently at the initial stage of the extraordinary realm. I wish to assist you in breaking through your soul coefficient before your life level elevation. Thus, you will undoubtedly reap greater benefits during your ascension. Suwen furrowed his brow and inquired, have you fulfilled your obsession? The leader Suwen's eyes flickered at this, and he asked, do you believe that once we have resolved the obsessions or regrets of our future selves, our obsessions will dissipate, allowing us to depart? Suwen was taken aback by this question. Wasn't it so? The elderly Suwen had claimed to have no regrets and subsequently merged with the essence of his soul. disappearing. Likewise, the agent Su faded away after his obsessions vanished, radiating a blue light as he merged with the essence of his soul. Thus, was the answer not evident? Why did it now seem as if his assumption was incorrect? All right, let us assume your perspective is correct. The leader Su began. Then my obsession is to witness you decisively overpower the Beast Alliance, single-handedly subduing the superlative beasts, and perhaps even reversing time to resurrect me in the near future. I shall not demand everything, but among these scenarios, which can you achieve? Su mused. The simplest among these appears to be subduing the superlative beasts. The first two seem plausible. However, to be frank, how powerful would one need to be to reverse time and resurrect someone? It cannot possibly be a superlative being. If superlative powers could accomplish that, then the key figures on both sides would not have perished. After all, if they could die and be revived, even at a cost, their significance would render any sacrifice worthwhile. So, can you depart the moment you arrive? After a moment of silence, Su inquired. The leader Su shook his head. Not quite. When I first arrived, it felt rather pleasant. Were it not for my ethereal state, others would not have seen me, and I experienced a sense of still being alive. Yet, as our dialogue continues, I can faintly sense an unseen force diminishing my soul's power, impeding my thoughts. Once this interference weakens to a certain threshold, I shall feel the urge to leave. As he spoke, the leader Su paused briefly, then softly stated, though I could persist here, forcefully resisting that unseen force with my existing soul essence, why should I? I have shared everything necessary regarding our future development and relevant details, the latest theories on cultivation methods, and even commanded an extraordinary battle across time. Having said all that, why should I linger? Sighing, Su gently asked, is the unseen weakening and obstructing force the backlash from revealing the future? The leader Su nodded slightly. Your understanding is not incorrect. Can we, in the future, employ certain methods to evade this backlash, perhaps by providing keywords for others to guess? That is unnecessary. The backlash does not affect you, so why fear it? One cannot put it that way. The future self is still oneself. After experiencing death in the future, having a fleeting chance to relive the past is a rare opportunity, even if it is for a brief time. To converse with those I cannot meet or see in the future using myself as a temporal medium is indeed a wonderful experience. After all, during my cultivation, images of the elderly Su and Agent Su at the moment of their deaths occasionally flashed through my mind, even though I did not personally witness it. The sight evokes some negative emotions within. If I feel this way, how much more negative emotions must the future self endure? Therefore, alleviating their burden, even if just a little, is worthwhile. The future has assisted me greatly. Thus, it is only fair to consider their perspective and offer a helping hand. You need not ponder too much, nor should you try to retain me. The leader Su smiled with nonchalance. You currently possess two extraordinary talents. Even if you lose the ability to summon the future in the next lifetime, the healing talent remains with you, or perhaps in the next future. We may even rise to become superlative beings ourselves. The leader Su paused, then added, moreover, if I do not depart, how will our more powerful future selves arrive? Out with the old, in with the new. After a moment of silence, Su quietly remarked, your state of mind is far superior to that of your previous self. The leader Su's expression remained unchanged. Indeed, while the struggles at higher levels are more intense, the mid-levels are where the real challenges and psychological pressures lie. In most instances, the conflicts and cooperation among the upper echelons are mutually reinforcing. The enemy at this stage could very well be our allies in the next phase. Such is the case at higher levels, but the mid to lower tiers differ significantly. After all, many of the burdensome tasks and the potential for offending others fall upon those in the mid to lower tiers. Subsequently, the two began a casual conversation, akin to friends reminiscing, particularly when discussing various experiences from their past lives. The leader Su consistently anticipated Su's thoughts and speech patterns. Despite having undergone considerable changes in character over the decades of his future life, he could still effortlessly deduce the words his past self was about to utter. This is rather dull, Su remarked, looking at him with some exasperation. Perhaps in the future, we need not speak at all during our exchanges. With a mere shift in my gaze, you discern my intentions. Beside me, the master Su chuckled, inquiring, can you comprehend my meaning with just a glance? Su remarked that he had attempted to guess several times earlier, uncertain if he had succeeded. Ultimately, the implications of Master Su's words diverged significantly from his assumptions. Upon reflection, this is quite natural, as Master Su has weathered more formidable tempests than the trifles I have encountered in my lifetime. Such a figure, adeptly navigating the higher echelons of the Beast Alliance, even wielding the military might of the Cloud Beast clan, is surely capable of employing mere expressions to deceive. This is hardly surprising. Most importantly, the future self deceives the past self with impeccable precision. In essence, the future possesses an understanding of the present, while the present remains woefully ignorant of what lies ahead. In any case, if Master Su-Wen lacked even this modicum of emotional restraint, he would have perished countless times by now. Are you secretly praising me? Master Su-Wen seemed to perceive Su-Wen's thoughts, a broad smile gracing his features. Of course not. While I may lack the gift of mind reading, you cannot deceive me, can you? After a moment of silence, Su-Wen conceded, indeed, I was complimenting you. So what? To praise you is to praise myself, is it not? To extol oneself to bolster confidence is merely a fundamental practice. At this, Master Su-Wen chuckled, choosing not to respond. The atmosphere between them abruptly fell into a state of suspension. Two selves, originating from disparate timelines, exchanged glances, and an overwhelming sense of temporal disjunction surged forth. Very well, time is of the essence. I must take my leave. As he spoke, Master Su-Wen began to radiate a crimson luminescence, enveloping him in an indescribable aura reminiscent of a leader emerging from the annals of ancient history. To my past self, I sincerely wish you well. Your future shall undoubtedly be splendid. As the words left his lips, Master Su-Wen's form ascended into the air, and in an instant, the crimson glow began to contract. Transforming into a diminutive crimson star, it swiftly penetrated Su-Wen's forehead. Boom! A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted within Su-Wen, as torrents of information cascaded into his consciousness. Yet, these streams of information appeared akin to processed goods, quietly nestled in a corner of his sea of consciousness under the influence of his spiritual power. In the ether, a thought permeated Su-Wen's mind. Under Master Su-Wen's guidance, this information resembled a multifaceted library. Should Su-Wen require anything, he could delve within to unearth resources and knowledge beneficial to him. Naturally, as these were processed memories, he would merely need to summon a thought to access the myriad forms of information he sought. If it proved unhelpful, it would still provide some form of feedback. Buzz. A ray of light manifested in Su-Wen's mind, revealing the spectral form of Master Su-Wen before him. Su-Wen. Suddenly, Master Su-Wen's expression turned grave. My past self, advance boldly. Do not hesitate, do not falter, do not worry, do not be anxious. All darkness, filth, and ignobility shall be left to us, the embodiments of the future. We shall burn with these harrowing experiences, illuminating the radiant and beautiful path ahead for you. The life I yearned for yet could not attain, the aspirations I held but could not fulfill, you shall experience and complete on my behalf. I believe that one day, we shall have the opportunity to reunite. Upon concluding his words, Master Su-Wen paused, then solemnly declared, we are, after all, one and the same. Su-Wen, should your future be fraught with difficulties, not blossoming into the beauty I envision, you may disregard the promises made. In my heart, and within the hearts of my companions along my timeline, you are of utmost importance. Everything should be measured by the path you tread. All else, including my words, should not serve as obstacles to your progress. As the final syllable escaped, his spectral form dissipated entirely. Simultaneously, Su-Wen sensed a refreshing aura rapidly permeating every part of his being. Under this invigorating influence, his body visibly strengthened. However, the most profound change lay within his soul. Nourished by Master Su-Wen's spiritual essence, his soul, parched for ages, reveled in the influx of energy, instinctively consuming the entirety of the opposing soul's essence without resistance or adverse reaction. After all, Master Su-Wen's soul essence is, at its core, also Su-Wen's own. How could one's soul absorb its essence without any detrimental effect? Even if there were instinctual reactions, they would likely perceive it as the return of a lost fragment of one's own essence, leading to a sense of completion. If I am not mistaken, has Su-Wen achieved a breakthrough? Xiao Luo, observing the surrounding spiritual fluctuations, suddenly froze mid-dissection. Nearby, Luo Yin interjected. Isn't it quite normal for life to ascend after consuming the life herb? After inserting a nirvana pill into the mouth of the sixth elder of the spirit deer clan, Lu Zhe softly remarked, yet, I seem to recall Su-Wen has yet to consume the life herb. At this revelation, a silence enveloped the group. Even the tormented sixth elder of the spirit deer clan found his attention drawn to the matter. It is entirely ordinary for profound spiritual fluctuations to arise post-consumption of the life herb. However, the crux of the issue lies in the fact that he has merely held it, not ingested it, yet such spiritual manifestations have emerged. Doesn't that seem rather unusual? Could it be that the life herb possesses the ability to facilitate breakthroughs for the extraordinary? The sixth elder's thoughts mirrored those of the others. Come, Lu Zhe. You should also take a whiff of this life herb, Xiao Luo suggested. But before you do, wash your hands, and then replicate Su-Wen's seated posture. Not far away. Lu Zhe queried in confusion, do you believe there is an unknown resonance between Su-Wen's posture and the life herb? Xiao Luo nodded, though this notion may seem absurd. It remains a possibility. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe wasted no time, swiftly cleansing his hands before approaching. He then grasped the life herb and attempted to imitate Su Wen's posture. How does it feel? After a while, Zhao Feng asked expectantly, do you sense any breakthrough in your spirit? If the life herb possesses such efficacy, he felt he too should merit a whiff of its essence. As for the matter of appearances, what does that matter in the face of a potential breakthrough? I sense nothing in terms of my spirit. But holding the life herb evokes quite a sensation, Lu Zhe admitted with a hint of resignation. Zhao Feng inquired, what sensation? Instinctively, I feel compelled to consume the life herb, to elevate my life essence, Lu Zhe replied. Lu, in the future, you needn't voice such candid thoughts. Who wouldn't covet such a fortuitous opportunity? You need not attempt this. It appears to be a unique chance reserved for him. At that moment, the sixth elder of the Spirit Deer clan weakly interjected, if mere inhalation could lead to breakthroughs, our clan would not have established our life herb cultivation zones within the spirit leopard realm. Lu Zhe pondered the sixth elder's words for a moment before responding. You raise a valid point. Thank you for clarifying our doubts. To express our gratitude, I have half a bottle of premium paralysis powder for you to utilize. Eldest elder of the Spirit Deer clan, if you truly appreciate my efforts, might you grant me a swift release? He had never imagined that the desire for death could become such a formidable challenge. Had he foreseen this, he would have buried a forbidden explosive deep within his soul, binding it to his emotions so that upon succumbing to despair, it would detonate instantly. Yet, he understood well how proud he was to evade the enemy's grasp. How could he embed such a device within his own essence? If the foe, skilled in illusion, were to discover this, would he not be doomed? Could you spare me a vial? After a moment's silence, the eldest elder cautiously inquired. Given my robust physique and vitality, half a vial may not suffice for absolute incapacitation. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe expressed his regret. I would gladly provide you a full vial, but alas, the premium anesthetic is quite expensive. This half vial is all that remains from my last use. Otherwise, I would have none to offer. How costly is it? He pressed, in essence. It is equivalent to a mid-grade treasure of heaven and earth. Is that truly exorbitant? A single meal at home could procure several mid-grade treasures. He lamented now. I find myself in such a dire state. I will offer you an exceptional treasure of heaven and earth in exchange for a vial of that premium anesthetic. The eldest elder declared, taking a deep breath. Lu Zhe's eyes brightened at this proposition. In the next moment, he exchanged a glance with Xiao Luo, both recognizing the hunger for resources reflected in each other's gaze. If the other could present a supreme treasure in exchange for anesthetic, it suggested that he possessed numerous hidden riches. It seemed imperative to devise a strategy to extract resources from him. Perhaps, they could even coax the incantations for activating the Spirit Deer clan's treasures from him, given that they had successfully acquired several from Lu Jiujiu. Chapter 60, Leader Su Wen arrives. 5 chapters, subscription request. To be candid, I am not a mercenary with a heart of stone, Lu Zhe asserted with conviction. An exceptional treasure of heaven and earth should undeniably surpass the premium anesthetic. Therefore, how about I provide you a vial and additionally offer this half vial? The eldest elder hesitated momentarily, then asked, did you not just claim that you were offering me half a vial due to my alerting you? Suddenly, Xiao Luo interjected. I believe you have misunderstood. That half vial of premium anesthetic is mine. The negotiations you engaged in without my consent hold no weight. The eldest elder retorted. Are you all but curs? You agree to a matter only to forget it immediately? You offer me what you promised as a gift? And yet you claim not to be unscrupulous merchants? My storage equipment is inscribed upon the depths of my soul. Might you assist me in lifting this confinement? He implored softly, for I cannot communicate with my spatial equipment, nor can I retrieve the exceptional treasure of heaven and earth. Xiao Luo remained unperturbed, stating, enough of this. From here on, let us cease. He shot a glance at Lu Zhe. Put away that half vial of premium anesthetic. You wish to play the benevolent man. But no deer regards you as anything but a fool. Lu Zhe nodded slightly, transforming the premium anesthetic in his grasp into the latest version of a flesh collector. Lift the confinement? How can that be possible? Before me stands not an ordinary spirit deer, but a transcendent spirit deer whose life gate has been breached. Temporarily reducing its power, he thought. To lift the seal for the sake of that so-called exceptional treasure of heaven and earth is a trivial matter. But should it threaten our lives, the jest becomes grave. Initially, I handled your flesh with utmost care, Zhao Feng declared from a distance. After all, we harbor no deep-seated animosity, and I am not a villain who relishes tormenting beings for amusement. Yet now, I sense you are insulting me. With those words, Zhao Feng brutally drove a whirring, precise instrument into the eldest elder's head. Crack open. Feed the nirvana pill to sustain life. Extract the energy crystal core. This crude method inflicted excruciating pain upon the eldest elder. I harbor no intention of humiliation. I sincerely desire to exchange an exceptional treasure of heaven and earth for a relatively peaceful existence, he protested, his brow furrowed in agony. Zhao Feng scoffed. If you do not intend to insult us, then why not provide an exceptional treasure of heaven and earth to lift the confinement? Do you regard us as fools? Regardless of your schemes to deceive us, you must offer a treasure to persuade us to lift the seal. The eldest elder had anticipated that the adversaries would unveil some previously unnoticed point of insult, yet this was all they could muster? You, who cannot even produce a vial of premium anesthetic, would I not be better off purchasing your cooperation with a single exceptional treasure of heaven and earth? Were it not for this encounter, would you have ever encountered such a treasure? Your lowly cultivation does not warrant such demands. Previously, an ant he could have effortlessly annihilated now dared to stir trouble atop his head. Tragic. These humans possess no respect for transcendent beings, nor do they exhibit kindness towards them. My treasure is also sealed within my soul, the eldest elder persisted, enduring the pain. I harbor no intention of fleeing. The seal imposed upon me hinders my connection with my spatial equipment. Xiao Luo glanced at the eldest elder. No matter, we possess the latest soul-sealing container. Shortly, I shall extract your soul and confine it within the container, allowing you to manipulate your spatial equipment at will. Upon concluding this statement, Xiao Luo paused and added reassuringly, rest assured, we shall care for your physical form. You will receive daily meals of nirvana pills and energy crystals, ensuring your body is maintained to a standard that will earn your praise. The eldest elder retorted, are you mad? Extracting my soul and daily inflicting harm upon my body. This is your notion of care? Were it not for the awareness of your intentions, I would fear I had stumbled upon a band of lunatics. Subsequently, Lu Zhe and Xiao Luo proceeded with the extraction of the crystal core, deftly weaving their words to extract any additional extraordinary resources or treasures from the eldest elder. Yet, no matter how they approached the matter, he remained steadfast in his narrative. He even cited the Spirit Deer Clan's research on soul-sealing containers, asserting that wherever soul-sealing talismans existed, his connection with his own soul would be severed. Without the means to connect with his spatial equipment, how could he retrieve the exceptional treasures, let alone more valuable items? After a while, Xiao Luo set down his tools and abruptly stood. Do you see it now? Yes, indeed, Lu Zhe replied. This is merely an attempt to deceive us, with no willingness to cooperate. Unfazed, Xiao Luo produced a large, intricate instrument. This is the soul energy absorption machine developed by the research department, capable of purifying the souls within exotic beasts and transforming them into refined soul energy for extraordinary beings to absorb and refine. The only drawback is that the individual being absorbed will experience a degree of intense soul pain. I trust you, 1T Mind. With that, he activated the soul energy absorption machine. A tremendous pull emanated, and an indescribable agony surged into the eldest elder's mind. Yet this time, he merely regarded them with cold eyes, revealing no sign of fear or pain. Indeed, you are merely pretending. Xiao Luo offered a faint smile, swiftly deciding not to squander any more time in that place. With a deft motion of his right hand, he manipulated the crystal core extractor and extracted it without hesitation. In the next moment, he settled cross-legged on the ground and began to channel the unique guiding technique of the Spirit Deer Clan, gradually drawing forth the innate essence within the crystal core. The once icy-eyed and menacing sixth elder of the Spirit Deer Clan was taken aback upon sensing the aura of the guiding technique emanating from Xiao Luo, his expression shifting dramatically. Even the soul-wrenching agony resulting from the extraction of the crystal core was momentarily suppressed by this overwhelming emotion. How do you possess the guiding technique of my Spirit Deer Clan? Damn it, you were the ones who killed Jiujio, weren't you? You instigated this war with the true aim of targeting me? Such a vicious scheme. When did you set your sights on me? One link after another. Are you not concerned that any misstep could lead to your complete downfall? As he spoke, the sixth elder suddenly froze, his pupil shaking violently, disbelief etched across his face. Old Gio is one of yours. To kill me, you would sacrifice your own kin? Such a ruthless heart. Having convinced himself that he had unraveled the truth, the sixth elder found himself filled with rage, yet unable to express it. He had never anticipated that his dear brother would betray him for outsiders, even sharing the clan's guiding technique to gain their cooperation. If he had imparted this technique to a trusted friend or beloved family member, it would have been understandable. But to share it with the human race? Was he not concerned that they would turn against them once they grew stronger? Damn traitors! Nearby, the others watched in astonishment as the sixth elder suddenly lost his composure. However, Xiao Luo and Lu Zhe reacted swiftly, quickly sensing the situation and beginning their performance. Since ancient times, victors have dictated the narrative. In your current predicament, who can you blame? After all, you are an extraordinary being, having lived for so long. Is it not normal to employ cunning against your foes? Nevertheless, I must admit, your innate essence truly complements my needs. The two exchanged words, neither confirming nor denying that the ninth elder of the Spirit Deer clan belonged to them. After all, they were adversaries. If the enemy were to claim their involvement, it would be too disingenuous. Of course, the possibility of espionage lingered in the air. But why engage in subterfuge against an imprisoned and defenseless foe? Especially when the occasional mention of Spirit Deer clan information, coupled with the guiding technique's informational cues, solidified the sixth elder's suspicions. Everything was a trap. He had been targeted long ago. Yet, he could not fathom how he had obstructed old Geo, whom he had treated so well. Since you can cooperate with old Geo, would you be open to collaborating with me? After a moment of silence, the sixth elder spoke suddenly. Xiao Luo scoffed. You cannot even provide the most basic value. Why would we choose to collaborate with you? Lu Zhe shook his head, adding, without value, even a heartless merchant would refuse to engage with you. Taking a deep breath, the sixth elder's thoughts shifted, and a fragrant white lotus appeared before everyone. The appearance, aroma, and life energy it emanated were undeniable. It was a superior treasure. Not sufficient, Xiao Luo remarked, his gaze shifting. The sixth elder remained silent, persistently producing items from his spatial equipment. If they were to cooperate, he had to demonstrate his capabilities and worth. From this, it was clear that the sixth elder was indeed a pragmatic individual. He first presented the superior treasure, followed by exquisite crafting materials like meteorite iron, and eventually revealed an offensive artifact. Without hesitation, he recited the incantation to activate the artifact. To be cautious, Xiao Luo stored the artifact away, intending to later hand it over to the commander of the expedition office. If any issues arose, the commander's resilience would withstand potential consequences. If all went smoothly, he would seize an opportunity to procure extraordinary resources from the expedition office and check if Suwen had any needs to fulfill. The value of an offensive artifact was indeed remarkable. Very well, let us discuss the terms of our forthcoming collaboration. After a while, Xiao Luo gazed at the abundant extraordinary resources piled nearby, his face breaking into a radiant smile. At that moment, Team 112, previously engaged in their gruesome tasks, paused, their eyes now alight with excitement. They had initially assumed the opponent was merely a valuable source of body materials, a living treasury. But now, it was evident they were dealing with a veritable money-printing machine. Meanwhile, on another front, Su Wen, having absorbed the soul essence of the leader Su Wen and completed his own soul's transformation, raised his hand and placed the life grass into his mouth. Under the tutelage of both the agent Su Wen and the leader Su Wen, he anticipated the elevation of his life essence, especially considering the leader's willingness to depart early, seeking to enhance his own soul coefficient to garner greater benefits during the ascension of life. You are me, and I am you, Su Wen pondered. The summoning of future talents you wish to witness will be vicariously experienced through me. In a sense, it is the same. As he contemplated, the abundant energy contained within the life grass began to unfurl within him, commencing at his vital organs and gradually radiating throughout his entire being. From the enhancement of his physical form to the evolution of his brain, he initiated a profound leap into the realm of the soul. A series of powerful waves of life energy emanated from Su Wen, the sheer force causing ripples in the surrounding barriers. Concurrently, an innate pleasure surged from the depths of his bloodline, enveloping him entirely. This dual evolution of body and soul was an absolute ecstasy that no living being could resist. In that instant, Su Wen comprehended the agent Su Wen's desire to once again experience the joy of life ascension. Suddenly, a stream of golden light emerged from his lower dantian. Under Su Wen's watchful gaze, the golden radiance swiftly coursed through his body. Wherever it passed, an aura of profound mystery lingered, altering the very structure of his form in ways that eluded comprehension. Time seemed to stand still as the golden light appeared to linger within him for what felt like an eternity, yet upon reflection, it was but a fleeting moment. Despite the brevity, Su Wen sensed a profound transformation occurring within him. However, he found it difficult to articulate the specifics of this change. One thing was certain, his combat prowess had undeniably strengthened. The enigmatic golden glow and the intuitive sensations he experienced were likely the insights birthed from the elevation of his innate talents. He contemplated for a while, but the realization of these insights eluded him, much like a dream that slipped away upon waking. If clarity was out of reach for now, he resolved to set it aside. Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, an invisible force surged toward him. In the blink of an eye, he felt the world around him begin to shift. Space reversed. Time froze. When he emerged from this bewildering state, he found himself in a misty white expanse. Before him lay an orchard adorned with flourishing peach blossoms. As he entered the orchard, he noticed a striking young man clad in white robes, sipping tea while gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. Despite the absence of conversation, an aura of divine presence radiated from him. "Pass me." The man in the white robe smiled slightly and gestured to the opposite side, saying, "Come, sit." As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible force lifted Suwon, causing his body to drift uncontrollably towards the designated spot. "On our first meeting, what impression do you have of me?" After placing his teacup down, the man in white inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Suwon pondered for a moment before responding, "I sense you are a pretentious person." The man in white chuckled at the remark, acknowledging, "Indeed, that was a past version of myself, and your assessment is quite accurate. Some refer to me as the Lord of Cloud Beasts, others revere me as a master of secret arts. There are those who deem me a natural leader, a nefarious schemer, an instigator of racial wars, and a reformer of the social system of the Cloud Beast tribe. Of course, the Alliance of Strange Beasts labels me as the culprit behind the civil war. In comparison to these titles, I prefer your designation of me. Though your words may seem somewhat coarse and slightly misaligned with my identity, who else but you could encapsulate my essence? Thus, regardless of how you address me, the intrinsic meaning and value of your designation far surpass that of others, for it is an evaluation stemming from my past self." Suwon replied, "Indeed. I have not misjudged you. Your words exude an overwhelming air of arrogance." Contemplating this, a smile crept onto his face. "In any case, I have long anticipated this meeting with you, the leader." The leader, Suwon, gazed at Suwon with a smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. Suwon politely remarked, "I have also awaited this moment for quite some time." After a brief pause, he continued, "From your appearance, it seems you live more comfortably than the preacher Suwon. A brand new future, a refreshed mental state. From this state of mind, he could roughly deduce the life experiences of this future self. I perceive that you did not greatly anticipate our encounter," Suwon noted. The leader Suwon did not respond to this query but instead shifted the conversation, chuckling softly, "Everything you are experiencing now, I have already endured. I can only express my regrets regarding the departure of Preacher Suwon." Suwon raised an eyebrow, a question mark slowly forming above his head. "What is there for you to apologize for? You did not bring about his demise. Is this some new form of communication from the future? Why apologize? Had it not been for your desire for me to come, Preacher Suwon would not have departed so soon. There is no need to shoulder everything. He simply wished to preserve the remnants of his soul's essence and to grant me a perfect ascension ceremony." The leader Suwon observed Suwon for a moment before slowly rising. In the next instant, he softly remarked, "Your pure and untainted nature. Your innocent gaze untainted by the world. How delightful." Suwon responded, "What do you mean? Are you insulting me? Is it customary for every future self to covertly criticize their past? Is it amusing to scold oneself from a future perspective? I do not mean to chastise you. Indeed, this character is what I have longed for." The leader Suwon seemed to perceive Suwon's thoughts and explained gently. Suwon nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Without the need for explicit clarification, this explanation felt more like a veiled criticism of himself. If he were to believe this, would he not be accepting an insult without realizing it? Contemplating this, he directly asked, "So how did you die in the future? Speak plainly so that I may avoid a similar fate." Since his future self had arrived, it implied that the other had perished. Achieving such heights, surely the manner of death would be extraordinary. If you covertly criticize me, do not be surprised if I retaliate. After all, who better than oneself to understand one's own nature? Chapter 61. I have a friend, 5. Though I wish not to disappoint you, regrettably, you shall be let down. The leader Suwon smiled gently and spoke, "My demise was a rather ordinary manner of passing. There was no political reckoning, for none could hold me accountable. I was not betrayed by my own, as I eventually confronted the leader after consolidating sufficient power within the Cloud Beast tribe. My death was a result of a defeat on the battlefield that led to an ultimate collapse." Beside him, Suwon inquired with confusion, "So you committed suicide?" The leader Suwon shook his head. "Suicide is the lament of the powerless. However, given the circumstances, my choice would differ. If death is inevitable, why not take the enemy with me into the abyss? Better to be shattered than to remain whole." Suwon nodded in agreement. This indeed resonated with his own philosophy. He could accept death, but the enemy must not fare well. Of course, if he were the summoned future self, there was something even more crucial. If he could not vanquish the enemy before him, he must gather detailed information to bring back. If unable to kill you now, I will find a way to do so in the future. Time and again, through the layering of timelines, a method to eliminate you would surely emerge. Come, let us eat and converse." The leader Suwon gestured, and a cup of steaming tea, rich with fragrance, floated before Suwon. Simultaneously, the stone table was laden with a variety of delectable dishes. Although Suwon had not encountered many of these dishes before, Their enticing colors and aromas indicated a truly sumptuous feast. I wish to inquire, are these dishes real? Suwon lifted the teacup and scrutinized it before posing the question. The leader Suwon responded softly, you may consider them real. Suwon retorted, to consider them real implies they may not be. Does it not? Yet. One could not deny the elevated grandeur of this new future. He had manifested a small world to immerse himself in, far more convenient than external communication. Furthermore, with an array of food and drink before him, even if it were an illusion, it testified to the strength of the other. To conjure such a scenario, you must have ascended to a higher level, have you not? Suwon raised his head, questioning eagerly. Preacher Suwon had mentioned that the essence he absorbed from the deer would potentially yield adverse reactions in the future. If the leader had indeed ascended, he must have resolved this issue. Upon hearing this, the leader Suwon raised an eyebrow slightly. In a certain sense, one might consider it an ascension. Suwon's lips twitched. The surrounding spectacle could very well be illusory. How is the cultivation so uncertain? An ascension? What does that mean? Half-step ascension? Pinnacle completion? Is there even a distinction of realms? The essence bestowed upon him was, after all, forcibly taken. The leader Suwon clarified, an innate ability that develops within another's body. Even with various methods to bridge the gaps, can never achieve perfect harmony. This slight imperfection has rendered my understanding of the rules particularly arduous. Though I successfully ascended, the tumult of my innate ability during this process cost me the most vital capacity of an ascendant, the ability to absorb the powers of heaven and earth to restore oneself during battle. Suwon interjected, so, others can restore themselves while fighting, but you cannot? The leader Suwon nodded, you may interpret it that way. You say a lot, but essentially, it's a convenient excuse to shift blame, isn't it? After uttering these words, Suwon paused momentarily and continued, I recall that some leaders tend to express their thoughts ambiguously, leaving subordinates to decipher their intentions. If matters are resolved correctly, it is deemed a testament to the leader's adept planning. Conversely, should things go awry, it is attributed to a misinterpretation on your part. The leader, Suwon, chuckled softly and remarked, your perspective is not without merit. Suwon retorted, are you speaking in riddles? Why is everything so unclear? Is this a habit formed after mastering the Cloud Beast clan? The so-called principle of leaving a line when speaking? At that moment, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. The revered leader Suwon had once mentioned that each time he communicated various messages about the future, the greater the significance of the matter and the more profound the interference with the future, the stronger the unseen obstacles he faced. He was, after all, a dead man. Otherwise, he would have been utterly obliterated by that obstructive force. The new future before him, constantly shrouded in riddles and guiding him through its own interpretations. Could it be a means to evade those ethereal impediments? Some matters require deeper contemplation and reflection. Leader Suwon seemed to perceive Suwon's inner thoughts, perhaps anticipating a moment of enlightenment in his mind. Answers that had eluded him for days suddenly appeared with clarity. Suwon's eyes glimmered with understanding, and he subtly nodded at leader Suwon, choosing to remain silent on all else. If his suspicions held true, then he too should align with the other in evading that enigmatic force. Yet, the atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar. Previously, they had collaborated to deceive the alien beasts. Now, they needed to work together to deceive an intangible force that existed solely in the shadows. However, considering his extraordinary talent that transcended time and space, it seemed only natural to encounter such hindrances from the unseen realm. I have a friend whose life experiences are quite legendary. After savoring a sip of tea, leader Suwon began, now, let me share the tale of his life with you. After you listen, see if you glean any insights. With that, leader Suwon commenced the narration of his friend's life story, which bore remarkable similarities to his own. Upon entering the Cloud Beast clan, his exceptional healing abilities garnered significant attention. Subsequently, leveraging his understanding of the new king of the Cloud Beast clan, he recognized that the king valued his status as a bastardy. During their conversations, he tactfully uttered words that resonated positively with the king. Following this dialogue, the new king increasingly placed his trust in him. Utilizing this trust, he adeptly harnessed the future insights he had acquired in the previous 3 instances to consolidate the hearts of the beasts within the Cloud Beast clan, swiftly establishing his own faction, the Red Heart Society. With a thorough understanding of the surrounding circumstances, the Red Heart Society flourished at an astonishing pace. He actively exploited the dynamics of conflict, transforming allies into a community of shared interest while encircling moderates and suppressing dissenters through various means. Within just a year, a significant portion of the mid to senior ranks of the Cloud Beast clan had joined the society. The remaining moderates were closely tied to the Red Heart Society, while the obstinate opposition either found themselves relegated to the periphery or inexplicably perished for various reasons. When the new king of the Cloud Beast clan concluded his seclusion and emerged from his palace, he was astonished to discover that his loyalists had vanished. Consequently, a great battle ensued. However, due to his prior arrangements, a series of targeted lethal maneuvers were executed, swiftly bringing the new king of the Cloud Beast clan under control. It was within that year that he fully grasped the reins of the Cloud Beast clan. Thus, he initiated a new governance within the clan and sought to elevate the influence of the Cloud Beast clan within the Alien Beast Alliance. In the first year of the new policy, many traditionalists within the Cloud Beast clan remained steadfast in their resistance. By the third year, as the first 3-year plan was completed, the atmosphere within the realm of alien beasts underwent a remarkable transformation. The thriving strength of the Cloud Beast clan attracted many powerful individuals, drawn by a sense of belonging. In the 5th year of the new policy, the excavation of various resource-rich realms led to an exponential increase in the number of powerful beings within the Cloud Beast clan. That year, 3 extraordinary entities emerged from the clan. By the 10th year of the new policy, after years of development, the Cloud Beast clan boasted a multitude of powerful warriors and a robust military. It was in that year that the military meritocracy was introduced, igniting a fervor for warfare among the lower echelons of the Cloud Beast clan. Historically, the Cloud Beast clan had always adhered to a hierarchy based on bloodlines. Those with inferior bloodlines remained at the bottom for their entire lives, while those of noble lineage heralded their dominion over the world from the moment they cried at birth. However, the military meritocracy shattered the barriers to advancement for the lower classes. As long as one became a soldier and participated in warfare, they could earn merit, exchange it for extraordinary resources, cleanse their bloodlines, and enhance their cultivation. Although the traditionalist elders were deeply dissatisfied with this system and nearly all opposed it. After a decade of the new policy's implementation, the number of newly elevated powerful beings surged dramatically. The military of the Cloud Beast clan, in particular, wholeheartedly supported the military meritocracy. Therefore, amidst absolute violent repression, several instances of chaos were swiftly quelled. In the 12th year of the new policy, the Cloud Beast clan declared war on the Dark Beast clan, citing the latter's encroachment on their territory and the slaughter of their kin. In an instant, the Alien Beast Alliance was thrown into turmoil. Although the Council of the Alien Beast Alliance dispatched several extraordinary envoys to mediate, everyone understood the significance of clan conflicts. The crux of the matter lay in the volatile temperament of the Dark Beast clan. The moment the Cloud Beast clan declared war, the Dark Beast clan opened a spatial portal, pinpointing the realm of the Cloud Beasts and dispatching extraordinary beings. The Cloud Beast clan had anticipated this scenario. Thus, a meticulously executed campaign against the Dark Beast clan unfolded. In the 15th year of the new policy, the Dark Beast clan was annihilated, and their realm was renamed the Red Heart Realm. This news swept through the Alien Beast Alliance like a tempest. Various clans, particularly those ranked within the top 100, hurriedly sent envoys to the Cloud Beast clan to establish rapport while simultaneously seeking to uncover the reasons behind the Cloud Beast clan's meteoric rise in power. However, when the details of the new policy reached the leaders of the major clans, they fell into a profound silence. The doctrine of bloodlines had long served as the foundation for their governance. Now, the Cloud Beast clan had audaciously dismantled that foundation, granting opportunities for advancement entirely to the lower classes. While this could indeed bolster the strength of the clan, the leaders of the major clans unanimously chose to suppress the news of the Cloud Beast clan's new policy. Naturally, the oppressed, who faced imminent extinction and turmoil within their ranks, revered the new policy and began to emulate it in their own clan reforms. Yet, the initial stages of any endeavor are fraught with challenges. The Cloud Beast clan had initially leveraged future insights to acquire a wealth of extraordinary resources, subsequently reinvesting them into the clan to enlighten the lower beasts, a strategy formidable enough to keep all other alien beast clans at bay. After all, the realm of alien beasts existed within a society defined by extraordinary capabilities, where individual prowess dictated everything, without powerful entities of equivalent standing to impose checks. Any sparks of reform would be extinguished in the shortest time upon detection. Most critically, should the alien beasts rise without a sufficiently credible leader above them, they would swiftly gravitate towards the opposing camp without the need for persuasion. Indeed, the instincts of the lower beasts often triumphed over reason, granting them an undeniable advantage. In the 20th year of the new policy, the 6th-ranked Tianyan clan disseminated shocking news. The master of the Cloud Beast clan was, in essence, a human. The reverberations this revelation sent through the Alien Beast Alliance were eclipsed only by the earlier annihilation of the Dark Beast clan. The former could still be described as an internal conflict among alien beasts, a matter of their own. However, the latter pertains to the conflict between humanity and the alliance of aberrant beasts. Yet, when this news reached the Cloud Beast clan, it fell like a stone cast into the ocean, stirring not a single ripple. certain factions and individuals within the Cloud Beast realm, eager to exploit the situation, were swiftly identified and eradicated by the vigilant masses of the Cloud Beast clan. The Council of the Aberrant Beast Alliance dispatched a transcendent powerhouse, wielding a treasured artifact of detection, to publicly assert the truth of the soul's essence. However, this transcendent individual did not step beyond the bounds of the Cloud Beast realm that day. Subsequently, the Cloud Beast clan proclaimed that their supreme leader was not to be scrutinized at will. The audacity of the I clan to target their leader was tantamount to declaring war on the entire Cloud Beast clan. In the 21st year of the new regime, after gathering their forces, the Cloud Beast clan pinpointed the location of the I clan. They mobilized their troops against the I clan. Initially, only the subordinate races of the I clan engaged in the conflict. Positioned within the top 10 of the racial rankings, the I clan, confident in their might, regarded the Cloud Beast clan with disdain. Yet, the strength of the Cloud Beast forces exceeded their expectations. Particularly, the battle formations established among the warriors of the Cloud Beast clan could unleash powers beyond their apparent capabilities, enabling the weak to triumph over the strong. A military formation composed of 12 upper transcendent beings, 108 mid-level transcendent beings, and 540 lower transcendent beings could rival a singular transcendent powerhouse. By the 30th year of the new regime, after 9 years of warfare, the entrance of the Euphoria Beast clan, ranked 8th among the races, reignited turbulence. Consequently, the Cloud Beast clan began dispatching envoys to traverse the Aberrant Beast Alliance, particularly to the plant-based races, promoting the theory of aberrant flora. Beasts, they insisted, did not refer to mere plants. If an alliance of aberrant beasts could be formed, why not an alliance of aberrant flora? Both aberrant beasts and plants deserve their own status and titles. This rhetoric, combined with the grand visions painted by the Cloud Beast clan, captivated many powerful aberrant flora beings. In the 35th year of the new regime, the Fire Tree clan and the Thunderthorn clan joined the fray. Thus commenced the conflict between the Cloud Beast clan and the I clan, the Aberrant Beast Alliance, and the newly established Aberrant Flora Alliance. However, the severity of this war prompted the emergence of several ancestral figures within the Aberrant Beast Alliance. Upon realizing that the Cloud Beast clan was the instigator, a powerful elder from the depths of the Aberrant Beast Alliance returned to his homeland. Yet, when this elder beheld the prosperity of his homeland, the flourishing of his kin, and the joyful countenances of the Cloud Beast citizens, he refrained from immediate action. Instead, he sought a place within the Cloud Beast realm to savor the long-forgotten local customs and sentiments before settling down nearby. In terms of actions rather than intentions, the sole essence of the ruler of the Cloud Beast realm was indeed human. Perhaps his motives were impure upon entering the Cloud Beast realm, resulting in many Cloud Beasts perishing at his hands. Nevertheless, he had bestowed upon the Cloud Beast clan an unprecedented glory, fulfilling a dream he had pursued throughout his life yet had never realized. The Cloud Beast should not be inferior to other races. By the 37th year of the new regime, as more and more aberrant flora races entered the conflict, coupled with the involvement of extraordinary beings from Huaxia, the internal turmoil within the Aberrant Beast Alliance intensified. The scales of victory, measured against the passage of time, began to tilt wildly in favor of the Cloud Beast clan. To quell the unrest and marshal all forces to counter the resurgent human race, several ancestral figures emerged from the depths of the Aberrant Beast Alliance. The elders of the Cloud Beast clan exerted themselves to their utmost, yet they could only restrain 3 ancestral beings. 2 ancestral figures came together, charging into the Cloud Beast realm. Ultimately, within the palace of the Cloud Beast clan, they fatally struck down the leader who had guided the clan to glory. Your friend has indeed led a legendary life. Upon hearing this, Suwin remarked, if the experiences of your friend were to be penned into a book, it could fill several volumes, couldn't it? Across from him, Leader Suwin smiled and replied, if one were to detail the myriad struggles and wars, 1,000,000 words would scarcely suffice. Suwin nodded slightly, then inquired, you mentioned that your friend ultimately self-destructed. Do you believe the power of your friend's self-detonation posed a threat to those 2 ancestral aberrant beings? Ancestral figures. One could easily surmise that they were unequivocally beings of transcendent power. After decades of vigorous development, the Cloud Beast clan had nurtured no fewer than 100 transcendent powerhouses, utilizing other high-level aberrant beasts as sustenance. Most importantly, these were transcendent beings who had consumed the life grass and ascended in vitality. Even so, they could not prevent the incursion of those 2 ancestral aberrant beings. While it was uncertain if they could be obliterated, inflicting severe injury should be within reach. Leader Suwin fell silent for a moment before speaking. Suwin raised an eyebrow at such confidence. Of course, ever since my friend took command of the Cloud Beast clan, he began inscribing various explosive runes and formations throughout the Cloud Beast realm. preparing for the ultimate sacrifice. Such foresight? Is that even in question? Regardless of the circumstances, my demise must be dignified. Suwon took a deep breath and praised, in any case. I greatly admire your friend. He is truly exceptional. Hearing this, Leader Suwon offered a faint smile, his face radiant with brilliance, as he prepared to accept this compliment. Intending to shine before the past version of himself, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Buzz. A beam of golden light suddenly burst forth in the sky, its captivating radiance reminiscent of when Suwon ascended in life. Chapter 62. New Ability. The History of Humanity's Extinction. 5. Leader Suwon gazed upward at the golden glow and murmured softly. This beam of golden light appeared strikingly familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Yet, should it have manifested elsewhere, he might need to ponder deeply. However, with this golden light appearing here, there was no need for contemplation. It was undoubtedly related to his past extraordinary talent. Do you comprehend its significance? Suwon asked Leader Suwon, shaking his head. Leader Suwon replied, I do not. Suwon, a question mark gradually rose above his head. As my future self, how could you be oblivious to such a critical matter? You needn't look at me with that expression. I genuinely do not know. Leader Suwon's gaze shifted, and he spoke. According to the timeline on my end, during my life ascension, I witnessed that beam of golden light enveloping my entire being. Beside him, Suwon softly inquired, and then, there was nothing more. I simply opened my eyes and completed my life ascension. Leader Suwon extended his right hand, stating, Do you not understand? Our temporal divide begins from the moment of life ascension. When I waited for a day and discerned no new future had arrived, I realized I had become that summoned future. After articulating this, Leader Suwon paused, then smiled, adding, Of course, I'm not merely mimicking the earlier future self. I genuinely have this insight. Suwon nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. After all, this was indeed his future self, and it was perfectly normal for him to express such sentiments. Boom. Just then, the golden light hovering in the air erupted. The golden light expanded into a pillar, soaring toward the heavens. Dong, dong, dong. A resounding, thunderous sound echoed as if emanating from ancient times, traversing space and time toward the unknowable temporal node of the future. The next moment, the golden pillar solidified and transformed into a massive golden book floating in the air. What caught the eye was the title, The History of Humanity's Extinction, emblazoned in large characters. Is the essence of the extraordinary talent I attained after my life ascension encapsulated in this book, The History of Humanity's Extinction? Suwon and Leader Suwon exchanged glances before unable to resist asking. Leader Suwon nodded. As it stands, it seems to be the case. As he spoke, he reached out, attempting to flip through the golden book. The sound of pages turning echoed around them. Soon, a line of golden characters appeared in the air. Detected that the reader belongs to the documented lineage, commencing page location. Nation, Huaxia. Category, biographies of historical figures. Name, Suwon regarding Suwon's life. It is akin to a comet streaking across the sky, brilliant yet fleeting. From the day he became an extraordinary being, a new chapter in the annals of world history commenced. The Cloud Beast clan, under his guidance, advanced societal reforms, enlightened the lower echelons, and established a meritocratic system. Suwon's most resplendent achievements are inextricably linked to the Cloud Beast tribe. Under Suwon's leadership, the clan ascended from the 39th position in the racial rankings to displace the 6th-ranked Eye of Heaven clan. Amidst the escalating chaos, the Beast Alliance dispatched formidable True Kings to restore order. Reflecting on the past, many historical records from that time have become irretrievable. However, based on the author's compilation of existing historical data, it is evident that Suwon's early actions aligned closely with the Beast Alliance's expectations for enlightened rulers. Yet, the Alliance's eventual descent into madness, culminating in a catastrophic self-detonation alongside 2 True Kings, has left numerous historical enigmas. The most perplexing question remains: how powerful was the self-destruction of the Cloud Beast realm to simultaneously bury 2 True Kings? From the perspective of the Beast Alliance, Suwon is deemed a treacherous villain, a demon leading the Cloud Beast tribe into the abyss, nearly dragging the long peaceful top 100 beast clans into the vortex of war. The Alliance Council, through unanimous voting, branded Suwon as the harbinger of destruction, destined for infamy as a butcher throughout history. However, now that the era of war has passed, the author believes we should adopt a rational perspective, examining this warmongering figure through the lens of time. Firstly, it is well documented that Suwon's essence is that of a human extraordinary being. Given that Suwon is a human extraordinary, his infiltration and eventual mastery over the Cloud Beast tribe reveal an impressive intellect and capability. To his enemies, he is a hero. Through this lens, Su Wen's actions against the Beast Alliance could be regarded as those of a towering hero in human society. Secondly, despite Su Wen's human origin, it cannot be denied that during his rule over the Cloud Beast clan, it flourished, achieving unprecedented levels of production and prosperity. Warriors of the Cloud Beast tribe during this period were filled with hope and aspirations for the future. Upon joining the Red Heart Society, established by Su Wen, they were guaranteed fair treatment across all professions. Even on the battlefield, Cloud Beast generals commanding armies dared not exploit the military merits of Red Heart Society members. Some may argue that the existence of the Red Heart Society allowed Su Wen to dominate the Cloud Beast tribe, enabling his tyrannical rule while secretly laying down destructive formations to annihilate worlds. Nevertheless, it is evident that during this specific historical period, the admiration of the Cloud Beast populace for Su Wen was fervent. Lastly, reflecting upon the scandal of the Eye of Heaven clan's monopolistic control that erupted a decade ago, followers of Su Wen emerged among various clans in the alliance. This incident illustrates that even after many years, Su Wen's triumph over the Eye of Heaven clan and his actions within it have been subject to reinterpretation. Some leaders from the Beast clans have publicly questioned why Su Wen did not eradicate the Eye of Heaven clan more thoroughly, allowing some royals to escape. Had Su Wen tightened his siege, the current chaos and monopolistic scandal might have been averted. In conclusion, the author wishes to convey that as researchers of history, we must maintain a calm and objective stance in reconstructing the objective events of the past, analyzing from an objective historical perspective. None can deny the personal charisma that Su Wen exhibited during the war era. As a final note, the author presents two inquiries for consideration by history professionals. Had Su Wen, as the chief of the Cloud Beast tribe, ultimately avoided destruction and been captured by the two true kings, what fate would have befallen him? And what thoughts would the two true kings, immortalized in the annals, have harbored had they known such a conclusion awaited them? After reading this article, both Su Wen's fell into silence. The title of the book alone suggests the extinction of humanity. Not merely extinction, but even the scholars of the future Beast Alliance have produced related historical accounts concerning humankind. Subsequently, Su Wen flipped to the first page. Author, Tian Yong, race, Sky Wing clan. Then, with a thought, he turned to the last page. Chronicles of Humanity's Extinction. The author and fellow contributors endeavor to present the most authentic history of humanity's demise, chronicling the upheavals that transpired in the final year of humanity, the year 2089 AD. The insights gleaned from this book are manifold. After a moment of silence, leader Su Wen remarked, setting aside other matters, one can discern much from the situation and the author's self-designation. It appears that after the Beast Alliance obliterated human society, they proceeded to implement the existing social structures of humanity. The Beast Alliance, responsible for humanity's destruction, has reconstructed the societal framework and culture of human civilization upon the ruins of humanity. Upon uttering this, leader Su Wen suddenly chuckled, acknowledging the irony. The very alliance that decimated the human race has become the most faithful custodian of human civilization. From this perspective, the irony is palpable. Another significant revelation follows. Su Wen sighed, noting that the chronicles recorded that beyond the extraordinary tier lies the true kings. It is truly astonishing that one could annihilate two true kings. Leader Su Wen chuckled helplessly, responding, I too did not foresee this. Do you believe it? I believe it. After a moment of silence, leader Su Wen curiously inquired why the belief came so swiftly this time. What happened to your innocent and inquisitive skepticism? Upon hearing this, Su Wen replied directly, because I believe that when one is unaware of the true strength of the kings and the nature of their powers, every action taken, including the self-destruction, is a gamble. In such circumstances, what else can one do but gamble? Indeed, this time, you did not pose that question that made me laugh. Leader Su Wen then gazed at the chronicles of extinction floating above. The emergence of this book is indeed timely. Thus, in matters of significant historical development, I shall no longer need to elaborate. In the future, should you require assistance with finer details, I will intervene as necessary. In this way, the influence of the unseen forces upon me will not be overly burdensome. Opposite him, Su Wen spoke solemnly. It is regrettable that this diverges somewhat from the direction of talent evolution I anticipated. Leader Su Wen queried, what direction did you expect? I envisioned directly embodying your essence, wielding extraordinary power across time and space, came the reply. Precisely. The mere act of transcending time to arrive in the past is an extraordinary feat. The more powerful one becomes, the deeper their understanding of various talents, leading to a growing appreciation for the astonishing potential of summoning the future. In other words, my talent distinctly surpasses that of surrounding extraordinary beings. Yet upon my arrival, even conveying mere future information encounters obstruction from unseen forces. If I were to personally engage, unleashing my peak prowess, would I not risk being struck down in an instant? Not only would I perish, but my past self might also meet the same fate. When confronted with the formidable forces of time and space, it is wise not to provoke them without sufficient strength to contend. Your aspirations are indeed beautiful. After a brief pause, Leader Su helplessly remarked, if one does not dare to even imagine, how can the future unfold? Su smiled and replied, if one cannot even dare to dream, how can aspirations be realized? The size of one's heart determines the size of the stage. Hearing this, Leader Su was momentarily taken aback, then stated, well, as your future, I sincerely hope that one day you can fulfill this dream. In truth, there was an unspoken thought lingering in his mind. It would be even better if it could be realized before his departure. Not only did Su wish for him to transcend time and space, but he himself also yearned to experience this tangible past world. After perusing the annals of destruction multiple times, he discovered that he could only read the beginning, the end, and the middle parts of Su's biography, thus gaining a rough understanding of the situation. Due to his innate talents being elevated, the newly emerged ancient texts of destruction were also obstructed by an unseen force. Aside from being able to view his own information and the timeline of humanity's demise, he could glean nothing else. Of course, he could see the author's name. However, the pivotal question remained. What purpose did he have for the name of the Tianyi clan's author? Was he supposed to seek them out and eliminate them? That was out of the question. In fact, if he were to encounter the Tianyi clan, he would need to quietly offer protection. What if the author of the Annals of Destruction were to perish prematurely, leading to the disappearance of the newly emerged texts? As long as the annals remained, there would be a chance to access other information in the future. He needed to focus on enhancing his own cultivation. Suddenly, Leader Su remarked, from the various manifestations within the Annals of Destruction, I feel that if your cultivation increases, you should be able to peruse more chapters. As he spoke, Leader Su clicked his tongue lightly. If the talent of the future were to vanish, yet the Annals of Destruction remain, the achievements of the next future self would likely surpass mine. After all, the presence of the annals signified that the next future self would not be devoid of support. Su nodded slightly. Indeed, from this perspective, the Annals of Destruction were not merely inconsequential. Leader Su glanced at Su. How could this possibly be inconsequential? The reason you perceive the annals as such is entirely because you are currently inexperienced. Su retorted, why are we resorting to personal attacks? Have you not realized that the Annals of Destruction serve as a supplemental capability to our extraordinary gifts? Leader Su sighed, expressing a hint of resignation. The future self who has perished can only share what he has experienced and witnessed. But what of the events following his demise? For instance, I might have dragged two true kings into a fiery end, but without these Annals of Destruction, I cannot be certain of inflicting any significant injuries on them. Pausing momentarily, Leader Su continued, to the author of the Annals of Destruction, this is merely a job, an academic endeavor, and a thesis. Yet for us, the information contained within may one day save our lives. In a certain sense, knowledge of posthumous events is more crucial than the experiences of the living. Of course, the opinions of future generations about my legacy are inconsequential. What truly matters is the assistance that this information provides you. On the opposite side, Su smiled and said, you indeed do not care about how future generations perceive you, as they are not your descendants but rather your successors. Leader Su then voiced in the next moment. He stated, if I were to maintain such simplistic, carefree optimism, I doubt I would have as much gray hair. Su chuckled, I merely jest to lighten your mood. Seeing that your expression is rather grim. Leader Su waved his hand dismissively. My happiness is of little importance. What matters is you. I hope you can always maintain this optimistic outlook, regardless of how future circumstances unfold. A daily smile is never a bad thing. Even if one day the future information you receive is so dark that it breeds despair. While others may succumb to hopelessness, you must not. Time and again, future attempts and the return of various future selves, amidst a myriad of peculiar tactics, there is always a way to break through, is there not? Su nodded in agreement. I understand. Even now, while you may feel despair, I do not. Leader Su replied, there is no need for such vivid examples. Meanwhile, elsewhere, when Su opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Lu Zhe and his companions cracking sunflower seeds and chatting casually with the sixth elder of the Spirit Deer clan. Noticing Su rise, the battle-scarred sixth elder of the Spirit Deer clan grinned widely, revealing his white teeth. What is happening? Su queried in confusion. Why are you still engaged in idle chatter? Lu Zhe pulled Su over and briefly explained the situation. So, they are seeking cooperation with us, using a multitude of rare resources to deal with the ninth elder of the Spirit Deer clan? Su clarified. It's not quite cooperation. Lu Zhe shook his head. While we have collected the resources, this matter ultimately rests in your hands. To be honest, I do not trust this deer. Luze paused, then continued. We have bled and sacrificed so much, and now he wants to seek cooperation with resources? If I were the sixth elder of the Spirit Deer clan, I would certainly want to eliminate us. Just then, Leader Su Wen's voice echoed in Su Wen's mind. All of the sixth elder's actions are a facade, including his earlier furious denunciation of the ninth elder of the Spirit Deer clan. He is imprisoned and has undoubtedly fallen into the realm of extraordinary materials. Given this, why not send us, his enemies, to the guillotine? In a few days? Once he has established rapport, he will present a coordinate to an extraordinary secret realm as a greeting gift, subsequently coaxing everyone to use his token to find his subordinates in the Lingyuan realm. Su Wen frowned and asked, "So you fell for it?" "We did fall for it. But not entirely," Luze replied. "What do you mean?" Su Wen inquired. "We formed an external avatar using the rare resources and sent it in our stead. Upon discovering it was a trap, the avatar self-destructed." Leader Su Wen sighed, lamenting the waste of that batch of rare resources. Su Wen nodded slightly and then asked, "Do you know the coordinate for the secret realm he mentioned?" "Yes." "Good, then I understand." After speaking, Su Wen approached the sixth elder of the Spirit Deer clan with a warm smile and greeted him. "Hello." The sixth elder of the Spirit Deer clan was momentarily taken aback, but, maintaining a polite demeanor, returned the greeting in accordance with his clan's customs. In the next moment, Su Wen spoke. "You failed to respond to my greeting? How rude." The sixth elder of the Spirit Deer clan replied. "What I just performed was a traditional greeting of my clan. I sincerely wish to collaborate with you, harboring no ill intentions. If you are particular about etiquette, I shall adopt your customs in our future encounters. I apologize and hope you can forgive my lack of politeness, considering my non-human status." His attitude of apology was earnest, and to express his regret, he even lowered the proud posture of his antlers. Although this newly ascended lower-tier extraordinary individual was not particularly powerful, he keenly sensed the differing attitudes of those surrounding him. Clearly, this individual held significant sway within this human extraordinary group, which determined his fate. Thus, he needed to adopt a humble stance. Most importantly, the other party bore him no grudge, and under normal circumstances, an extraordinary being would not kill him over a perceived lack of courtesy, especially given his offer of substantial extraordinary resources. Perhaps, this was merely the other party's attempt to assert dominance. Since collaboration yielded benefits and potentially even greater advantages in the future, why not embrace cooperation? However, once the tone of cooperation is established, it becomes quite reasonable to demonstrate authority. Thus, one merely needs to exhibit a degree of respect, and the other party will likely not hold grudges. Nonetheless, to err on the side of caution, the sixth elder of the Spirit Deer clan decided to take additional precautions. "How you treat me does not linger in my heart. After all, we are enemies. As such, after a defeat, anything goes. The only betrayal I cannot tolerate is that which comes from my own kin." After uttering this, the sixth elder paused momentarily before asserting with righteous fervor, "I believe no one can forgive a traitor, can they? Perhaps you currently view him as an ally. But if he can betray even his own clan, what is to stop him from stabbing you in the back? Please trust that the flames of vengeance I harbor for traitors are fierce. Who would not desire to see a traitor suffer 1,000 cuts after being wronged to such an extent? All traitors and spies in this world should have their souls extracted and burned in the fires of the underworld for countless years." Su Wen interjected, "Who are you cursing from a distance? Aside from the elder Su Wen at the beginning, who is not a traitor? The other versions of myself are nearly all traitors. For the human factions, my future self is a traitor to the race. Conversely, among the beast clans, my future self is a hidden thorn within my own tribe, especially since the leader Su Wen, through the accumulation of previous futures, directly ascended to a position of control over the Cloud Beast clan, from an undercover agent to a leader. At this juncture, he could confidently declare that no one understands subterfuge better than he does. Now, what does this deer intend to convey by proclaiming that all traitors should be subjected to the underworld's flames for eons? In the distance, the onlookers began to regard the sixth elder of the Spirit Deer clan with increasingly nuanced expressions. Initially, upon hearing Su Wen's words, they suspected ill intent, thinking he was preparing to betray them in the future. Yet, after the elder's speech, other thoughts began to emerge in their minds. Was it due to the sixth elder's piercing words? However, that seemed unlikely, as the sixth elder's words only stung, while they were the ones truly wielding instruments to pierce his heart. After all, he was a superlative powerhouse of the Spirit Deer clan, possessing a life vitality far surpassing that of a mere deer. Your reasoning is quite sound. Theoretically, I should be persuaded by your words. Su Wen maintained a stoic demeanor and replied, Yet, Reflecting on your earlier disrespectful behavior, I find myself feeling quite upset. Thus, it seems I must take your life. Killing you would bring me considerable relief. The sixth elder retorted, Are you out of your mind? Even if you intend to assert dominance, isn't this a bit excessive? To speak so casually of my demise, who could endure such a thing? Moreover, using rudeness as an excuse is rather flimsy, wouldn't you agree? Contemplating this, the sixth elder turned his gaze towards Xiao Luo, hoping that this highest-ranking human would advocate for justice on his behalf. After all, he could easily offer numerous precious resources, making his life far more valuable than his death. Furthermore, as long as he remained alive, he could continually replenish himself with superior spiritual blood and flesh. Such a fortuitous circumstance left him perplexed as to why Xiao Luo would refuse. Yet, the unfolding of events often defies expectations. Xiao Luo, wielding a soul extraction machine, had the device connected to his soul confinement container. As the machine whirred to life, Xiao Luo's expression remained calm, executing his actions with utmost efficiency and without a hint of hesitation. Not far away, Lu Zhe, Zhao Feng, and Luo Yun began to provide heartfelt and earnest support to the sixth elder as per their original plan. Why? The sixth elder's confusion had yet to fully manifest before his soul was extracted and placed into the confinement container. This unexpected efficiency made him realize that the previous sluggishness had nothing to do with the machine, but was a deliberate choice by these human transcendent beings. Suwen surveyed the room, observing everyone diligently fulfilling their roles. Aren't you curious? Curious about what? Lu Zhe replied without changing his expression. Are you suggesting we kill this old dear? If you say kill, there must be a reason behind it. Either he harbors treachery for the future, or he intends to betray us. In any case, cooperating with him would surely yield more harm than benefit. Am I wrong? Suwen nodded slightly at the remark, indicating that it could be understood in that manner. Lu Zhe questioned, what does could be understood even mean? Suddenly, Lu Zhe narrowed his eyes. From Suwen's vague tone, he sensed something amiss. Previously, Suwen's responses had been unequivocal. 1 was 1, and 2 was 2. Now, with his words shrouded in ambiguity, it could only mean one thing. The backlash from revealing the secrets of the future had begun. He had suspected that divinatory transcendent beings predicting the future would inevitably incur some side effects. It appeared that Suwen's side effects were of a delayed nature. Had it not been so, he would not have resorted to such vague phrasing to evade the impending backlash. The phrase "the secrets of heaven cannot be divulged" gained profound significance at that moment. Take care of yourself. If you need anything, do not hesitate to let us know, Lu Zhe said, his eyes filled with concern. Nearby, Xiao Luo sighed as well. Whatever the cost, if you require any transcendent resources, feel free to approach me. I can mobilize all transcendent resources from the national treasury. As soon as the words left his lips, Xiao Luo gestured, and a virtual screen appeared before him, filled with a myriad of images and texts. Each line of images and text represented a category of transcendent resources. In the distance, Zhao Feng and Luo Yun's expressions grew heavy, although they were unaware of the unfolding events. The fact that both Lu and Xiao spoke in such a manner indicated that their leader's body or soul might be facing some form of crisis. This was undoubtedly the worst possible news for them. I am in good health, Suwen waved his hand dismissively. A friend of mine has observed a future where human society meets its demise. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe and Xiao Luo exchanged knowing glances. Indeed, their suspicions were confirmed. Suwen was employing rhetoric to sidestep the backlash from the secrets of the future. As for the mention of a friend, that was rather obvious. This friend was undoubtedly himself. What future did your friend observe? Lu Zhe inquired gravely. My friend foretold that before the next century dawns, human society will be utterly destroyed. Suwen adopted a tone that invited speculation, deliberately withholding explicit details about the future information, as he sought to conduct an experiment. If Leader Suwen could evade unseen forces through such means, perhaps he could assist others in doing the same. At the very least, delaying the arrival of that ominous force by an hour would be a gain. Is the time of humanity's extinction set for 2099? Lu Zhe asked after a moment of silence. Suwen offered no response to this query. Subsequently, Lu Zhe began to guess year by year. When he reached 2089, Suwen suddenly lifted a nearby cup and took a sip. Observing this, Lu Zhe's eyes flickered, and he grasped the implication. Decades hence, humanity will meet its demise. This revelation weighed heavily upon everyone, suffocating them with its gravity and solidifying the atmosphere around them. Zhao Feng struggled to voice his thoughts, but considering their leader's condition, he swallowed his inquiries. He could not comprehend how, with such a formidable leader present, humanity could face annihilation. Was it possible that the future leader had been slain? As this unsettling notion surfaced, Zhao Feng felt a profound unease. Regardless of whether viewed from a personal or national perspective, a figure like the leader ought to thrive. For the nation, the leader embodies hope. For oneself, the emergence of the leader heralds a meteoric rise, marked by the elevation of innate talents and the influx of extraordinary resources, even rare treasures. In fact, one might already sense the imminent ascension to a mid-level extraordinary status. When such a surge of ambition arises, it signifies rapid advancement. Compared to the past, one's current pace of growth is indeed swift. However, should the leader face peril in the future, one's extraordinary prowess would be woefully inadequate. Failing to reach a superior status would likely render one of little assistance to the leader. Suddenly, a series of resounding knocks reverberated from the surrounding barriers. The crowd turned to behold team leader Yang, exuberantly bouncing about like a jubilant monkey, his face flushed with excitement. Noticing this, Xiao Luo waved his hand, granting Yang entry. "Ha! Everyone, I bring tidings of great joy. I have ascended to a superior rank. From this moment forth, I too am a formidable force." Upon uttering these words, Yang turned to Su Wan. "I hope I haven't disappointed you. I was merely a hair's breadth away from the claws of that superior spirit leopard. Faced with the impending danger, my mind was as calm as still water, unperturbed. In that moment, profound insights about life and death flooded my consciousness, revealing that I would ascend to a superior status in the next heartbeat." However, mid-sentence, Yang abruptly halted, sensing an oppressive atmosphere among his companions, a stark contrast to his own elation. He understood his teammates' dispositions well. They would undoubtedly feel joy for his ascension, albeit with a hint of envy, given that he had achieved this milestone before turning 30, suggesting a promising future for attaining an even higher status. "What has happened?" Yang, regaining his composure, approached Lu Zhe and inquired softly. "It is nothing of great consequence," Lu Zhe replied, his expression unchanged. "We have just learned the approximate timeline for humanity's extinction, which has dampened our spirits." Yang raised an eyebrow, a question mark forming slowly above his head. Humanity is destined for extinction? And this is not a big deal? Was it that he had fallen behind the times, or had Lu Zhe's mind been clouded by such news? "Congratulations," Su Wen interjected, patting Yang on the shoulder. "You have achieved your first milestone, ascending to a superior rank. Now, all that remains is for you to consume the life herb, and you shall possess superior combat prowess." Yang's face fell. Under normal circumstances, I should be elated by my advancement, yet now, I find it hard to muster a smile. Su Wen smiled slightly. "What is there to frown about? Look at me. I'm smiling." Yang paused, taken aback. It was indeed a momentous event. Yet Zhao Feng and Luo Yun bore expressions of profound sorrow. Why then did Lu Zhe, Xiao Luo, and Su Wen appear so nonchalant? Had he overlooked some crucial information? Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Yang's mind. He recalled that the future could indeed be altered, were it not for the possibility of change. He likely would not have ascended to a superior status, and a grim fate awaited him. If his own future could be transformed, then surely the fate of humanity could be as well. "As for the other nations, I am unconcerned, provided that our homeland remains safe," he declared. Xiao Luo shook his head. "Your perspective is rather narrow. The research and conquest departments, aren't they two of the most hawkish factions?" Yang recalled the previous year's border conflicts, where the conquest department proposed deploying extraordinary forces, while the research department suggested cutting off the enemy's water supply at its source. "Without water, how will they thrive?" Yang mused. "I was merely expressing a common sentiment, and yet you, a leader of the research department, deem my thoughts narrow-minded? If other nations were swiftly eradicated, I shudder to think of the strength the beastly alliance would wield," Xiao Luo stated firmly. "Moreover, consider this, with so many people outside, even if we were to use our bodies as a shield for the beasts, they could still feast for a considerable time." Yang nodded. "Your words are enlightening. Indeed, I have been somewhat narrow-minded. You are correct. The people outside could be utilized." Leader Su Wen's voice resounded once more. "Compared to the beastly alliance, we humans remain woefully weak. Thus, we might release more advanced cultivation methods, and even future techniques and combat strategies, to arm extraordinary individuals across various nations, allowing them to grow stronger at a slightly slower pace than our own. In doing so, when the beastly alliance launches its invasion, humanity may endure a little longer." After a brief pause, Leader Su Wen added gravely, "Of course, I am not addressing you specifically. The above suggestions were shared by a friend of mine. I found them quite insightful, hence my soliloquy." Su Wen pondered aloud. Are these last-minute precautions truly effective? Is the unseen force that impedes us so easily deceived? Moments later, he queried in his mind, "By the way, I adopted your vague terminology earlier. Did it prove beneficial?" After a contemplative silence, Leader Su Wen replied, "Would you care to review what you have previously articulated?" "What is it?" "The timeline of humanity's extinction is derived from the history of demise, is it not?" Suwon paused before asking, is the unseen force that obstructs us so distinctly categorized? Leader Suwon sighed. One pertains to the future self. The other to the history of demise. These are clearly two distinct abilities. Why would you believe they are one and the same? Nevertheless, since that force impedes me, it likely also hinders the history of demise. Thus, your actions were not in vain. Continue as you are, and perhaps a small surprise awaits in the future. As he spoke, Leader Suwon shifted topics. By the way, my friend informed me that Luze need not infiltrate the Spirit Deer clan any longer. It serves no purpose. Suwon's eyes flickered with interest. I was just about to inquire about that. What transpired? The Spirit Deer clan possesses a treasure system that directly perceives the essence of souls. On the second day of Luze's infiltration, he was discovered. Wasn't it said that one could blend in amidst the chaos? That was indeed the case. But the crux of the matter lies in the fact that a royal beast descendant was slain, followed by the death of a sixth elder. This turmoil within the Spirit Deer clan drew in external powerful entities who seized the opportunity to hunt the clan's high-blooded members. Thus, the clan suffered significant losses, leading to the establishment of such a treasure system. Therefore, Luze's failure in infiltration rests upon us? After a moment of silence, Leader Suwon murmured, one thing I truly did not foresee is that the extraordinary individuals of the Spirit Deer clan are quite loose-lipped. Their guiding techniques are known to so many other clans. Typically, the Spirit Deer clan is stable, and their defenses are formidable, but once internal strife erupted, the extraordinary beings from the Beastly Alliance swiftly capitalized on the chaos. Suwon pondered, what ultimately became of Luze? Leader Suwon sighed. Aside from enduring immense torment and the collapse of his soul, what other outcome could there be? Upon hearing those words, Suwon seemed to envision Luze, who had met a tragic end after enduring various tortures. In that fleeting moment, Suwon's gaze towards Luze shifted subtly. What's wrong? Luze, perceptive to the change in Suwon's eyes, inquired. Suwon regarded him, hesitating to speak. Luze urged, brother, please say what you wish to convey. When someone who can glimpse the future looks at me like that, it unnerves me, you know? Chapter 64, Team Leader Yang. I am a selfish person. 5. A friend of mine informed me that if you were to infiltrate the Linglu tribe in the future, you would meet a grim fate. Suwon pondered for a moment, clarifying that this was merely what his friend had told him, suggesting Luze take it lightly and not dwell on it too much. Luze responded, are you implying that the last statement is a reflection of your own situation? Or perhaps, upon revealing the future, Suwon faces an even harsher backlash from the heavenly secrets? The crux of the matter is, if such a scenario were to arise, shouldn't there be some enigmatic hints? The rest, you shall decipher on your own. Not even a glance or a distinctly expressive countenance shall be offered. Suwon should be quite familiar with these classic methods of evading the repercussions of revealing heavenly secrets. Even if he wasn't one would come to understand after experiencing the backlash a few times. However, given Suwon's ability to foresee the future, his actions surely hold their own rationale. During my infiltration, I was discovered and subsequently killed. Luze looked up, pondering whether the internal conflicts within the Linglu tribe were so intense that upon my entry, I failed to find my own path, and thus perished amidst the power struggles. Suwon shook his head, stating no, you would be discovered immediately upon entry and then tortured to death. Luze remarked that this was a path he had never envisioned. Being exposed upon entry left little room for stealth. Subsequently, Suwon provided a general overview of various circumstances within the Linglu tribe. Upon finishing, Luze frowned and remarked, so, if no other races interfere, the Linglu tribe is unlikely to reveal the treasure connection system? Nearby, Xiao Luo raised his right hand, capturing everyone's attention. The treasure connection system, as the name suggests, is a systemic protection mechanism generated by the collaboration of numerous treasures, possibly dozens. If you cannot grasp this concept, think of this system as a superformation covering the Linglu realm. The critical points of this formation serve as its eyes, each suppressed by a treasure. Moreover, the attributes and abilities of each treasure must complement one another without causing any conflict, not to mention the challenges of collecting these treasures. The energy consumed by this superformation daily is astronomical. Thus, the Linglu tribe is disinclined to activate this formation unless absolutely necessary. At this juncture, Xiao Luo paused, then solemnly added, however, since this formation can directly perceive the essence of souls, it holds immense value for any faction. For instance, if our Huaxia possessed such a superformation, all high-level alien beasts lurking within our land would be utterly exposed. Naturally, if such a grand formation were to be further enhanced with monitoring or precision strike capabilities, it could blanket all of Huaxia. Once the gates of alien beasts open, this superformation could mobilize the military and coordinate with extraordinary individuals for precise strikes. Suddenly, Luze interjected. If we were to inscribe some auxiliary patterns on top of it, aimed at healing or amplification functions, Huaxia's overall strength would witness a monumental enhancement. Upon uttering this, Lu Zhe and Xiao Luo exchanged glances, both recognizing the excitement reflected in each other's eyes. At this moment, their thoughts aligned as never before. How splendid it would be if they could procure this super formation from within the Linglu tribe or unravel its principles. The implementation of this formation is not particularly challenging. Leader Su Wen suddenly stated, the treasures serving as eyes, enhancing monitoring, amplification, and spatial transmission functionalities can indeed be realized. The core difficulty lies not here, but rather in securing a formation core with unprecedented computational prowess. The selection of this formation core also hinges on a crucial factor. It must be ensured that the core steadfastly aligns with our side, impervious to any attempts of seduction or capture by adversaries. Ideally, it should not be a spirit born from artifacts, as such entities can be easily subdued with certain secret techniques. Technological constructs like supercomputers inherently conflict with the inscriptions of treasures. Hence, if you genuinely wish to create such a super formation, there exists but one method. Upon stating this, he fell silent. Yet Su Wen discerned his unspoken intentions. From the moment Leader Su Wen mentioned the formation core with exceptional computational ability, he understood who he was alluding to, the head of the research office, Xiao Luo. His extraordinary talent lies in formidable computational deduction. Coupled with the sixth elder of the Linglu tribe's ability to restore souls, they complement each other remarkably, making Xiao Luo exceptionally suited to become the formation core. Most importantly, Xiao Luo harbors immense enthusiasm for the nation. After this period of interaction, alongside the first-hand experiences of multiple future selves, it is abundantly clear that Xiao Luo is the singularly appropriate choice for the formation core. However, the process of appointing someone as the formation core is undoubtedly arduous, even bordering on brutal. What are your thoughts? After a moment of silence, Su Wen turned to Lu Zhe and inquired. Lu Zhe, with unwavering resolve, replied, since we are aware of the future developments, perhaps we can devise a way to evade the hunts from other alien races against the Linglu tribe at this juncture. So, do you still wish to go to the Linglu tribe? Indeed, the treasure connection system of the Linglu tribe bears immense significance for Huaxia. Given my exceptional circumstances, why should I not pursue this path? You may very well die, and in a manner that involves your soul being extracted and tortured to the brink of collapse. After a brief silence, Lu Zhe smiled and responded, someone must undertake such a task, mustn't they? If someone must sacrifice themselves to forge a peaceful and prosperous era, why shouldn't it be me? Others may venture forth to certain death. I possess the guise of the Linglu tribe. As long as I navigate adeptly, there remains a chance of survival. After uttering this, Lu Zhe paused before continuing. Furthermore, even if I refrain from going, humanity will face extinction in a few decades. Given this, what do I have to fear? Perhaps by embarking on this journey, I could emerge as a hero renowned through the ages? At that moment, Team Leader Yang suddenly remarked, I cannot ascertain whether you will become a hero, but I do know that heroes often do not meet favorable ends. Lu Zhe retorted, Team Leader Yang, your words are truly dismal. It's better to remain silent than to speak and leave others speechless. Su Wen, the situation you divined through your friend may also evolve. Lu Zhe disregarded Team Leader Yang and turned to Su Wen, implying that it is not necessarily the current me who will perish. As long as I am alive in the present, I cannot be deemed dead. What do you think? Su Wen cast a sidelong glance at Lu Zhe, detecting the firmness in his tone. In the next moment, he surveyed the surroundings, reiterating Leader Su Wen's words, of course. Prefaced with I have a friend and appended with this is merely a suggestion. He would not interfere with Lu Zhe's choice. Just as his future self delved into the jaws of danger, infiltrating and assuming the role of leader, the brutality of such decisions is not for the faint-hearted. If he can make such a choice, why can't Lu Zhe? It is merely a matter of surviving against overwhelming odds in their current endeavors of altering the future. Which extraordinary outcome has been achieved through countless life or death trials to gather intelligence? Thus, after Lu Zhe made his choice, he too would pose the question of the formation core to Xiao Luo. This inquiry need not be directed at me. I harbor no alternative answers in my heart. Xiao Luo smiled gently, declaring that when the nation calls upon him, he selflessly relinquishes his other identities to join the research office. Now, as the nation requires his service once more, to become the core of the formation that will safeguard the homeland in the future, he remains resolute and unwavering. Should our envisioned formation successfully be constructed, it would serve as a sharp sword in our hands when confronting the encroachment of alien beasts and the chaos of war. To possess such a sword, yet choose not to wield it is tantamount to being without one. After uttering these words, Xiao Luo's lips curled into a smile. Even before arriving here, he had analyzed various data from the extraordinary being's headquarters. juxtaposing the frequency of the alien beasts' appearances and the strength of their factions, leading him to make a preliminary prediction. However, the data from the development office was rather imprecise, compounded by the alien beast alliance's continuous concealment, alongside the infiltration of high-level alien beasts. His initial prediction for humanity's demise was between 2062 and 2065. Therefore, upon learning that the true date of humanity's extinction was 2089, he felt a surge of joy in his heart. After all, the future indeed seems to be progressing in a favorable direction rather than remaining stagnant. Given the current strength of the extraordinary being's headquarters, coupled with the assistance of the super formation, he believed that postponing the extinction date by 20 years was entirely feasible. To extend the existence of the nation and its people by 2 decades through his own efforts was, in his view, a worthy endeavor. Nearby, Team Leader Yang surveyed his surroundings, observing the eager willingness of his comrades to make sacrifices, and he felt a whirlwind of emotions. After a moment, he spoke. "I am not as altruistic as you all. I am a rather selfish individual. I fight, I strive to cultivate, and I hone my killing techniques, fully aware of the impending war brought about by the alien beast invasion. My sole desire amidst this turmoil is to protect my family, loved ones, and friends. If possible, I wish for none of you to make sacrifices. After all, I truly do not wish to witness the deaths of those close to me, especially dear friends with whom I share close bonds." Across from him, Luze interjected, "Team Leader Yang, everyone wishes to survive. Yet the changes in the world have left us with no choices." Upon hearing this, Team Leader Yang fell into silence once more. After a while, he turned to Su-Wen and inquired, "You said that I would become invincible in the same realm, suppressing an entire race alone. Does that mean that once I achieve a higher level, everyone will no longer need to sacrifice themselves?" Su-Wen sighed. "Achieving a higher level is not enough. The strongest beings do not yet emerge above that level." Team Leader Yang inhaled deeply. "What realm exists above that?" Su-Wen replied without flinching, "The true king. If I were to become a true king, could I save everyone? Naturally. Then I shall strive towards the goal of becoming a true king." After saying this, Team Leader Yang hesitated briefly before asking, "By the way, if I consume the life herb and descend to a higher level, would my combat power then equate to that of a true king?" Su-Wen responded, "Among the top-tier extraordinary beings in the Alien Beast Alliance, which of them has not consumed the life herb? For weaker races, the life herb is precious and can only be obtained through struggle. Yet for powerful factions, it is akin to the beautiful flowers growing in their gardens. If the higher level is like this, one can only imagine the true kings. For them, the life herb is merely roadside weeds, as a single request would bring a heap to them. Your ability to ask such innocent and straightforward questions reveals the purity of your heart." Su-Wen patted Team Leader Yang's shoulder, encouraging him. "I hope you can maintain this childlike heart as you grow braver in battle." Yang nodded, expressing gratitude for the compliment, yet he noted, "But you still haven't answered my previous question." The crowd chimed in, "Brother, are you pretending not to understand, or do you truly not comprehend?" Su-Wen nearly pointed at his nose to berate him for his foolishness, yet considering it, this was indeed something Team Leader Yang could do. If not for his presence as a comic relief, the atmosphere within the team would not be so lively. With that thought, Zhao Feng volunteered to explain to Team Leader Yang just how foolish his question was. "I see." Team Leader Yang glanced at Zhao Feng and said, "Zhao Feng, I have a task for you. If I ever fail to understand something in the future, you can convey it to me telepathically." Zhao Feng grinned. "Got it, Captain. Rest assured, I will be your simultaneous translator from now on. If anyone calls you a fool, stupid, or any other derogatory term, I will make sure to inform you immediately." Team Leader Yang then asked in a soft tone, "Zhao Feng, were you just insulting me?" Zhao Feng shook his head. "Absolutely not. I just happen to have insights after ascending to a higher level. Once everyone is done here, I will guide you on your combat techniques. Last time, I merely provided combat tips, and I ended up getting myself beaten. This time, if we evolve it into a killing move, what will I end up doing to myself?" With this thought, he turned to Su-Wen. "Boss, save me." Su-Wen waved his hand, assuring him, "Don't worry, with me around, my healing abilities will definitely keep up. And Team Leader Yang will not be able to kill you." Zhao Feng replied, "Boss, now that you've said that, I was originally only going to take 3 hits. With your healing ability, I estimate I'll have to endure at least 5. What a calamity." After sharing a few jokes, Team Leader Yang inquired about the conditions for ascending from a higher level to a true king. For these queries, not only Su-Wen was uncertain, but even the leader Su-Wen himself lacked knowledge. After all, the information they had on true kings primarily stemmed from historical records of humanity's extinction. Though he was not entirely clear on this matter, he knew that the promotion to true king certainly involved understanding the rules. After pondering briefly, Leader Su-Wen transmitted, "A higher level comprehends the rules, while a true king must have grasped the rules to a certain height. 100 higher-level beings cannot withstand the direct assault of a true king. From this, one can perceive the might of a true king. Unless we use the world as a bomb and ourselves as bait, it is truly impossible to eliminate those true kings. Upon hearing this, Suwin's eyes lit up. What a brilliant strategy! If self-detonation in the cloud beast realm can eliminate 2 true kings, then with proper execution, perhaps we can take out even more in the future. However, this would require us to seize multiple worlds to serve as bomb storage. Of course, while the world can continuously yield extraordinary resources, using one merely as a disposable bomb is a tremendous waste. Yet, in the face of desperation, it may serve as a viable option. If we can eliminate even one true king, it would create a deterrent against the alien beast alliance. After all, judging from the 2 questions left in the extinction history, true kings are indeed the upper echelon even within the entire alien beast alliance. In other words, a world bomb is akin to a nuclear bomb. If you dare to kill me, I shall take you down with me. Naturally, if we could set up a teleportation formation in advance, perhaps we could still fight for a glimmer of hope. By the way, there is a certain race you must tread carefully around. Leader Suwin, having used a familiar prefix of friendship, spoke solemnly. When I mention the name of this race, you might be taken aback. Upon hearing this, Suwin straightened his expression. I am mentally prepared. Go ahead. The Ghost Clan. The name of this clan indeed startled him. In the initial timeline, Liu Ze led a team to the Ghost Clan, resulting in the devastating defeat of Squad 112. However, it is well known that the weaker the clan, the sooner they manifest. The powerful alien beast clans are biding their time, waiting in the wings. In fact, the vast majority of the alien beast alliance's powerful beings have yet to descend due to the suppression from the human realm. The Ghost Clan, under normal circumstances, is merely a low-tier race affiliated with other clans. Is there any hidden secret? The Ghost Clan is renowned for its bizarre reputation in the future. The leader, Suwin, spoke in a deep voice. According to classified documents from the Cloud Beast clan, there was once a conflict between the top 10 clans, the Radiant clan and the Spectral clan. The Radiant clan mobilized a vast army to the borders of the Spectral realm. After that, there was no further development. The Radiant clan swiftly annihilated the Spectral clan with such rapidity that all other clans were left unable to respond. However, in the future, the Spectral clan appeared to have little presence, rarely participating in the affairs of the Beast Alliance Council, as if they were an independent faction apart from the alliance. Remarkably, the higher echelons of the Beast Alliance seemed to turn a blind eye to the various actions of the Spectral clan. At this point, Suwin paused briefly before continuing. In the short term, you should not have any conflicts with the Spectral clan. Thus, all you need to remember is this. There is nothing more to it. Upon hearing this, Suwin expressed confusion. What if the Spectral clan comes knocking, intent on exterminating us? Suwin raised an eyebrow, questioning in astonishment. Why waste words? We should strike them down directly. If one blow is not enough, we can strike multiple times, prolonging the timeline. I refuse to believe we cannot eradicate them. Meanwhile, in the Spirit Deer realm, the 9th Elder of the Spirit Deer clan returned to the clan and immediately proceeded to the Elders' Hall to meet with several elders. The capture of the 6th Elder sparked significant concern within the Spirit Deer clan. In an instant, powerful auras surged within the Elders' pavilion. What did you say? The 1st Elder of the Spirit Deer clan exclaimed furiously. A human transcendent understands the Spirit Leopard clan better than you do during battle? They even know the 6th Elder's vital weakness? Damn it. How did the humans come to know this? Our cultivation methods have never been shared with outsiders. Could there be a traitor among us? As soon as he finished speaking, all the surrounding elders stood up. Investigate. I want a thorough inquiry. Since the 6th Elder was captured in the Spirit Leopard realm, the Spirit Leopard clan no longer has any reason to exist. After the order to annihilate the clan resonated within the Elder's pavilion, the strong warriors of the Spirit Leopard clan who had accompanied the 9th Elder found themselves in dire straits. They had brought their direct descendants, believing they had arrived in a safe haven, only to be met with a brutal massacre. During the battle of the Spirit Leopard realm, they had received orders from the Elders' Council of the Spirit Deer clan and had utilized the full strength of their clan to fight fiercely. Thus, they anticipated at least not facing repercussions from the Spirit Deer clan for their actions, especially since the casualties among the lower-tier members of the Spirit Leopard clan were catastrophic. In other words, the situation was scarcely different from annihilation. However, if they extended the timeline hundreds or even thousands of years later, their transcendent bloodlines could give rise to a new Spirit Leopard clan. Yet, they could never have anticipated such a sweeping purge. As a subordinate race to the Spirit Deer clan, the Spirit Leopard clan was already significantly weaker, and in the Spirit Deer's domain, it was even easier to eliminate them. We have shed blood for the Spirit Deer clan. The leader of the Spirit Leopard clan shouted angrily while fending off the onslaught of Spirit Deer warriors. "We have rendered service to the Spirit Deer clan. I demand to see the elders." The surrounding Spirit Deer warriors remained indifferent, their expressions unchanged. After all, the order for the purge had emanated from the Elders' Pavilion. As for the grievances of the Spirit Leopard clan, the sixth elder was captured by a human transcendent in the Spirit Leopard realm, and someone had to bear the consequences of this incident. The ninth elder, being of noble blood, and with his only offspring having recently perished, meant that the responsibility fell squarely on the Spirit Leopard clan. The annihilation of the Spirit Leopard clan would serve as a farewell for the sixth elder. The Spirit Deer clan intended to make it abundantly clear to those subordinate clans that fleeing in battle would lead to certain death. Only through a fierce fight could there be a glimmer of hope. With the Spirit Leopard clan annihilated, the existence of the Spirit Leopard realm was rendered unnecessary. Soon, another command resonated from the Elders' Pavilion. Assemble a counter-restraining formation and dispatch the third squad of the third guard with the holy marks to the Spirit Leopard realm. Exterminate the human race. Destroy the Spirit Leopard realm. Yet, when the Spirit Deer warriors, having paid a heavy price for the counter-restraining measures, arrived in the Spirit Leopard realm, they found it utterly deserted. If it weren't for the spatial coordinates being infallible, they might have thought they had entered a desolate land instead of the Spirit Leopard realm. Not a single familiar building of the Spirit Leopard clan remained. Even the fertile spiritual soil and springs, as well as the spirit bricks and tiles, had been completely removed, leaving nothing behind. At that moment, the once thriving Spirit Leopard realm lay barren, resembling a wasteland. There was nothing of value in sight. Alas, the impoverished state of Huaxia rendered it so. The Spirit Leopard realm had been selected by the Spirit Deer clan for the cultivation of life grass, and without a doubt, the concentration of spiritual energy within was remarkable. Thus, every building, every water source, and every piece of land contained an abundance of enviable spiritual energy. Therefore, anything that could be taken was seized. The transcendent leaders led the charge, harvesting various resources, while subsequent squads and soldiers dispatched from the military wielded tools to dig furiously. This battle's most valuable asset was the life grass cultivation zones, followed closely by the overwhelming quantity of spiritual soil and springs within the Spirit Leopard realm. Transporting these back to Huaxia would undoubtedly elevate the concentration of spiritual energy significantly. The harvest of spirit food in the following year would also experience a geometric surge. Thus, they dug deeper and deeper. As long as there was fertile spiritual soil, they would continue to excavate. It was only due to the transcendent being's superior abilities and the aid of extraordinary tools that the task could be accomplished in a short time. Otherwise, it would have been a challenge to clear the area. This was the true meaning of reaching new heights. After swiftly packing up all the resources, the commander of the expedition and the military minister promptly withdrew under Xiao Luo's directive. "Captain, what should we do?" A member of the third squad surveyed the barren surroundings, frowning as they questioned. With the Spirit Leopard realm in such a state, is there still a need to detonate it? He observed that the main spiritual vein in the center of the realm had been severed and rendered useless. What difference did this make from destroying the world itself? After a moment of silence, the captain raised his head and declared, "Execute the orders from the Elders' Pavilion. Blow up the Spirit Leopard realm. As for the rest, I will report back to the Elders' Pavilion." Meanwhile, on another front, Su Wan, in accordance with the grand plan proposed by leader Su Wan, instructed Xiao Luo to trade the first version of the breathing method through national channels. On one hand, this would allow for the harvesting of global resources through future cultivation theories to strengthen Huaxia. On the other hand, with the enhancement of global powers, the impending invasion of the Beast Alliance would not be as easily accomplished. At the very least, it would provide a buffer period. Most importantly, once other nations tasted the benefits of reforming cultivation theories, they would inevitably place greater emphasis on innovating breathing methods, investing heavily in research and innovation. In due time, we would reap a wealth of critical information and cultivation insights. Armed with the foreign research on cultivation theories and methodologies, we could continuously harvest resources from abroad. Such prospects were indeed enticing. And as talents from around the world flocked like carp crossing a river, perhaps a wandering soul from another nation might possess an extraordinary gift for research and cultivation. Consequently, the human alliance would inevitably witness the emergence of more formidable beings. Su Wan, the chief, consented to this transaction. Xiao Luo's eyes sparkled as he spoke. Our research department has segmented the key points of the first version of the breathing method into 10 parts. Subsequently, the Expedition Office and the Foreign Trade Office will jointly package the first set of cultivation points and send it to the transcendent beings of Melina, Britannia, the Western Alliance, and the Bear Nation for their appraisal. Suwon inquired, Will these nations communicate privately? Xiao Luo, maintaining a steady demeanor, affirmed they will undoubtedly engage in clandestine discussions. Between nations, there exists no friendship, only self-interest. Might these nations consider a joint purchase? To this, we have imposed certain restrictions. A sole contract? What can such a thing truly constrain? After a brief silence, Su Wen softly stated, matters of expertise should be entrusted to the experts. You may decide. Xiao Luo nodded slightly, and then remarked, Su Wen, we in Huaxia possess several treasures as well. Here is a list of our treasures. Do peruse and see if anything piques your interest. With a wave of his right hand, a virtual screen materialized before the assembly. At this juncture, the leader Su Wen interjected, let us select the primordial cloak. Su Wen's eyes flickered as he pondered, what purpose does this treasure serve? It is of little significance. The least useful among the treasures provided by Xiao Luo. A question mark slowly ascended above Su Wen's head. The least useful treasure, and you suggest I choose this? I have scrutinized this list of treasures many times. The leader Su Wen whispered, had there been anything beneficial for us, I would never have allowed you to select the primordial cloak. The reason for this choice is that in the future, we can utilize this cloak as a catalyst to refine a significantly important treasure through the principle of reforging. The treasure of the Tianyin clan, the Tianyuan mirror. This mirror can observe the manifestation laws of the universe. With proper application in the future, it could potentially give rise to a new class of transcendent beings. It was only when I completely occupied the Tianyin realm that I discovered this treasure's existence amidst the ruins of that realm. Alas, due to the final landing war, the Tianyuan mirror was shattered. However, I have now discerned its precise location, so we have a strong probability of acquiring it. Su Wen furrowed his brow. But if the Tianyin clan possesses such a treasure, should not their transcendent beings be numerous? How could you compete? The leader Su Wen scoffed. Under normal circumstances, indeed, it should be so. However, the class divisions within the Tianyin clan are exceptionally severe. One could say the upper echelon and the lower echelon belong to entirely different species. Can you fathom that among the top 10 super races, the lower Tianyin clan comprises ordinary beings devoid of cultivation? Only those of pure bloodlines in the upper Tianyin clan have the opportunity to cultivate. When I learned of this, I was astounded by the operations of the Tianyin clan. I later discovered that the Tianyin clan divides its populace based on the color of their pupils. The upper and lower classes are entirely severed. Should the lower Tianyin clan gain extraordinary powers, they would be the first to unseat the ruling upper class. Such a peculiar racial situation and the emergence of such an odd policy of restriction are quite understandable, are they not? Su Wen replied, it is indeed understandable. Which is why the Tianyin clan was eradicated. They possess such formidable treasures yet fail to fully utilize their capabilities. Subsequently, Su Wen conveyed his choice to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo had intended to dissuade him, but, considering Su Wen's extraordinary talent, chose to remain silent. Among those present, who could possibly comprehend treasures better than Su Wen? Likely, no one. Since Su Wen made such a choice, he must have his reasons. Perhaps this seemingly worthless primordial cloak could transform from dross to diamond in the right hands? I trust your judgment will not falter. In a couple of days, the primordial cloak will be delivered to you. Su Wen nodded and began to direct everyone in their respective duties. Under normal circumstances, the heart of the Deer 9 would serve as the primary material to enhance Yang's endurance on the battlefield. However, with the superior option of the 6th elder of the Spirit Deer clan at our disposal, we shall set the Deer 9's heart aside for now. After all, the heart of the Spirit Deer clan brims with vitality, suitable as a primary material for various potions or formulas. Once everyone was arranged, Su Wen prepared to engage in cultivation. His strength remained too feeble. He was merely a lower-tier transcendent, although he had only recently awakened to his transcendent abilities. The myriad events he had encountered in such a short span might take others years, if not decades, to experience. The constant specter of death looming over him intensified his yearning for formidable power. Yet this time, his cultivation environment differed significantly. After all, Xiao Luo held the second-tier authority to mobilize national treasury resources and could freely access foundational cultivation resources like energy crystals. Thus, surrounding the chamber where Su Wen meditated, he arranged over a dozen spirit-gathering arrays, utilizing energy crystals as a foundation. The concentration of spiritual energy was so dense that it was nearly visible to the naked eye. Approaching a liquid state. In an environment of ample resources, let me guide you, the leader Su Wen manifested, sitting cross-legged in the void. Let us set a modest goal. Within 2 days, achieve mid-tier status. I am also eager to see if your abilities to summon the future and the history of demise will change upon your ascension. Not to mention, if the history of demise could turn a page, it would be a tremendous boon. Su Wen nodded slightly. I too wish to ascend to mid-tier. That way, I would possess the combat prowess of a higher-tier transcendent. True warfare does not unfold on the front line, but in the clashes of the transcendent. Thus, even if you attain higher tier strength, you remain but a fledgling. We are nearly there. At the very least, your combat level should surpass that of the first future self. The Elder Su-1? Indeed. You likely need not ascend. You could probably defeat him now. Yet, it is not certain, though your life level surpasses his. You have never taken a life nor engaged in a life and death struggle. Should a confrontation arise, you might well find yourself in dire straits. Su-Wen's lips twitched, yet he found merit in the words spoken. At present, he possessed only cultivation. His close combat abilities, striking techniques, and soul secret arts remained unrefined. Although each future self had left behind fragments of their soul and precious memories, he had not adequately absorbed them recently. It seemed he must carve out time to train and enhance his combat abilities. Without sufficient strength, unforeseen circumstances would invariably arise. Now, calm your mind and guide the surrounding spiritual energy according to my breathing rhythm. The leader Su-Wen floated in the void, adopting a similar meditative posture. As he guided the energy, he observed the myriad transformations within Su-Wen's being. Having experienced such phenomena himself, he was well acquainted with his past body, allowing him to pinpoint any issues that Su-Wen encountered during his cultivation. From aiding the cultivation to directing the spiritual energy, even the soul power utilized during acupoint breakthroughs was under precise control. Thus, under the guidance of the leader Su-Wen, the surrounding spiritual energy surged into Su-Wen's body at a tremendous pace. Simultaneously, the vast energy accumulated deep within Su-Wen's soul began to awaken under the stimulation of the spiritual energy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The aura surrounding Su-Wen rapidly ascended at a visible rate. Anyone observing would surely be astonished by the magnitude of this enhancement. This was not merely cultivation. It resembled a transcendent being recultivating after dispersing their powers. Everything unfolded seamlessly. During this process, there were nearly no stumbles. Even when encountering a couple of obstacles, they were swiftly overcome, allowing him to continue his ascent and cultivation. Boom. Accompanied by a surge of flourishing energy, Su-Wen's aura reached its zenith. Crack, crack. The sound of breaking chains echoed from within Su-Wen, as if shackles deep within his bloodline were being shattered, or chains binding his free spirit were being struck apart. Finally, Su-Wen abruptly opened his eyes, a terrifying golden light flashing within them. Moments later, Su-Wen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Yet this surge of anger resembled an arrow released from its bowstring, directly blasting a significant hole into the wall before him. You certainly have a powerful breath, remarked leader Su-Wen with a cheerful smile. If someone were standing beside you, wouldn't they be swept away by your exhalation? Su-Wen stretched lazily and added, Are you talking about yourself? Indeed. When I was ascending to the intermediate level, I had these thoughts, but I hesitated to voice them, considering it inappropriate, he replied. You contained it then, but upon returning to the past, you spoke out. Isn't that just you mocking yourself? By the way, how long did I take this time? Su-Wen shifted the conversation. 2 days. What's wrong? No, I'm merely astonished at your accurate guess. Leader Su-Wen raised an eyebrow. Come on. I've broken through to the intermediate level. Providing an exact time is trivial. Upon uttering this, a glimmer sparked in leader Su-Wen's eyes. In the next moment, an abundance of words, constructed from the soul, appeared before them. This is the breathing technique that has been passed down in my future timeline, boasting an efficiency in combat assistance improvement of nearly 30% over the one disseminated by Master Su-Wen. I shall refer to it as the 30th version of the breathing technique. Elder Su-Wen brought the initial version of the technique. Agent Su-Wen holds the 10th version. Master Su-Wen has the 20th, and mine is the 30th. Doesn't this clarify things considerably? As Su-Wen utilized his divine consciousness to record these soul words, Leader Su-Wen stumbled, nearly toppling over. Is there an unseen force at play? Indeed. After steadying himself, Leader Su-Wen nodded. I anticipated a backlash from imparting future techniques. But this reaction seems excessively strong, doesn't it? He gazed into the distance, contemplating whether Elder Su-Wen, Agent Su-Wen, and Master Su-Wen experienced a similar intensity of backlash when transmitting future techniques. I recall they seemed unaffected, didn't they? Beside him, Su-Wen nodded. True. Had those three not shared their experiences, I would have been oblivious. Leader Su-Wen rubbed his temples. Is my soul's will too feeble? But that can't be right. Their strengths do not surpass mine, and their combined soul strength doesn't even match mine. What is going on? I'm uncertain. After a moment, Su-Wen sighed. Perhaps the unseen force has grown stronger since my ascension. Leader Su-Wen shook his head. This defies logic. But if there is nothing else at play, I suppose that is the only explanation. As they spoke, Su-Wen emerged from his training room. You've ascended? Xiao Luo gazed at Su-Wen, whose aura had transformed entirely. Astonished. Yes, there has been a slight improvement. Suwen smiled gently. Xiao Luo replied, this slight improvement of yours is a height unattainable by ordinary extraordinary beings in a lifetime. Here, take the 30th version of the breathing technique. Suwen shifted the topic, presenting the latest version of the technique in the form of soul words before Xiao Luo. All right. Xiao Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement, but as he spoke halfway, his gaze was captivated by the soul words above. Under this allure, even his dark eyes lost their focus. In the unseen realm, an indescribably vast inspiration flowed through the simple combinations of soul words, striking his heart. Chapter 66. Team Yang is weeping. 5 Boom. A surging energy erupted within Xiao Luo. At that very moment, a vague aura of rules manifested behind him. To Suwen, it appeared merely as an ordinary compilation of the 30th breathing technique. To Xiao Luo, however, it bore a unique allure. Within it, he seemed to glimpse the vivid essence of rules. Is he entering a state of enlightenment? Leader Suwen squinted, and, moreover, an enlightenment of rules? Wait, I believe I comprehend why I was so severely rebuffed by that unseen force just now. Suwen nodded slightly, with the reminder from his future self. He grasped the situation. The 30th version of the breathing technique was developed by Xiao Luo from Leader Suwen's timeline. At that juncture, Xiao Luo had likely attained a higher state. Thus, he must have merged his insights on the higher state and his comprehension of rules into the 30th version of the breathing technique through some means. To others, it appeared as merely an innovative revision of the breathing technique. Yet, to the past Xiao Luo, each phrase of this technique exuded a mystical power, continuously delivering inspiration to his heart. In other words, this was no mere breathing technique. It was an enlightening experience prepared by future Xiao Luo for his present self. Crossing time to convey future insights would evoke some unseen resistance, but it wouldn't be overly potent. However, if one were to directly bring back the insights of a future individual as cultivation and enable the recipient to achieve enlightenment, propelling them years or even decades into a higher realm, the repercussions on the future would indeed be profound. Hence, this unseen force transformed from an obstacle into a counterattack. Clever indeed. Leader Suwen chuckled. How come Elder Xiao possesses such abilities yet doesn't he impart them to me? A future technique could grant the present Xiao Luo early insights into rules. What would happen to me, returning from the future? Would I not soar? Suddenly, Suwen interjected. Based on your earlier experience of backlash, it seems you wouldn't soar, but rather, you'd meet your demise. Leader Suwen retorted, if you can't speak wisely, it would be best to say less. No one considers you mute. What does this imply? Suwen shifted the topic. Did that Xiao Luo from your timeline deceive you? Leader Suwen maintained his composure. Deceive? Not quite. After all, the previous timelines didn't exhibit such occurrences. It's probable that Elder Xiao was experimenting after ascending to the higher state. Yet, it's clear that this experiment has evidently succeeded. After pausing for a moment, Leader Suwen continued, it seems that achieving a higher state is also a threshold for beings like us who traverse timelines. It's possible that a future self who surpasses this threshold could directly transmit future insights of cultivation. Suwen's eyes lit up. Aren't you also at a higher state? I've mentioned, I'm not a conventional higher state. An unconventional higher state is still a higher state. Yours isn't a half-baked higher state, is it? After a moment of silence, Leader Suwen spoke in a low tone, whether it's half-baked or not. I cannot say. However, ascending to a higher state through another's innate gifts inevitably leads to certain flaws and discontent, which is quite normal. If you think I could transmit cultivation insights, would I be here wasting time with you? I'd have conveyed insights the moment we met. Directly transmitting insights from the future to the present would undoubtedly result in rapid advancement of one's current strength. After all, the past self lacked no resources for cultivation. With abundant resources at hand, once insights fall into place, the progression would be meteoric. In fact, all the challenges currently faced would dissolve as strength increased. This world adheres to the law of the jungle. The mightier one is, the more weight their words carry. As long as there is power to suppress the Beast Alliance, it will no longer be an otherworldly organization intent on eradicating humanity, but rather a stepping stone on the path of human extraordinary beings rising. From this perspective, only after my ascension to a higher state will the true potential of summoning future talents be unleashed, Suwen contemplated softly. Leader Suwen nodded slightly. In light of my past experiences, I find your statement to be quite accurate. Unless, in some future timeline, a person achieves a perfect higher state through alternative means. Only then can this issue be resolved. As he spoke, the Leader went and paused momentarily, then smiled and said, if there truly is no way. Trusting in the wisdom of future generations is also a commendable choice. After all, with each alteration of the future, the corresponding records of extinction will also be modified. Perhaps in some future account, there will be a corresponding solution. During the conversation between the two Suwens, Lu Zhe was captivated by the aura of enlightenment emanating from Xiao Luo. Ah? Lu Zhe approached cautiously and whispered, "Is Commander Xiao about to ascend to a higher realm?" Although he found it hard to believe, the situation unfolding before him left no room for doubt. The threshold for ascending from a higher position to a superior one was indeed akin to an insurmountable chasm. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many talented practitioners in Huaxia who stagnated at a higher position without advancing for so long. If those at the higher echelon were to learn that Su Winton could guide individuals to ascend, it was likely that the doors of their 112th squad would be trampled upon. Of course, there was another possibility. If the Beast Alliance were to find out, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to capture Su Winton. Such talent was far too precious to be extinguished, even by foes. It was simply unimaginable. I don't know. Su Winton shook his head. After all, I have not experienced such an ascension myself. Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback. Su Winton was unaware. Was it possible that he was not involved in this matter? Soon, Team Leader Yang emerged from his training room. Upon seeing the phenomenon behind Xiao Luo, his pupils constricted, and his eyes widened in disbelief. After ascending to a higher position, he realized just how unattainable the superior realm was. Yet now, someone was ascending right before him. Why are you still here? Su Winton asked Yang in confusion. Yang was taken aback. Where else would I be going? To the Conquest Office. Were you not assigned there a few days ago? It has not yet been time for my assignment. According to regulations, after a transfer order is issued, I have a 3-month period of rest. Su Winton's expression changed. The treatment at the headquarters for extraordinary beings, is that generous? A direct 3-month rest after a transfer? Su Winton, I just remembered something, Yang interjected. After I ascended on the battlefield, the commander of the Conquest Office moved me over and shared some important notes regarding the office. I then inquired about how to advance within the office, such as becoming a commander or deputy commander. The response was that if I could ascend to the superior realm within 3 years, he would ensure my position as the next commander of the Conquest Office. With a grin, Yang remarked, "What do you think of the conditions I secured for myself? Not too shabby, right?" Beside them, Lu Zhe couldn't help but ask, 3 years to ascend to the superior realm? Isn't that just a clear deception? Yang shook his head solemnly. If it were anyone else, it might be a ruse, but not from the commander of the Conquest Office. A question mark slowly floated above Lu Zhe's head. Wait, you have only exchanged a few words with the commander, and you already understand him so well? Do you not believe me? Yang replied, clicking his tongue, then produced a black badge from his possession. The inscription at the bottom read, "Should this individual ascend to the superior realm within 3 years, the Conquest Office will ensure his role as the next commander." Lu Zhe and Su Winton exchanged glances, astonished. The Conquest Office operates in such a manner? Such a promise engraved on the badge? Upon reflection, it was not merely a promise but rather an enticing prospect. If an extraordinary being truly managed to ascend within 3 years, appointing them as the commander of the Conquest Office would not be unreasonable. After all, such potential should not go unrecognized. Most importantly, the assurance of their future role as commander raised questions. If the current commander did not resign, how could there be a successor? Wasn't this merely a grand illusion? Moreover, the manner in which this illusion was crafted seemed rather crude. Wasn't this badge meant for the entire Conquest Office? Leader Su Winton glanced at it and remarked helplessly. Anyone who joins the Conquest Office receives one, right? But one must admit, the initial commander who devised this enticing illusion could never have imagined that one day someone would truly seize this opportunity. Su Winton's eyes sparkled. Are you implying that Team Leader Yang has actually taken advantage of this opportunity? Yes. Ascended within 3 years? Why not? Leader Su Winton remained composed. With the support of 3 future timelines, coupled with Team Leader Yang's remarkable talent, ascending to the superior realm should be a seamless endeavor. If I were to orchestrate it, I could guarantee that Team Leader Yang would ascend within a year. Su Winton's words caused Yang to pause, his expression one of disbelief. Really? He then slapped himself across the face. Apologies. I got a bit too excited and forgot your expertise. I should never doubt you. You needn't be so overwhelmed, Su Winton replied. The news of ascending within a year is indeed astonishing. But what was with the slap? Were you checking if you were dreaming? Even if an extraordinary being were in a deep sleep, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't dream, right? Of course, once one becomes extraordinary, sleep becomes a luxury. Why waste the time when one could be cultivating? Lu Zhe, grinning, interjected, Team Leader Yang. See? You're excited. Upon hearing this, Yang's face lit up with joy. He then conjured a green garbage bin and, in the next moment, leaped into it headfirst. Su Winton looked on, bewildered by Yang's unrestrained enthusiasm. Wasn't this all just playful banter? Why was he actually diving into a garbage bin? How was it? Yang emerged from the bin, grinning. Lu Zhe, recovering from his surprise, remarked, Team Leader Yang, don't you think this is a tad excessive? Yang chuckled, A bet is a bet. Have you considered that perhaps Su Winton is deceiving you? Ascending to the superior realm in a year? You both are daring to claim and believe such things. From a distance, Su Winton raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Who told you I was deceiving team leader Yang? Luze was taken aback. Is it truly possible to ascend? You're not deceiving? He never imagined that such outright deception could one day manifest into reality. If this were the case, he too could join Yang for a day in the garbage bin. You needn't dwell on that. This opportunity belongs solely to team leader Yang, Su Winton clarified. After Yang stepped out of the trash can, he grinned and said, Are you envious, Xiaolu? A year from now, when you see me again, you'll have to call me commander. By then, I may very well be the leader of the conquest office. During their conversation, the atmosphere around Xiao Luo began to consolidate, and the rules behind him started to retract into his body. Moments later, Xiao Luo slowly opened his eyes, a radiant smile gracing his face. Having concluded his moment of enlightenment, his first act was to approach Su Wen and express his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you immensely. Without you, I would have been at a loss as to when I could ascend to the higher realm. A moment of realization has saved me a decade of arduous cultivation. Now, I am confident I can comprehend a rule within 3 years and elevate myself. Yang, puzzled, inquired, Did you just say it takes 3 years to ascend after your realization? Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo's eyelids twitched. You are already at the upper echelon of the extraordinary. Did you not sense the oppressive and despairing bottleneck of the higher realm? Yang nodded, acknowledging the weight of it. If that's the case, do you still think 3 years is a long time to ascend? Indeed, Xiao Luo's smile faltered. Are you suggesting that just because you've recently ascended, you believe you can reach the higher realm in 3 years? Yang shook his head. Observing this, Xiao Luo relaxed. He initially thought Yang had become arrogant after his elevation, but it seemed he was still grounded. 3 years is far too long, Yang stated decisively. In just 1 year, I can achieve the higher realm. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? Xiao Luo exclaimed, incredulously. That's not how one boasts. Just as he was about to retort, Yang interrupted him. This is something Su Wen told me. He said I have my own opportunities. Silence enveloped the area, as if someone had grasped Xiao Luo's throat, stifling his impending words and reddening his face. The next moment, he turned to Su Wen, who nodded slightly, affirming Yang's words. By the way, Commander Xiao, what were you about to say? Yang asked with a cheeky grin. Xiao Luo felt a sense of deja vu wash over him. I thought you should heed Su Wen's guidance and promptly seize your unique opportunity, striving to unleash your extraordinary prowess in the future. He smiled at Yang, wishing to share in the joy of this promising atmosphere. Most importantly, he felt uplifted himself. Previously, he had struggled to envision his ascent to the higher realm, contemplating giving up after numerous attempts. At the extraordinary headquarters, aside from the logistics commander and himself, which other leader was not extraordinary? Although researchers from the development office did not engage in battle, they still harbored aspirations, should circumstances change on the front lines. When the Beast Army breached the headquarters, he would at least be able to resist. By the way, during my moment of enlightenment, my extraordinary talent began to operate autonomously. Xiao Luo shifted his focus back to Su Wen, feeling an inexplicable surge of inspiration. Suddenly, a grayish-white image flashed in his mind. It was a funeral scene. Whose funeral it was, he did not know. Perhaps a commemoration of someone. But he saw Yangchen crying, head tilted back. Yangchen was taken aback, a large question mark appearing over his head. What? I cry? A person like me, who loves combat and yearns to dominate in the future, could never cry. In my weakness, being chased by the beast tide, I did not cry even when hiding in the filthy mouth of a swamp beast. I didn't cry when misunderstood and scorned by comrades, or even when relationships fell apart. Even on the battlefield, when being tormented and crushed by an upper-level spirit leopard. Severely wounded and on the brink of death, I had no thoughts of crying. How could I cry at a mere funeral? Suddenly, an ominous premonition surged within Yang. This feeling was so intense that it pinpointed its source. He swiftly turned to Su Wen, his eyes wide with dread. If there was anyone's funeral that could make him weep, it would be Su Wen's. After all, Su Wen embodied hope. His demise would not only mean the loss of a comrade for Yang, but would also signify the loss of a core figure for Team 112, representing a devastating blow to the nation and society's last flicker of hope. Just thinking about it filled him with despair. Su Wen sensed the complex gazes around him and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Don't look at me with such morbid eyes. It's certainly not me, he said directly. You know my future potential. Even if I were to die, the Beast Alliance wouldn't know, but humanity would surely rejoice. After all, the great traitor has perished. There would likely be fireworks and perhaps even a national holiday established to celebrate this momentous occasion. Pausing, Su Wen continued, of course. In the joyous context of a traitor's death, it's unlikely that a holiday would be warranted. The others pondered, That does seem somewhat reasonable. There is no way a traitor could receive a state funeral, even if this traitor was a covert ally from a national perspective. The implications on public opinion must be considered. The best approach would be to bury them in the vast dust of history. After your death, if your contributions are indeed significant, the extraordinary headquarters should posthumously vindicate you, Xiao Luo interjected, clearing his throat. Su Wen maintained his stoic expression, but then he posed a question. What if, during my time undercover, I engaged in actions that would be deemed unacceptable for the sake of greater war gains? This statement plunged the surroundings back into a heavy silence. Let us not dwell on the issue of my posthumous vindication here. Su Wen finally gestured dismissively after a moment. If I die, why concern myself with my legacy? However, I assure you that the tears of Yang will not be for me, nor for Lu Zhe. After all, Lu Zhe died shortly after infiltrating the Spirit Deer clan. He has no accomplishments and could never warrant a state funeral. Zhao Feng and Luo Yun, until they reach the upper level, will not have the qualifications for such honors. As the final words fell, nearly everyone's gaze shifted toward Xiao Luo. Among the squad, only he met all the criteria. So, the future scene I glimpsed during my enlightenment was of my death? Xiao Luo pointed to his own face, puzzled. Does that even make sense? It certainly does not. He proceeded to explain his talent briefly. Although his ability could occasionally glimpse into future scenes, they typically bore little relevance to him. After all, the primary rule of divining the future is that the seer cannot derive information directly related to themselves. It is feasible, but the backlash from such knowledge would be most severe. Observing others' futures might cause mild repercussions, but attempting to peer into one's own fate could lead to catastrophic consequences. If it's not you, then who could it be? Zhao Feng raised an eyebrow, looking at Yang. Captain, could it be that you marry an extraordinary wife, only for her to perish? Yang retorted, you are the one whose wife would die. This rascal has quite the way with words. Who did he learn this from? Your hypothesis is unfounded. Beside him, Lu Zhe stated directly, if the person being honored in a state funeral were the wife of Team Yang, then Team Yang should not be standing in the rain, weeping alone, but rather at the center, sharing his grief with everyone. Thus, this individual must hold significant importance to Team Yang, albeit lacking any blood relation. After a brief pause, Lu Zhe continued, moreover, this person should have some connection to Commander Xiao. Given that this revelation occurred amidst the contemplation of rules, it certainly cannot be a stranger. Xiao Luo, upon hearing this, subtly nodded, then raised his gaze to Team Yang before lowering it in deep thought. This back-and-forth motion repeated several times. Eventually, Team Yang, unable to endure the atmosphere any longer, remarked, regardless of whose funeral it might be, if they are not a close blood relative, why would I shed tears? He turned his attention to Xiao Luo, adding, and on a rainy day, how can you be certain that I was indeed crying? Having listened for quite some time, he initially found himself at a loss for words. After all, he was entirely unversed in predicting the future, and it was best to remain silent in the realm of others' expertise. However, as Lu Zhe and Xiao Luo gradually reached their conclusions, his courage began to rise. Without any familial ties, and not even standing at the center of the funeral, how could one deduce that he was crying? It was perfectly natural for raindrops to fall on his face when he stood there without an umbrella. In the future, you will be a transcendent powerhouse, Xiao Luo observed calmly. A being of such stature can manipulate the very forces of nature. In such circumstances, a mere thought could transform a rainy sky into a clear one. Of course, a state funeral would appropriately be marked by a somber, rainy ambience. Yet, even a mid-tier transcendent can choose to keep the raindrops at bay if they so desire. Having made this statement, Xiao Luo paused before suggesting, furthermore, in the grayish-white imagery I have observed, you seem out of place among those around you. On this rainy day, while others donned umbrellas to pay their respects, you stood there without an umbrella, allowing the raindrops to cascade down your face, lost in thought. Are you not using the rain to mask your tears? Or is there something else at play? Team Yang conceded, all right. If that is the case, it certainly resembles something I might do. Upon careful reflection, I believe I can surmise the situation. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Luo spoke again. As it pertains to both of us, it is not difficult to guess. Therefore, I believe. Before he could finish, Xiao Luo's expression shifted dramatically, and he suddenly coughed up blood, his aura visibly waning at an alarming rate. In the next moment, he swayed unsteadily, nearly collapsing. This unexpected turn of events caused alarm among the onlookers, prompting Team Yang, who was closest, to rush forward and support him. What is happening? Team Yang inquired gravely. You did not overextend your spiritual energy during your earlier contemplation, did you? Xiao Luo replied. How could one on the verge of ascending to a higher realm commit such a blunder? It is nothing but the backlash of the heavenly secrets upon revealing the truth of the future. Once he regained his composure, he clarified. Nearby, Team Ying interjected. Then you should rest and refrain from speaking further. He had not anticipated any of this. After all, the diviners he was most familiar with were Su Wan, who had shared countless future insights without encountering such severe backlash. Initially, he had thought that the repercussions of divining the future were not severe, but Xiao Luo's situation today had served as an enlightening lesson. Rest? What rest? Xiao Luo expressed a hint of exasperation. I have already endured the consequences of the Heavenly Secrets backlash, so what else is there to withhold? As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and declared, while I was uncertain before, this intense backlash serves as divine confirmation. Yang Chun, what I witnessed was you weeping at the funeral of the commander of the assault office. Team Yang responded, the commander of the assault office? I am not acquainted with him. In light of their current relationship, how could he possibly shed tears? In my timeline, Team Yang ascends to the position of commander of the assault office 6 years hence. Su Wen suddenly interjected. I recall that the Hailing clan once plotted to seize the East Sea defense line of Huaxia. During that battle, the Hailing clan deployed 28 transcendent beings. At a moment when Team Yang was in grave peril, the former commander of the assault office sacrificed himself valiantly to rescue him. However, following that battle, the commander's soul suffered grievous harm, leading to his demise within 2 years. From this perspective, it was evident that the commander had been a great benefactor to Team Yang. It was only natural for Team Yang to shed tears for a benefactor who had perished. Furthermore, the former commander, being a predecessor, would undoubtedly harbor profound emotions for Team Yang as his successor. Under such circumstances, where one was both mentor and friend, and had died in the act of saving him, it would be disgraceful for Team Yang not to shed a tear. Su Wen nodded slightly, then utilized the universal prefix of I have a friend to summarize the situation. After the crowd gleaned the context of the matter, their expressions varied. Team Yang, upon realizing the former commander's kindness, even to the point of sacrificing his life to save him, were a look of disbelief. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe, Zhao Feng, and Luo Yun expressed their admiration for Team Yang's talents. After all, Team Yang had only briefly encountered the former commander, yet he would be so valued in the future, indicating that Team Yang's extraordinary potential had undoubtedly impressed the commander, or perhaps the latter saw a flicker of hope in him. Only Xiao Luo gazed at Su Wen with a hint of melancholy. He wished to voice his frustration, pondering why Su Wen had not shared this detailed information earlier. Nonetheless, this incident had proven to be quite beneficial for him. For instance, he had observed how adeptly Su Wen utilized the I have a friend prefix, conveying future information without suffering any backlash. Earlier, during his contemplation of the rules, he had sensed that should he become transcendent, insights into the future would likely become commonplace. Therefore, he ought to establish his own protective mechanisms against the adverse effects of heavenly backlash. Perhaps I shall discreetly learn from Su Wen's strategies. After all, in any field, one must learn from the masters. If he could reveal so much without consequence, surely he could share a fraction without issue. Subsequently, according to Su Wen, he planned to utilize the 6th elder of the Ling Deer clan to relay information, thereby preventing a catastrophic event wherein foreign powerful beings might invade the Ling Deer clan for large-scale hunting. However, it must be noted that their current endeavors benefited the Ling Deer clan. Given this, they could seize the opportunity to extract the resources from the 6th elder. Although the 6th elder had previously presented a bounty of invaluable treasures, even Lu Jiojio had arrived for a trial bearing 6 precious artifacts. This indicated the affluence of the Ling Deer clan. Who would believe that the esteemed 6th elder of the Ling Deer clan possessed so little? Yet, the reality was that spatial equipment was concealed deep within one's soul, and none present were adept in manipulating souls, making it impossible to extract the spatial equipment without damage. Thus, the most effective approach was to persuade the 6th elder to willingly surrender these resources and instruct them on the correct methods for utilizing the treasures. On one hand, they would acquire a significant cache of extraordinary resources and treasures. On the other hand, this would enable Lu Zhe to infiltrate the Ling Deer clan with peace of mind in the future. A win-win outcome. Soon, everyone had made their preparations. To preempt any unforeseen occurrences, it was unanimously decided that Team Yang would patrol Jiang City to deter the emergence of any new beast gateways. As a low hum resonated, the entrance of the soul container trembled slightly, and the 6th elder's spirit gradually emerged. A colossal ethereal form floated above, ensnared by myriad binding techniques, so numerous that they could provoke a panic in anyone with a fear of dense crowds. Have you all come to an understanding? Upon his emergence, the 6th elder's eyes gleamed brightly as he prepared to weave his grand deception once more. However, before he could utter a word, he was abruptly interrupted by Xiao Luo. We summoned you this time indeed to negotiate a transaction with you. At this declaration, the 6th elder's eyes sparkled with interest. Initially, He had not anticipated the success of this transaction, especially given that his soul was firmly imprisoned, clearly indicating the other party's lack of trust in him. Particularly the human youth who had spoken earlier, wielding considerable influence, had repeatedly threatened his life. Under such circumstances, the fact that they had released him was already a significant concession. Of course, from another perspective, this could merely be a show of force aimed at him. Yet, such a display was excessively aggressive, was it not? Did they not fear that he might perish under the strain? Extracting one's own soul and imprisoning it within a soul container to endure a life worse than death. Was this truly how negotiations were conducted among humans? Very well. The sixth elder said, despite his evident frailty, maintaining a facade of obsequiousness. If there is any aspect of the transaction you find unsatisfactory, do not hesitate to express it. We can negotiate here and make adjustments on the spot. To be honest, my demands are not high. I merely wish to experience a modicum of comfort in this final stage of captivity. Xiao Luo raised his hand, interrupting the elder once more. There is no need for such pleasantries among seasoned schemers. We all know each other's tricks well enough. You offer us your elder token simply to lure us into the spirit kite, do you not? Should your subordinates or kin capture any of our key figures, you would leverage that to negotiate your return to your clan. The sixth elder's expression remained impassive, yet his silence revealed a profound shock beneath the surface. Was his scheme so transparent? To gamble with his life and expend vast resources merely to eliminate a few pivotal figures among the humans. Could it truly be so easily discerned? According to intelligence from his clan, the human realm was still under suppression, severely lacking in extraordinary resources. What he had offered, precious treasures and rare materials, was indeed a considerable fortune. Any being, once gripped by greed, would lose their clarity of thought. Past rationality and composure would vanish, giving way to self-delusion as they succumbed to the allure of such a windfall. Yet, the resolve of these humans was outstandingly formidable. Before such overwhelming wealth, they remained unfazed. He could even detect a trace of mockery at the corners of their mouths. Was it a derision of his ignorance? I will be frank. We wish to trade with you, but not regarding the previous transaction we discussed, Xiao Luo stated calmly. The sixth elder squinted, questioning the intent behind those words. What I mean to convey is that the formidable beings of the Beast Alliance have now infiltrated your Spirit Deer clan, and your clan is on the brink of annihilation. The sixth elder's gaze flickered. He could not place any faith in the claims made by this human. Nearby, Luze interjected, just as you once deceived us. You now suspect we are duplicitous. He dismissed any further pleasantries. You must possess a communication talisman to contact the Spirit Deer clan. Surely that is not an item of great value. Present it, and we will not interfere. At this, the sixth elder's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, he found himself perplexed by the actions of these humans. What sort of behavior was this? They wanted him to produce a communication talisman to contact his clan, unafraid that he might alert them? Most importantly, could they even comprehend the language of the Spirit Deer clan? Very well, he thought. Given the current suppression in the human realm, the clan was unable to dispatch powerful beings. Moreover, the opposing party was evidently aware of his vulnerabilities, suggesting they had communicated with certain traitors within his clan. If he uttered anything inappropriate here, they could swiftly sever his communication. Crucially, the clan possessed the means to verify his identity. If someone else were to obtain his communication talisman, it would serve no purpose. With that realization, he withdrew a communication talisman crafted entirely from white spirit jade from his spatial device. A low hum resonated as the talisman vibrated slightly, followed by a faint deer call from the other end. Is this old six? Spirit Deer clan language. It is, the sixth elder replied, following Xiao Luo's guidance. There is no need to inquire about my location or waste time on trivial matters. I return this message solely to ascertain one thing. Has anything significant transpired within the clan recently? Upon hearing this, the other side fell into silence. Shortly thereafter, a series of beeping sounds echoed from the talisman. Soul essence verification passed, Spirit Deer clan language. Tone verification passed, Spirit Deer clan language. Identified as sixth elder of our clan, Spirit Deer clan language. Upon receiving this confirmation, the other side's breathing quickened noticeably. Then came the reply, indeed. Many significant events have transpired within the clan recently. The descendants of the second elder, fourth elder, and fifth elder, 8 young masters in total, vanished yesterday. Their bodies nowhere to be found. This has caused great upheaval within the Elder Council. Currently, the Great Elder has emerged from seclusion and issued a decree to seal off the entire Spirit Deer realm. No entry, no exit. Old Six, have you received any news from the outside? The sixth elder ceased to listen, his focus shattered by the revelation of the 8 young masters' disappearance. Logically, the entire Elder Council should have been mobilized, and the sealing of the spirit deer realm should not have been known to these humans. Connecting this to their prior actions made it clear they were aware of this situation, perhaps even more informed than himself or the clan. With this thought, he abruptly severed the communication. In the next moment, the sixth elder knelt in midair, exclaiming, "I shall comply with all your demands. Please, save my clan." Chapter 68. Capture according to the list. 5. Do you no longer believe we are deceiving you? Xiao Luo inquired, a gentle smile adorning his face. Your brilliance shines as brightly as the sun, and your imposing presence is unforgettable to a deer like me. Were I among the human race, I would undoubtedly follow you, risking my life to safeguard you. The sixth elder gazed earnestly at Xiao Luo, his words dripping with flattery. However, as he spoke, a realization struck him. He quickly redirected his attention to Su Wen. Just moments before, he had recognized that Su Wen possessed greater authority than Xiao Luo. If he sought assistance, he must pay homage to the individual of the highest standing among these humans. Although the one who had spoken to him earlier seemed to wield influence, upon reflection, it was that lower-tier extraordinary being who had threatened his life. That aura emanating from him. Has he ascended to a mid-tier extraordinary being? The last time they met, he had still been a lower-tier extraordinary being. How could he have advanced so rapidly? In the current human realm, with its meager spiritual energy, could one truly develop an extraordinary physique? If not, how had he managed to achieve such ascension in just a few days? Enough of this idle chatter. Su Wen waved his hand dismissively. Before we commence our transaction, I can impart one crucial piece of information. Thanks to your spirit deer clan's timely sealing, the perpetrators who hunt deer remain hidden within the spirit deer realm, with no opportunity to escape. However, after a while, that may no longer be the case. At this juncture, numerous transcendent beings from various clans are guests among your spirit deer tribe. You cannot indefinitely confine them, can you? At this point, Su Wen paused and continued, while the spirit deer tribe boasts formidable power, can you truly withstand the united wrath of so many races? Upon hearing this, Elder Lu bowed respectfully to Su Wen. Without further ado, he began to extract treasures from his spatial equipment. The extraordinary resources and various treasures he produced this time were of a significantly higher caliber than those initially presented. The supreme heavenly materials and earthly treasures were merely the most basic components within. Various ultimate treasures, along with their corresponding supporting facilities, were included. After all, ultimate treasures also require maintenance during usage. A treasure that is cherished by its owner and regularly maintained with top-tier resources will undoubtedly exhibit superior sensitivity and compatibility compared to one that is neglected. Moments later, 3 small mountains of resources had accumulated before Elder Lu. Leader Su Wen observed for a while before nodding and saying, based on my understanding of the spirit deer realm, this is about the extent of an elder's offerings. Is that all? Su Wen's expression remained unchanged as he regarded the elder. Elder Lu shook his head and replied, that is all. I swear to the ancestral spirit that not a single item remains. Su Wen nodded slightly. Very well. I shall share a piece of information with you. The descendants of your 2 clans have been hunted by the disguised transcendent beings of the Warhawk clan. Elder Lu's pupils constricted, and he promptly produced a communication talisman to relay this information, though he found it hard to believe, as the Warhawk clan had always maintained a friendly relationship with the spirit deer tribe, bolstered by the mainstream goodwill between the clans. The rapport between their powerful beings had also been quite commendable. After all, the spirit deer tribe excelled in healing, while the Warhawk clan specialized in direct assault, and their escape skills in times of danger were formidable. Thus, it was common for the powerful beings of both clans to form teams and cooperate. However, at this point, could he afford to consider anything other than believing the other party? Of course. He also stated in his message that he hoped the clan would conduct an investigation and gather substantial evidence before taking further actions. Otherwise, a misstep could jeopardize the friendship with the Warhawk clan. Now, begin inscribing the incantations related to these ultimate treasures, Su Wen instructed, extending his right hand. Subsequently, a fair and just transaction commenced between man and deer, as Elder Lu recited the incantation for one ultimate treasure and relinquished its sole imprint. Su Wen divulged to him a piece of information concerning the killer of the deer. After all, to him, they were all adversaries. If he could take advantage of this opportunity to incite conflict among his enemies, it would indeed be a fortuitous outcome. Should discord arise within the Beast Alliance, leading to warfare, would not the pressure on humanity be alleviated? Viewed in this light, the situation was not merely a win-win, but rather a threefold victory. Meanwhile, in the spirit deer realm, Elder 5 of the spirit deer tribe observed the barrage of explosive messages sent by Elder Lu, his expression growing increasingly grim. He dared not hesitate and hastily reported this matter to the Elder Council. The sheer number of powerful beings from other clans involved was overwhelming. many of whom were close friends of other transcendent beings within his own clan. He had no authority to initiate a blockade or investigation. Most importantly, he remained uncertain of the veracity of this incident. Although he wished to believe that Elder Lu had utilized his supernatural abilities to escape, he could not help but contemplate Elder Lu's combat prowess, especially during the vulnerable phase following the breach of his life gate. How could he possibly have escaped? Humans are not fools. Consequently, he harbored grave doubts that this incident was a fabrication by the humans, intended to sow discord between the Spirit Deer tribe and other clans. However, doubts were merely doubts. This matter involved many descendants of the clan elders. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, he had to escalate the issue. Otherwise, he would bear the responsibility in the future. When this information was reported, the Elder Council erupted in chaos. Investigate. We must investigate. Even if these individuals are close allies of our clan, we must uncover the truth, even if it means summoning ancestral artifacts. The consequences of this matter were too severe to ignore. If the Spirit Deer tribe failed to address this properly, would it not mean that anyone could infiltrate the Spirit Deer tribe and commit murder? Over time, would the Spirit Deer tribe not become mere fodder for other clans seeking to ascend? Absolutely not. Elder 2 vehemently opposed. Our clan's consistent policy is to maintain amicable relations with allied clans. At this moment, there are no fewer than 20 transcendent beings from allied clans enjoying leisure within our territory. If we apprehend them for interrogation due to this incident, it would deliver a substantial blow to our external trade relations, particularly with the Warhawk clan, the Tiger Hunting clan, and the Fire Beast clan, who have always been our cooperative allies. This precedent cannot be set. Upon finishing this statement, Elder 7 sensed the predatory gaze of Elder 2 and altered his tone. At the very least, we cannot act without concrete evidence. Across the room, Elder 4 spoke with a cold demeanor. Your rationality, your calmness, and your concern for the clan's interests stem from the fact that none of your descendants have perished in this turmoil, correct? Elder 7's expression remained unchanged. Even if I had descendants fall in this upheaval, I would still uphold this belief. Upon hearing this, Elder 4 shot him a glance. Very well. Let it be as you say. However, I must forewarn you, if the killer is not found, I shall hold your descendants accountable. As soon as he uttered this, Elder 7's expression shifted. Yet, before he could respond, the Grand Elder at the head of the table slammed his hand on the table. Do you all take me for dead? Hearing this, all the elders quickly rose to pay their respects, exclaiming they dared not. In my presence, you dare to openly engage in internal strife and murder. What is there to fear? The Grand Elder snorted coldly, then decisively proclaimed, since there are leads, we shall investigate. In extraordinary times, we must take extraordinary measures. Do not concern yourselves with the origins of these leads. Those allied transcendent beings are undoubtedly aware of the turmoil within our clan. If they regard us as friends, they will naturally cooperate. Should they refuse to comply, or even attempt to wield the righteousness of their race against us, compelling us to release them, we will act decisively. With this declaration, the Grand Elder rose abruptly. The next moment, he shouted, summon the ancestral artifacts. Let the ancestral spirit discern their truthfulness. Once the killer is apprehended, do not await my command. Execute them on the spot. Following this, I shall personally present this evidence to those clans. Not far away, Elder 4 inquired, Grand Elder, if the ancestral spirit determines that these allied clans are innocent, what shall we do? The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before responding. Retrieve a minor supernatural ability from within the clan. If they are innocent, we shall compensate them. Upon hearing this, no elder opposed the decision further. A minor supernatural ability as compensation would suffice to assuage the grievances of the transcendent beings. After all, this incident was born out of circumstance. The simultaneous deaths of so many clan leaders on the same day would undoubtedly send tremors through the Spirit Deer tribe. Considering this, if a minor inconvenience could yield the compensation of a supernatural ability, it would not be so objectionable. Once this order was issued, the transcendent beings of the Spirit Deer tribe began to mobilize. Even some who were in secluded cultivation were roused by their friends. Before long, a piercing eagle cry echoed through the skies. Damn it! I accepted the invitation of your Spirit Deer tribe's elders to visit as a guest. Is this how you treat your guests? The War Eagle clan soared into the sky, their voices echoing with fury. The Spirit Deer clan's elite formed a square formation, encircling the War Eagle clan. I urged them to consider our kinship and to show understanding. After this matter, my clan would be willing to offer a minor divine ability as compensation. The elite of the War Eagle clan bellowed in rage, declaring, War Eagle warriors, we shall never surrender. In the next moment, a powerful wave of energy surged through the surroundings. The terrifying collision, stemming from their prowess, shattered the very fabric of space. However, the The spirit deer realm was protected by a grand formation, and as the space ruptured, a continuous stream of formation energy rushed forth to mend the damage. In an instant, the broken space was restored. This thwarted the elite beings who hoped to escape the confines of the spirit deer realm by breaking through the space, leaving them to endure the confrontation. Before long, the skies above the spirit deer realm had completely transformed into a battlefield for the elite. Almost all the allied clans that the spirit deer clan sought for inquiries seemed to have conspired to respond with fury. Even as the spirit deer clan raised their offers for compensation, including a divine ability as reparation, the anger of these elites remained unquenched. Such unusual behavior drew the attention of the Elder Council. The emergence of such a conflict was anticipated by the Council, for those who achieved elite status often bore a certain pride. Yet, the complete lack of cooperation from the individuals on the list provided by the Sixth Elder, coupled with their violent outrage, was unforeseen. The only explanation for such a scenario was that the list from the Sixth Elder was indeed accurate. "Mobilize all forces," commanded the Grand Elder with a fierce gaze. "Implement the third plan for capture. If they refuse to cooperate, we shall activate the formation's power. Show no mercy." The other elders responded loudly, "Understood." With that, the elders swiftly ascended into the sky. As the elders of the Spirit Deer clan joined the fray, the battle began to tilt overwhelmingly in their favor. Observing the ruthless attacks from the elders and recalling recent events within their clan, the other elites quickly grasped the situation. Consequently, they ceased to hold back. Some, realizing the truth, ignited their very souls, unleashing unimaginable power. Typically, those from the Spirit Deer clan who exhibited such behavior had lost direct descendants in this turmoil. The notion of protecting their offspring and preserving their bloodline was ingrained in their very souls, and none could tolerate the presence of the murderer of their kin. The turmoil within the Spirit Deer clan soon transmitted through unique means to other elite beings. The communication treasures of paramount importance were beyond the reach of the Spirit Deer clan's sealing formations. In no time, various factions began to respond. This outbreak of conflict also captured the attention of the Beast Alliance Council. The chaotic vortex began to spiral towards an uncontrollable direction. Meanwhile, the Fifth Elder conveyed the ongoing battle information within the Spirit Deer clan through a communication talisman. At the same time, he expressed his concerns and worries. However, the Sixth Elder did not respond, instead severing the communication talisman and utilizing his soul energy to manifest all the clan's secret techniques and divine abilities in the sky. The claims made were indeed accurate. Not a single individual had been misidentified. All those listed were resisting. The Elder Council mobilized to capture them all. Utilizing the ancestral spirits locating abilities, they detected the blood and flesh aura of the young masters emanating from these elites. This series of revelations was astonishing. Almost the instant he confirmed the accuracy of this information, he found himself increasingly perplexed by the human beings before him. Particularly, the mid-tier extraordinary individuals among them left him utterly bewildered. Thus, he resolved that as long as his soul remained intact, he would seek to ingratiate himself with them. The suppression from the human realm would soon dissipate, heralding the onset of a great era of conflict. Initially, based on information from within his clan, he believed that the human race would lack any means of resistance in this impending turmoil. After all, the number of elite beings was limited, and their combined strength paled in comparison to the top 10 ranked clans, let alone against the entirety of the Beast Alliance. Above the elite rank, there were none. How could the human race ever hope to contend? Yet after experiencing such upheaval, he began to entertain different thoughts. Perhaps the human race was not as straightforward as the clans had imagined. If the humans were destined to rise in the future, could he, by remaining here, perhaps assist his clan in becoming stronger one day? At the very least, there was a glimmer of hope, was there not? Given that his situation could hardly worsen. What was there to lose by taking a gamble? With the information channels they wielded, they were privy to knowledge both known and unknown. What hesitations remained? Thus, when Luze expressed his desire to learn the relevant etiquette and foundational secret arts of the Spirit Deer clan from the Sixth Elder, he did so without a moment's hesitation, imparting everything he knew. As Luze transformed into the form of a Spirit Deer, he began to comprehend Luze's intentions to infiltrate the Spirit Deer clan. Nevertheless, he chose to teach everything, merely to leave behind a legacy for the future. Through their interactions, Luze learned the name of the Sixth Elder, Lu Tiantian. This favorable development left Su Wen with little to say. If the other party could cooperate sincerely, then Luze's future indeed held promise. "You need not worry. Any deceit will ultimately be laid bare under our innate scrutiny," declared the leader Su Wen, perched upon Su Wen's shoulder with a smile. Su Wen nodded slightly, acknowledging, "I am aware of this matter, but I have no intention of placing my trust in them, nor do I believe Luze would be foolish enough to do so. However, If Luze were indeed foolish enough to trust an alien being whose soul had been decimated by them, it would not be a significant concern. After all, in the next timeline, it would still be him who faced demise. Let him perish a few more times, and he will grasp the reality of the situation. Suwon paused, then added, "By the way, could you possibly dismount from my shoulder? A person of your size perched upon my shoulder is rather uncomfortable." The leader Suwon remained unperturbed, responding, "I feel nothing. What is it to sit upon my own shoulder? You may not feel it, but I certainly do." Suwon retorted, "What sensation could you have? I am but a remnant soul from a future timeline. Were it not for your ability to perceive me, would you even know I was sitting on your shoulder? Alas, I sacrificed my very life to uncover future information for you, merely to facilitate your path ahead. Yet now, merely floating in this void upon your shoulder, you show no appreciation for my presence?" The words sounded rather insipid. How could a future leader of a clan utter such sentiments? "Very well, sit as you wish." Suwon's lips quirked slightly. "My apologies. Make yourself comfortable. If you find my left shoulder lacking, feel free to shift to the right." The leader Suwon chuckled softly. Just a jest. Do not take offense." After a brief pause, he shifted the conversation, now that matters on your end have settled somewhat. "Should we not delve into the sea of consciousness to explore the history of annihilation?" Suwon's eyes brightened at this suggestion. Indeed, after his cultivation had ascended, he had merely been occupied with responsibilities. He must see if the history of annihilation, a product of his talent's elevation, had undergone any changes due to his heightened cultivation. With a whoosh, after a whirlwind of sensations, Suwon found himself once again in the pure white realm crafted by the leader Suwon. Everything around him remained as it was when he departed. There were teas, delicacies, snacks, and even some high-tech toys he had never encountered before. At that moment, the golden history of annihilation floating above seemed to sense Suwon's arrival, beginning to tremble ever so slightly. A gentle hum resonated as threads of golden light blossomed upon the pages of the tome. Under this radiant illumination, the annals of ruin began to swiftly unfold. Yet, when the pages ceased their revolution, the revelation that emerged caused Suwon's countenance to shift dramatically. It was he. Chapter 69, Master of Secret Arts, Tangren, 5, Realm, Huaxia. Genre, biographical accounts of historical figures. Name, Tangren. Suwon gazed at the new name revealed in the Chronicles of Demise, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Tangren? The vice commander of the Conquest Office. The very individual he suspected to be a likely traitor? The fact that this person was inscribed within the annals of ruin piqued no curiosity within him. The crux of the matter lay in the appearance of this Tangren's information on the second page during his ascension to a mid-tier rank. He had considered Yang Dui, entertained thoughts of Xiao Luo, and even pondered Zhao Feng, Luo Yun, and the commander of the Conquest Office. Yet he had never anticipated such an individual. What connection could he possibly have to this person? There was no need for astonishment. Let us turn the page and see. In the future, Suwon mused softly. If his name has appeared, it signifies that his future actions may deviate from our expectations. Let us observe. Perhaps this time we shall discern whether he shall be friend or foe. Suwon nodded slightly at these words, and with a flick of his consciousness, the biography of Tangren began to unfold. Regarding the life of Tangren, he resembled both man and specter, angel and illusion. Documents decrypted from the Greedy Beast clan reveal that Tangren was once a covert operative infiltrating the ranks of the Greedy Beast royalty. As a needle embedded within the headquarters of extraordinary beings in Huaxia, Tangren provided vast intelligence to the Greedy Beast clan. Because of him, numerous strategies of the Huaxiao extraordinary beings were laid bare to the Greedy Beast factions, leading to several defensive lines being breached. Under his betrayal, the Greedy Beast clan utilized sacrificial rites to completely offer up an island nation with a population exceeding 100 million, significantly augmenting their power. From this, one can conclude that Tangren was a quintessential traitor to the human alliance. Should the human alliance achieve victory in the age of war, this individual would undoubtedly be condemned to the pillars of shame in human history, subjected to the scorn of future generations. Yet, following the advent of the breathing technique from the Huaxia extraordinary beings and its rapid evolution, Tangren displayed extraordinary talent. Particularly after the death of the Research Office Commander Xiao Luo, Tangren was reassigned to the Research Office, assuming the role of commander. During his 18-year tenure as commander of the Research Office, the breathing technique underwent astonishing advancements, and he personally led a team to develop a groundbreaking method for cultivation breakthroughs, the method of spiritual source. When extraordinary beings reach a bottleneck in their cultivation, this method ignites the physical body by drawing upon the very essence of their soul, allowing them to assimilate energy beyond their limits. This method enables extraordinary beings to transcend their current boundaries in a short span of time. If successful within a designated time frame, they may restore their soul essence through the elevation gained, albeit at the cost of a significant portion of their lifespan. Nevertheless, this ascension represents the optimal outcome. Conversely, failure to ascend would result in a regression of their cultivation at some point in the future, ultimately leading to the collapse of their soul and demise. From the perspective of a peaceful society and the trajectory of global development, the breathing technique, having undergone multiple innovations under Xiao Luo, evidently holds greater potential. The breathing technique, birthed from Xiao Luo's ingenuity, absorbed the spiritual essence of heaven and earth through conventional means, nurturing the soul with the extracted energy particles. This process is gentle and benevolent, allowing the souls of extraordinary beings to flourish in a remarkably healthy state, with the potential to break through to higher realms. However, in the age of war, as the human alliance faced the imminent threat of annihilation, the method of spiritual source pioneered by Tang Ren possessed an even broader market appeal. According to the latest intelligence released by the Alliance of Beasts, the majority of extraordinary beings from Huaxia resorted to the method of spiritual source on the battlefield, particularly during critical moments, seeking their final breakthrough through this technique. Huaxia military personnel uniformly carried spiritual source pills upon entering the battlefield. If the situation became dire, all, including high-ranking officers, would consume these pills, subsequently employing the method of spiritual source to forge ahead. On the battlefield, failure equates to death. In his capacity as an internal traitor developed by the Greedy Beast clan, Tang Ren continuously supplied sustenance for the Greedy Beast clan under their soul control methods. To this end, he orchestrated and executed a war of annihilation against a neighboring island nation. However, as a Huaxia extraordinary being, Tang Ren shone in the research of extraordinary techniques. Due to the existence of the method of spiritual source, Huaxia produced several elite individuals, inflicting significant losses upon the Alliance of Beasts in the final confrontation. According to the deductions of the intellectual beasts within the Alliance of Beasts, without Tang Ren's involvement, the final battle may never have occurred. 5 years ago, the human alliance should have been thoroughly defeated. This illustrates Tang Ren's substantial contributions to the human alliance. From the author's compilation of relevant data, it becomes increasingly evident that Tang Ren embodies both divine and demonic qualities. His merits and transgressions define judgment. Yet, it is precisely this complexity that adds an element of intrigue to the ongoing historical and archaeological endeavors. In light of the prevailing public perception of Tang Ren, I pose several questions for contemplation. Based on Tang Ren's life experiences, did he genuinely ally himself with the Greedy Beast clan? Was the emergence of the method of spiritual source a mere coincidence or a premeditated scheme? Drawing from the understanding of individuals within the human alliance. Using Su Wen as an example, assess Tang Ren's historical standing. Does he hold the merit to be categorized alongside Su Wen? The following documents comprise the data and various insights I have compiled for reference. Casualties by species. Investigation report from the Alliance of Beasts Council. Huaxia's casualty report. Final casualty report from Huaxia. Human Alliance casualty report. Standards for evaluating the final confrontation within the realm of Guangshi. The method of spiritual source. Su Wen observed the array of references beneath this biography and gently tapped upon it. In the next moment, a more detailed trove of data materialized before him. Could he truly access this? Su Wen's eyes sparkled, then he turned the annals back to his own biography. However, upon reaching the end, he found only articles pertaining to the political science of races. Let us not linger on this. It is merely academic politics, of little consequence. Su Wen chuckled softly, recognizing that the genuinely significant documents must lie within the account of Tang Ren. Above all, the method of spiritual source is of paramount importance. Pausing momentarily, he continued, since Tang Ren possesses a remarkable talent for secret arts, let us deliver the method of spiritual source to him, allowing him to pursue further research. Given the current circumstances, the future may yet hold surprises. Beside him, Su Wen clicked his tongue softly, now perceiving that Tang Ren was a master of secret arts delayed by the Conquest Office. After Xiao Luo's demise, he took the reins of the research office, and within 2 years, he developed the method of spiritual source. Most crucially, this technique has greatly enhanced Huaxia as a whole. Thus, if we can facilitate Tang Ren's early engagement in research, we might unearth even greater wonders. If my instincts are correct, it appears that Tang Ren has been marked with the Greedy Beast clan's emblem of greed. After a moment of reflection, Su Wen spoke. This is the innate ability of the Greedy Beast clan, enabling them to exert control over others through the essence of greed, rendering them subservient. However, the likelihood of success, as well as the constraints imposed on the subservient, hinge upon the disparity in strength and proximity between both parties. observing Tang Ren's situation. It seems he has indeed been branded with the mark of greed by the greedy beast elite. Upon reaching this point, future Su Wendun paused for a moment before continuing. The Dark Beast clan and the Greedy Beast clan have a long-standing feud, which is why, during my confrontation with the Dark Beasts, the Greedy Beasts provided a substantial amount of resources and supplies. They even dispatched 3 superlative beings to remain in the Cloud Beast realm for battlefield support. From these 3 Greedy Beast superlatives, I learned the intricate details of the Greedy Mark. Suddenly, Suwon asked, "Actually, I have a question that has lingered in my mind for quite some time." Future Su Wen was slightly taken aback. "Go ahead." The Spirit Deer clan shared with Master Su Wenling the guiding technique of the deer, while the Greedy Beasts also divulged detailed information about the Greedy Mark. Are these strange beasts simply loose-lipped? From the reaction of the 6th elder of the Spirit Deer clan, it should be apparent that the strange beasts are rather tight-lipped. So what is this? We are rather adept at making friends. Su Wen's lips twitched slightly. How could he not feel such a talent? Future Su Wen seemed to discern Su Wen's thoughts. No need for confusion. Once you join the Beast Alliance, you will naturally understand. Su Wen nodded slightly. Is there a method to break the Greedy Mark? Indeed, and it is quite simple, albeit somewhat distasteful. What method? One must seek out equal-tier greedy excrement, apply it generously to every part of the body, and on the 3rd day, hold a piece of greedy beast excrement mixed with purple greed fragrance in the mouth until it dissolves naturally. The excrement of greedy beasts can break their control over other beings? Is this akin to the saying that for every poison, there exists an antidote within 100 steps? But is the method to break the Greedy Mark not too inhumane? What exactly is purple greed fragrance? Su Wen inquired solemnly. Xiao Luo showed me numerous extraordinary resources, including many rare treasures. Why have I never encountered this name? Future Su Wen smiled slightly. You would not have come across it. For purple greed fragrance is the elegant name for this antidote. Its true name is greedy beast urine. Su Wen, so? You mean to say we should dip feces in urine and consume it together? How grotesque. However, upon further reflection, as long as it can break the control of the greedy beasts, I believe Tang Ren would still consider using it. After all, what does it matter if it is disgusting, as long as one can escape the control? Whether or not the other party has attempted this is of no concern to me. I will simply relay this matter to Xiao Luo and leave the rest to him. As for the question of whether Tang Ren's betrayal is genuine or not, we have already discerned some clues from the relevant introductions provided by Tang Ren. Perhaps the author of Tang Ren's account does not understand humanity, but we, as humans, certainly do. Of course, how things develop will depend on how the future unfolds along the next timeline. Whether the other party is truly reliable will become clear after a few more tests. As for the talents I possess, as long as I extend the timeline, it is nearly impossible for any internal traitor to evade my scrutiny. If they do, it must be due to insufficient testing. Thereafter, Su Wen thoroughly reviewed all the reference materials provided beneath Tang Ren's account. With the vast data at his disposal, he gained a direct understanding of the brutality of future warfare. Within the Beast Alliance, there were numerous clans, and the number of superlative beings far exceeded those on the Huaxiao side. Yet, even so, the casualty rate of Huaxiao on the battlefield remained alarmingly high. An average of over 10 extraordinary beings must perish to eliminate a single enemy beast of the same tier. There was no alternative in total warfare. The superlative beings of the Beast Alliance occasionally struck with overwhelming force, inflicting tremendous losses on the human camp. Had it merely been mutual slaughter among beings of equal rank, the casualty ratio would not have been so exaggerated. Regarding information pertinent to future warfare, Su Wen would not mind having 30 or even hundreds of reference materials. The more, the better. After all, such detailed information about impending doom is akin to receiving benefits without cost. Since there is no expense involved, naturally, the more, the merrier. Of course, he had no desire to waste time on materials of literary or artistic nature regarding the future. Such content offers little assistance for what lies ahead. Reading it would be a futile endeavor. As for cultivating one's character, that could wait until he was well-fed and had leisure time to spare. In the Conquest office, the commander sat in his office, sipping from a thermos while humming a tune, in quite the cheerful mood. Recently, both at the national level and within the Conquest office, the achievements have been remarkably gratifying. Especially notable is the Research Office, which has several groundbreaking projects underway. Most importantly, just a few days ago, the Research Office delivered a new breathing technique. He tried it lightly. Although the efficiency of cultivation was reduced, it allowed extraordinary beings to practice uninterrupted for 24 hours a day. While this technique bore no effect for superlative beings, who could directly harness the surrounding forces of nature, the innovation was undeniably revolutionary for ordinary extraordinary beings, particularly lower and mid-tier ones. Had I possessed this breathing technique upon awakening, I would likely have attained superlative status 3 to 5 years earlier. The commander of the Conquest Office mused softly while sipping his tea. He could see that the current situation of the nation was progressing in a positive direction. Despite the significant threat posed by the beasts, the results achieved had exceeded expectations. Just then, Xiao Luo's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Are you free? I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? The commander of the Conquest Office's eyes flickered. Let's start with the good news. My mood is good today. I'd like to hear some uplifting news first. Xiao Luo chuckled. Just now, one of our projects made a breakthrough, creating an entirely new result. And then, that's all. What significance does this new result hold for my Conquest Office? It has significance, a considerable one. Which leads me to the bad news I am about to share with you. Oh, really? Good news is inconsequential, but bad news is significant, is it? Overall, your breakthrough is beneficial for the entire nation, the commander of the Conquest Office said with a smile. Now, tell me the bad news. He was not overly concerned about the bad news Xiao Luo mentioned. As the commander of the Conquest Office, he encountered a myriad of information daily. Typically, the most troublesome bad news stemmed from the anti-treason office. How bad could the bad news from the research office possibly be? It usually came down to insufficient funds, scarcity of resources, some equipment malfunctioning, or certain key researchers meeting their demise at the hands of beasts. However, such matters could not shatter his current delightful state of mind. You may be losing a deputy commander, Xiao Luo stated, causing the smile on the commander's face to vanish instantly. What do you mean? It means that the beasts have infiltrated this deputy commander and arranged for counter-surveillance measures. Upon finishing his sentence, the thermos in the commander's hand shattered. A deputy commander? Infiltrated? At that level, they could directly access various confidential documents. Who is it? After a moment of silence, the commander of the Conquest Office inquired expressionlessly. In his life, he despised traitors above all else. Regardless of the reasons, he would relish the chance to flay them alive. The information I have indicates that the individual was infiltrated by the greedy beasts. Tangren? Xiao Luo raised an eyebrow. Have you long harbored suspicions about him? Not exactly. But within the Conquest Office, only 2 high-ranking officials have entered the greedy beast portal. Then why not suspect the other? The other is me. Indeed. It seems we have only one suspect left. However, regarding Tangren, I hope you will handle the matter with discretion, Xiao Luo said softly, shifting the conversation. The commander of the Conquest Office. A question mark slowly floated into view. What do you mean? Infiltrated by the insatiable beast. The treachery of the traitor necessitates my discretion in handling the situation. Lao Xiao, are you also a traitor? The commander of the Expeditionary Office did not respond, but instead grinned. Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo's lip twitched. You fool, do not assume everyone else is a fool. If I were a traitor, why would I inform you of this matter? Am I simply bored? Am I playing a game with you? If I were to engage in such play, I would seek out the commander of the Anti-Treachery Office, not discuss these matters with a brute like you. Moreover, if I were indeed a traitor, why would I exhaust myself daily researching martial arts? To aid the enemy? Truly absurd. It is no wonder you can admire Yang Chun. Your thought processes are indeed quite similar. If you have the time, take Yang Chun along for a visit. I seriously suspect you two share a blood connection. The commander of the Expeditionary Office merely spoke in jest, knowing full well that Xiao Luo could not possibly be a traitor. After all, he had witnessed the sacrifices and contributions of the other party. What level of infiltrator or traitor could achieve such a degree of commitment? If that were the case, could they still be considered a traitor? Subsequently, Xiao Luo briefly introduced the situation regarding Tangren. Initially, the commander listened with great seriousness, his expression heavy. However, upon hearing the method to resolve the greedy mark, his expression began to shift into something rather peculiar. A moment later, he asked with suspicion, "Are you certain that consuming excrement mixed with urine can break the enslavement ability of the greedy beast? Is it truly that miraculous?" The fact remains. Xiao Luo replied directly, "If you do not believe me, then there is little I can do. Well, I have worked all day and am somewhat fatigued." The commander of the Expeditionary Office remarked. Such words sound akin to a scoundrel making a hasty exit. Without hesitation, he made a phone call summoning Tangren. Upon receiving the order, Tangren rushed to the office with utmost speed. "Tangren, you have been with the Expeditionary Office for quite some time, have you not?" The commander, with his back to Tangren, asked calmly. Tangren respectfully replied, "Reporting to the commander, I have served in the Expeditionary Office for 18 years. If I recall correctly, I was the one who brought you to the Expeditionary Office back then?" "Yes, Commander. 18 years, how swiftly time flies." Amid their light banter, the atmosphere seemed rather harmonious, particularly as the commander elaborated on the various behaviors within the realm of the greedy beasts. When discussing his own bold ventures against the formidable greedy beasts, a slight smile graced the commander's lips. as if reminiscing about his past. Nearby, Tang Ren also wore a wistful expression, seamlessly engaging in the conversation, betraying no hint of unease. In the presence of a top-tier superordinate, even the slightest emotional fluctuation could be detected. Had Tang Ren not possessed a strong mental fortitude, he might have faltered in that moment. Eventually, as the atmosphere approached a critical juncture, the commander suddenly declared, "Originally, I intended to groom you as my successor. However, regrettably, you have greatly disappointed me." Upon hearing this, Tang Ren's expression shifted dramatically. Yet before he could respond, the commander's right hand was raised, signaling him to remain silent. "I have been waiting for you to come to me for assistance regarding the mark of the greedy beast. As your superior, it is my duty to protect you. Provided you heed my commands. Had you sought my help, I could have easily resolved this issue for you. But throughout this time, have you entertained any thoughts of seeking my assistance?" Tang Ren, internally tumultuous, felt waves of anxiety rise within him, especially as the commander unveiled one secret after another. It turned out the commander had been privy to all along. Everything awaited his candid confession. "Commander, is there truly a method to eliminate the mark of greed?" After a moment of silence, Tang Ren asked despondently. Following the marking, he had sought solutions at the headquarters of the extraordinary. For the sensation of being controlled by the greedy beast was utterly unbearable, especially on the 15th day of each lunar month, the festival of the greedy beast clan. When every awakened greedy beast would roar in madness, the mark of greed would become a source of excruciating pain. Despite his extensive research and trading with numerous powerful extraordinary beasts, he had found no method to remove the mark. Thus, he felt a sense of despair creeping in, leading him to resign himself to fate. "There is." The commander of the expeditionary office replied nonchalantly. "Moreover, I possess 2 methods to assist you." Tang Ren's eyes gleamed with hope. Indeed, as a top-tier superordinate, he had 2 solutions to counter such a debilitating enslavement. The next moment, he bowed deeply, pleading for the commander to save him. "The first, and the most brutal method, is to locate the greedy beast that marked you and eliminate it." Upon hearing this, Tang Ren shook his head. "Commander, you may not fully grasp the implications of the mark of the greedy beast. I have faith in your abilities. Yet please understand that the moment you slay that greedy beast, I would undoubtedly be obliterated by the energy retained within the mark." The commander remained unfazed. "You see, you are getting anxious." Tang Ren retorted. "When it concerns one's life, who wouldn't be anxious? A drowning person, having finally found a lifeline, would surely be frantic. Moreover, judging by the commander's demeanor, he seemed unwilling to pursue the matter of accountability. Of course, it might also be that he intended to resolve the issue of the mark first before addressing responsibility. Yet overall, the commander suggested that he should take the initiative to confess, meaning the matter had already been characterized by the commander. Since the situation has been classified, the maximum penalty would likely amount to mere concealment. Compared to the worst outcome he had envisioned, this result was already quite favorable. "I mentioned I possess 2 methods." The commander's gaze shifted. "Since you reject the first, allow me to present the second. Utilizing specific materials, we can eradicate the mark of greed. However, the process may be somewhat unrefined. Are you willing to accept it?" Without hesitation, Tang Ren affirmed his acceptance. The commander nodded slightly and instructed, "Very well. Wait here for a moment while I fetch the materials." With that, the commander vanished from sight. The office was left with only Tang Ren. Upon leaving, the commander did not revoke his position as deputy commander. This meant that if he wished, he could depart at any moment. However, he understood that this might also serve as the commander's final test of him. As countless speculations and visions of his grim future flashed through his mind, a noxious odor suddenly permeated the air. He beheld a massive pile of excrement floating beside the commander, its stench overwhelming. More alarmingly, surrounding the excrement was a pool of yellow liquid. The pungent aroma unmistakably revealed the nature of the liquid to all present. In that instant, a sense of foreboding surged within Tang Ren. The commander went to retrieve materials, only to return with a pile of excrement and urine. Could this truly be the means for his purification? With such thoughts, Tang Ren cast a hopeful glance at the commander. Yet this time, he was bound to be disappointed. The commander displayed an interest in the act of smearing oneself with excrement, but showed no inclination toward handling it himself. Thus, he summoned a few interns from the expeditionary office to assist Tang Ren in thoroughly coating himself. Meanwhile, he observed, using his mental prowess to ensure that the essence of the excrement was delivered directly into Tang Ren's mouth at critical moments. To be frank, witnessing his subordinates' impending ordeal of consuming excrement and urine softened the commander's heart somewhat. After all, the other party did not actively betray. They were forcibly controlled by a greedy beast using enslavement tactics. As long as they can be liberated, it is understandable. However, Relatively speaking, their current position is undoubtedly inappropriate. From what I gather from Xiao Luo, it seems that the other party holds Tang Rin in high regard. Therefore, reassessing their role from the combat office to the research office appears to be a wise choice. Meanwhile, on another front, Leader Su Wen found himself increasingly troubled by the questions left behind in the annals of Tang Rin's demise. The more he pondered, the more his brows furrowed. Why should Tang Rin be compared to me? Leader Su Wen stated solemnly, setting aside the alien beasts, just within the human camp. If it weren't for my instigation of the racial war, if I hadn't led the Cloud Beast tribe to attack the Dark Beast tribe, if I hadn't spread the influence of the Red Heart Society throughout the Alien Beast Alliance, and if I hadn't prompted social reform within the Alien Beast Alliance, the focus and power of the superlative beings would have been significantly restrained. Without these actions, the human camp would have long been obliterated. Given the profound infiltration of advanced alien beasts into Marina and the emergence of various bizarre physical conditions, had I not sent individuals to disrupt their plans, the human defense would have collapsed from within. Beside him, Su Wen interjected, "Did you not say that you do not care about such reputations?" Leader Su Wen replied, "I truly do not care. Even if the history of my demise labels me as a madman, a war fanatic, a demon, or a destroyer of races, it is of no consequence. The crux of the matter is, why should I be placed on the same pedestal as Tang Rin?" Upon finishing this statement, Leader Su Wen paused before continuing. If future iterations of myself were to discover this, how embarrassing would that be? If I were to be assessed at the level of the master of alien beasts, surely a separate category could be established? At the very least, I should not be deemed inferior to the Leader Su Wen. Upon hearing this, Su Wen finally understood the reason behind Leader Su Wen's agitation. It was, after all, a fear of humiliation. Moreover, it was a fear of being embarrassed in front of other future selves. A minor issue. Su Wen smiled slightly, reassuring him. "In my heart, your legendary life is already deserving of a dedicated chapter in the annals of history." Leader Su Wen cast a sidelong glance at Su Wen. "What use is your opinion in my heart?" Su Wen responded, "All future selves are derived from me. Are they not? If I perceive you as formidable, will not future selves also regard you as such? As time progresses, our personalities will inevitably evolve due to differing experiences. It seems Leader Su Wen discerns Su Wen's thoughts. For instance, you and I, at our core, are the same individual, yet our temperaments differ. While I lead the Cloud Beast tribe in battle, driving societal reform and igniting racial conflict, I developed a method of projecting my prowess before others as a means of alleviating inner pressures. The Agent Su Wen is not the same as the Leader Su Wen. Is he? Therefore, your current thoughts cannot influence the perceptions of future selves." At this point, Leader Su Wen paused before continuing. "Suppose I boast. What if the next future self possesses extraordinary prowess, reaching the realm of true kings, and at a critical moment, safeguards the survival of Huaxia? Would not such achievements surpass mine in legend?" Su Wen replied, "If that were the case, indeed, it would be difficult to compare. After all, the new future self stands upon the shoulders of the previous one, armed with the wisdom gained from past missteps. Yet now, he does not understand that we are one and the same, so why engage in comparisons?" Leader Su Wen gazed upwards at the starry sky at a 45-degree angle. "You see, our thoughts are entirely divergent at this moment. Is this not the most straightforward illustration before us?" Su Wen. Leader Su Wen abruptly shifted his tone. "I share this with you for one reason only. I wish for you to remain vigilant. Human hearts are inherently greedy, and chasms of discontent are difficult to bridge. Our mindsets will shift, and our thoughts and personalities will undergo qualitative changes through future experiences. Why would others be any different?" After saying this, Leader Su Wen paused and solemnly added, "Those who surround you now and would brave fire and water for you may one day turn against you due to personal interests. The warriors who currently fight for ideals may transform into dragons that oppress their former selves in the future. The love for pleasure and the affinity for luxury is a fundamental aspect of human nature. I hope you remember this. At the very least, in terms of desires, I believe the Cloud Beast tribe is far easier to satisfy than we humans." Su Wen remained silent for a moment before softly inquiring, "Have you been betrayed by your own?" Leader Su Wen shook his head, a profound realization dawning upon him. It is not merely being betrayed that leads to such insights. For instance, when we betray others, we may also arrive at similar realizations. Su Wen, enough of that. If one day in the future you achieve the utmost, becoming immortal and indestructible, Leader Su Wen spoke earnestly, "I hope you will promise me one thing." Su Wen was taken aback and then asked, "To reverse the currents of time and revive you? If you truly possess that ability, you would resurrect me even if I did not mention it. If you lack the capability, then there is no point in discussing it. So there is no need to waste words on that matter. What is it then?" I hope that after your rise, you will treat the Cloud Beast tribe well. The moment this request was uttered, the mist clouding Su-Wen's mind dissipated. He suddenly realized that the future self had laid the groundwork. First mentioning Tang Ren and then discussing the evolution of personal thoughts and future selves. In retrospect, these were merely appetizers. This matter is the true crux of the issue. Is your map not excessively long? I will lead the Cloud Beast tribe to rise, and the Cloud Beast tribe has contributed immensely to me. Leader Su-Wen's tone suddenly became somewhat melancholy. The time I spent with the Cloud Beast tribe, the issues I contemplated for them, and the policies I determined for them far exceed the time I have spent here. At times, I can hardly discern whether I am the master of the Cloud Beasts or Su-Wen of the human race. The position dictates the responsibilities. I have deeply grasped this truth. Nevertheless, the Cloud Beast tribe has bestowed upon me their unwavering loyalty, with superlative beings willing to self-destruct at my command. Even at the final moment, nearly all the higher-ups of the Cloud Beast tribe were aware that I was merely cloaked in the guise of a Cloud Beast. Their disguises were so rudimentary that I could see through them at a glance. Even so, they remain willing to fight to the death for me. At this juncture, the distinction between human and beast has become inconsequential. They respect me, love me, and are willing to offer their souls and burn their lives for me. Thus, as their leader, I must also strive to secure a bright future for them. What do you think? Su-Wen nodded slightly in response. Very well, I promise you. If the Cloud Beast tribe has done so much for you, then what is wrong with offering a promise of happiness and fulfillment? Thank you. Leader Su-Wen's eyes curved into a radiant smile. Meanwhile, in the depths of Su-Wen's unseen eyes, a glimmer of golden light began to shine forth. Between us, why engage in pleasantries? Su-Wen lightly patted the other's shoulder. However, in the future, feel free to speak directly without circling around the issue. Going in such circles, do you not find it cumbersome? Leader Su-Wen burst into laughter, then remarked, before I continue, you should reflect on whether this is truly your character. When undertaking any endeavor, you often lay the groundwork and speak gradually. Is this not your usual approach? Very well, let us dispense with idle chatter. Please have your friend come and teach me cultivation. Upon uttering these words, Su-Wen settled into his designated position for meditation. Under the guidance of the leader Su-Wen, the surrounding spiritual energy began to surge vigorously towards their location. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye, during which the members of Team 112 experienced a remarkable enhancement in their abilities. Most notably, the potions crafted from the bodily organs of the sixth elder of the Spirit Deer clan had all been completed. After consuming his personalized potion, Team Leader Yang saw a significant increase in his combat endurance. Previously, during a full exertion, he would face the depletion of his soul energy after just 3 to 4 hours without external replenishment. Now, however, due to a dramatic enhancement in his recovery abilities, he boldly proclaimed, I can fight for an entire day, coupled with high-quality restorative pills like the rejuvenation pill. It was likely that he could sustain combat for an extended period. Moreover, the potion's enhancements were not limited to the physical and spiritual realms. Even Yang's innate talents saw a certain degree of amplification. The energy barrier he had established now possessed a recovery capability. Ordinarily, if the energy barrier were to exceed its threshold of defensive capacity, it would shatter. Yet now, should the barrier sustain damage, it would gradually mend itself as long as no external force interfered for a period. In other words, if the enemy's attack power could not surpass the recovery strength of the energy barrier, it would become virtually indestructible. After consuming his exclusive potion, Lu Zhe experienced a substantial boost in both his soul recovery and soul attack power. With his current cultivation level, a mere glance from him could ensnare Zhao Feng in a state of illusion. Given his current rate of soul recovery, he could keep Zhao Feng dreaming indefinitely if he so desired. Both Zhao Feng and Luo Yun also saw improvements in their overall strength. However, their most significant boon lay not in their physical and spiritual powers, but in their cultivation levels. During the cleansing process of the potion, spiritual energy surged into their bodies, enlightening their minds. Thus, one after another, they both advanced to the mid-tier extraordinary level. In contrast, Xiao Luo did not undergo any significant changes over the month. The greatest opportunity had fallen into his hands, rendering minor opportunities unworthy of his attention. Notably, he was not privy to the exclusive potion. The essence of the potion was to utilize extraordinary materials from exotic beasts to remedy the deficiencies in one's extraordinary talents. However, Xiao Luo's deficiency was the inadequacy of his soul power, making him susceptible to overexertion. After absorbing the innate talents of the sixth elder, he found himself lacking nothing. After concluding his training in the secret arts, Su-Wen emerged from the training chamber. Upon his exit, he spotted Xiao Luo, flushed and standing at the door. What good news has you so excited? Su-Wen inquired, puzzled. Xiao Luo grinned widely. Did you not instruct me to transfer Tang Rin to the research office? After only a few days of studying the spirit source technique, he has already identified several flaws. At this rate, it is likely he will be able to innovate upon the original spirit source technique soon. Su-wen responded with intrigue. Such remarkable talent in secret arts? Indeed, Tang Rin possessed an extraordinary gift for research. Xiao Luo's eyes sparkled with admiration. His acute perception of secret arts puts me to shame. Alas, it is unfortunate that Tang Rin's extraordinary talent is combat-oriented rather than research-oriented. How fortunate it would be if he shared a similar research or analytical inclination as I do. With a sigh, Xiao Luo lamented, "Of course, I understand that perfection is a myth. It is all the fault of that fool in the conquest office, allowing such a gem as Tang Rin to remain obscured. Had Tang Rin joined the research office from the outset, the advancement of extraordinary secret techniques would have undoubtedly escalated several notches." At this moment, Su-wen suddenly queried, "Have you met Tang Rin?" Xiao Luo nodded slightly. "Yes, I have. He often liaises with the research office regarding the organization of extraordinary teams." Su-wen remarked, "If he has been circulating in your midst without your recognition of his talents, it is no wonder that the leader of the conquest office failed to notice as well. From the beginning, he truly did not consider this aspect. Who would suspect that an unparalleled prodigy suited for the research office would be languishing as a deputy leader in the conquest office? Is a deputy leader who does not aspire to be a combatant not a worthy researcher?" Ultimately, Xiao Luo felt a weight lift from his heart. Tang Rin's emergence has reignited my hope for the flourishing of the research office. Even in my absence, I believe the cultivation system of Huaxia will continue to progress steadily. Su-wen raised an eyebrow at this statement, feeling as though it resembled a farewell. Xiao Luo extended his hand, and a teacup from the table flew into his grasp without spilling a drop of the scalding tea. "That sounds about right. Based on my current progression, I should achieve a higher level within a few years. Then, I will begin preparations for the grand formation that will encompass all of Huaxia." As Xiao Luo sipped his tea, his gaze remained serene. He felt no reluctance regarding the prospect of sacrificing himself to become the core of the formation. Rather, there was a hint of anticipation. From the perspective of the formation's core, combined with his exceptional foresight into the future, he wondered just how powerful this grand formation could become. While he was not a master of formations, he understood that the upper limit of a formation depended on its core. According to their plans, his cultivation would be directly proportional to the capabilities of the formation core. In other words, the stronger his cultivation became, the greater the power unleashed upon self-sacrifice as the formation's core. Thus, achieving a level beyond life itself was a fundamental goal in his mind. Indeed, you may be overthinking this. After becoming the formation's core, you can still maintain oversight of the research office, Su-wen softly suggested. Once you attain a higher level, your talents will undoubtedly undergo a significant enhancement. At that point, with your secondary talent for healing souls, you will have no trouble supporting a formation covering all of Huaxia. Therefore, once you fully master the grand formation, you can spare a fragment of your soul, and I will provide you with an external avatar. In that case, will you not still be the leader of the research office?" Su-wen paused and added, "Of course, in the absence of war. You could also harness the entire formation's power to develop cultivation theories. I believe that with the aid of numerous treasured items, your pace of advancement will be accelerated. Even after shedding your physical form, you will not feel fatigued and could continue working tirelessly for 24 hours. Xiao Luo replied, "Is this how you intend to exploit your subordinates?" He continued, "If I were to self-sacrifice and become the core of the formation, then, to put it bluntly, I would be no different from a formation spirit birthed from the array. The only distinction would be my possession of a potent soul, enabling me to effectively counter those who attempt to invade and control the formation. What about others?" Su-wen, picking up a snack purchased by Zhao Feng from the nearby counter, asked curiously, "Aren't you supposed to rest for 3 months after your transfer?" His soul origin, nourished and fused through several future selves, had already surpassed his current tier. Furthermore, considering the transformation of his soul following the elevation of his life tier, he should now be regarded as one of the strongest mid-tier extraordinary beings among Huaxia's extraordinary practitioners, especially under the guidance of leader Su-wen. He had learned several soul attack secret arts. In the presence of ordinary upper-tier extraordinary beings, he could eliminate them with a single glance. "What I am about to discuss pertains to this matter," Xiao Luo stated, his expression turning serious. "Since your last seclusion, 6 large gates to exotic beasts have manifested in Magic City in just 1 day. Now, extraordinary practitioners across the nation have been summoned by the Conquest Office to provide support in Magic City. However, the situation there is far from optimistic." Upon hearing this, Leader Su-wen was jolted from his thoughts. "This timing is inappropriate. Has my arrival and your transformation accelerated the onset of war? Yet, It seems we have not taken any significant actions. The most substantial interference was merely hastening the resolution of the internal turmoil within the Spirit Deer clan. However, the gravest consequence of this matter would be the eruption of conflicts among various races, ultimately leading to a racial war. The crux of the issue lies in how this would impact the Magic City. The true onset of warfare in the Magic City would not occur until 6 years later. When queried about which beastly races were involved, Su Wen's eyes flickered with intrigue as he learned from Xiao Luo the names of the 6 formidable beast gates: the Thunderbird clan, the Gale clan, the Frenzied Lizard clan, the Slaughtering Blade clan, the Iron Crown clan, and the Wild Wolf clan. Upon hearing these names, the leader Su Wen's expression instantly grew somber. Could it be that our interference with the Spirit Deer clan led to a shift in policy on the side of the Beast Alliance? Su Wen pondered internally. Did this precipitate an early outbreak of war? The leader Su Wen waved his hand dismissively, stating, if matters were this simple, it would be a relief. Su Wen questioned, isn't an early outbreak of war the worst-case scenario? Could the current situation be even more dire? I am well acquainted with these 6 clans, the leader Su Wen replied after a brief silence. Not merely acquainted, but I personally facilitated their journeys. Yet, as a thought crossed his mind, his countenance darkened. This lord of the Cloud Beast clan, who had traversed time and space from the future, remained unperturbed even amidst the collapse of human society and the extinction of the human race. In the face of pursuit by 2 true kings, he adopted a mindset of better to shatter than to yield, detonating the world in a bid for mutual destruction. Under normal circumstances, nothing in the world would evoke such emotional turmoil in him. Yet now, such an event had transpired. What significant issue could these 6 clans present? Su Wen, observing the leader's demeanor, felt a foreboding sense of unease. The problem did not lie with them, but rather with the forces behind them. The leader Su Wen took a deep breath. They are all vassals of the Celestial Eye clan, and given the current oppressive state of the human realm, these 6 clans should not be descending. If they were to forcefully arrive, they would be entirely suppressed the moment they entered the human realm. The stronger they are, the harsher the suppression. Entering the human realm at a superlative level would merely allow them to dominate at a higher tier, rendering indiscriminate slaughter impossible. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Su Wen. Do you grasp the essence of my expression? My arrival has begun to inadvertently influence the timeline of your realm. In my time, I only clashed with the Celestial Eye clan decades later. At that time, I commanded the Cloud Beast clan, which, under my stewardship over the years, had become formidable enough to rival the Celestial Eye clan. Yet now, the Celestial Eye clan has arrived prematurely. Clearly, they must have received some foreboding through divination or deduction. It is only reasonable to surmise, for the Celestial Eye clan is renowned for their predictive prowess. If we are destined to annihilate the Celestial Eye clan in the future, then it is conceivable that their powerful members, driven by impulse, could indeed foresee certain future events. Su Wen narrowed his eyes, questioning whether the Celestial Eye clan could pinpoint accurately. The Celestial Eye clan ranks 6th among the beastly alliances. In terms of his future self, the power of the Celestial Eye clan is rather mediocre, neither overly large nor small, and could be evenly matched. Even in a prolonged conflict, they could potentially be eradicated. However, if the current version of himself were to confront the Celestial Eye clan, it would be tantamount to a deadlock. After all, he currently lacked the requisite strength, with no formidable allies at his side. How could it be? He mused. My arrival across time and space, sharing information, is merely a reflection of my observations and has no connection to deciphering the heavenly mysteries. The leader Su Wen shook his head, asserting, even so, I remain obstructed and hindered by an unseen force, my thoughts even frozen. Gazing at Xiao Luo, he remarked, he merely glimpsed a potential future scenario. An inconsequential one at that. Yang's weeping at the funeral, what significance does that hold? It merely implies that a notable figure from the extraordinary headquarters has passed. During times of war, countless extraordinary beings perish daily, with important figures falling every few weeks. Such occurrences are exceedingly commonplace. Nonetheless, Xiao Luo only expressed his conjecture, still uncertain. Look at him, spitting blood, his aura waning. While the Celestial Eye clan might sense the gravity of matters concerning racial survival, I doubt they could precisely locate you. Even a true king attempting such feats would likely invite divine retribution, obliterated at the root by the heavenly mechanisms. Su Wen chuckled upon hearing this. Doesn't our situation count as accurately pinpointing future information? Indeed, he affirmed, we have not faced divine retribution. That is because the one who conveyed this information is already deceased and no longer exists in the timeline. Otherwise, lightning would have struck long ago. In a certain sense, one might argue we have sidestepped the heavenly mechanisms for the most severe consequence of such divine backlash as death, but how could this dead man be affected? Indeed. As they conversed, both their expressions grew gravely serious. If the early appearance of the Celestial Eye clan were the only issue, it would not be a considerable matter. The crux of the problem now lies in why the Celestial Eye clan has made their entrance. If the leader Suwon eliminated the Celestial Eye clan in his timeline, prompting a reaction from them, the future could indeed be perilous. After all, for his future self to thrive, grow stronger, and resist, conflicts with the powerful clans of the Beast Alliance are inevitable. Military action is merely the continuation of politics. When conflicts reach a certain threshold, war erupts. War implies a determination to obliterate the opposing race entirely. One cannot merely leave half to survive, only to have them seek vengeance once they regain strength. Invoking cries of "Do not underestimate the youth's poverty." However, if the future annihilation of these powerful clans poses numerous risks to the main timeline, this matter certainly warrants further deliberation. Perhaps we should dismantle their cultivation systems and nurture them instead? Or perhaps a cultural invasion, subtly replacing their mainstream values? Regardless of the outcome, one must confront the specter of war. The leader Suwon shifted his tone. You need not engage in battle. Instead, consider visiting the Magic City. Take this opportunity to connect with those 3 elite teams. I have information on 128 resource secret realms. You could arrange for them to explore and retrieve the precious resources within. As he spoke, the leader Suwon paused. If this is indeed the self-correction of an unseen force, we must prepare our strategies accordingly. Some methods that should have been cautiously employed must now be discarded. Everything must prioritize the enhancement of our own and those around us. Meanwhile, in the Celestial Eye realm, before a magnificent triangular edifice, a group of elegantly dressed, three-eyed elders sat in meditation. Suddenly, a faint hum resonated from the central structure. The surrounding elders changed countenance, and various colored inscriptions began to float around them. Moments later, the Grand Priest at the center abruptly opened his eyes. Divine revelation. The peril of our clan's annihilation has been averted. This proclamation seemed to possess a unique enchantment. The moment it escaped the priest's lips, dark clouds gathered above the Celestial Eye realm, and violent lightning danced in the sky. In the next instant, a thick purple lightning bolt crashed down, striking the central building with a thunderous roar. A crack appeared on the edifice, and as this fissure emerged, a torrent of white energy surged forth. The surrounding elders, witnessing this spectacle, wasted no time in sitting cross-legged, their inscriptions intensifying. Vaguely, several elder figures dissipated, their souls, bolstered by the inscriptions, transformed into white energy, beginning to mend the cracks in the central building. The high priest, through the evidence yielded, has proven that the intensity of divine retribution following divine revelation has significantly diminished. An elder gazed upward, his eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light. This auspicious omen signifies the resurgence of my clan, the Celestial Eye. The high priest raised his staff high and let out a thunderous roar to the heavens. The greatest ability of the Celestial Eye clan lies in their collective prowess to perceive divine revelations. In the past, every time they sought out divine insight, they were met with tempestuous retribution. In more severe instances, a bloody divine punishment would ensue. However, this time, not only did they gain insight into the divine, but they also dispatched their subordinates to intervene in the unfolding of future events, only to find the divine retribution they faced considerably weakened. This almost heralded the possibility for the Celestial Eye clan to observe divine revelations more frequently. Following this, a haunting dance and song echoed in the air. In the next moment, the high priest suddenly opened his eyes wide. The war must continue. Though the peril of annihilation has been alleviated, the decline of the clan remains inevitable. Since the divine has imparted wisdom, it is imperative to seize the moment while the human realm has yet to recover, and extinguish the true culprits of our near destruction in their cradle. As soon as the words left his mouth, another bolt of lightning struck down, shattering the central structure and claiming the lives and souls of several elderly men. Nonetheless, this command remained unchanged. Thus, the entire Celestial Eye clan mobilized, enlisting allied races and preparing adequately for war. The target, the human realm. Meanwhile, as preparations for war unfolded in the realm of the Celestial Eye, Suwon had already arrived at the battlefield of the Demon City and met with the other members of Team 112. Although Lu Zhe, Zhao Feng, and Luo Yun bore injuries, they were of a nature that could be easily overlooked. Only Captain Yang had suffered grievous wounds, with limbs missing and a portion of his left temple severed. What on earth happened to you? Suwon inquired, bewildered at Yang's appearance. Had he not concocted numerous nirvana pills, crafted from the flesh and blood of transcendent spirit deer? These pills could undoubtedly restore Yang to his former state within mere minutes. If a heart could be revived, how could these lesser injuries pose a challenge? Am I still handsome? Captain Yang flicked his hair and chuckled. Suwon waved his hand dismissively. Stop digressing. Why haven't you used the nirvana pills? Yang shifted the conversation. Suwon, Amidst these life and death struggles over the past few days, I have suddenly grasped the meaning of what you previously said. What did I say? In battle, true knowledge is revealed. Su-Wen's lips twitched. And how does that relate to using the Nirvana pills to heal your injuries? Yang replied calmly. I realized that after consuming that potion to enhance my endurance, the more severe my injuries during combat, the more vigorous the life force surging within me. Moreover, this life force, while healing my body, strengthens my corporeal form. He tapped the area where his temple had been severed and added. Do not be misled by my current appearance. This is merely a minor fatal wound. I assure you, I could engage in 300 more rounds of combat. I can feel my life force rapidly surging. In no more than 2 days, I shall be restored to my former self. Given this, why should I consume such precious Nirvana pills? Su-Wen suddenly asked, did you give the Nirvana pills to someone else? Yang paused for a moment before quietly responding. After each battle, many extraordinary beings are injured. Those of higher rank can harness the forces of nature to mend themselves. As long as their essence remains intact, they can gradually recover. However, the mid-tier extraordinary beings, when faced with severe injuries, like my current state, can only lie in place and await their demise. My abilities are limited, and I cannot assist everyone. Yet, I wish to help the mid-tier extraordinary beings around me within my capacity. They are the future pillars of our nation. Just a single dose of the life grass would grant them formidable power. If they were to achieve breakthroughs on the battlefield, they would become the nation's finest warriors. I apologize for disappointing you. Su-Wen regarded Yang in silence. In the stillness that followed, Yang gradually lowered his head, aware that Su-Wen had provided the Nirvana pills for their own survival. Yet, witnessing his comrades in critical condition while possessing life-saving elixirs in hand tormented him. Failing to act would haunt him for the rest of his days. Moments later, Su-Wen abruptly exited the tent of Team 112, where the wounded concentrated. Let me there. Chapter 72, A Mere Fatal Wound, 5, Huh? Yang snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed. The atmosphere in the infirmary is rather grim. Perhaps you should refrain from going. Truth be told, he was reluctant for Su-Wen to venture into such a place. On one hand, Su-Wen had only awakened as an extraordinary being for less than half a year and should gradually acclimate to the trials of war. Under normal circumstances, he would still be at the extraordinary training base, attempting various low-level tasks under the guidance of an instructor. After a year of training, once Su-Wen comprehended the intricacies of the extraordinary and the beasts, he would be assigned to an extraordinary team for missions. Of course, assignments would also depend on individual preferences and capabilities. Those with a lackadaisical attitude, unwillingness to fight, or insufficient extraordinary talent could easily be assigned to logistical roles. On the other hand, while Su-Wen possessed healing abilities, his current strength was still merely intermediate. Faced with such a multitude of wounded extraordinary beings, what significant impact could he truly make? Even this reckless individual felt that Su-Wen, as a remarkable talent, should not be burdened by the weight of war. Enough with the chatter. Let us go? Su-Wen declared, his expression unyielding. Yang glanced back at Lu Zhe, who followed closely behind, and with a nod of understanding, he led Su-Wen to a nearby infirmary. Halt! A military extraordinary being stepped forward, coldly addressing them. Next to him, Xiao Luo produced his credentials and presented them. After reviewing the documents, the military extraordinary's demeanor shifted, and he saluted the group. Upon understanding their intentions, 2 military extraordinary beings guided them into the infirmary. Let us proceed, Xiao Luo softly said. Today, we shall witness the harsh realities of war together. Yang, taken aback, inquired, Commander Xiao, you have never visited the infirmary before? As the head of the RD department overseeing various extraordinary projects nationwide, do you think I have the time to visit? Upon entering, they were met with a pervasive atmosphere of despair. The extraordinary beings before them bore various injuries, yet the commonality among them was the severity of their wounds. Here, the loss of limbs was merely the baseline. Given the extraordinary healing resources, even those missing limbs could swiftly return to the battlefield as main forces. Yet others suffered from madness, shattered organs, or were cleaved in half. Some could not accept reality and succumbed to madness within the infirmary. However, the stationed military extraordinary beings swiftly intervened. If the madness became too severe, they would have no choice but to execute them on the spot. In wartime, all must adhere to military regulations. Even extraordinary beings are bound by military laws specific to their kind. As Su-Wen stepped into the nearest infirmary tent, a pungent odor assaulted his senses. There, 10 extraordinary beings stared blankly ahead, oblivious to their grievous wounds. Sir, the healing extraordinary beings are operating at full capacity, prioritizing those who still possess combat potential or can return to the battlefield after treatment. A military extraordinary displayed an expression of compassion, while those extraordinary beings whose cultivation had collapsed, souls shattered, and lives nearing an irreversible end were treated with some form of anesthetic or hallucinogenic application. This would allow them to traverse their final journey with less suffering. Meanwhile, several extraordinary individuals nearby noticed Su-1 and his companions. However, they merely cast a fleeting glance before returning to their dazed state, fully aware of their own dire circumstances. Among them, 2 souls had completely disintegrated, rendering them beyond rescue. The leader, Su-1, spoke up. There are still 8 individuals. Their issues lie solely within their physical forms. 6 of them bear light injuries, which you should be able to heal. However, 2 are gravely wounded. Their conditions have reached an irreversible stage. Yet, there remains a glimmer of hope. He paused for emphasis. While you assist them in healing and stabilizing their injuries, instruct them on how to utilize the spiritual source method to break through. Should they succeed, their cultivation will elevate, and all will be restored. If they fail, their situation cannot worsen. However, prior to your intervention, it would be prudent to shield or relocate the 2 whose souls have collapsed. Otherwise, allowing them to witness others revived while they remain untreatable could cause turmoil. Su-1 nodded slightly and instructed team leader Yang to envelop the 2 individuals with an energy barrier. At that moment, Yang seemed to grasp Su-1's intentions. As he cast the energy barrier, he altered its color, obscuring visibility both inside and out. A vibrant green light blossomed in Su-1's hand. In the next instant, the green luminescence radiated around them, and the 7 extraordinary beings, who had prepared themselves for death, felt their injuries rapidly healing. In the blink of an eye, the 5 who had only sustained ordinary fatal wounds, their bodies marred and organs damaged, sensed a surge of vitality coursing through them. Marvelous. The once despairing individuals, whom even the military medics had deemed hopeless, were now fully healed under the treatment of this young man. In an instant, they felt an overwhelming urge to leap with joy. Yet, the paralyzing substances still affecting them caused them to stumble clumsily. Under normal circumstances, this would have been quite embarrassing. However, given the extraordinary nature of their situation, it was forgivable. Thank you, one of the mid-level extraordinary beings exclaimed, tears glistening in his eyes as he expressed boundless gratitude towards Su-1. In a different state, he would have likely fallen to his knees in appreciation. You have saved my life. I owe you my eternal gratitude. We can heal the 6 of you. But for the 2 of you, Su-1's sentence was abruptly interrupted by another mid-level extraordinary being. My lord, I am grateful for your willingness to heal me. But my heart has been crushed, and my bodily functions have been nearly obliterated in battle. Therefore, do not waste your time on me. While your healing power brings me comfort, others are in greater need of it. Another mid-level extraordinary being nearby nodded in agreement. This healing method should not be squandered on those of us who are beyond saving. Your treatment requires a certain degree of cooperation, Su-1 remarked. With a stroke of luck, not only can you recover, but you may also ascend in rank. The 2 were taken aback. What? They could hardly believe their ears. Given their grave injuries, with hearts lost and bodily functions devastated, recovery seemed miraculous enough. The prospect of ascension was utterly absurd. Yet, in such dire circumstances, jesting held no merit. Is it truly possible? The mid-level extraordinary being, who initially wished for Su-1 to withdraw his healing power, felt his lips tremble at the words. If there were any chance of survival, who would wish for death? They had family waiting for them at home. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, they were determined to live. Of course, Su-1 replied, his expression unwavering. However, I must forewarn you, should fortune not favor you, your demise may come swifter. Without hesitation, the 2 replied, we do not mind. What difference does it make between dying now or an hour later? Su-1 focused his thoughts, transmitting the spiritual source method to them. Though astonished by its remarkable effects, they understood the urgency of the moment and wasted no time activating the method. Boom, boom. 2 powerful auras erupted from within them, and within moments, their emitted energies shattered the tranquility of mid-level extraordinary beings, elevating them to high-level extraordinary status. This sight left everyone around them utterly astonished. Even the typically stoic military extraordinary beings were taken aback. Wait, they truly broke through? The transformation of extraordinary rank had never seemed so effortless. Just moments ago, the 2 mid-level extraordinary beings, who had been gasping for breath and on the brink of collapse, were now vibrant and full of life. If given the chance, they too would gladly undergo such a transformation. Steady your minds and seek your breakthrough. Su-1 commanded as he observed the exhilaration of the 2. Instantly, they crossed their legs and began to meditate, following Su-1's guidance in pursuit of their breakthrough opportunity. On the battlefield, while the spiritual source method may not have been a conventional solution, Xiao Luo, well-versed in its principles, recognized its significance amidst the dire circumstances of the Magic City front. Although the method had its flaws and shortcomings yet to be addressed, time was of the essence. Should this technique be disseminated, it could potentially avert the demise of numerous extraordinary beings. It might even lead to the emergence of several high-level powerhouses in this brutal conflict. With this thought in mind, he hastily contacted the commander of the expedition office. A radiant light surged, and the commander, garbed in battle attire, appeared within the tent. Why did you not mention such an effective method earlier? After a moment of silence, Xiao Luo conveyed, this secret technique was developed by Tangren. The commander was momentarily dumbfounded, a colossal question mark hovering in his mind. How long has Tangren been assigned to the research office? Has he already devised such a universally applicable breakthrough method? His astonishment deepened as he realized why Xiao Luo had gone to such lengths to protect Tangren. With such talent, it was imperative to safeguard him. Just then, a mid-level extraordinary being on the left suddenly emitted a surge of spiritual energy. Visibly, the previously unstable aura surrounding him began to solidify. Everything appeared to be progressing favorably. Did he succeed in his breakthrough? The commander's eyes lit up. If sacrificing the future potential of extraordinary beings could yield immediate ascension, then this technique was nothing short of miraculous. Although the notion of sacrificing future potential was hard to accept, on the battlefield, when faced with imminent death, who could afford to be concerned about future prospects? Do not celebrate yet. Wait until the breakthrough is completed, Xiao Luo cautioned. His own experiments at the research office, utilizing death row inmates, had yielded disheartening results. Among those attempting to break through using the spiritual source method, 9 out of 10 experienced soul-shattering. The higher the level of cultivation, the greater the probability of failure. Such a high failure rate would be unacceptable in times of peace and stability. As he pondered, the extraordinary being suddenly opened his eyes, a terrifying light flashing within. In the next moment, he bowed deeply to Suwen. Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. If you do not disdain, I am willing. Before he could finish, Team Leader Yang swiftly interrupted. Hey, do not repay kindness with enmity. Within our ranks, there are no homosexuals. The superior extraordinary remarked. He meant to suggest offering some resources or treasures as a token of gratitude. How did this devolve into a discussion about homosexuals? The formidable figure before them, missing limbs and with a head so battered, was still able to pivot so swiftly. Are you certain that the promotion was successful? The commander of the Conquest office gazed intently, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling brightness. Upon receiving the other's nod of approval, he proceeded to assess the strength of the opponent's body and soul with his power. The physical strength met the standards, while the soul's strength was somewhat feeble, barely passing the threshold. However, it still conformed to the standards of a superior extraordinary. Very good. He then turned to look at Xiao Luo. Noticing Xiao Luo in deep thought, he refrained from interrupting. There was still one more. Let us observe. Finally, after a prolonged wait, the second mid-extraordinary also achieved a breakthrough. 2 mid-extraordinaries successfully ascended. This meant that there were now 2 more superior extraordinaries in Huaxia. What remarkable efficiency! The commander of the Conquest office began to anticipate how powerful Huaxia would become if these superior extraordinaries were to further ascend to an even higher level. He did not wish for too many. Just 100 or 80 would be enough to instantly turn the tide of the current situation. Such a success rate seemed improbable. Xiao Luo's pupils trembled with disbelief. He then instructed the commander to bring over 20 severely injured mid-extraordinaries, those who could not be saved. This time, with Suwen's treatment assistance, 15 successfully ascended, while only 5 perished due to the inability to advance and the collapse of their souls. This success rate was commendable. The commander of the Conquest office decisively suggested, shall I summon another 20 superior extraordinaries? Xiao Luo retorted, are you treating Suwen like a workhorse? Not allowing him any respite? Rest assured. The commander of the Conquest office appeared oblivious to Xiao Luo's expression, fully aware of the dire condition of the severely injured. Xiao Luo shot him a glance, questioning whether he intended to purposely injure someone gravely before sending them over. The commander shook his head, stating, no. At least not before you reach a conclusion. Xiao Luo thought to himself. He had expected such a reckless idea from this man. What now left him uncertain was whether the injuries were sustained on the battlefield, leading to a desire for death, or if it was due to Suwen's healing methods. If it were the latter, then Suwen's healing talent was indeed remarkable. Let us bring one over first. Suwen suddenly interjected, after all, I am only a mid-extraordinary. Too many would be overwhelming. The commander of the Conquest office nodded slightly. Then with a wave of his hand, a motionless superior extraordinary lying on the ground was transported through space. Come, give it a try. Do not feel psychological pressure. Even if you fail, it will not matter. Those alien beasts have already severely damaged his physical foundation with their venom. Even without this, he would not survive for long. As he spoke, a complex expression flickered in the commander's gaze. The superior extraordinary before him was one of his trusted subordinates. Only with such a relationship could he transfer him without the other's consent. For other superior extraordinaries, negotiations would be necessary. Be bold and attempt it. Leader Su softly reassured, I will provide you with soul energy, so you need not worry about exhausting your soul energy. Immerse yourself fully in the treatment, while I also ascertain whether a certain hypothesis of mine holds true. Su-Wen's eyes flickered with interest. What hypothesis? I will tell you once I am certain. Revealing it now would diminish the anticipation, he mused. To be frank, he was not fond of such anticipation. However, since his future self had mentioned it, it must mean he had discovered something extraordinary. But confirmation could wait until after the treatment. Buzzing sounds filled the air as Su-Wen focused his thoughts, unleashing a surge of life energy in his hands. Yet, when this strand of life energy made contact with the superior extraordinary opposite him, an overwhelming force suddenly emanated from within the latter's body. This force was not coercive. Su-Wen could halt the process at any time should he choose. At this moment, Leader Su-Wen floated forward, standing boldly beside the incapacitated superior extraordinary, scrutinizing him closely. In his gaze, a golden light flickered incessantly. As the other was roused from his stupor and began to cultivate the spirit source method, he initiated the technique. Subsequently, his aura ascended to a state that was neither fully superior nor not. The truth was, the authentic state of being superior was to comprehend the power of rules. The individual had achieved a breakthrough in both body and soul without grasping the power of rules, reaching a level beyond that of a superior. This occurrence left one to wonder whether the spirit source method was particularly potent or if the energy contained within the essence of human extraordinary souls was exceptionally robust. For this realm, one might describe it as a half-step beyond superior. Leader Su observed the entire process intently, circling around, sometimes focusing on the other's eyes, and at other times on the back of his head. His scrutiny was so thorough that he seemed to wish to see every detail of the individual. Finally, as the aura of the other surged forth like a tsunami and stabilized at the half-step extraordinary level, Leader Su gradually retracted his gaze. Su-Wen, go and heal these dying superior extraordinaries. I will provide you with hidden soul energy, so there is no need to worry about the depletion of your soul energy. Seize this opportunity. This is their chance for promotion, and simultaneously, our chance. Upon hearing this, Su-Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He quickly dismissed the fatigue coursing through his body and inquired within, what do you mean? Please explain. If I heal the superior extraordinaries or assist them in breaking through, will I not gain any benefits? What benefits? Why have I not noticed any? Speak up. He expressed his disdain for those who leave their statements hanging. Future self. Do not become that kind of person, will you? If you think to flaunt your knowledge and keep me in suspense, I will surely ridicule you in front of other future selves. I will claim that as the master of the Cloud Beast, the author of humanity's annihilation, you are placed in the same category as Tangren, and we will laugh together at you. Leader Su responded, brother, one should not be so crass. At the very least, one should not behave this way when facing oneself. Chapter 73. Leader Su departs. 5. During the ascent of the previous individual to the half-step superior level, I felt an invisible force descend upon you. Leader Su explained, you likely have not experienced this invisible power, so you may not fully understand. However, if I were to assign it a different name, you might grasp it better. Su listened intently. Generally speaking, unseen and intangible forces possess powers beyond one's imagination. For instance, the interference from the future self when they arrive. However, before I elaborate on this, I must ask you a question. Leader Su shifted the topic. From what you just said, are you planning to ridicule me to other future selves? I'm still here. You say such things? Su's eyes narrowed. Do you mean that while I am present, it is inappropriate to ridicule, but once you leave, it would be acceptable? Leader Su remained silent, gazing calmly at his past self. Do you not know whether I am joking? Su felt the weight of the other's unwavering gaze and forced a smile. Leader Su grinned. Precisely because I understand, I believe this is something you are capable of doing. After pausing, Leader Su reflected. I could certainly do such a thing. Su countered, whether I can do such a thing is known to no one else. Surely I know myself? How shall I articulate this? In the present moment, one cannot possibly deceive or convince the future self through mere words. A jest, perhaps. Leader Su smiled subtly and then remarked, you may not grasp the concept of formless power, but what if the force that just descended upon you is fortune? Su was taken aback. Fortune? Was it the same fortune he understood? Could it bestow healing upon the higher beings and augment his own fortune? Subsequently, Leader Su elucidated the role of fortune. A race possesses a collective fortune, and within that race, the destined children are the exceptional individuals who embody the majority of that fortune. These individuals may possess formidable cultivation, remarkable wisdom, or simply hail from noble lineage, thereby wielding immense power within their community. In essence, being favored by fortune grants beings extraordinary luck, while those stripped of it or lacking such favor are doomed to a life of misfortune and mediocrity. As the one who propelled the Cloud Beast tribe to its zenith, had leader Suwon been a Cloud Beast himself, he would have enjoyed a significant portion of the tribe's fortune. Alas, he was not. Consequently, his own fortune paled in comparison to that of the superior Cloud Beasts under his command. Since you have not experienced it, how do you know these things? Suwon pondered, somewhat perplexed. If he felt no sensation of fortune's favor, how could the other party perceive it? It was the ancestor of the Cloud Beast tribe who revealed it to me. Leader Suwon gazed skyward, his eyes deep with contemplation. He was a man of pure intent, whose lifelong aspiration was the prosperity of the Cloud Beast tribe. His commitment to the alliance of extraordinary beasts was solely to secure greater resources for his people. Upon witnessing the tribe's flourishing state, he promptly aligned himself with me, or rather, with the Cloud Beast tribe, despite recognizing that I was not a Cloud Beast, but a human. After this statement, Leader Suwon paused before continuing. The ancestor of the Cloud Beast tribe stated that my disguise could evade the scrutiny of treasures and the perception of superior beings. Yet, it could not deceive his discerning gaze, for he saw that I bore no trace of the Cloud Beast tribe's fortune. This indicated that I was not one of them. Subsequently, Leader Suwon briefly recounted their exchange. The ancestor bore no resentment. Rather, he expressed gratitude. To convey his appreciation, he utilized his power to allow Leader Suwon to witness the fortune present in the world and to feel it firsthand. It was during this process that his soul perception encountered the essence of fortune. Given his unique state of existence and his belonging to a timeline where he did not exist, he faintly sensed a thread of fortune descending upon Suwon. He had sensed it during the healing of the mid-tier extraordinary beings, but the feeling was subtle at the time. Thus, when treating the higher extraordinary beings, he focused intently on perceiving it. As expected, the fortune of humanity was indeed favoring Suwon. Suwon furrowed his brow, realizing that the annihilation of the Cloud Beast tribe had not only gone unpunished by the ancestor, but had even garnered his gratitude. Leader Suwon replied, "How astute you are in your summaries. From now on, you shall draft all reports. Such statements cannot be taken lightly, as I have led the Cloud Beast tribe down a path of unprecedented greatness. Yet, it is also due to you that the tribe has perished." After a moment of silence, Leader Suwon solemnly stated, "Thus, I feel I have wronged the Cloud Beast tribe. I am already dead in essence, and soon my soul shall dissipate entirely. In the timeline based on your existence, there will be no trace of my presence. As for the matter of the Cloud Beast tribe, I am powerless to assist. Therefore, the only one who can compensate, repay, and restore greatness to the Cloud Beast tribe is you. I implore you, my past self." Suwon regarded the other for a prolonged moment before softly declaring, "I once again promise you, as long as the Cloud Beast tribe remains loyal to me, I shall not forsake them." Upon hearing this, a golden light suddenly flashed across Leader Suwon's face. Witnessing this, Suwon felt a jolt of surprise. "Did your face just shine with golden light?" "Nonsense. You must have imagined it." Suwon's expression turned complex, for as the fourth iteration of his future self, Leader Suwon understood well the significance of such brilliance. The previous future selves had all merged with their soul's essence shortly after the light appeared, vanishing into nothingness. Thus, did this legendary leader of the Cloud Beasts also face a similar fate? If the opportunity arises in the future, you may draw him into our camp. Leader Suwon did not respond to Suwon's remark, but instead earnestly advised, "That little old man possesses a steadfast character, his sole desire being to see the citizens of the Cloud Beast tribe well-fed and sheltered, free from external invasions. Grasping this point will ensure his unwavering allegiance. A true king-level powerhouse, even in my time, would be an immense asset." As he spoke, Leader Suwon flipped his right hand, revealing a speck of light the size of a mung bean. "As per my estimation, this is the extent of the human fortune currently within you. When it grows to the size of a steamed bun, your fortune will undergo a profound transformation. I once read a phrase in the ancient text of the Cloud Beast tribe, 'The human realm shall be unsealed, and great fortune shall descend.' Since the so-called great fortune is intimately connected to the human realm, the very land beneath our feet, I believe that our humanity undoubtedly harbors a hidden brilliance. Therefore, the assistance that human fortune can provide is far beyond our imagination. Accumulate fortune. Though I may not witness it, I still wish for your fortune to flourish." With that, he began directing Suwon to heal more higher extraordinary beings. Observing Suwon's fervor, the commander of the expedition office wasted no time in summoning the gravely injured higher extraordinary beings. However, considering Suwon's current level of soul energy, a queue system was implemented. The most severely injured were treated first, while those with lesser injuries, who also sought breakthroughs, were placed at the end of the line. Naturally, during this waiting period, the method of spiritual energy was distributed to each higher extraordinary being, and the data reports compiled by the research office were also forwarded. The method of spiritual energy perfectly illustrated the notion that fortune often lies within peril. For those higher extraordinary beings teetering on the brink of death, immediate application was essential. Yet, for those merely seeking a cultivation breakthrough without urgency, there was no need to rush. As a result, the entire battlefield of Magic City became aware of the arrival of a remarkably skilled young healer at the rear camp for the injured. The tide of battle began to shift gradually as more and more half-step extraordinary beings joined the fray. The scales of victory began to tilt in favor of Huaxia. Although Xiao Luo stood nearby, continuously restoring Su Wen's soul energy, the burden of casting spells was still considerable. Just as everyone assumed, Su Wen would soon collapse from exhaustion. One after another, the higher extraordinary beings were revitalized in his hands. This healing process extended over 5 days. Fortunately, with leader Su Wen as a hidden reserve of energy, treating a batch of higher extraordinary beings posed no issue. Yet, among every 3 higher extraordinary beings, one would inevitably fail. While a 1/3 mortality rate might seem alarming, a 2/3 success rate for the method of spiritual energy sounded quite favorable. At long last, with hundreds of half-step extraordinary beings surging into the conflict, the wars ignited by the 6 massive gates of extraordinary beasts were quelled one by one. Even under the guidance of the top-tier leader of the expedition office, the extraordinary beings of Huaxia launched a counteroffensive into the realm of alien beasts, seizing all tangible extraordinary resources within. As for what could not be seen, touched, or brought back, it was simple: set it ablaze. Moreover, it had to be with the hellfire that extinguishes all vitality. If they had no use for it, they certainly wouldn't allow it to benefit other beastly factions. Following this battle, Huaxia is unlikely to witness such large-scale warfare in the near future. Leader Su Wen stood in midair, surveying the battlefield ahead. Once he had some leisure time, he shook his head and remarked, "Not necessarily, for due to our actions, unforeseen circumstances and wars are bound to arise. Leader Su Wen, one cannot expect ivory from a dog's mouth." Of course, he refrained from voicing this quip. If he had uttered it, Su Wen surely would have retorted that they were both akin to dogs. Setting aside other matters, after this battle, your gains are substantial. Leader Su Wen smiled and stated, "I can sense that the luck of the human race surrounding you has swollen to the size of a thumb. From this day forth, you may find money simply by stepping outside. Enjoy the forthcoming streak of good fortune." Su Wen squinted slightly. Is that it? His human luck had multiplied several times. Yet the only perk was finding money on the street. In his possession were countless opportunities to reclaim a life. Even seizing this chance to face challenges head-on and ascend to the threshold of extraordinary status. It could be said that Huaxia's strength surged significantly from this endeavor, a tremendous profit. If this opportunity for development is well harnessed, the human faction could remain robust for decades, even extending to a century without issue. Yet, he only received this meager portion of human luck? What nonsense is this? What more could one desire? Since fortune is on his side, during confrontations, could it be too much to ask for the enemy to suddenly falter, suffer soul disturbances, or even inadvertently harm themselves? You were granted the chance to voice demands, not to make wishes. How bold of you to think so. This is not merely good luck. It is the utmost fortune, as if heaven cherishes you above all. In my lifetime, 2 challenges lay before me. Leader Su Wen suddenly declared, the first is to elevate the Yun Beast clan to greatness. The second is to resolve the talent issues plaguing our cultivation. As for the former, I have done my utmost. Regarding the latter, I have discovered a solution to our own dilemma. Beside him, Su Wen inquired directly, how will it be resolved? With life as the price? Leader Su Wen chuckled at this. The pasty remains as astute as ever. Needless to say, your sudden seriousness seems akin to delivering a final testament. Who could fail to perceive it? After a moment of silence, Leader Su Wen spoke. Since you have seen through it, why not cooperate a little? Su Wen gazed at him and sighed softly. You all do this. Each of you makes decisions on my behalf without my consent. I merge my essence with the soul during cultivation, I integrate with it during breakthroughs, and I draw upon it during insights. From the very first future self, each has subtly integrated with my soul essence at moments I was unprepared, resolving my dilemmas. Yet, having spent so much time together, your assistance has fostered my affection for you. This self-sacrificial departure liberates you, but to me, it feels no different than watching friends and family perish before my eyes. Upon hearing this, Leader Su Wen stood in place, silent. He wanted to convey that they were neither friends nor family. Rather, they were alternate versions of himself from another timeline, standing from the perspective of the future. They continually altered the past with an overarching gaze, especially in the context of the survival of their race amidst war. Personal emotions and honor are trivial matters. Given such abilities, one must indeed effect some change. Yet, as he looked upon his youthful self, the innocent visage still bore the marks of unrefined youth. Such words became difficult to voice. How to articulate it? To say this was his duty? Or to assert that possessing the ability to traverse time incurs the responsibility to amend future timelines? These sentiments felt grandiose and hollow. Expressing them would yield no true significance. At times, one must adopt a forgiving attitude toward the unripe versions of oneself from the past. Perhaps one day in the future, we shall meet again. Leader Su-Wen regarded Su-Wen with warmth. By that time, you shall stand tall, with everything under your control. You will tread upon my shoulders, reaching greater heights and seeing further. I hope that in the future, you, standing at the pinnacle, will extend your hand to those of us who have long perished in the future. Su-Wen was taken aback. Didn't you previously say that such remarks are meaningless? If one can achieve it, there is no need to speak. If one cannot, then speaking is futile. Leader Su-Wen replied, am I not merely trying to comfort you? Seeing your despondency, I thought to provide you with a goal as motivation to uplift you, since you still have the energy for jest. It seems I need not offer consolation. With that thought, Leader Su-Wen turned and flashed a smile at Su-Wen. In the next moment, a resplendent golden light surged around him. Whoosh! A streak of golden radiance darted forth, piercing into Su-Wen's brow with an unstoppable velocity. At that instant, Su-Wen felt an immense force surging within him, erupting forth. It bore a resemblance to the upgraded sensation of a deer in a frenzy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A barely perceptible wave of soul energy rippled around him, and with this undulation, Su-Wen sensed the barrier separating him from his healing talent beginning to dissolve at a visible pace. The speed was astonishing, akin to the swift melting of spring snow, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Was this a perfect match? Su-Wen raised his right hand and murmured softly. The summoning of this extraordinary talent felt beyond his perception. Everything transpired as if guided by an unseen hand. Upon separating from the deer, the second talent began to manifest a sense of rejection that was not his own. Occasionally, an inexplicable discomfort would arise within him. Although he knew this healing talent belonged to him, he could not quell its occasional restlessness, which seemed to yearn for a return to its original form. It felt akin to being a rebound partner, watching one's spouse reminisce about their first love, even fantasizing about eloping with them. But now, that feeling had vanished. The second talent within him seemed as if it had been birthed from his own being, obediently responding to his commands. What principle governs this? Su-Wen pondered. Did the partner's first love perish? Or had he spent money to transform himself into the spitting image of that first love? How extraordinary! As Su-Wen mused, he felt a moment of disorientation before him. In the next instant, he beheld a brilliant white light flashing before him, radiating purity, gentleness, and peace, epitomizing all the world's most positive attributes. It was merely a strand of white light, yet conveyed to Su-Wen that all beauty in the world ought to resemble this. Soon after, the radiant white light descended, forming a silhouette that was hauntingly familiar to Su-Wen. Had his new future, now a deity, emerged? How did it evoke such a sense of divine absurdity?